Can someone who was shot dead still travel through time? As soon as he landed, he crashed into Yu Xiaogang. This opening is too wild. Zhao Zilong had just finished mocking Tang San when he was entangled by Lian Jian's arms. Along, let Tiger Brother give you the West Street venue. They'll handle him, and the business will all be ours. Just as he was speaking, Hunan Tiger kicked the door open, aiming his gun at the two adulterers. With a series of gunshots, Zhao Zilong and Lian Jie died on the spot. As his consciousness faded, a voice sounded, detected host death, initiating immediate time travel. When he opened his eyes again, he was falling from a great height. With a loud crash, he landed on a middle-aged man. Not dead. Zhao Zilong got up, checked the man's breath, and found he was still alive. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked. Isn't this Yu Xiaogang? A voice echoed in his mind. Welcome to Douluo Continent. I am the protagonist deprivation system, capable of stripping the original protagonist's luck and making you the new protagonist. Zhao Zilong looked at his hands. The tall 18-year-old had turned into a 12-year-old boy. Am I a soul master now? A panel appeared. Name Zhao Zilong. Age 12. Martial spirit not awakened. Innate soul power level 0. Item. Martial spirit gift pack. Opening the gift pack. Obtained martial spirit blue silvergrass. Innate soul power level 1. But only level 1? Is this what a time traveler gets? The system chimed again. Beginner task. Find Yu Xiaogang. Do you want to sign in? Zhao Zilong clicked sign in. The panel displayed Yu Xiaogang at 49 years old. Just traveled through time and crashed into the master? This system can strip the protagonist's luck? Can Zhao Zilong's blue-silver grass martial spirit make a comeback? What will happen to Yu Xiaogang after being hit? This plot is simply unimaginable. Zhao Zilong actually stripped Yu Xiaogang of all his soul power and took 2 999-year soul rings? This operation is insane. The system presented options. 1. Strip Yu Xiaogang of 29 level soul power and 0.5 level innate soul power. Reward 2 999-year soul rings. 2. Share 1 level soul power to help him break through to level 30. Reward 50 favorability. Zhao Zilong rolled his eyes. Is there even a choice? Of course. I choose 1. 2 seconds later, the system prompted. Deprivation successful. Yu Xiaogang soul power will drop to 0 within a month. Rewarded with 2 999-year soul rings. Panel updated. Zhao Zilong, martial spirit blue silvergrass, innate soul power level 1.5, soul power level 30. First soul skill. Bamboo leaf sword rain. Derived from ghost bamboo. Bamboo leaves sharp as knives. Second soul skill. Heartbreaking poison. Blue silvergrass carries deadly poison. Skills are decent, Zhao Zilong muttered, rummaging through Yu Xiaogangs belongings and finding over 30 gold soul coins and 2 cultivation manuals. Truly poor. The system issued another task. Go to Shrek Academy. Sign in with Tang San, Shrek's 7 monsters, and 5 teachers. Following the map, he flagged down a carriage to Soto City, Shrek Academy. Hey, race a gold soul coin for you. Upon arrival, the dilapidated gate looked just like in the original work that a beggar-like old man approached. Enrollment is over. Go back. Zhao Zilong smiled. I heard Shrek recruits monsters. I'm here to see if I qualify. How old are you? What's your soul power? 12 years old. Level 30. The old man was shocked and grabbed his wrist to check his bone age. You really are 12. What's your martial spirit? Zhao Zilong summoned his blue silvergrass. Another blue silvergrass? The old man was stunned. Higher than Tang San? Come on, he'll take you to see the dean. Zhao Zilong silently thought about signing in, and the system prompted. Li Yusong, martial spirit dragon pattern staff. Level 63 battle soul master. Soul rings. White, yellow, purple, black. Just finished stripping the master's soul power, and now going to Shrek to steal Tang San's thunder. With this blue silvergrass carrying deadly poison, wouldn't he be able to wipe out anyone in a fight? What will Li Yusong say to the dean? This is too thrilling. A 12-year-old, level 30 blue silvergrass soul master, plus 2 nearly 1,000-year soul rings? The Shrek 7 monsters were completely dumbfounded. The system popped up an option. Strip Li Yusong of 0.5 level soul power. Zhao Zilong had no choice but to confirm. Deprivation successful. Ho soul power is now level 30.5. Absorb the 3rd soul ring as soon as possible to the Shrek playground. Flinder was lecturing when Oscar ran out. Dean, I broke through to level 30. Just as he finished speaking, Li Yusong walked in with Zhao Zilong. This kid is here to enroll, Li Yusong said. Flinder raised an eyebrow. Oldly knows the rules. If he can be brought here, he must be extraordinary. 12 years old, level 30. What? Flinder and the 7 monsters were all shocked. Zhao Zilong released his martial spirit, and 2 deep yellow soul rings lit up under the blue silvergrass. Blue silvergrass? Just like little San? Dai Mubai was dumbfounded. How did this useless martial spirit get trained? Tang San was also confused. Could it be that he also has twin martial spirits? Flinder stared at the soul rings. Isn't the first soul ring nearly 1,000 years old? The first soul ring exceeds 800 years. Everyone was completely stunned according to Yu Xiaogang's theory. The first soul ring should be at most 430 years. Can I enroll like this? Zhao Zilong asked. Flinder laughed. Above level 30 is exempt from exams. Welcome to Shrek. Zhao Zilong wanted to sign in with Tang San, but the system said, you can only sign in with one person per day. Come back tomorrow. Flinder had everyone introduce themselves, and Dai Mubai stood up first. I'm 15 years old, martial spirit white tiger, level 37 assault system. Just call me Mubai. Nice to meet you, old Bai. Zhao Zilong directly shook hands. What exactly is this blue silvergrass? It can withstand nearly 1,000-year soul rings. How will Zhao Zilong get along with the Shrek 7 monsters? What will happen when he signs in with Tang San tomorrow? This plot is too intense. Zhao Zilong actually wants to compete with Xiao Wu for Tang San. This love triangle is coming way too fast. Flinder announced special training. Each of you eats one of Oscar's sausages and small sausages. Except for Zhao Zilong, everyone else made faces of disgust. Flinder's face turned serious. On the battlefield, if you're hungry, you have to eat even rats. Who's first? Ning Rongrong stepped up, finishing it without changing her expression, and the others followed suit. Oscar and Zhao Zilong are both level 30, Flinder said. Teacher Zhao will take you to ShotDead Forest to hunt soul rings. During the training period, I won't intervene unless you encounter a 1,000-year soul beast. Zhao Wujing, with a bruised face, took over. Mubai will lead the team. Dai Mubai arranged. Little San, Zilong go ahead, Oscar, Rongrong follow, Xiao Wu and Fatty guard the sides, and he'll bring up the rear with Zhu Qing. After several hours of travel, they arrived at the inn on the outskirts of ShotDead Forest. Dai Mubai patted Zhao Zilong. Your stamina is impressive. You only ate one sausage. Maybe I'm younger than you, Zhao Zilong smiled. Tang San admired. Brother Zilong not only has high soul power, but also great stamina. If you praise me like that, you'll get shy, Zhao Zilong teased. Xiao Wu pouted. What does a big man have to be shy about? If I were a girl, you'd better watch out. Why? I'd definitely compete with you for Tang San, and then we'd be rivals. Xiao Wu got anxious. Nonsense. Tang San and I are just siblings. Zhao Zilong looked at Tang San. Siblings? I thought you were throwing dog food around. Tang San's face turned red. We really are siblings. A Hongjun laughed. Is that true? Of course it is. Zhao Zilong raised an eyebrow. Since you're siblings, Xiao Wu, you won't mind if I pursue you, right? Is he causing trouble, right, after forming a team? Zhao Zilong must be here to break up the CP. In the ShotDead Forest, will he really compete with Tang San for the soul rings? Who will Xiao Wu help? This plot is simply too dramatic. Did the Shrek 7 monsters just arrive at the inn and start fighting? Their tempers are really explosive. Xiao Wu blushed. You're dreaming. I'm not easy to chase. Not a single man is any good. Ning Rongrong chimed in. They're all the same for sure. Zhu Zhuqing nodded indeed. Dai Mubai cried out in injustice. I didn't say anything. Ma Hongjun patted him. Dai boss, there are enough girls outside. Leave some space for the brothers in the academy. Dai Mubai turned green, covering his mouth. Let's go order food. When a table full of dishes arrived, Tang San asked, where's Teacher Zhao? The academy regulations state that teachers can't benefit from students during training. Dai Mubai said, today I'm treating to celebrate the addition of a new partner. As they were eating, people from Tsanhui Academy walked in, and Ma Hongjun's eyes widened. Dai boss, look, those girls' legs are so white. Dai Mubai awkwardly looked at Zhu Zhuqing and scolded, Fatty, watch for yourself. Zhao Zilong laughed. Our academy also has 3 beauties. Isn't looking at others while eating from your own bowl a bit greedy? Ning Rongrong spat at him. You go look at them. Dai Mubai deliberately raised his voice. A tiny Tsanhui Academy. What are you showing off for? The people from Tsanhui Academy were about to attack, but were stopped by their teacher. Zhao Zilong frowned. Olbai, did they provoke you? Oscar laughed. Don't you know the principal's saying? A soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble isn't a good soul master. What kind of nonsense is that? Zhao Zilong was speechless. A Hongjun tripped a waiter, spilling soup all over Tsanhui Academy's teacher Yi Zhiqiu. Sorry, I slipped, he made a face. Yi Zhiqiu was furious. Teach him a lesson. Xiao Wu was the first to charge out, and Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others followed, quickly knocking down the Tsanhui students. Yi Zhiqiu looked at their soul rings. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the teaching director of Tsanhui Academy. Which academy are you from? Where's your teacher? Dai Mubai arrogantly replied. You don't deserve to know. Zhao Zilong stepped forward to smooth things over. Teacher, my partners just got a bit carried away with no ill intentions. Please forgive us. Did they just stir up trouble as soon as they arrived at the ShotDead Forest? Would Sanghui Academy let this go? Would Yi Zhiqiu take action personally? Would Zhao Zilong's poisonous blue silvergrass come into play? This is so exciting. Ma Hongjun's words directly provoked a Soul King. The 8 from Shrek are going to face off against a powerhouse with 5 soul rings. Their guts are really big. Yi Zhiqiu said coldly, "Make that fat one apologize or don't blame me for being rude." Ma Hongjun was still provoking. "So what if we're looking for trouble?" Our teacher said, "Those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre. Only the useless ones are obedient." Zhao Zilong silently retreated to the back. This fatty really doesn't know when to stop. Yi Zhiqiu pressed on. "Which sect are you from?" "Shrek Academy." Ma Hongjun grinned. "Never heard of it." Yi Zhiqiu frowned. Dai Mubai scoffed. "That's because you're ignorant." Yi Zhiqiu confirmed they had no background, instantly activating his Xian Gui martial soul, and 5 soul rings appeared: white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Soul King. Dai Mubai was also shocked. Although this guy's soul ring configuration was poor, his level was undeniable, and A Hongjun still held his ground. "Old turtle, we could take you down." Unaware of the danger, Yi Zhiqiu was completely enraged. Zhao Zilong commented, "Fatty, you're going to get beaten to death sooner or later. You should choose to go out at noon." "Are you questioning the principal?" Ma Hongjun was unhappy. Tang San tried to mediate. "Stop arguing. He's a defense-type Soul King. Weak in attack but strong in defense. We can team up and wear him down." Dai Mubai nodded. "With 8 people united, we can definitely win." Tang San arranged. "I, Xiao Wu, Dai Boss, and Zhu Qing will hold him off in the front. Fatty will provide aerial support and Oscar will supply sausages. Zilong, act as needed." Ning Rongrong was dissatisfied. "What about me?" Zhao Zilong laughed. "As a support type, of course, you should stay back and buff us, enhancing our strength and speed." Outside, Yi Zhiqiu sneered. "Today you'll learn how to behave? We're monsters." Ma Hongjun was still being defiant. "Activate martial souls." Dai Mubai shouted. Everyone's soul rings lit up, with Dai Mubai having 2 yellow and 1 purple. "Attack." Tang San was the first to strike. First soul skill. Bind. Ma Hongjun followed. First soul skill. Phoenix Fireline. Dai Mubai's attack came down. First soul skill. White Tiger Radiant Light Wave. Can they really beat a Soul King in this group fight? Is Zhao Zilong's poisonous blue silvergrass about to unleash a big move? Can Yi Ziqiu's Xian Gui defense hold up? This fight is so thrilling. As soon as Zhao Wuji appeared, he took down the Soul King in a flash. But Zhao Zilong contradicted Shrek's rules on the spot. This twist is incredible. Yi Zhiqiu unleashed his soul power. First soul skill, Xian Gui Avatar. Second soul skill, Xian Gui I Seal. Defensive and offensive soul skills came flying, and the Shrek group quickly dodged. Zhao Zilong stepped on blue silvergrass, bamboo leaf sword rain. Sharp leaf shot out, but they were all deflected. This defense is too tough. Zhu Zhuqing ambushed first soul skill, Netherworld Stab. It actually broke through the defense. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the other 5 seized the opportunity to attack, and Yi Zhiqiu, the Soul King, was actually being pressured and could only defend desperately. Fourth soul skill, Xian Gui Charge. Yi Zhiqiu roared, his defense skyrocketing as he charged towards Dai Mubai. Tang San urgently shouted, "Bind." But in just 2 seconds, they were shaken off. Everyone scatter. The 8 formed a circle. Although Yi Ziqiu's defense was strong, his speed was slow and his attack weak, making it hard for him to gain the upper hand. "What's going on?" Zhao Wuji stepped out, and the scene instantly froze. He stood with his hands behind his back, acting like a master. "Not sleeping at this late hour? Get back to your rooms." The Shrek group recalled their martial souls and headed back to the inn. Zhao Wuji continued scolding. "Useless bunch. You can't even handle a turtle. Go back and practice more." Yi Zhiqiu was furious. "Are you their teacher? You didn't give me an explanation." Zhao Wuji directly ignored him, and once the students had left, he coldly laughed. "Your Sanghui Academy has been arrogant for too long. It's only right you get taught a lesson. You're looking for death." Yi Zhiqiu charged forward, but Zhao Wuji quickly resolved him with just a few moves. Soul Sage crushing a Soul King. It was simply a dimensional strike. Behind the door, Ma Hongjun was excited. "Teacher Zhao is amazing." Zhao Zilong frowned. "Offending Sanghui Academy like this, trouble is sure to come. A Hongjun looked down on him. "You're too cowardly. We're monsters. Monsters should just blindly cause trouble." Zhao Zilong sneered. "You insulted his students, and now you insult the teacher." Yi Zhiqiu cannot beat Teacher Zhao, and the first one hell kill later is you. Ma Hongjun panicked instantly, and the others lost their earlier excitement. Tang San hesitated. "Isn't it that serious?" Zhao Wuji at the door heard everything clearly. This kid is indeed cautious. Zhao Zilong ignored Tang San. A soul master who doesn't cause trouble isn't a good soul master. I still don't agree with that. Maybe I'm just mediocre. Ma Hongjun sarcastically said. What are you afraid of? With teacher Zhao here, Zhao Zilong suddenly asked, do you know out.I and Douluo? As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. What is the out.I and Douluo doing? Is he Zacchaeus' revenge related to him? Zhao Zilong's words have hidden meaning. What shocking news is about to be revealed? The plot is getting more and more exciting. Zhao Zilong actually attacked Tang San, directly stripping him of his innate soul power and blue-silver emperor bloodline. This move is too ruthless. Don't you know about the out.I and Douluo? Dai Mubai tapped Ma Hongjun's head. The dean mentioned it. The youngest title Douluo? Zhao Zilong continued. More than a decade ago, he seriously injured the Pope King Sunji, and later when the Wuhuan Hall came to attack, the out.I sect went into hiding and stopped. The war Dai himself also went missing. Even the out.I sect has someone they can't provoke. What are we, these level 20 or 30 rookies, being reckless for? Ning Rongrong immediately turned her gun. It's this fatso causing trouble. He'll get beaten sooner or later. Ma Hongjun's face turned red with anger. Zhao Wujia pushed the door and entered. You are a team. None of you are wrong. Yi Zhiqiu has been warned and doesn't dare to come. He looked at Zhao Zilong. Caution is good, but young people should be arrogant when they need to be if something happens. The teacher will take the blame. Remember, unite against outsiders and resolve conflicts at home. Yes. The next morning at breakfast, the system prompted Detective Tang San and Zhao Wujia. Do you want to sign in? Sign in Tang San. The panel popped up Tang San's information. Martial Soul, Blue Silver Emperor not awakened. Innate Soul Power level 10. Soul Power level 29. Plus Xintian Gong. A bunch of hidden weapons techniques. 3 options. 1. Strip 3 levels of Soul Power and Innate Soul Power. Reward hidden weapon techniques. 2. Strip 2 levels. Reward hidden weapon techniques. Tang. Sex 100 poisons. 3. Strip 1 level. Reward hidden weapon techniques. Tang Sex 100 poisons. Blue Silver Emperor Bloodline. Zhao Zilong's eyes lit up. Choose 3. The Blue Silver Emperor Bloodline is too crucial. His ordinary Blue Silver Grass would not withstand Tang San's future Blue Silver Emperor suppression. Stripping successful. Tang San's innate soul power is now level 9. Soul power level 28. Rewards have been credited. Zhao Zilong secretly glanced at Tang San, who hadn't noticed that his soul power had decreased at all. Having just stripped Tang San's abilities, the next step was to hunt soul rings in the Stardoe Forest. With the Blue-Silver Grass gaining the Emperor bloodline, would he crush the competition? Would Tang San explode in anger upon discovering the trick? This plot is simply unimaginable. Is there only one Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline? Would Zhao Zilong and Tang San fight over it? This plot is too thrilling. Zhao Zilong looked at the panel. His martial soul had become Blue-Silver Emperor, with soul power level 31.5, plus Tang Sex hidden weapons and 100 poison skills. The system said, the Blue-Silver Emperor is like a prince. Whoever first reaches level 50 and goes for a second awakening in the Blue-Silver Forest will be the only emperor. He felt a pang in his heart. Tang San still had innate soul power at level 9. While he was only at level 2.5, he couldn't compete in cultivation speed. Celestial Herbs. Yes, he absolutely must not let Tang San obtain celestial herbs. In the original work, they relied on celestial herbs to rapidly increase their strength. This time, he must intercept them. Brother Long, I was wrong yesterday. Ma Hongjun suddenly apologized. Zhao Zilong smiled. We're all partners. How could I be angry? Before entering the Stardoe Forest, Zhao Wujia warned, no one should leave my side by more than 20 meters. There might be 10th Sanier soul beasts here. He asked, what do you want for your 3rd soul ring? Zhao Zilong felt itchy inside. The man-faced demon spider is a good thing, but it can only be encountered by following Tang San. So he said, let's help Oscar first. I'm not an A. Hurry. Oscar nodded. Just help me choose. Teacher Zhao. Let's go. Mubai, Tang San, Zilong lead the way. As soon as they entered the forest, Dai Mubai wanted to smash a rabbit, but Tang San quickly shouted to stop. Let's change paths. Killing too many soul beasts will lead to extinction, and the smell of blood will attract strong enemies. Dai Mubai nodded. All right. Suddenly there was movement ahead, and Zhao Wujia ordered Zhu Zhuqing, climb a tree and take a look. Zhu Zhuqing jumped up a tree. It's a flying snake, 6 to 8 meters long, with a red fleshy crown on its head and a fan-shaped tail. Zhao Wujia was overjoyed. Oscar, your luck has come. This is a phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Get ready to take it down. Tang San asked Zhuqing, what color are its wings? How old is this phoenix tail coxcomb snake? Can Oscar absorb it smoothly? Zhao Zilong stared at Tang San, calculating in his heart that when they encounter the man-faced demon spider, he absolutely must not let him take the lead. Would there be even fiercer soul beasts appearing next? It's too nerve-wracking. Zhu Zhuqing jumped forward again and confirmed it's light pink. Tang San happily said, light pink, 6 to 8 meters, this should be a phoenix tail coxcomb snake between 1,300 and 1,800 years old. Oscar, the age is just right. Oscar was excited, really? That's great. And Tang San began to show off his knowledge. Introducing a 1,000-year phoenix tail coxcomb snake is rare. Although its attack method is single, just entangling, its speed is extremely fast, especially as it stores nutrients needed for its escape in its fleshy crown. Zhao Zilong immediately followed up on Tang San's words. Then let's hurry up and catch up. Don't let it escape. Zhao Zilong was somewhat eager to test how much his martial soul had increased in power after transforming from the useless martial soul blue silver grass to the blue silver grass with the bloodline of the blue silver emperor. From his system's introduction, he knew that his martial soul was no longer useless, but rather an intermediate martial soul. At this moment, Tang San said, well, this snake's attack is not very high. Mainly, we need to prevent it from escaping. The snake's natural enemy is birds of prey. Fatty, your martial soul is a phoenix, so you should have some advantage over it. All right, leave it to me, Ma Hongjun immediately assured. Hearing this, Zhao Wujia grinned and said, you kid know quite a bit. All right, then you will command this time. Tang San nodded and looked at the phoenix tail coxcomb snake flying over, saying attack. Zhao Zilong's soul rings appeared, and the blue silver grass turned purple under the enhancement of his second soul skill, Heartbreak Poison. Bamboo Leaf Sword Rain. Countless leaves of blue silver grass shot out like flying daggers, but the phoenix tail coxcomb snake was very fast and quickly dodged the numerous blue silver leaves. Boom! 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 Countless sharp blue silver leaves landed on the tree trunk, each one exploding with sound, with powerful penetrating and destructive force after several waves of attacks. The bamboo leaf sword rain cut through the snake in the middle. The power has increased so much. Zhao Zilong couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Not only Zhao Zilong, but Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others nearby were also somewhat astonished. They had seen Zhao Zilong's bamboo leaf sword rain yesterday and could only say it had average power. They didn't expect it to be so strong today. Indeed, in yesterday's battle, he hadn't used all his strength. In that instant, Dai Mubai and others thought to themselves, especially since Zhao Zilong was initially dissatisfied with fatty, provoking Songhui Academy. Tang San also used his blue-silver grass martial soul with the first soul skill, White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave, and the first soul skill Bind. But instantly Tang San's face turned pale, for he felt his soul power had dropped to level 28, which shocked him. His expression turned somewhat ugly. Yesterday his soul power was still at level 29, so why had it suddenly regressed in just one day? However, despite his confusion, Tang San had no time to think deeply as they were facing the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Subsequently, with the combined efforts of Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others, along with Zhao Wujia's gravity compression, they finally managed to capture the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Looking at the snake lying on the ground, barely alive, Zhao Wujia said, all right, Oscar, hurry up and kill it. But Xiao Wu felt a bit reluctant in her heart and said, does it really have to be about killing soul beasts? Hearing this question from Xiao Wu, the others rolled their eyes, while Tang San patiently replied to her, it's survival of the fittest. Soul beasts eat humans to gain lifespan, and soul masters need to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings and become stronger. Moreover, the soul beasts hunted by humans are only a part of the whole. Soul beasts also kill each other. They all want to seize each other's soul power. This is not something individuals can change. Besides, if the soul beast is stronger than us, we might end up being eaten by it. Listening to Tang San's words, Xiao Wu fell silent. Oscar walked over, ready to kill the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with a single strike, when suddenly an old voice called out, stop. Then, they saw an old woman and a young girl, both holding snake staffs, approaching. It was the snake lady, Ko Xingxiang, and Meng Iran. The snake lady came over, looking at the Shrek group with a somewhat unfriendly gaze, and coldly said, I am Ko Xingxiang. As she spoke, the soul rings on her body gradually appeared. 6 soul rings in yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black. Seeing that the other party was just a 6-ringed soul emperor, Zhao Wujin curled his lips in disdain, and then his 7 soul rings in yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black appeared, disdainfully asking, is there something you want? Indeed, upon seeing Zhao Wujin's 7 soul rings, the snake lady's expression turned somewhat ugly. She had originally thought to use her strength to intimidate them, but unexpectedly, the middle-aged man had a higher soul power than her. She immediately backed down and said, hello. Esteemed soul sage, you cannot give this soul ring to that child. Zhao Wujin coldly replied, why not? Because we discovered this snake first, Meng Yiran's cool voice came through. Zhao Zilong found her voice quite pleasant and scrutinized Meng Yiran closely. Although her looks were somewhat inferior to Ning Rongrong's and her figure was not as good as Zhu Zhuqing's, she possessed a different kind of wild beauty that set her apart from Zhu Zhuqing. Oscar was very unhappy. The duck he had almost caught was about to be stolen. He immediately refused to comply, saying, "Nonsense, we didn't see you guys when we caught it." Meng Yiran wanted to say something, but was stopped by the snake lady, who said, "You don't need to get excited, young man. You can take a look at the snake's belly. There are 3 marks there from when I took it away and injured it." Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately looked over and indeed saw 3 wounds. The snake lady continued, "My granddaughter has already reached level 30 and really needs this soul ring. So I kindly ask Soul Saint to hand over this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to us." Chapter 10. The contest with Meng Yiran. Zhao Wujia looked at the snake lady and said seriously, "Are you the snake lady from the world-renowned dragon and snake?" "Oh, you know me?" Hearing this, Zhao Wujia clasped his fists and said, "Who wouldn't know the legendary dragon and snake couple?" Upon hearing that the other party recognized her, Chao Tianxiang felt somewhat proud, as the name of the world-renowned dragon and snake was indeed well known in the Soul Master community. Confidently, she walked step by step towards Zhao Wujia. At this moment, Zhao Wujia also frowned. If it were just a snake woman, he wouldn't take her seriously at all. But it was rumored that the Dragon Lord and the Snake Woman were inseparable. If the Dragon Lord was nearby, then it would be troublesome. He introduced himself, saying, "I am Zhao Wujia." Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's name, the Snake Woman showed some reaction. If he were an ordinary soul saint, it wouldn't matter. But Zhao Wujia's reputation was quite significant. She said, "I wondered how I could randomly encounter such a young soul saint. It turns out to be the famous, unmoving Shadow King." Zhao Wujia replied, "It's just a bad reputation. Earlier, you mentioned that your granddaughter really needs this soul ring. Logically speaking, I should give it to you, but as for this snake, I can only say I'm sorry. This snake originally belongs to us." Meng Yiran, listening, immediately felt displeased and said, "I know you are a soul saint, but my grandfather is nearby." Hearing Meng Yiran's words, the faces of the Shrek group turned somewhat ugly. The fusion skill of the world-defying dragon and snake spirit is comparable to that of a tidal Douluo, which is not easy to deal with. However, each of them prepared for battle. The snake woman asked darkly, "So, are you saying you don't intend to return this snake to the 2 of us?" Zhao Wujia sneered, "Look at how you phrase it. All soul beasts in the Stardow Forest are unowned creatures. Where does return even come in? Perhaps it was you who discovered this snake, but it was us who captured it. You say it suits your granddaughter, but it equally suits my student." Upon hearing this, the snake woman looked at the Shrek group in surprise and asked, "Shadow King, are you saying that some of your students are already at level 30? "That's right." Hearing the snake woman's words, Zhao Wujia said proudly, "Oscar, Zhao Zilong, you 2 come forward." The snake woman looked at the 2 of them. Oscar seemed okay, but Zhao Zilong looked to be only about 12 or 13 years old. She asked, "Kids, how old are you?" Oscar replied, "Senior, I am 14 years old." "I am 12 years old." "What?" Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's age, both the snake woman and Meng Yiran were greatly shocked, looking at Zhao Zilong with disbelief. Meng Yiran has always been a genius girl in the Master Academy, but she only reached level 30 at the age of 15. Hearing that Zhao Zilong reached level 30 at just 12 years old, she ran over with a look of disbelief and said, "Impossible. How could someone be level 30 at 12 years old?" Zhao Zilong looked at Meng Yiran, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and said, "If you don't believe me, you could try it out." "Fine, I'll give it a try," Meng Yiran said as she prepared to fight Zhao Zilong. "Wait a minute." Zhao Zilong spoke up. Meng Yiran said proudly, "What's wrong, scared?" Zhao Zilong rolled his eyes at her and said to the snake lady, "Senior, that snake has been poisoned by me, and if it isn't killed soon, my poison will kill it. Moreover, the soul ring of this snake is not what I need. So I have a suggestion. Let's have a competition between me and this young lady. If I happen to win, please let us handle this snake. Otherwise, the snake will belong to you." Hearing Zhao Zilong call her sister, Meng Yiran felt a bit of affection, and before the snake lady could respond, she agreed, "All right, it's settled." Just as Meng Yiran was about to make a move, the snake lady suddenly called out, "Wait a minute." Meng Yiran, hearing this, said in a somewhat spoiled tone, "What is it, Grandma?" The snake woman looked at Zhao Zilong, wondering if he really had a soul power of level 30 and if there was some background behind him. It would be better not to hurt someone if possible. She spoke, "Young man, which sect are you from?" Zhao Zilong replied, cupping his fists, "Well, my teacher doesn't allow me to reveal his name, so I hope you can understand, Senior." Of course, Zhao Zilong wouldn't mention that he didn't belong to any sect. After all, saying that would make him an easy target. Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, the members of Shrek Academy also became serious. Zhao Zilong's response revealed an important piece of information. He had a teacher. Seeing that Zhao Zilong was unwilling to disclose more, the snake woman frowned slightly. She did not believe Zhao Zilong was lying. Without a powerful teacher's guidance, it would be difficult to achieve such soul power at his age. The snake woman continued. This is the Stardow Forest. It won't benefit anyone if soul beasts are attracted because of a competition. Since you say you have level 30, I assume you won't refuse to compete in soul power, right? Hearing this, Zhao Zilong couldn't help but smile. Although he only had 2 soul rings, his soul power had already reached level 31. 5. He thought, why should he be afraid of a simple soul power competition? All right, let us compete in soul power, Zhao Zilong said confidently. Then, Meng Iran and Zhao Zilong both stepped forward a couple paces. Meng Iran introduced herself. Meng Iran, Martial Soul Snake Staff, level 30. 2-ring Great Soul Master. Zhao Zilong replied. Zhao Zilong, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, level 30, 2-ring Great Soul Master. Upon hearing this, Meng Iran laughed derisively. Blue Silvergrass, such a waste of a martial soul. Zhao Zilong smiled slightly and said, a waste martial soul? Maybe, but we are competing in soul power, not martial souls. Do you want to change the rules to fight? No need, Meng Iran confidently replied. Zhao Zilong first extended his left hand, then placed it behind his back, raising his right hand. Please, you bastard, since you're facing me with one hand. Meng Iran immediately got angry and struck Zhao Zilong with a palm. Zhao Zilong responded with a palm strike of his own. Their hands collided, and soul power continuously surged forth from both. Meng Iran stood her ground, and the 2 different colored soul powers, one purple, one blue, began to clash continuously. Seeing Zhao Zilong able to handle her with one hand made Meng Iran even more furious. She placed her other palm on the back of her hand, increasing the output of her soul power. Zhao Zilong felt Meng Iran's soul power strengthen, and it became slightly more difficult for him. But he still managed to hold her attack firmly at bay with one hand. The competition of soul power was purely a battle of endurance. And after just 2 or 3 minutes, Meng Iran felt her soul power depleting significantly. However, Zhao Zilong remained steady, not budging an inch. Sweat streamed down Meng Iran's forehead as she gritted her teeth and said, damn it, I can't lose. On Shrek's side, watching Zhao Zilong handle Meng Iran with one hand against her 2 hands was incredibly stylish and impressive, boosting everyone's confidence. Snake Lady observed that Meng Iran was struggling, while Zhao Zilong seemed to be handling it effortlessly. It was clear that the outcome was decided, and she spoke up. Forget it, let's stop. Iran, we lost. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zilong looked at the struggling Meng Iran and said, then, how about I count to 3, and we both withdraw our spirit power? Okay. After that, the 2 counted to 3 and jointly retracted their spirit power. However, the residual energy still sent them sprawling, and they were caught by Zhao Wujia and Snake Lady respectively. Meng Iran, who was knocked back, spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed, while Zhao Zilong appeared unaffected by the backlash of her spirit power, further shattering her inner pride. Chapter 11. The Titan giant ape appears at this moment. Oscar walked over with a sausage and said, Zilong, have a sausage. Zhao Zilong took the sausage and said to Meng Iran here. Meng Iran caught the sausage and looked at Zhao Zilong, who explained, eat it. Oscar sausage can quickly restore spirit power and heal injuries. Thank you, Meng Iran replied, gratefully before eating it. Snake Lady sighed and said, that phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake belongs to you now, let's go. Iran. Meng Iran said, standing up a bit dejectedly. Zhao Zilong then asked Oscar to make him a sausage as well, and Oscar immediately chanted a spell. I have a big sausage, and produced a sausage in his hand. Not having walked far, seeing how Oscar made sausages like this, and with such disgusting incantations, I suddenly felt a churn in my stomach and started to retch. I looked at Oscar and Zhao Zilong angrily and said, damn it, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Since you're giving me this kind of thing. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Food-type soul masters are in high demand. Are you really going to treat it like this? Zhao Zilong was speechless upon hearing this and directly took a bite of the sausage made by Oscar. Snake Lady shook her head helplessly and said, let's go. After Snake Lady and Meng Iran left, Oscar immediately killed the phoenix tail, coxcomb snake, and began to absorb its soul ring. The others quickly formed a protective circle around him. After half an hour, Oscar finally finished absorbing the soul ring and became a 3-ring soul master. Ma Hongjun ran over and asked, little Oscar, what is your third soul skill? Oscar glanced at Ning Rong Rong, not far away, and said with a bit of embarrassment, Forget it. I'll tell you when we get back. What's there to be embarrassed about? We're all friends, afraid we'll laugh at you? Dai Mubai stepped forward and punched Oscar lightly. Feeling a bit awkward, Oscar replied, All right, then I'll demonstrate for you. Everyone turned to look at Oscar as he began to chant the spell. Imaginative mushroom sausage. A sausage with little wings appeared, instantly causing everyone to burst into laughter. And Oscar blushed, exclaiming, Did we agree not to laugh? Dai Mubai chuckled and said, No, I just think your spell is still so strange. Zhao Zilong stepped forward and said, Compared to this, let's see how this soul skill works. With such a lackluster name, I hope the effect isn't too bad. Oscar listened and suddenly looked like he was about to cry, saying, Is the name really that ugly? But forget it. Let you all see the effect of this soul skill. With that, Oscar ate the sausage, and soon a pair of soul power wings grew from his back, allowing him to fly into the air. Zhao Wujia nodded and said, Is it the ability to fly? How long does it last? 1 minute. 1 minute? That's too short. Ma Hongjun immediately showed a look of disdain. Oscar smiled and said, What if it flies for a minute at the speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? What? Zhao Zilong immediately said, Xiao Ao, give me a sausage. What, you want to try it too? All right, wait a moment. Oscar came to Zhao Zilong and chanted a spell. Fantastical mushroom sausage. However, just as Oscar handed the mushroom sausage to Zhao Zilong, the ground suddenly shook, and a strong soul pressure came from afar. Zhao Wujia immediately became alert and directly summoned his martial soul. Everyone be careful. Actually, there is no need for Zhao Wujia to say anything. Everyone could feel this oppressive soul power. As the ground trembled, this sense of oppression grew stronger. After a dozen seconds, a giant soul beast appeared before everyone, which was none other than the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape. Its black body was adorned with dark golden magic patterns, and it was filled with violent power. The oppressive aura was even more intense, and the strong, suffocating feeling made it hard to move. Zhao Wujia immediately conceded, Respectful Forest King, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we will leave immediately. Zhao Wujia wasn't worried that the Titan Great Ape wouldn't understand. A soul beast at this level already possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. As Zhao Zilong watched the appearance of the Titan Giant Ape, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. It had finally arrived. All he needed to do next was follow Tang San's words to find the human-faced demon spider. However, that was a 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Could he handle it like Tang San could? At that moment, the Titan Giant Ape let out a furious roar, creating a shockwave that forced many people back. Then, its enormous fist slammed down onto the ground, generating a powerful hurricane that sent everyone flying. Zhao Wujia saw that negotiation was impossible and directly activated his martial soul, true body, shouting, You all hurry and leave. I'll stop it. The others also launched attacks towards the Titan Great Ape, but these attacks were like a drizzle to the thick-skinned and tough Titan Great Ape. With a single slap, it sent the strongest among them, Zhao Wujia, flying. A punch shattered the ground, shaking everyone to their core, and in the chaos, it seized Xiao Wu. Ouch, that hurt. Half a minute later, Zhao Zilong stood up and looked at everyone, saying, Are you all okay? Zhao Wujia looked helpless and said, Sigh. I didn't expect the Titan Great Ape to appear on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not being able to stop it. Ma Hongjun defended. How can you blame yourself for this? That's the Titan Great Ape, the king of the Stardow Forest. At this moment, Tang San walked up to Oscar and said, Little Ao, give me a mushroom sausage. Little San, you wouldn't? Don't do anything foolish. Oscar immediately responded upon hearing Tang San's words. Tang San's eyes turned red as he said, If I don't go, I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. I'm counting on you, Xiao Ao. Hearing Tang San's words, Oscar sighed and replied, All right, dreaming of mushroom sausages. Tang San looked at the mushroom sausage, snatched it, and swallowed it in one bite before flying away. Tang San, where are you going? Zhao Wujia shouted immediately. Seeing this, Zhao Zilong also quickly ate the mushroom sausage he had just gotten from Oscar and said, I'm going to chase him. He then closely followed behind Tang San. Zhao Wujia watched as Zhao Zilong chased after him and angrily shouted, Zhao Zilong, come back. Seeing the two had already flown far away, he cursed inwardly, thinking that 2 second-ring soul masters going into the Stardow Forest was just asking for death. Any 1,000-year soul beast inside could easily kill them. Chapter 12. The Man-Faced Demon Spider. Zhao Wujia looked at these two brats and immediately shouted angrily at Oscar, Hurry, get some more sausages. At this moment, Tang San looked at Zhao Zilong in surprise and said, "Brother Zilong, you also came." Zhao Zilong smiled and replied, "Didn't I say before that I wanted to pursue Xiao Wu? Did you think I was joking? At a time like this, I naturally have to step up, and I also don't want to see you go to your death." Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, although Tang San felt a bit uncomfortable inside, he thought that in such a dangerous situation, it was a good choice to entrust Xiao Wu to him. If Tang San's feelings were known to Zhao Zilong, he would definitely be speechless, thinking, "I just want to find the 8 spider lances, and Xiao Wu isn't in any real danger at all. Thank you, Brother Zilong." Soon, the 1-minute limit of the flying mushroom intestines was up, and both Tang San and Zhao Zilong landed, continuing on foot. Zhao Zilong was very alert at this time, watching Tang San's anxious expression and muttering Xiao Wu repeatedly. Zhao Zilong spoke up, "Tang San, you don't need to be so anxious. Just now, I saw that Xiao Wu was taken away by that Titan giant ape and wasn't eaten on the spot, so Xiao Wu should still be alive for now. As far as I know, there's a type of soul beast called the class ape, which is very lustful and likes human women. This Titan giant ape might be one of them. If that's the case, Xiao Wu shouldn't be killed." Hearing this, Tang San's face turned even more pale, and he shouted, "No, if that's the case, then Xiao Wu would be in even more suffering. I need to hurry and save her." With that, Tang San quickened his pace. Zhao Zilong had no choice but to follow Tang San, secretly cursing the face-devouring spider for not showing up yet. Could it be that it was because he arrived that the spider wouldn't come out? After walking for several hours in the Stardow Forest, both Tang San and Zhao Zilong felt somewhat fatigued. After all, this was the Stardow Forest, fraught with danger. Who knew when a 10,000-year soul beast might appear? Fortunately, the plot was still the same as in the original story. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, and Zhao Zilong immediately called out, "Be careful." As soon as Zhao Zilong finished speaking, a spider leg lunged toward them. Both Zhao Zilong and Tang San dodged, and Zhao Zilong excitedly exclaimed, "Face-devouring spider." Tang San looked at him and said, "If only Teacher Zhao were here, this face-devouring spider would be perfect for you." His teacher had told him that the face-devouring spider was the best choice for his 3rd soul ring, and Zhao Zilong's martial soul was also blue silvergrass, which would be suitable for him. But it was a pity that his soul power had not only not reached level 30, but for some unknown reason, it had even regressed by 1 level, leaving him with only level 28 soul power. Zhao Zilong did not expect Tang San to say this, and he replied, "Tang San, help me out. Let us work together to take down this face-devouring spider. I want to absorb its soul ring." Detected that the face-devouring spider is of great significance to the protagonist Tang San. "Would you like to sign in?" At that moment, the voice of the system girl echoed in his mind again. "Sign in." Zhao Zilong didn't expect the face-devouring spider could also be signed in and immediately chose sign in. Signed in face-devouring spider, age 2100, currently heavily injured. Task issued: kill the face-devouring spider and absorb it as the 3rd soul ring. Reward: face-devouring spider's external soul bone, 8 spider spear, and enhancement of soul ring age by 3,000 years. Hearing this voice, Zhao Zilong was overjoyed. This system was really powerful. In fact, Zhao Zilong had always been somewhat worried that even if it was the same face-devouring spider, it might not necessarily drop an external soul bone. After all, according to the Master's theory, soul bones are produced only when soul beasts have deep resentment. Tang San could drop external soul bones because of his protagonist's halo, but that might not be the case for him. Now, this system's words were undoubtedly a comforting assurance for Zhao Zilong. Tang San looked at Zhao Zilong in shock and said, "Brother Zilong, are you sure? This is a face-devouring spider over 1,000 years old, extremely terrifying." It should be noted that, even with his hidden weapons, Tang San didn't have absolute confidence in defeating it. Yet Zhao Zilong wanted to absorb it. "Didn't you notice? This face-devouring spider is already injured." Zhao Zilong grinned and said. Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Tang San immediately used his purple extreme magic eye and discovered that the abdomen of the face-devouring spider was indeed injured. Moreover, the face-devouring spider had 3 chances to spit webs, but it hadn't done so from the beginning. Before Tang San could speak, Zhao Zilong attacked first, bamboo leaf sword rain. Faced with such a wide-ranging attack, the face-devouring spider could only defend itself. Countless bamboo leaves fell, with several piercing into the spider's face, making it scream in pain and attack Zhao Zilong even more frantically. Zhao Zilong looked at the leaves of the blue-silver grass, and, using hidden weapon techniques, threw out a blast that struck the wound on the face-devouring spider's abdomen. However, the face-devouring spider was a highly poisonous soul beast, and although the poison from the bamboo leaf sword was strong, it had limited effect on it. This is Tang Secte's hidden weapon technique. No, this world shouldn't have anything from the Tang sect. It should be a technique very similar to hidden weapon techniques. Tang San was shocked when he saw Zhao Zilong's method of attack, but he quickly denied it. After all, the Douluo Continent was so vast. Although it was mainly focused on soul skills, there were certainly many hidden weapon techniques. Seeing Zhao Zilong entangled with the face-devouring spider, Tang San immediately used his soul skill. I'll help you, first soul skill, bind. After being controlled by Tang San, Zhao Zilong used his soul skill again, bamboo leaf sword rain, with countless leaves falling on the face-devouring spider's face, causing it to tear apart Tang San's blue silver grass. Damn, the lethality is a bit lacking. Zhao Zilong complained. Tang San, do you have any weapons like knives or swords? My first soul skill doesn't seem to have the power to kill it. Use this, Tang San said as he tossed over his Zhuge Divine crossbow. Want to see if Zhao Zilong recognized it. Oh, a crossbow? Zhao Zilong looked at the Zhuge Divine crossbow and couldn't directly say its name, grinning. This is a good item. Where did you get it? Tang San explained. This is called the Zhuge Divine crossbow. I made it myself. Seeing the face-devouring spider rushing over again, Zhao Zilong immediately called out, Tang San, control it one more time. I'll take it down. Okay. Then, under Tang San's control, Zhao Zilong used the Zhuge Divine crossbow to instantly kill the face-devouring spider, and a purple soul ring floated up from spider. Tang San, protect me. I'm going to absorb the soul ring. Okay. Soon, Zhao Zilong sat cross-legged on the ground as the purple soul ring descended upon him. Task completed. Kill the face-devouring spider. Reward. External soul bone 8 spider spear and enhancement of soul ring age by 3,000 years. This was Zhao Zilong's first time absorbing a soul ring, and he could feel the powerful soul power of the face-devouring spider colliding with his own soul power, gradually being absorbed by him. Chapter 13. Teacher is Golden Crocodile Douluo. After spending over an hour, they finally had a thrilling yet safe experience, successfully obtaining the third soul ring. Name, Zhao Zilong. Age, 12. Martial Soul, Blue Silver Emperor, Intermediate Martial Soul, Blue Silver Emperor Bloodline not awakened. Innate Soul Power, Level 2. 5. Soul Power, Level 32. Soul Rings. First Soul Ring 999 years. Second Soul Ring 999 years. Third Soul Ring 5,100 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill, Bamboo Leaf Sword Rain. Soul Ring taken from Ghost Bamboo. Each bamboo leaf sharp as a knife. Second Soul Skill, Heartbreaking Poison. Soul Ring taken from Heartbreaking Grass, making blue silver grass poisonous. Third Soul Skill, Web Binding. Soul Ring taken from Face-Devouring Spider. Can be used as both a single target and area soul skill. Special ability. Tang Sect Hidden Weapon Technique. Tang Sect 100 Poisons. You're awake. Tang San looked at Zhao Zilong as he opened his eyes and walked over, asking, how is it? Successfully absorbed it. The third soul skill is called Web Binding, a control-type soul skill. The web carries poison. Overall, it's quite good. Zhao Zilong nodded. Tang San couldn't help but feel shocked and said, congratulations, Brother Zilong. Zhao Zilong smiled and said, all right, let us prepare to leave. However, at that moment, Long Gong and Shi Po, along with Meng Yiran, arrived. Meng Yiran looked at the already dead, face-devouring spider and angrily exclaimed, who was it? Who killed my spider? The inevitable has come. It's a plot that can't be avoided. Zhao Zilong thought to himself as he saw Meng Yiran approaching, secretly complaining. But it was good that she came. He could first win over Meng Yiran, which would allow him to gain the support of the Supreme Dragon and Snake, giving him a bit of a backing in the future. He opened his mouth and said, Miss Meng Yiran, we meet again. It's you. How did you end up here? Meng Yiran saw Zhao Zilong and Tang San behind him, although she was still unhappy about Zhao Zilong giving her that disgusting sausage earlier. Now that her human-faced magic spider was gone, she didn't care even when Zhao Zilong called her sister. The snake woman saw Zhao Zilong and Tang San and asked in confusion, you too? How did you end up here? Where's Zhao Wujia? Tang San also walked over and clasped his fists, saying, we got separated from Teacher Zhao. Meng Yiran looked at Tang San and Zhao Zilong and asked, you two are here, and my demon spider is dead again. You two didn't kill my demon spider, did you? Zhao Zilong felt a bit awkward and replied, well, yes. It was us who killed it. The snake woman, hearing this, couldn't believe it, saying, you two were able to kill a human-faced demon spider? Meng Yiran was immediately enraged and looked at Zhao Zilong, shouting, this is already the second time. Grandpa, this guy has already stolen my soul ring twice. Long Gong Meng Shu walked over and said, you are Zhao Zilong. Do you know that the human-faced demon spider is far more precious than the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake? We have spent so much effort to hunt this human-faced demon spider. If it weren't for that annoying spider web, it would have long become our spirit ring. Zhao Zilong listened and explained, we can't be blamed for this. This human-faced demon spider was trying to kill us. How do we just sit and wait to die? Moreover, it's thanks to the seniors that I and Tang San are still alive. Otherwise, we would have definitely been killed by this human-faced demon spider. Long Gongmeng Shu struck the ground with his dragon-headed staff and looked at Zhao Zilong, saying, So, the spirit ring of this human-faced demon spider has already been absorbed by you? Zhao Zilong nodded and replied, Yes, thanks to this human-faced demon spider, I have become a soul master with 3 rings. Meng Yiran, upon hearing this, became even angrier and pointed at Zhao Zilong, saying, Since you dare to absorb my spirit ring, Grandpa, you must stand up for me. He has robbed me of my spirit rings twice. You have to help me. Long Gongmeng Shu came up and patted Meng Yiran's small hand, saying, Kid, you killed the human-faced demon spider that we have been chasing for so long and absorbed our Yiran's spirit ring. Don't you have anything to say? Zhao Zilong felt a bit awkward and said, Well, I couldn't help it. If the soul beast is dead, not absorbing the spirit ring would be a waste. So I absorbed it. What a helpless excuse. Are you saying we have to suffer this dumb loss? Long Gongmeng Shu became furious upon hearing this. Zhao Zilong clasped his fists and said respectfully, I wouldn't dare, Senior. If you have any requests, I will do my best to compensate for the losses of you and Meng Yiran. At this moment, the snake lady whispered a few words in Long Gong's ear. Long Gongmeng Shu's gaze towards Zhao Zilong changed slightly, and he opened his mouth to ask, Kid, my old partner told me that you have a teacher. I wonder who your teacher is? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zilong secretly laughed, having been waiting for this question. Zhao Zilong appeared to be in a dilemma and said, Senior, my teacher has been retired from the Douluo Continent for several decades, and he doesn't allow me to reveal his name. Meng Shu let out a cold laugh and replied, Is it inconvenient to say, or is there another reason? Meng Shu, have been traversing the Douluo Continent for decades. Even if there are powerful beings who have been living in seclusion for many years, I generally know about them. If you're truly a disciple of an old acquaintance, then I naturally won't blame you for taking the spirit ring, and I might even escort you to find Zhao Wuji. But if I find out that you are lying and deceiving me, then it will be a different story. Zhao Zilong sighed and said, All right, my teacher is the golden crocodile Douluo. I wonder if you recognize him, Senior. What? Golden crocodile Douluo? Upon hearing this name, both Long Gong and the snake lady were taken aback, their expressions filled with shock. They exchanged glances. Having lived for several decades, they knew that the name Golden Crocodile Douluo was already renowned on the Douluo Continent during their youth, and now that he had been in seclusion for decades, young soul masters would hardly know this name. Tang San, who was standing aside, saw that Zhao Zilong simply revealed his teacher's name and had already scared Long Gong and sheep like this, which made him even more curious about Zhao Zilong's teacher. Meng Shu had been wandering the Douluo Continent for many years. Although he was surprised, he remained very composed and did not fully believe Zhao Zilong's words. He looked at Zhao Zilong and said, As for the disciple of the golden crocodile, Douluo, I had a brief encounter with him in my youth and have great respect for the senior. However, you claim to be a disciple of the golden crocodile, Douluo. Do you have any proof? Of course, Meng Shu had never met the golden crocodile Douluo. He was just saying this on purpose. Is this considered proof? As he spoke, Zhao Zilong took out a token from his soul guide. This is the Pope's order? Upon seeing the Pope's order, Meng Shu's doubts were instantly dispelled, as only the elders of the Spirit Hall and the 3 major sects possessed such a token. Zhao Zilong's papal decree was naturally the one that Hao Qian Duo Tang Hao had given to the Master, and later Zhao Zilong obtained it from Master Yu Xiaogang. It must be said that this thing is quite useful for intimidation. Chapter 14. Future boyfriend at this moment. Long Gong and Sheepa looked at Zhao Zilong with different eyes. The moment Zhao Zilong took out the papal decree, it confirmed everything. After all, the Spirit Hall and the Golden Crocodile Douluo are not ones to offend. Meanwhile, Meng Shu began to have some thoughts. From a way Zhao Zilong still called Yijian's sister, it was clear that this kid at least didn't dislike Yijian. If he could become this golden son-in-law, that would be a huge gain. Putting aside the background, this kid had already reached Soul Master at just 12 years old. As long as he had someone to protect him along the way, becoming a title Douluo in the future was basically guaranteed. Thinking of this, Long Gong and Sheepa exchanged a glance. Due to their martial soul connection, the couple had reached a level of understanding without words. A single glance conveyed everything. At this moment, Meng Shu walked over and laughed. So it's the disciple of an old friend. It seems we've stirred up a hornet's nest. Haha. Seeing this scene, Meng Iran felt somewhat dissatisfied. Meng Shu looked at her and said, Iran, Zilong was forced to kill the man-faced demon spider. Don't worry, Grandpa will help you find a better spirit ring later. Watching Meng Shu approach so casually and intimately made Zhao Zilong feel a bit awkward. Given Meng Shu's demeanor, even if Zhao Zilong told him he liked Meng Iran, he would definitely agree cheerfully. However, if he were to pursue Meng Iran so directly, it would come off as too cheap. Oomph. Meng Iran glared at Zhao Zilong and huffed softly. Zhao Zilong looked a bit awkward and said, Along gong, and she senior. The reason we separated from teacher, Zhao, is mainly because one of our companions was captured by a soul beast. Tang San and I came here to rescue our companion. Meng Shu listened in silence and said, You two really have some guts. Although this is just the outskirts of the Douluo forest, there are still quite a few thousand-year soul beasts. Zhao Zilong smiled sheepishly and replied, At that time, it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. She looked a bit surprised and then asked, Oh, can there really be a soul beast out here that even Zhao Wujia can't handle? Zhao Zilong was about to speak, but Tang San, who was even more anxious than Zhao Zilong, interjected, Yes, senior, that soul beast is extremely powerful. Even teacher Zhao is no match for it. I hope you can lend a hand. I will be eternally grateful. Meng Shu curled the corner of his mouth into a smile, ignoring Tang San, and instead looked at Zhao Zilong. Tang San also cast a pleading glance at Zhao Zilong, as it was clear that Meng Shu was completely ignoring him. Zhao Zilong, knowing that Meng Shu was waiting for him to speak, cupped his fists and said, Senior, I hope you can help save my friend for the sake of my master. I will be eternally grateful. Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Meng Shu was overjoyed. First, he would let Zhao Zilong owe him a favor, and then he could smoothly send Meng Iran over. He smiled and said, Well said, Zilong. You are the disciple of an old friend of mine. How could I just stand by if my friend's disciple is in trouble? I just don't know what kind of soul beast has taken your friend. It's a Titan giant ape, Tang San hurriedly replied. What? A Titan giant ape? Upon hearing this, Long Gong and Shi Po's expressions changed immediately. They looked at Tang San with slightly ugly faces and said coldly, Kid, are you deliberately messing with us? The Titan giant ape is the king of the Douluo forest. How could it possibly appear on the outskirts of this Douluo forest? Tang San replied in a somewhat innocent tone, but it really did appear, looking at Zhao Zilong beside him, who did not refute. Long Gong and Shi Po's expressions became somewhat unpleasant. She shook her head and said, This we cannot do. Hearing this, Tang San immediately asked, Are you two not even a match for it? Meng Shu instantly became angry and said, Kid, what do you know? The Titan great ape is an ancient beast. Even a 100-year-old Titan great ape has strength comparable to a normal 10,000-year soul beast. And in this Douluo forest, there's only one Titan great ape, with a strength of at least 60,000 years. Moreover, it has a terrifying brother. Don't say us. Even a titled Douluo wouldn't dare to say they could hunt them. Sighing, he continued, Zilong, we can't help with this. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a sense of despair. Just at that moment, a pink figure suddenly appeared, excitedly calling out Xiao San. Xiao Wu. Tang San looked at the suddenly appearing Xiao Wu and immediately felt excited. Meng Shu, the Dragon Duke, also noticed Xiao Wu, his brows furrowing slightly. He felt that this girl seemed a bit extraordinary. Xiao Wu also noticed Meng Shu's presence, and a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. This is Soul Douluo. Oh no, I'm too excited to see third brother. Since he didn't notice me, he shouldn't be able to find out my identity, right? Xiao Wu, that's great. I'm so glad you're okay. Tang San said, even more excitedly hugging Xiao Wu. Zhao Zilong looked at them and called out in dissatisfaction. Hey, Tang San, are you sure you two are just siblings? You guys are so close together, it really doesn't look like siblings at all. Hearing this, Tang San felt a bit embarrassed, and Xiao Wu's little face turned slightly red. The two immediately let go of each other, while Zhao Zilong grinned and walked over with a feigned sad expression. Xiao Wu, you're really being unfair. You hug Tang San, but won't hug me. After all, I am your future boyfriend. Xiao Wu immediately became dissatisfied and glared at Zhao Zilong, saying, What future boyfriend? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll beat you up. Zhao Zilong felt innocent and complained. Tang San and I ran a long way to rescue you, and we encountered a huge group of soul beasts along the way, almost getting killed several times. And yet, you only hugged Tang San and not me. Even if you don't like me, at least you should give me a hug, some emotional comfort. Hearing this, Xiao Wu felt a bit touched, but her proud nature made her pout slightly and say, Humph, I didn't ask you to come save me. Tang San was somewhat speechless. Throughout the journey, aside from the human-faced demon spider, they hadn't encountered any other powerful soul beasts. Even when facing the human-faced demon spider, they had only spent a little effort to defeat it. Zhao Zilong, with his hands spread out, looked at Tang San and said helplessly, well, it seems I really meddled in something unnecessary. In the end, the beauty returns to you, and I just came along for nothing. Upon hearing this, Tang San also felt a bit awkward. However, he really couldn't bring himself to say something like letting Xiao Wu go comfort Zhao Zilong. At this moment, Meng Shu spoke up. Didn't you take one of Iran's soul rings? Aren't you going to say something to Iran? Chapter 15. The second competition, Zhao Zilong listened and looked at Meng Iran, who also gazed at him with a resentful expression. She huffed softly and turned her head to the side. Zhao Zilong stepped forward and said, Iran, how about this? I can return you a 10,000-year soul ring in the future. What does that sound? Meng Iran, hearing this, replied unhappily. What do you mean by Iran? Are we that familiar? Don't call me so intimately. Then how should I address you? Zhao Zilong asked. Meng Iran's face turned slightly red as she said, I'm 3 years older than you, so you should call me sister. Got it? All right, sister Iran. Upon hearing Zhao Zilong genuinely call her sister, Meng Iran's cheeks flushed and she felt a bit flustered inside. Zhao Zilong continued, so sister Iran, what do you think of my proposal? Once your soul power reaches level 50, I will return you a 10,000-year soul ring. Humph, since you called me sister, I'll let the matter of you taking my soul ring go. Meng Iran said with a bit of pride, but I want to compete with you one more time. Zhao Zilong chuckled lightly and confidently said, all right, let's talk once you get your soul ring. No, I'm not talking about competing in martial souls and soul power. I'm talking about this. Saying this, Meng Iran took out some broken soul knives and said, I have 32 broken soul knives here, 16 for each of us. Later, I will have my grandfather shake the leaves down, and then we will throw the flying knives. Whoever hits more leaves wins. Zhao Zilong, upon hearing this, spread his hands and said, flying knives? But I can't do that. This is a bit unfair for me. Meng Iran smiled confidently and said, it's okay. Since you called me sister, I will naturally go easy on you. How about this? I'll give you 20 broken soul knives, and I'll only take 12. This way, it shouldn't be considered bullying you, right? Fine. Zhao Zilong reluctantly agreed. Tang San, who was standing by, was somewhat speechless. You only know how to throw hidden weapons well. Although the weight of the flying knife was much heavier than that of the blue-silver leaves, Tang San had seen Zhao Zilong's technique and was very skilled at it. All right, let's get started. Meng Iran said. Wait a minute. Zhao Zilong called to a stop. Meng Iran smiled slightly. What's wrong? Are you scared? If you can't do it, you can admit defeat. Just kidding. A man can't say he can't do it. Zhao Zilong smiled and replied, I just want to have a little fun. If I lose, I will find a 50-level soul ring for you. But if you lose, don't worry. I want to make you help me find any soul rings. You just have to kiss me. Hearing Zhao Zilong's frivolous tone, Meng Iran's face turned a little red with anger. Xiao Wu was a bit annoyed and said, you guy, why do you always think about taking advantage of girls every day? Meng Shu, upon hearing Zhao Zilong's bet, was overjoyed and said, all right, it's decided. Grandpa Meng, hearing that Meng Shu agreed, immediately blushed and said. Meng Shu stroked his beard and smiled. If young people don't have a bit of passion, can they still be called young people? Zhao Zilong grinned and said, if you don't want to kiss me, you can kiss Tang San instead. I don't want to. Meng Iran huffed, glancing disdainfully at Tang San, and said proudly, besides, it's still uncertain who will win or lose. Tang San's face immediately darkened. He hadn't said a word here, so why was he getting hit even while lying down? As Xiao Wu listened and looked at Tang San and Zhao Zilong. Although Zhao Zilong wasn't particularly handsome, he was still much better looking than Dai Mubai and Oscar, but he was indeed more attractive than Tang San, especially with those peach blossom eyes, coupled with the slightly charming smile at the corner of his mouth, which was quite appealing to girls. In that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly felt that Tang San was less appealing. All right, let's continue. Saying this, Meng Shu slapped the tree trunk, and countless leaves fluttered down. Meng Iran looked at the 12 flying knives in her hand and quickly threw them out, each knife having at least one leaf on it, some even having 2 or 3 leaves. Meng Shu looked on in admiration and said, not bad, not bad, a total of 29 leaves. Zilong, it's your turn. Okay. Meng Shu shook down more leaves, and Zhao Zilong threw his flying knives, which were faster and more accurate than Meng Iran's. Each of his knives had 2 or 3 leaves, and since Zhao Zilong had 20 flying knives, the number naturally far exceeded Meng Yiran's. Meng Yiran was surprised to see Zhao Zilong's move and said angrily, "You lied to me. Didn't you say you wouldn't do that? You have to admit your loss, right?" Hearing this, Zhao Zilong's lips curled into a playful smile. Meng Yiran let out a soft huff and then walked over to give Zhao Zilong a quick kiss on the cheek before blushing and running away. Meanwhile, Meng Shu, who was watching from the side, stroked his beard in satisfaction and said, "All right, since you found your companion, let's go with us. I'll take you to find Zhao Wujia." After saying that, Meng Shu glanced at Xiao Wu. Although he still found her somewhat strange, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Along the way, Meng Yiran's face was slightly red as she sneakily glanced at Zhao Zilong, while Long Gong smiled at the corner of his mouth. For him, if Meng Yiran could end up with his grandson-in-law, it would definitely be a great thing. With the help of Long Gong and Shi Pe, they quickly found Zhao Wujia and the others. The rest of the Shrek team were also very happy to see Xiao Wu. When Zhao Wujia saw Long Gong and Shi Pe, he naturally thought that the couple had saved Zhao Zilong and the others. He immediately came over and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "I am Zhao Wujia. Thank you both for saving my students." "You're welcome," Long Gong replied, stroking his beard. He then looked at the Shrek group and asked, "Children, what is your soul power level?" Although he did not understand why Meng Shu asked this way, they still stated their soul power levels. Upon hearing this, Long Gong was quite surprised. His granddaughter was already very talented, but he did not expect that each of these children was even more gifted than her. The lowest soul power level among them was 26, and at the age of 12, there were still some who had not reached level 26. Meng Shu stroked his beard and said, "Brother Zhao, the teachers at your Shrek Academy are truly impressive. It is rare for these children to possess such strength at their age." "You flatter us, senior," Zhao Wujia replied. Clasping his fists, Meng Shu directly stated his purpose. "Brother Zhao, Meng Yiran is still 15 years old this year, with a soul power of level 30. After obtaining a soul ring, she should be able to reach level 31. I would like her to join Shrek Academy, and I wonder if you think this is feasible." Chapter 16. Leaving the Star Dough Forest, Meng Yiran felt a bit anxious upon hearing this. Why didn't anyone discuss it with her before deciding to transfer her? She spoke up. "Grandpa, what will happen to the Beast Academy if I go to Shrek Academy?" "As for the Beast Academy, Grandpa will help you with the withdrawal, so you don't need to worry about it," Meng Shu replied, stroking his beard. "Besides, among your peers in the Beast Academy, no one can compare to you. Shrek Academy is different. It has so many talented students. Talents should gather together, which will help your growth. You can also communicate more with Zilong about the insights of throwing daggers." Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran's face turned even redder, and she shyly lowered her head after glancing at Zhao Zilong. Meng Shu then looked at Zhao Zilong with a smile and asked, "Zilong, what do you think? Would you be willing to guide Yiran in throwing daggers?" Zhao Zilong responded with cupped fists, "With your order, senior, how could I dare to refuse?" Finally, Meng Shu turned to Zhao Wujia and asked, "All right, Brother Zhao, what do you think of Yiran's talent? Could she enter your Shrek Academy?" Zhao Wujia looked at Meng Yiran. Although her talent was slightly inferior to these little monsters, reaching level 30 at just 15 years old was indeed impressive. He cupped his fists and said, "Of course. Our Shrek Academy's requirement is to reach level 21 before the age of 13. With Meng Yiran's talent, it is indeed sufficient. I can speak on behalf of our principal and agree to this." Meng Shu then asked, "Oh, may I ask who your principal is?" Zhao Wujia replied honestly, "The principal is Flander, a level 78 soul sage." Upon hearing this name, Meng Shu nodded slightly. "Oh, so it's one of the golden iron triangle, the flying angle. All right, once I find a soul ring for Yiran, I will personally visit your Shrek Academy." "Yes, when the time comes, we will certainly welcome you, senior," Zhao Wujia replied again, with cupped fists. Meng Shu nodded and then left with Snake Lady and Meng Yiran. When Meng Yiran was leaving, she couldn't help but glance back at Zhao Zilong a few times, and Zhao Zilong waved back at her. It wasn't until they had left that everyone from Shrek breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Wujia looked at Zhao Zilong and asked, "Hey Zilong, how did you get to know Senior Long Gong? It feels like he would love to marry his granddaughter off to you." Zhao Zilong began to joke with them, saying, "Maybe it's because I'm good at throwing flying daggers." Hearing this, the others looked skeptical. Zhao Zilong helplessly spread his hands and said, "All right, it's because Senior Long Gong is an acquaintance of my teacher." "I see." Zhao Wujia nodded and said, "Well, since we've found the person, let's quickly help you obtain the third soul ring." Zhao Zilong replied, "No need. The Dragon Snake couple has already helped me obtain the third soul ring." After saying that, Zhao Zilong revealed his 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Zhao Wujie looked at Zhao Zilong's 3 soul rings, nodded lightly, and then turned to Xiao Wu and asked, Xiao Wu, how did you escape from the Titan giant ape? When Xiao Wu heard Zhao Wujie's question, she recited the lines she had prepared. Well, I was originally captured by him, but halfway through, I suddenly heard a cow's roar, and the Titan giant ape just dropped me. Then I fainted, and when I woke up, I had just reached level 30. You wouldn't believe it, but there happened to be several soul beasts nearby that had been stunned by the Titan giant ape for 1,000 years, and there was just the right one for me, so I killed it. Now I'm a level 31 3-ring soul master. How lucky is that? Oscar and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. Zhao Wujie was also a bit speechless and said, sometimes luck is also a form of strength. All right, little monsters. Since you all have soul rings now, let's get ready to go back. As he spoke, Zhao Wujie remembered that Tang San had been at level 29 not long ago. Just like Xiao Wu, and looked at Tang San, saying, Tang San, you're not going to break through to level 32, are you? Tang San felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. Not only had he not broken through to level 30, but he had actually dropped to level 28. However, he wouldn't admit it, as it was too embarrassing. He replied, Teacher Zhao, I think I still need some more time to break through. Let's head back to the academy first. All right. On the other side, Long Gong Meng Shu looked at the silent Meng Yiran and said, Yiran, what are you thinking about? Meng Yiran replied, I was just thinking about Zhao Zilong. How did he manage to cultivate the blue silvergrass? Such a useless martial soul. To level 30? Meng Yiran seemed a bit confused, and then somewhat dissatisfied, saying, and Grandpa, how can you casually send me to Shrek Academy? It feels like you're trying to give me to Zhao Zilong. Oh, you don't like him? Long Gong Meng Shu asked gently while listening. Meng Yiran huffed and said, Humph, it's not that I like or dislike him. After all, he's just a common person, and he's not that handsome. Long Gong Meng Shu chided her, Girl, how can you judge someone by their looks? In your exotic beast academy, don't you often have a lot of handsome young men confessing to you? Yet you still reject them. Meng Yiran disdainfully replied, Those guys have such poor talent. They're just pretty boys. I'm not interested. Isn't that enough? Meng Shu said with a smile. Zhao Zilong has exceptional talent, reaching Soul Master at just 12 years old. His future achievements are limitless. Although he's not particularly handsome, at least he's not ugly. Isn't he good enough for you? Then, Meng Shu continued, Moreover, I see that Zhao Zilong seems to like you quite a bit. Grandpa believes that with your beauty, he will surely fall for you. Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran's face turned even redder as she said, Grandpa, but he's 3 years younger than me. Meng Shu stroked his beard and smiled, so what? It's just 3 years, not 30. Soul Masters have longer lifespans than ordinary people. Living over 100 years is definitely not a problem. If he reaches title Douluo, living up to 200 years is also not a problem. Yiran, you should cherish this. If you want to find someone talented and handsome, where in the world can you find such a good thing? And even if there really is such a talented and good-looking guy, he might not even look at you. Meng Yiran felt somewhat dissatisfied with this statement, but didn't say anything. Meng Shu continued, Moreover, Grandpa has already discussed with Zhao Wujie, and Shrek Academy is willing to enroll you. Zhao Zilong has also agreed to guide you in throwing knives. If you don't go, how will people see Grandpa in the future? Meng Yiran, feeling a bit wronged, muttered softly, I never said I wouldn't go. Meng Shu smiled, since that's the case, then this matter is settled. Hearing Meng Shu make a direct decision, Meng Yiran huffed and didn't refute anymore. Chapter 17. Academy Life the next day. The teachers and students of Shrek had left the Stardow Forest, and it was finally time for the daily check-in. Detected character Zhao Wujie. Would you like a check-in? The voice of the system appeared in his mind. Check-in. Soon, a semi-transparent panel appeared in front of Zhao Zilong that only he could see. Character Zhao Wujie, Vice Dean of Shrek Academy. Age, 46. Martial Soul, Titan Giant Bear, High-Level Martial Soul. Innate Soul Power, Level 7. Soul Power, Level 76. Check-in Zhao Wujie, depriving Zhao Wujie of 0. 5 levels of innate soul power. Deprivation successful. The host's current innate soul power is level 3. Once he heard the system's voice in his mind stop, Zhao Zilong felt a bit disappointed. Is that it? However, 0. 5 levels of innate soul power was still better than Li Yusong's. Li Yusong had not only lost 0. 5 levels of soul power. If his innate soul power was insufficient, it would be very difficult to cultivate soul power. Just like Zhao Zilong now, although he appeared to have level 32, his innate soul power was only a mere level 3. If he couldn't deprive more innate soul power, he would soon be surpassed by Tang San and the others. After all, they were all geniuses. After returning to the academy, Zhao Zilong went with Oscar and Xiao Wu to the Soul Master Branch Hall in Soto City to update their soul power records. Zhao Zilong never registered for a spot in the Spear Hall, so he could only lie to them, claiming that he had lost his Soul Master Manual and needed a replacement. At the same time, he also received a subsidy of 20 gold soul coins. But this subsidy was only available to soul masters under the age of 25. Those over 25 could not receive it. At this moment, on the back mountain dozens of kilometers away from Shrek Academy, Zhao Zilong felt a surge of enhancement in all his bodily functions as the 8 spider spears appeared behind him. Swish, swish. Swish, several slashes from 8 spider spears instantly cut down a few large trees, with purple venom corroding the trunks and emitting purple smoke. Truly worthy of being a system gift. It has perfectly integrated into my body, just like my limbs, and it's so sharp, Zhao Zilong said, extending his finger to touch the tip of the 8 spider spears, which felt completely metallic. Looking at the panel in front of him, external soul bone, 8 spider spears, soul skill, enhancement, enhances all attributes by 50. Soul skill, devour, devours the opponent's soul power and fully replenishes one's own soul power consumption, with added severe poison. The soul skills are identical to Tang San's. With this 8 spider spear, combined with Tang Sek's hidden weapon techniques, defeating soul masters above level 40 is not guaranteed. But those at level 30 should not be his match. In the following days, everyone was free to cultivate, except for some running exercises every morning. The rest of the time was mostly spent on individual practice. After all, Shrek Academy is like this. When it first started accepting students, it took in those with talent at the top of the pyramid. Students with such talent, even without teachers' guidance, would cultivate their soul power very quickly. In his previous life, many Douluo fans had mixed opinions about Shrek Academy. However, Zhao Zilong's view of Shrek Academy was somewhat disdainful. In its 20 years since establishment, it had only accepted 42 students and ultimately only 14 graduated. Those who did not graduate either died at the hands of soul beasts, dropped out midway, or for other reasons. Due to the Academy's lack of resources, it did not officially register as an academy in any country, and every student who graduated was a genius renowned across the Douluo Continent. With achievements, it was said that Shrek Academy taught well, while those who died or dropped out were deemed to lack capability, although this might seem reasonable at first glance. If those who dropped out or died had access to better educational resources at other academies, such as simulated cultivation environments, perhaps they would not have died or could have achieved something on the Douluo Continent. This reminded Zhao Zilong of those top-tier schools in his previous life, where teachers taught students as if they were teaching birds to fly, first spreading their wings, then how to do this and that. If one accidentally fell and died, it was simply due to their own lack of ability. They deserved it. If they succeeded in flying, it was because the school taught well. However, as long as one was a genius, no matter who was calling, they were destined to shine in the future. Of course, this was Zhao Zilong's perspective from his previous life. For the current Zhao Zilong, Shrek Academy is still a good place. At least the teachers here are strong enough. And if they need to hunt soul beasts, they can help, even if it comes to hunting 10,000-year soul beasts in the future. Moreover, Zhao Zilong himself is now also a part of Shrek. At this time, in the academy, Tang San had been staying in his room to cultivate his soul power these days, except for eating. Perhaps it was because his soul power had dropped by 1 level that he wanted to restore it as quickly as possible. As for the others, they had gone to Soto City to have fun. In the past few days, Zhao Zilong has also checked in with Flander, stripping away 5 levels of innate soul power from him, bringing his innate soul power to 3. 5 levels. He has also checked in with Lu Qibin, taking away 5 levels of soul power from him as well, making his soul power 32. 5 levels. Now, among the 5 teachers at Shrek Academy, only Xiao Xian is left. However, a few days ago, Flander sent Xiao Xian and Li Yusong out to purchase supplies like rice, vegetables, and flour, because Flander is famously stingy, wanting both cheap and practical options. By sending the two to buy directly from the farmers, they can avoid middlemen. Previously, there were only 3 students, and Dai Mubai often went out to eat, hardly ever dining at the school. But this year, there are 8 students, and soon Mengaran will also come, bringing the total to 9 students. Naturally, more dishes will need to be prepared for meals, and then the school rules can be modified to require them to eat at school every day, which would allow for another profit. Zhao Zilong had returned from the Starry Forest for several days, but had not seen Yu Xiaogang appear. At this point in the original story, Yu Xiaogang should have already arrived at Shrek Academy. yet he still had not shown up. It was likely that Yu Xiaogang also noticed that his soul power was regressing and was now at a loss. Today, Xiao Xian finally returned with Li Yusong, and Zhao Zilong immediately found Xiao Xian, who was still reporting to Flinder at that moment. Teacher Xiao Xian Dean. After Zhao Zilong approached, he greeted the two. Detected character Xiao Xian, would you like to check in? Sure enough, the system's elegant female voice appeared again. Flinder looked at them and said, "Oh, Xiao Xian. Zilong has been looking for you these days, saying he wants to try the taste of your martial soul, jelly bean. Just give him a couple." To this request, Xiao Xian readily agreed, saying, "All right, Dean." Chapter 18. Meng Iran enters Shrek check-in. Xiao Xian, martial soul, jelly bean, level 71, food system soul saint. Choice, deprive Xiao Xian of 0. 5 levels of soul power. Deprivation successful. Host current soul power is level 33. While Zhao Zilong was depriving Xiao Xian of soul power, Xiao Xian had already prepared 3 jelly beans, saying, "Here you go. The green jelly bean for healing, the black jelly bean for soul power recovery, and the blue jelly bean for speed enhancement." Thank you, teacher Xiao Xian. After receiving the jelly beans, Zhao Zilong immediately left. After all, his primary purpose was not just to get the jelly beans, but to check in. Completed the check-in task for the 5 teachers of Shrek Academy. Reward. Light body technique, Lingbo Weibu. Looking at the panel in front of him. Name, Zhao Zilong. Age, 12. Martial soul, Blue Silver Emperor, intermediate martial soul. Blue Silver Emperor bloodline not awakened. Innate soul power, level 3. 5. Soul power, level 33. Soul rings. First soul ring 999 years. Second soul ring 999 years. Third soul ring 5,100 years. Soul skills. First soul skill, bamboo leaf sword rain. Soul ring derived from ghost bamboo. Each bamboo leaf is as sharp as a knife. Second soul skill, heartbreaking poison. Soul ring derived from heartbreaking grass, causing blue silver grass to contain deadly poison. Third soul skill, spider web binding. Soul ring derived from the human-faced demon spider. Could be used as a single target or area soul skill. Special abilities, Tansected and weapon techniques. Tansect 100 poisons, Lingbo Weibu. External soul bone, 8 spider lances, soul skill. Enhancement, enhances all attributes by 50. Soul skill, devour, devours the opponent's soul power and fully replenishes the user's soul power consumption. Also carries deadly poison. Zhao Zilong looked at this reward and couldn't help but stroke his chin, saying Lingbo Weibu. I wonder how it compares to Tang San's Ghost Shadow Misty Steps in terms of strength. The system's voice came through. It still depends on the user's speed. Purely in terms of technique, Lingbo Weibu is slightly superior to Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. Not bad. Zhao Zilong was quite satisfied with this task. Flinder and Zhao Wujia, as the president and vice president of Shrek, had their innate soul power reduced by 1 level, while teachers Li Yusong, Li Qi Bean, and Xiao Xian had 1. 5 levels of soul power deprived from them. However, regarding innate soul power, having only 3. 5 levels now is still too little, especially compared to the talents of the Shrek 7 monsters. He would have to wait until the Shrek battle team was established to see if he could deprive more innate soul power from them. By then, even if there were 7 people, each could have 0. 5 levels of innate soul power deprived, totaling 3. 5 levels. Hurry up and establish the Shrek battle team. Now Zhao Zilong just hoped the Shrek battle team would be established soon. Only then could he complete the upcoming tasks. After all, he only had a temporary advantage in soul power, and in terms of talent, he was still far behind the others in Shrek. Hey, Zhao Zilong. At that moment, a delicate voice called out, Meng Iran. Zhao Zilong looked at the beautiful figure running towards him. Behind Meng Yi, there were Long Gong Meng Shu, Shi Pachao Tian Xiang, and Zhao Wuji. Zhao Zilong stepped forward and said, Greetings, 2 seniors. Meng Shu looked at Zhao Zilong, stroked his beard, and smiled. Zilong, we meet again. We will continue to study here together, so please take good care of her for me. Yes. At this moment, Zhao Wuji extended his hand and said, 2 seniors, please this way. I will take you to meet the dean and help Meng Iran with her enrollment procedures. All right, lead the way. Meng Shu nodded calmly. Meng Iran looked at Zhao Zilong and smiled, saying, Zhao Zilong, we'll see each other later. With the arrival of the Dragon King and the Snake Lady, Flander naturally welcomed them warmly. After all, the Dragon King Meng Shu was a powerful soul Douluo, and the couple's martial soul fusion skill was comparable to that of a title Douluo. Flander didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. After receiving the payment, he quickly took care of Meng Iran's enrollment procedures. Zilong, why don't you take Meng Yuran around the academy? At this moment, Zhao Wujia came over and handed Meng Yuran to Zhao Zilong. Meng Yuran approached, her face slightly flushed because she constantly recalled her grandfather's words, which made her feel shy. It seems there isn't much to see in this academy, Zhao Zilong said somewhat speechlessly. Although the academy was quite large, it was essentially a rural area. There were still many villagers on the other side. Looking at Meng Yuran, he said, "All right, I understand. Let's go." Saying this, Zhao Zilong walked ahead, and Meng Yuran, feeling angry, quickly followed behind, stomping her feet. Seeing Meng Yuran catch up, Zhao Zilong grinned and asked, "What do you think of Shrek Academy? Can I speak honestly?" Meng Yuran playfully looked at Zhao Zilong, and without waiting for his response, she proudly said, "To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed. This academy is just too, what should I say? Shabby, right?" Zhao Zilong chuckled lightly and replied, "Now that you're here, are you a bit disappointed?" "A little," Meng Yuran directly answered. "By the way, where's everyone else? Why is it just you in the academy?" Zhao Zilong smiled and said, "They've all gone out to play. In Shrek Academy, there's half an hour of physical training and one theory class every morning. After class, you can leave, and sometimes there will be practical classes. The rest of the time is self-study for students, including soul power cultivation. Of course, there won't be any simulated cultivation environments here." Hearing this, Meng Yuran felt a bit speechless. What kind of academy had she come to? She asked, "Then how do you all cultivate so fast? Is there some secret method?" Zhao Zilong smiled and explained, "What secret method? Everyone here is a genius, with 3 of them having innate full soul power, and the others also have innate soul power levels of 8 or 9. For them, increasing soul power is like playing a game. So the teachers basically don't manage us too much. They mainly handle the cleanup work for us." Upon hearing this, Meng Yuran felt a bit dazed. How could this group of people have such good talent? The lowest among them was innate level 8, making Meng Yuran feel a bit inferior. Zhao Zilong asked, "What is your innate soul power level?" "I'm only level 7, Meng Yuran said somewhat self-deprecatingly, feeling that in this academy, she was basically at the bottom. Actually, innate level 7 talent isn't bad. Now with you included, our academy has a total of 9 people, and there are 5 teachers." After hearing Meng Yuran's innate soul power level, Zhao Zilong wasn't surprised. He then looked at Meng Yuran and said, "It seems there isn't much to see in this academy. Mostly rural scenery. Over time, you'll gradually get used to it. Let's go. Let us eat something in the cafeteria. Today, new students are arriving, and the dean should come to give a speech or something. They should be called back by the teachers." In the afternoon, everyone from Shrek was called to the classroom. Flanders stood on the podium, looking at the chatting students below, and pretended to cough, saying, "Little monsters, today another little monster is joining you. Gomin, Mingiran." Seeing Meng Yuran enter, Ma Hongjun immediately started whistling from below and excitedly said, "Isn't this the one from the Stardew Forest?" Dai Mubai slapped Ma Hongjun on the back and said, "Of course. Didn't you hear what the Dragon King said back then? It seems that this year our academy finally has a bit of an academy vibe. We actually have 9 people." Ma Hongjun grinned mischievously and said, "This is great. Our academy has another girl now." Dai Mubai rolled his eyes at Ma Hongjun and said, "Fatty, her voice is much louder than yours." At this moment, Oscar ran over and sat next to Zhao Zilong, saying, "Zilong, now that Meng Yuran has come, you have to treat her well. After all, she came to Shrek Academy for you." Oscar said this to try to make Zhao Zilong back off, so he wouldn't compete with him for Ning Rongrong. Zhao Zilong replied somewhat speechlessly, "You're really persistent, even if it's just you and the fatty left. I think the fatty has a better chance of winning over Rongrong than you do." Ning Rongrong, sitting in front of Zhao Zilong, immediately turned around and scolded, "You're talking nonsense. I would never like that fatty." Oscar was delighted to hear this, while Ma Hongjun, suddenly caught in the crossfire, protested, "Hey, I didn't say anything. Who did I offend? I wouldn't like you either." Looking at Oscar's expression, Ning Rongrong huffed. Zhao Zilong smiled slightly. And Ning Rongrong then said to Zhao Zilong, "You're the same. No man is a good thing." Zhu Zhuqing said coldly. Dai Mubai went over to comfort her, saying, "No, Zhuqing, I'm different from him. You can't just judge all men by one standard." "Humph, aren't you just the same?" Zhuqing huffed, not bothering to argue with Dai Mubai. "All right, quiet down. Return to your seats. How will the new classmates see us if you act like this?" Flander looked at these little monsters, feeling a bit speechless. Upon hearing Flander's words, everyone returned to their seats. Ma Hongjun, who was a bit reckless, jumped out and said, "Teacher, don't you always say we are monsters? Since we are monsters, we should stand out, right?" Flander twitched at the corners of his eyes. These little monsters really couldn't go a day without causing trouble. With a gloomy smile, he said, "You want to stand out? Good. Let me see how your training has been these days. All of you, come out for practical class." Beside them, Meng Iran looked a bit confused. Flanders spoke up. "Meng Iran, you come along too." They arrived at the playground outside, where Flanders called all the teachers over and said, "Next, we'll have a real combat class. Lao Zhao, Lao Lu, Lao Li, you three will take the lead." Dai Mubai immediately complained, "No way. Dean, with 2 soul emperors and a soul sage. Do you want to kill us? Even if we all combine our strengths, we still can't match Teacher Zhao, let alone add in Teacher Li and Teacher Lu." Hearing this, Flanders smiled and said, "Aren't you all trying to stand out? Here's your chance. Besides, I think it's quite fair. Li Yusong is level 63, Lu Qibin is 66, and Zhao Wujuan is 76. Together, their combined soul power is just over 200. You 9 combined definitely exceed that." Oscar complained, "No, Dean, that's not how it works." Zhao Zilong also chimed in, "If it were just one person, maybe we have a chance, but facing 3 is just asking for trouble." Flanders replied, "All right, since you said so, we'll do it your way. The 3 teachers will come up one at a time, and you can have at most 7 people on stage. That should be acceptable, right?" Without waiting for Zhao Zilong and the others to respond, Flanders continued, "Okay, you have 1 incense stick's worth of time to discuss strategies and tactics." Hearing Flanders' words, the group had no choice but to wear a bitter expression. Zhao Wujia walked up and said, "All right, stop whining over there. How about this? When I deal with you, I won't use my 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. That should be acceptable, right? Of course, the premise is that you must have the strength to defeat Li Yusong and Lu Qibin before you can face me. By the way, Tang San, you can't use your strange hidden weapons either." Tang San nodded and replied, "Yes, Teacher Zhao." At this moment, Tang San asked again, "Teacher Zhao, you just said that we must first defeat Teacher Li and Teacher Lu, which means you're the last one." Zhao Wujia generously revealed their order of appearance. "That's right. First is Li Yusong, then Lu Qibin, and finally me." Hearing the order of the teacher's appearance, Zhao Zilong and the others went aside to discuss strategies and tactics. Dai Mubai looked at everyone and said, "Brothers, this time it's really going to be tough. Although the 3 teachers come one at a time, our soul power will probably struggle to last until the end." Dai Mubai looked at everyone and continued, "Here, let me also talk about the martial souls of the 3 teachers. Teacher Li has the martial soul dragon pattern staff, a strong attack system soul emperor. Teacher Lu's martial soul is star chess, a control system soul emperor, and Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the powerful golden bear, a strong attack system soul saint." At this moment, Zhao Zilong spoke up, "The key is how to deal with it. If it were just one person, we could use a wheel battle to slowly drag them out. But with 3 people, even if we expend all our strength to defeat one, there's still 2 left." Tang San said, "Then we need to arrange our tactics reasonably. We have 9 people, and we can send up to 7 at a time, which means the remaining 2 can rest. If we can make good use of the rest time in between, there should still be a way." Zhao Zilong struck his left fist against his right palm and said, "Forget it, we'll face it head on. For the first match, we must give it our all. And even if we can't win in the end, we must win beautifully against Teacher Li Yusong." Everyone listened to Zhao Zilong's words and looked at him. Dai Mubai asked, "Zilong, what do you have in mind?" Zhao Zilong smiled and said, "Since we're going all out, we will definitely go with our strongest forces. You, me, Xiao Wu, Xiao Ao, and Iran. All 5 of us are soul sages, so we will all go up for the first match. With Rong support and Fatty's aerial support, we should have no problem dealing with Teacher Li Yusong." Chapter 20. Battle against Li Yusong. Dai Mubai, being very decisive, immediately decided, "All right, it's settled then. Do you have any specific strategies?" Meng Iran asked. Zhao Zilong quickly arranged. "This is simple. Fatty is responsible for protecting Rong and Xiao Ao, and can provide aerial support as needed. Old Bai, you're a strong attack type, and Iran and Xiao Wu are both agile attack types. The 3 of you should be able to face Teacher Li for a round or 2. I'll interfere from the side and look for opportunities to deliver a decisive blow to Teacher Li." "Okay, it's decided." Dai Mubai nodded. Soon, Zhao Zilong and the others confirmed their plan and arrived at the open space on the playground, where Li Yusong was already waiting. Seeing Dai Mubai and the others approach, he said, "Oh, did you finish discussing so quickly?" "Yes, Teacher Li," Dai Mubai replied. Li Yusong summoned his dragon pattern staff, and 6 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, black appeared beneath his feet, saying, "If that's the case, then let's begin. Brothers, Activate your martial souls. Dai Mubai called out. Everyone activated their martial souls. Zhao Zilong, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Ming Iran, and Oscar all had 2 yellow and 1 purple, while Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong had 2 yellow. With the 7 treasures' famous abilities. First is strength. Second is speed. Ning Rongrong directly provided buffs to Zhao Zilong and the others, increasing their speed and strength by 30%. Dai Mubai charged forward first. Roaring, White Tiger, Fierce Light Wave. Li Yusong waved his dragon-patterned staff, directly dispersing the light wave. Zhao Zilong stood on the blue silvergrass, causing it to grow several meters high, looking down at Li Yusong and quietly saying, Bamboo Leaf Sword Rain. Li Yusong's dragon-patterned staff spun rapidly, blocking the incoming blue silvergrass leaves, and coldly said, Since you've climbed so high, 4th soul skill, Power Break 1000 June. With one strike, the blue silvergrass was severed, and Zhao Zilong fell from the air. Li Yusong charged directly at Zhao Zilong and said, Let us start with you. Using Lingbo, Weibo, Zhao Zilong's speed suddenly increased, leaving an afterimage in place as he dodged the staff attack, which hit only the afterimage. Is this a self-created soul skill? Li Yusong looked at him in surprise. Tang San, watching from below, was even more surprised, for he understood that what he saw was not a soul skill at all, but a light body technique. Although it was different from his ghost shadow perplexing track, it was indeed a very profound step. At the same time, thinking of this, Tang San's gaze towards Zhao Zilong changed. He secretly thought, could it be that he is really like me? No, it should be a coincidence. Douluo Continent is so vast. It's not surprising to have a light body technique. After dodging once, Li Yusong, feeling somewhat unconvinced, continued to attack Zhao Zilong. But the nearby Dai Mubai and Ming Iran immediately launched their attacks, forcing Li Yusong to defend. A Masiba whip ansnarad Li Yusong. And even though his soul power was high, he was momentarily restrained. A good opportunity arose, and Dai Mubai shouted, White Tiger's Light Wave. His 3rd soul skill, Poisonous Fangs, and 5th soul skill, Dragon Pattern Dance, were unleashed. Li Yusong roared, and his soul power surged, shattering Dai Mubai and Meng Iran's soul skills with a powerful impact. His 3rd soul skill, Teleportation, activated, and in the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu appeared before Li Yusong, her eyes glowing pink as she said, 2nd soul skill, Enchantment. Li Yusong was momentarily dazed, but Xiao Wu seized the opportunity instantly. With her 1st soul skill, Waist Bow, she struck Li Yusong, sending him back several steps. The Bamboo Leaf Sword Rain launched another large-scale attack, and Li Yusong immediately raised his dragon-patterned staff to defend, while Dai Mubai and Meng Iran also attacked him. At this moment, Zhao Zilong's blue silver grass turned purple in his hand, and he plucked a few leaves. With a series of whooshing sounds, the purple blue silver grass leaves pierced into Li Yusong's calves. This kid actually used the blue silver grass leaves as hidden weapons. Impressive. Outside, Zhao Wujia smiled slightly. He had suffered from hidden weapons when facing Tang San back then. Seeing Li Yusong hit, Zhao Zilong smiled. His blue silver grass was highly toxic. No matter how highly Yusong's soul power was, how long could he hold out? Zhao Zilong then said, Teacher Li, you should concede. My blue silver grass is poisonous. You have already lost. Little monsters, don't underestimate the Soul Emperor. Li Yusong said as he slammed his dragon-patterned staff into the ground. Immediately, everyone felt a powerful gravitational pressure. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, both support-type soul masters, were forced to the ground, and Ma Hongjun also fell from the air. So heavy. Is this the power of a 10,000-year soul skill? At this moment, the others were struggling to hold on. Dai Mubai felt the immense gravity and went half-kneeling on the ground. The power of the Soul Emperor was indeed terrifying. If Teacher Li had used this move from the start, they would have had no chance of winning. Zhao Zilong also felt the tremendous pressure and couldn't help but kneel down, while Li Yusong, despite being poisoned, could still temporarily suppress the toxins with his powerful soul power. Slowly walking towards them, he then swung his staff, sending Dai Mubai flying, followed by another swing that sent Xiao Wu flying as well. Tang San, watching from below, was on the verge of going berserk. When Li Yusong reached Zhao Zilong's 8 spider lances suddenly exploded from his back, growling, 3rd soul skill, web binding. What? Li Yusong did not expect Zhao Zilong to counterattack under his full gravitational pressure, and that it was a soul bone at that. He hurriedly tried to defend. The whooshing sounds of the 8 spider lances attacked rapidly, instantly creating several large wounds on Li Yusong's body. With Li Yusong injured, the gravitational pressure effect weakened. Dai Mubai immediately stood up and launched an attack. White Tiger's Light Wave. Snake Blade. Waist Bow. Phoenix Fire Line. All at once, everyone's attacks landed. Although Li Yusong hurriedly defended, he was still bombarded, and his already tattered clothes were ripped apart, making him look like a beggar. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and knelt on the ground, suffering from the poison of the heartbreaking grass, now also hit by the 8 Spider Lance's potent toxins, along with all the attacks, causing him to be unable to bear it any longer. Flinder looked at this and shouted, "Xiao Xian, quickly prepare detoxifying jelly beans." Chapter 21. Battle with Lucci Beans soon. Xiao Xian fed Li Yusong detoxifying jelly beans and healing jelly beans, and Li Yusong's complexion improved significantly. Flinder looked at the Shrek students with a grin. "Not bad. Little monsters, I didn't expect you to defeat the level 63 Li Yusong by working together. Good job. Zilong, I didn't expect you to get Soul Bone. It seems you had some good fortune. This is from when I killed the man-faced demon spider and absorbed the 3rd soul ring," Zhao Zilong honestly explained. "You little brat are quite lucky," Dai Mubai said, walking over and patting Zhao Zilong on the shoulder. On the side, Meng Yiran watched with a pout, feeling a bit sour. The face-devouring spider was originally hers, but it was snatched away by Zhao Zilong. It would have been fine if it had just been taken, as she had almost forgotten about it in the past few days. However, now hearing that the face-devouring spider had a soul bone made Meng Yiran's heart unsettled. Zhao Zilong looked at Meng Yiran's resentful little eyes and said helplessly, "Is it really necessary? The face-devouring spider dropping a soul bone is purely a matter of luck. It's as if I stole your stuff." "You already took my soul ring," Meng Yiran retorted with a hint of pride. Zhao Zilong was speechless and replied, all right. Besides returning your soul ring, I'll return you a soul bone as well, but that will have to wait until I have enough strength." Fine. Who needs you to return anything? If you can get a soul bone, it's just your opportunity," Meng Yiran huffed. Flinder, watching the conversation between Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran, could tell the reason behind it. It turned out that Zhao Zilong had taken Meng Yiran's soul bone, but it seemed that this incident had also brought them closer together. He smiled broadly and said, "Zilong, you should try to keep this soul bone hidden from now on. If it's discovered by someone with ulterior motives, you could be in danger." Zhao Zilong nodded and said, "Yes, Dean." Flinder then turned to everyone and continued, "All right, little monsters. Next you will face Lu Chi Bean and Zhao Wujia. You have half a stick of incense to think of strategy, so get ready." Soon, the 9 members of Shrek all went to the side to discuss. "Next, we will face teacher Lu Chi Bean, a level 66 control system Soul Emperor. How should we deal with him?" Zhao Zilong spoke directly. "Let us not talk about that yet. Xiaowao, quickly make some sausages for us to recover our soul power and injuries. You won't have to go on stage later." "Oh, fine." Oscar didn't refuse. He had only made a few recovery sausages in the previous battle. After eating Oscar's sausages, Zhao Zilong's soul power recovered somewhat, and Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu's injuries also improved significantly. Zhao Zilong said, "In the second match, we will face teacher Lu Chi Bean. His soul power is higher than teacher Li Yusong's, but if we coordinate well, we should still be able to win. So, my idea is to win against teacher Lu Chi Bean in the second match, and then in the third match against teacher Zhao Wujia, we will directly admit defeat." Admit defeat? Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, they were all a bit stunned. As geniuses, their inner pride did not allow them to voluntarily admit defeat. Zhao Zilong rolled his eyes at their surprised expressions and said, "Come on, what else can we do if we don't surrender? Even if we all bind together, we couldn't possibly defeat teacher Zhao. Since that's the case, it's better to choose to surrender. Moreover, as long as we win against teacher Lu Chi Bean, it counts as a best of 3, and we can consider ourselves victorious against the teachers without needing to battle in the third match." Tang San nodded and said, "That makes sense. So who will replace Oscar?" "You." Zhao Zilong smiled and said, "You seem to be better at control than I am. Your first soul skill not only can control enemies, but also support teammates. Although I can also be considered a control type, my combat methods lean more towards agility." Dai Mubai nodded and asked, "Teacher Lu Chi Bean has already observed our fighting style below, and his strength is higher than teacher Li Yusong's. We must come up with a winning strategy." Just as Tang San was about to express his thoughts, Zhao Zilong spoke up, "This is simple. We'll use the old method, but this time we'll change a bit. Tang San will stand at the back to protect Rong, and the 3 of you plus Fatty will be the main attackers. I'll harass from the side, as long as he gets hit by my poison. Teacher Lu Chi Bean will have to use his soul power to suppress the toxin, and defeat will be inevitable. Getting hit by my poison is the same. My snake staff also has deadly poison," Meng Yiran chimed in. Hearing Zhao Zilong's strategy, Dai Mubai felt a bit awkward and said, "But Teacher Lu Qibin has already seen us use the same tactics below. I'm worried we won't be able to deal with him." That's a valid point. Zhao Zilong stroked his chin and said, "The strategy doesn't have to be new as long as it works. But you're right. I'll take the lead as well, and the best defense is offense. Rather than being timid, it's better to take the initiative. Besides, even if we fail, I have a second strategy." Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately asked, "What's the second strategy?" Zhao Zilong pretended to be mysterious and said, "Let's see if we can win first. If we can't win, it won't be too late to use the second strategy. Anyway, that strategy is very simple." Seeing that Zhao Zilong wouldn't elaborate, Tang San didn't press further. "All right, then let us do it your way." Dai Mubai immediately agreed. With Dai Mubai and Zhao Zilong having settled on the plan, even though Tang San had a better strategy in mind, it was not the right time to voice it. So he had to go along with their plan. Soon, Zhao Zilong and the others walked back. Lu Qibin only saw that they had simply replaced Oscar with Tang San, and the rest remained unchanged. "Little monsters, are you all ready?" Lu Qibin asked with a proud expression, hand behind his back. He didn't dare to be careless with these little monsters, as their talent was astonishing. Although they were still young, it wouldn't take 10 years before they could reach his current level. Dai Mubai took a fighting stance and said, "Of course, please begin, Teacher Lu." "Okay." After saying that, 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, black appeared beneath Lu Qibin. Chapter 22, Best of 3. Everyone activated their soul rings. Having learned from the previous lesson with Li Yusong, Lu Qibin didn't dare to be careless. If Li Yusong hadn't used his 6th soul skill with too much confidence, he wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. After all, as a teacher, it would be too embarrassing to lose to a student. With Dai Mubai's command, everyone rushed forward. 3rd soul skill fixed. Suddenly, a layer of white barrier seemed to appear around them, sealing everyone's movements. Mengaran bit her lip and said, "I can't move." Lu Qibin's calm voice came. "Rushing in like this might work against Li Yusong, but I'm a control system's soul emperor. Your tactics won't work against me." Zhao Zilong released his soul power, but his body still found it hard to move, as if hundreds of threads were pulling him down. Even with all his strength, he could only move his arms slightly. 2nd soul skill, kill. At that moment, Lu Qibin released a white wave of light towards them. 1st soul skill, bind. Tang San immediately used his 1st soul skill to pull Zhao Zilong and the others back, avoiding Lu Qibin's attack. "I can move again," Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Dai Mubai explained, "Teacher Lu Qibin's martial soul is the star chess. Right now, we are like pieces on a chessboard. As long as we can move from our original positions, then Teacher Lu's control effect will naturally be nullified." Zhao Zilong smiled slightly and said, "This martial spirit seems quite powerful. It seems that dealing with Teacher Lu Qibin is indeed different from dealing with Teacher Li Yusong. You just realized that?" Dai Mubai rolled his eyes in response. Just as Tang San was about to speak, Zhao Zilong continued, "However, control-type soul masters have a large attack range, and their main ability is to control their opponents. Although they are very tricky to deal with, their lethality is limited, and their destructive power is far less than that of attack-type and agility-type soul masters. It seems we can only use the second battle plan." Hearing this, Xiao Wu asked, "What is it?" Zhao Zilong smiled and said, "Use guerrilla tactics, adopting strategies of retreating when the enemy advances, defending when the enemy attacks, and disturbing when the enemy is fatigued to wear him down slowly. In simple terms, we all spread out, and when we see Teacher Lu Qibin trying to attack us, we retreat. When his back is turned to us, we strike, but we mustn't be greedy. If we can hit him once with our soul skills, that's enough. After all, he's just one person. We can wear him out slowly. But remember, when Teacher Lu Qibin is attacking, we shouldn't confront him head-on. We can only run." "Who would confront him head-on?" Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at this. "A war of attrition." "Huh?" Dai Mubai stroked his chin and nodded. "I see. We can give it a try. Everyone will spread out, so even if 1 or 2 people are controlled by Teacher Lu Qibin, the rest can continue to attack him. We have the numbers. We can wear him down slowly. So, is everyone okay with this?" Zhao Zilong asked the group. They all nodded, and Tang San agreed as well. Control-type soul masters are different from attack-type ones. The latter focuses on taking the initiative with soul skills that are highly destructive. Control-type soul masters, however, are both offensive and defensive, and they are very tricky to deal with. A war of attrition is indeed a good choice. Subsequently, Zhao Zilong, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Meng Aran, and Xiao Wu began to implement guerrilla warfare, while Ning Rongrong provided support at the back and Tang San utilized his martial spirit for rescue and interference. Watching the few little monsters on the field, they invisibly expanded the competition area significantly. After hitting once, they would retreat, and when Liu Qibin tried to counterattack, someone would come up from behind or the side to disturb him, making him quite frustrated. These little monsters are dodging too quickly. Flinder couldn't help but complain, observing their sneaky tactics of hitting once and running away. Although they didn't cause any substantial damage to Liu Qibin, they made him quite flustered. Soon everyone experienced the style of guerrilla warfare, which was to hit and run. If Liu Qibin wanted to counterattack, he had to chase, and while he was pursuing, others would take the opportunity to attack him, making it quite frustrating for Liu Qibin. On the contrary, Shrek's Dai Mubai and others were getting more and more into it. Because this style of guerrilla warfare was simply too sneaky, they would strike once and then run away, and when Liu Qibin chased after them, someone would quickly attack him from behind, which was incredibly thrilling. After this battle lasted for more than 2 hours, Liu Qibin's soul power was almost exhausted, and he called out, "Stop, stop, stop. No more fighting. You young people don't follow the rules of martial arts, bullying an old man like me. Teacher Liu, you really are impressive." Ma Hongjun came over, panting heavily, and said, "Running back and forth like this consumes not only a lot of soul power, but also a lot of physical strength. I'm almost exhausted." Not just Ma Hongjun, but everyone else was also quite tired, because the guerrilla tactics meant that once they finished attacking, they had to retreat, and when the enemy was not paying attention, they would strike again, leaving everyone feeling drained. "Ha, not bad, not bad. Good job, little monsters." At that moment, Flander walked over and laughed. "I'll give you a stick of incense to recover your soul power, and then it's time to battle Zhao Waoqi. Little monsters, are you ready?" Zhao Waoqi had already rolled up his sleeves and walked over, a sly smile on his face, as if he was looking forward to it. "I'm not going to fight." Zhao Zilong spoke up first. "Since we're going to battle Teacher Zhao, we'll definitely be beaten up. I admit defeat." "Nanny?" Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, both Flander and Zhao Waoqi were a bit stunned. Their original plan was to teach this group a lesson. But how could they do that if someone didn't want to fight? Zhao Waoqi approached and asked, "What about you all? Is it your attitude too?" The others nodded and said, "Yeah, that's right, we admit defeat." Flander was immediately furious and said, "You little brats, you're all monsters. How can you give up so easily?" Tang San, feeling a bit helpless, spread his hands and said, "But after the battle with Teacher Liu, our soul power is basically exhausted." Xiao Wu immediately added, "Moreover, in a best of 3, we've already won against Teacher Li and Teacher Liu. Even if we voluntarily concede one match, we still win in the end." Upon hearing this, Flander's expression darkened even more. He had originally intended to teach this group of little monsters a lesson, but unexpectedly, they had turned the tables on him. Seeing the mischievous smiles on the faces of the little monsters, Flander couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wondering if Yu Xiaogang could manage to educate this group of geniuses when he arrived. In the end, Zhao Zilong and the others chose to admit defeat. Flander, with no other option, had to assert his authority as the dean, scolding them a bit before dismissing the class. Chapter 23. The Arrival of Yu Xiaogang. Meanwhile, in Soto City, a middle-aged, greasy man in tattered clothes woke up from a corner of the street. Yes, this person was Yu Xiaogang. Soul power. Has it decreased by 1 level again? What on earth is going on? Yu Xiaogang felt the soul power within him continuously draining away, and he was in great agony. Although his soul power was originally not high, only at level 29, now it was even worse. Not only was he unable to increase it, but it was also decreasing daily by 1 level, and now he was down to level 13, with his second soul ring having disappeared. Who the hell did this to me? Yu Xiaogang roared internally. Although he couldn't remember exactly what had happened, when he woke up, he found that all his money, his martial soul manual, and the Pope's token that Tang Hao had given him were gone. Clearly, someone had stolen them. Thinking about this, it seemed that after he was knocked unconscious, he might have been fed some kind of drug, which caused his soul power to decrease daily. However, Yu Xiaogang had no idea who had done this. For days, he had been hungry and thirsty, with no money on him, thinking that as a theoretical master, he had ended up homeless on the streets. At that time, Yu Xiaogangs position was quite awkward. He was neither in Nodding City nor very close to Shrek Academy. Without any money on him, he couldn't take a carriage, so for these days, he could only rely on walking to Soto City. However, now Yu Xiaogang didn't dare to go to Shrek Academy. After all, in his current disheveled state, if he were to be seen by his disciples, the grand image he had in front of Tang San would collapse. Therefore, before going to Shrek, he had to restore himself to the Master Yu Xiaogang he once was. Damn it, I hope I don't find out who did this to me. Otherwise, I will definitely make you pay the price, Yu Xiaogang thought fiercely. Although he didn't have that kind of strength, he had a soul sage brother. However, Yu Xiaogang was also hesitant about whether or not to tell Xiao San and Flinder about this matter. He trusted Xiao San completely, believing that even if Xiao San knew about his declining soul power, he would still recognize him as his teacher. After all, the theoretical knowledge he initially taught Xiao San was invaluable. Moreover, the little third party is also Yu Xiaojiang's only hope for turnaround. Only when the little third party succeeds can it prove that Yu Xiaogang was right. Let's go find Flander first. Yu Xiaogang remembered that Flander had told him he opened a grocery store in Heavendoe City, and usually, when he had nothing to do, he would be in the grocery store. In Soto City, Flinder had been waiting at his shop every day for more than 10 days, but Yu Xiaogang still hadn't come. Flinder had originally planned to conduct special training for the little monsters together with Yu Xiaogang when he arrived, but without him, there was no way to train the little monsters specifically. Xiaogang, what are you doing? Forget it. Tonight, I'll send Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran to the Soto Great Spirit Arena to practice. Just then, the door was pushed open, and when Flinder looked up, he saw a ragged beggar at the door, which immediately displeased him. Even beggars should not come here, although my shop isn't great. It's not a place for you to come in. He coldly said, there's no food here, go beg elsewhere. At the door, Yu Xiaogang heard Flinder treating him like a beggar and felt a surge of anger, replying in a deep voice, Flinder, it's me. Hearing that voice, even after 20 years of not seeing each other, Flinder still recognized it and hurriedly looked over, saying, Xiaogang, is that you? What happened to you? Yu Xiaogang sighed helplessly. Sigh, it's hard to explain. I encountered bandits on the way here. They robbed my money. Feeling an unprecedented sense of shame, Yu Xiaogang thought he had lost face completely. Flinder, upon hearing this, immediately scolded, What? Bandits? Where are they from? I must go deal with them. Yu Xiaogang helplessly replied, Forget it, Flinder. I don't even know if they're bandits. I was knocked out before I saw their faces, and when I woke up, everything was gone. Flinder, hearing this, was also speechless. Since he hadn't even seen their faces, there was no way for him to help take revenge. He sighed and said, Sigh, let me help you boil some water so you can take a bath. Then wear my clothes. An hour later, Master Yu Xiaogang put on Flinder's clothes and regained his master image, standing with his hands behind his back, asking proudly, Flinder, how many students does Shrek Academy have now? Flinder handed over the information to the master, saying, There are 9 in total, each one a genius. In fact, one of the students has a blue-silver grass martial soul, just like your disciple Tang San, but his spirit power is even higher than Tang San's. What? Blue-silver grass? Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang was taken aback, and he quickly found Zhao Zilong's information. Looking at the details, he said, Since it really is a blue-silver grass martial soul, and his spirit power has reached spirit ancestor, so Zhao Zilong should also be like Xiao San, a twin martial soul. But I wonder what his other martial soul is, and if he has a teacher. Immediately, Yu Xiaogang had the idea of taking Zhao Zilong as his disciple. Although Xiao San was excellent, very understanding, and obedient, it would be even better to take another disciple with a twin martial soul. Flinder adjusted his glasses and said, well, he was already level 30 before coming to the academy. After joining, he was taken by the academy's teachers to obtain his spirit rings. And his third spirit ring is the man-faced demon spider. The man-faced demon spider, huh? That spirit beast is indeed quite good in combination with blue silvergrass. Yu Xiaogang nodded in agreement. Flinder patted Yu Xiaojang's shoulder and said, All right, let's go. Let's go check out the academy. These students are monsters even more talented than geniuses. Usually, I only have one class with them a day, and the rest of the time, they study independently, which has made these little monsters a bit lazy. You're here just in time to train them well. Yu Xiaogang, looking proud, replied, Don't worry. Since I promised you, I will definitely train them well. He was very fond of training geniuses. After all, geniuses have their own pride, and being able to train them gave Yu Xiaogang, who was seen as useless, a sense of accomplishment. Moreover, the future achievements of these geniuses would surely not be low. Once he became famous on the Douluo Continent, who would dare to say that Yu Xiaogang was useless? Chapter 24. Dart on that day, the Shrek Academy students gathered on the playground. Zhao Zilong looked at the middle-aged man walking alongside Flandra, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he thought. So you came after all, Yu Xiaogang. But now your soul power should only be around level 10 or so, right? Teacher, you're here. Tang San exclaimed excitedly when he saw Yu Xiaogang approaching. Yu Xiaogang nodded lightly, then looked at Xiao Wu and then at Tang San, saying, Xiao San, you've been a bit lazy with your training lately. Xiao Wu is already a level 31 soul master, and you're still at level 29. You need to put in more effort. Tang San felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, since his soul power had dropped a level in the Stardow Forest. He had been holed up in his room for so many days and had finally managed to raise his soul power back to level 29, yet he was still being told he was slacking. Yes, teacher, I will work hard, Tang San replied. Mahangjun looked at Yu Xiaogang and whispered to Zhao Zilong and Dai Mubai. Since that person is Sanji's teacher, he must be very powerful, right? Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, saying, yeah, he should be. After all, Xiao San is so impressive. Zhao Zilong replied somewhat coldly. Tang San has innate, full soul power. Okay? Didn't Xiao Wu also not have a teacher? Yet her soul power isn't that high. That's natural, Xiao Wu said confidently with a smile. Besides, the master mainly taught Xiao San theoretical knowledge. Theoretical knowledge. Dai Mubai furrowed his brows upon hearing this, then said, no wonder Xiao San understands so much. Flinder walked over and looked at the Shrek group, saying, all right, little monsters, gather around. Everyone lined up, and Flinder introduced, this is the master, who will be responsible for guiding your training from now on. Master, please say a few words. Master Yu Xiaogang stepped forward, hands behind his back, with a blank expression on his face, exuding an air of authority. Those who saw him for the first time would probably be intimidated by his demeanor. I have already reviewed everyone's information. From now on, I will arrange training for you, starting tomorrow. The details will be announced before class tomorrow. I expect to see everyone before breakfast tomorrow. If anyone is absent, you will bear the consequences. Hearing the master's brief statement made everyone feel that he was somewhat enigmatic and profound. Zhao Zilong then spoke up. Dean, is there any class today? If not, I still need to take Yijian and Rongrong to train with hidden weapons. As the master listened to Zhao Zilong's words, his eyes twitched slightly. Was his own speech really so unappealing? All right then, little monsters, disperse, Flanders said helplessly. Following this, Zhao Zilong took Meng Yiran and Ning Rongrong to a special training ground. Originally, this was the place where Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran had trained at the beginning, but since Ning Rongrong expressed her desire to learn as well, Zhao Zilong naturally would not refuse the request of a beauty. Upon arriving at the training ground, Zhao Zilong took out a burlap sack from his soul guide, which was filled with square flying darts. Meng Yiran held a dart, noting that the weight was lighter than that of a flying projectile, and said, Zilong, you were able to hit the target behind the big tree with a dart before. How long do I need to practice that move? The difficulty of that move was too great. If you really spent a lot of time practicing that spinning hidden weapon technique, it would be a complete waste of time, only wasting your time on cultivating soul power. Zhao Zilong picked up a dart and explained, I specially trained in this because of the characteristics of my martial soul, which allows me to effectively combine it with hidden weapon techniques. You have no need for that at all. Iran, when you fight in the future, you can also do as I do. When using soul skills, you can throw out a few hidden weapons when the opponent is unprepared. If you hit, it's a gain. If you miss, there's no loss. Meng Yiran agreed, nodding, okay. By the way, Zilong, you've crafted so many. Ning Rongrong looked at the numerous darts and was a bit surprised. Then, Zhao Zilong took out a package and handed some flying needles to Ning Rongrong, saying, for you, these hidden weapons are more suitable. What is this? Ning Rongrong asked curiously as she received the package of flying needles. This is called a flying needle. Zhao Zilong explained. Darts have strong lethality, while flying needles focus more on penetration power. They require finger strength and wrist strength, and if you can enhance them with some soul power, their power will be even stronger. Of course, the premise is that you must go through training to be accurate. Otherwise, even with strong power, it would be useless. If you can become more accurate, it should at least give you some self-defense capability, even as a support. Ning Rongrong nodded and said, all right, I will give it a try. Ning Rongrong looked at the target in front of her and threw the flying needle. But she had no idea where it went, and her hit rate was quite disappointing. Meng Yiran was quite adept at using the darts, as their weight is lighter than that of flying knives, and she had previously trained in throwing flying knives. At that moment, Oscar also walked over with a cheerful expression and said, hee, Rongrong, Zilong, Iran, you're all here? Ning Rongrong looked at Oscar with some displeasure in her eyes and said, Oscar, what are you doing here? I also wanted to learn darts from Zilong. Oscar, with a grin on his face, replied, after all, I've been pursuing Ning Rongrong all along. Now that I see my goddess going to learn darts from Zhao Zilong, how could I be at ease? Zhao Zilong smiled and said, it's really just learning darts. I see your intentions are not just about the darts. Oscar directly laid it all out, walking over and placing a hand on Zhao Zilong's shoulder, pulling him aside and whispering, Zilong, you already have Meng Yiran. Why are you still competing with me for Rongrong? One mustn't be so greedy in life. You have to be devoted. Zhao Zilong, listening, patted Oscar's shoulder and said, "Little AO, it's not that I'm competing with you. It's that you really don't have a chance." Oscar, unhappy upon hearing this, replied, "Little Sen already has Xiao Wu, and Dai Lao is clearly paired up with Zhu Qing. Isn't that obvious? Meng Yiran treats you so well. How can you let her down?" Zhao Zilong immediately took a moment of silence for the fat man. Oscar had not mentioned him at all, and Zhao Zilong then said, "Little AO, it's not that I'm trying to discourage you, but even if Rong Rong really likes you, you two won't end up together. You have to understand that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the #1 support system sect in the world, and within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, there is no shortage of support-type Soul Masters. The partners of Soul Masters with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, Martial Soul, must be offensive Soul Masters. If you don't believe it, you can ask Ning Rongrong yourself." Upon hearing this, Oscar fell silent. Although Ning Rongrong didn't hear clearly what Oscar said, she could roughly guess that this guy was following her around all day like a little tail, which made her quite unhappy. She asked, "What are you talking about?" "Oh, it's nothing." Zhao Zilong no longer paid attention to Oscar and directly walked towards Ning Rongrong. Chapter 25. Oscar's despair, seeing Ning Rongrong about to turn around. Oscar immediately called out. Ning Rongrong coldly replied, "What's wrong?" Oscar continued to gaze at Ning Rongrong, still holding on to a glimmer of hope, saying, "Zhao Zilong just told me that the partners of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School must be attack-type Soul Masters. Is that true?" Hearing Oscar's words, Ning Rongrong, who had no feelings for him to begin with, directly made him give up hope. "It's true. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tower is an auxiliary-type Soul Master. So even if you like me, we can't be together. My dad and the sect won't agree. So it really is true?" Oscar's eyes showed a hint of desolation upon hearing this. Zhao Zilong, speechless, said, "Damn, do you still think I'm lying to you? Besides, we're just practicing hidden weapons here. I haven't even thought about pursuing her yet. You've already taken me as a hypothetical enemy." As soon as Zhao Zilong said this, a hint of resentment appeared in Meng Yiran's eyes beside him. She looked at Ning Rongrong, who was on guard even more. Over the past few days, Meng Yiran had learned that Ning Rongrong was the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and in terms of status and background, she was much stronger than Meng Yiran, which naturally made her very cautious. Ning Rongrong listened to Zhao Zilong's words and cast a somewhat resentful glance at him. Am I really that unattractive? Has he never considered pursuing me? However, seeing Oscar's demeanor, she chose not to voice her thoughts. Although she didn't like Oscar, he had helped her a lot in this academy, and since they were classmates, she didn't want to strain their relationship. She spoke up, "Xiao Ao, I know you like me a lot, but it's really not possible between us. You have great talent, with full innate soul power and having reached Soul Master of 14. I'm sure you'll meet a girl who likes you in the future. Let's just be friends." Upon hearing this, Oscar felt his heart break even more. As a support-type Soul Master, it was destined for him to have no chance with Ning Rongrong. The thought of her possibly marrying someone else in the future pierced his heart. Before Ning Rongrong and Tang San arrived at Shrek Academy, Oscar often mingled with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun in lively places and had been introduced to several beautiful girls by Dai Mubai. However, he only treated those women as fleeting encounters. He truly fell for Ning Rongrong, yet fate mocked him so cruelly. Oscar looked at Ning Rongrong with some hope and said, "Is it that if I just had attack power, we could have a chance?" Ning Rongrong felt speechless at Oscar's words. She had already given him a way out, so why was he still persisting? After Oscar finished speaking, he didn't even wait for Ning Rongrong's response and approached Zhao Zilong, saying, "Zilong, please teach me about hidden weapons." Zhao Zilong felt somewhat speechless and replied, "Teaching you is fine. As a food-type Soul Master, learning some hidden weapon techniques could give you a bit more self-protection. However, if you think you can rely on learning hidden weapon techniques to increase your attack power and win Rongrong's heart, then you might as well give up. While hidden weapon techniques can provide some self-defense, their power is ultimately limited, and it's not good for you to cling to Rongrong like this. You can't bind her precious youth with your mere possibilities." Listening to Zhao Zilong's words, Ning Rongrong decided to clarify things with Oscar and firmly said, "That's right, Oscar. There is no possibility for us. Even if you learn hidden weapon techniques as a food type, how strong can you really become? We will always be support-type Soul Masters. It's simply impossible." Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Oscar felt despair once more, his eyes filled with disappointment as he said, "I understand. I'm sorry, I won't disturb you anymore." With that, he glanced at the three of them and turned to leave. On the other side, Tang San was called to the office by Master Yu Xiaogang and was reprimanded for recklessly going into the Star-Do Great Forest, and Tang San could only listen quietly. Seeing Tang San's understanding demeanor, Yu Xiaogang felt even more gratified. The luckiest thing in his life was having such a disciple. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang said, "By the way, Xiao San, Zhao Zilong's martial soul is also blue silvergrass, and at such a young age, his soul power is even higher than yours. He probably also has twin martial souls, just like you." "Teacher, I think so too," Tang San agreed. Not only that, but Tang San had also seen Zhao Zilong teaching Meng Iran and Ning Rongrong hidden weapon techniques, which were indeed very similar to those of the Tang sect. Although Tang San was reluctant to think this way, it was possible that he wasn't the only one who had crossed over. Perhaps Zhao Zilong was also from the Tang sect. However, what puzzled Tang San was that Zhao Zilong's footwork was different from Ghost Shadow perplexing steps, which made him curious about Zhao Zilong's identity. He could only look for opportunities to probe and see if he could find out something. However, just based on Zhao Zilong's talent and his skill in hidden weapons, Tang San already had the desire to bring Zhao Zilong into the Tang sect. Tang San continued, "Teacher, there's another thing. I was about to break through to level 30, but while I was in the Star-Do Great Forest, my soul power inexplicably weakened by a level and dropped to level 28. Fortunately, after working hard in seclusion these days, my soul power has returned to level 29. "What? Your soul power regressed?" Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang became somewhat sensitive. He was now down to just a little over 10 levels of soul power himself. He looked at Tang San and asked, "Has your soul power already recovered?" "Yes," Tang San nodded in response. Yu Xiaogang decided not to tell Tang San about his own soul power regression for now. With his hands behind his back, he explained to Tang San, "Soul power regression generally has 4 situations." "For situations?" Hearing this, Tang San was startled. He had only thought of 2 possibilities and didn't expect there to be 4. The first was a serious injury leading to soul power regression. The second was regression due to excessive fatigue or indulgence. The third was regression caused by the side effects of external medicines that expedited progress. The fourth was regression due to an unstable foundation leading to a failed breakthrough. "Xiao San, your situation is likely the 4th one because breaking through from level 29 to 30 is a bottleneck. Once you reach level 30, you can obtain your 3rd soul ring and become a soul master. However, it could also be the second situation of excessive fatigue. I've often seen you staying up late crafting hidden weapons. Xiao San, you're still young, and your talent is exceptional. You must learn to balance work and rest, understand?" Listening to Yu Xiaogang's teachings, Tang San nodded, "I understand, teacher." Yu Xiaogang continued, "Make sure to pay attention to rest and try to stay up late as little as possible. You're still young and should focus on improving your soul power." "Yes, teacher." Chapter 26. Oscar wants to learn hidden weapons walking through the academy. Oscar's eyes were dull, and he felt quite unwilling. Just because he was a support-type soul master, he could only hide at the back of the team and couldn't protect Rongrong. The thought of this made him feel utterly desperate. However, turning the thought around, he wondered, if one day in the future, Ning Rongrong married someone else, especially someone she didn't like, would she be happy? No, she would definitely be very unhappy. And as the heir of a large sect, she might not have control over her marriage, which could very well be a political alliance. If that were the case, Rongrong's life would be ruined. Thinking about the possibility of Rongrong marrying someone she didn't like made Oscar's heart ache. He had to save her. He absolutely could not let Rongrong marry someone she didn't like. He roared inwardly, "No, absolutely not. I must prove myself to Rongrong. Even if she ultimately doesn't accept me, I have to show her that I have the ability to protect her." With that thought, Oscar transformed his sorrow and indignation into strength. At that moment, he remembered Tang San. When Tang San entered the academy, he had injured teacher Zhao using hidden weapon techniques. And since Tang San's hidden weapon techniques were able to injure teacher Zhao, they might even surpass Zhao Zilong's. If he could learn more advanced hidden weapon techniques from Tang San, he would definitely be able to protect Rongrong. With this thought, Oscar immediately felt energized. On the other hand, Tang San had just come out of the master's office when he ran into Oscar. Oscar looked at Tang San's level and walked over to build a connection, saying, "Xiao San, tell me, aren't we brothers?" Tang San was a bit taken aback by Oscar's sudden familiarity and, seeing his demeanor, felt that it couldn't be anything good. He asked, "What's wrong? Do you have something going on again, Xiao Ao? What do you mean by again? Have I ever asked you for anything before?" Oscar said with some discontent. Tang San smiled awkwardly and asked, "So, is there something this time?" "I want you to teach me about hidden weapons," Oscar said directly, stating his purpose. Tang San was a bit confused and replied, Isn't Zilong teaching Rong Rong and Meng Yiran? Just ask him to teach you as well. He shouldn't refuse. I just think your hidden weapon techniques are more advanced, Oscar flattered. Tang San felt quite pleased with this remark. Although he thought Zhao Zilong's hidden weapon techniques were impressive, he didn't believe that Zhao Zilong's talent in hidden weapons was superior to his own. Moreover, having lived 2 lives, he was well-versed in many hidden weapon techniques from the Tang sect, while Zhao Zilong mostly used ordinary darts and needles, lacking any mechanism-based hidden weapons. However, Tang San had seen Zhao Zilong skillfully use the Zhuge crossbow to kill the man-faced demon spider. But he didn't know how to craft mechanism-based hidden weapons. After all, powerful hidden weapons belong to the mechanism type, and those launched solely through hidden weapon techniques had limited lethality. Tang San coughed awkwardly and said, "However, Xiao Ao, you are a support-type soul master. Why do you suddenly want to learn about hidden weapons? You should be focusing on improving your soul power." Oscar sighed helplessly and explained, "I really like Rong Rong, but since we are both support-type soul masters, if I want to protect her, I need to have strength. So, I'm counting on you, Xiao San, to teach me about hidden weapons." Hearing this, Tang San began to calculate in his mind. He wanted to establish the Tang sect, and Oscar was a genius with full innate soul power. If he could bring Oscar into the Tang sect, it would surely be beneficial for its strength. With that in mind, Tang San said, "Xiao Ao, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but my predecessors who taught me about hidden weapon techniques warned me that such techniques should not be passed on." Oscar looked a bit disappointed, and Tang San continued, "Although I can't teach you some special hidden weapon techniques, I can teach you some basic techniques first. Once you master those, you should have no problem dealing with soul masters below the soul sect. As for advanced hidden weapon techniques, if you have talent in this area, I can teach you those later as well." "Really? Xiao San?" Oscar exclaimed joyfully. Tang San nodded and said, "However, training in hidden weapon techniques requires a lot of time. If you spend this time practicing your soul power, that would actually be best for you." Oscar nodded, saying, "It's okay. I just want to learn about hidden weapons. Please teach me." "All right." Tang San didn't refuse. He mainly wanted to compare himself with Zhao Zilong. Since Zhao Zilong was teaching Meng Yiran and Ning Rong Rong about hidden weapons, he would teach Oscar as well to see who taught better. After all, having a companion skilled in hidden weapons among his teammates fueled Tang San's competitive spirit, making him want to surpass Zhao Zilong. The next morning, the Shrek team arrived at the cafeteria. Since Flander had bought a lot of ingredients, the meals were much more sumptuous than before. After breakfast, the Shrek team went to the outdoor training ground. The master looked at everyone from Shrek and said, "Now, I will conduct strength training. Dai Mubai, Zhao Ziluz. Step forward." Hearing the master's words, Dai Mubai and Zhao Zilong stepped out. Yu Xiaogang said, "Next, you two will have a battle. However, Zhao Zilong cannot use your external soul bone and third soul skill." Dai Mubai was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Yu Xiaogang continued, "What's wrong? You're at level 37, and Zhao Zilong is only at level 31. Do you have a problem with that?" Although Zhao Zilong was now at level 33, he still concealed his soul power. Dai Mubai immediately expressed his dissatisfaction and said, "Master, my soul power is already higher than Zilong's. If you also restrict his external soul bones and third soul skill, that would be pointless." Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang, with his hands behind his back, appeared profound and said, "Zhao Zilong's third soul skill is a control-type skill. In one-on-one combat, control-type soul masters completely dominate assault-type soul masters. If he uses his third soul skill, you will have no chance of winning." "What did you say?" Dai Mubai clenched his fists. Over the past few days, Dai Mubai had a general understanding of his partner's strengths. Each one was quite powerful, especially Zhao Zilong. Dai Mubai had always wanted to challenge Zhao Zilong, and now that the master had unilaterally declared that he had no chance of winning, it made Dai Mubai quite unhappy. Yu Xiaogang notichid Dai Mubai esse gaze. Due to the continuous weakening of his soul power, he now felt increasingly useless. Being stared at by Dai Mubai, a level 37 soul master, made him feel inexplicably weak. So he turned his head and said, "Since you insist, then Zhao Zilong, you can use your third soul skill and external soul bones. You're all companions, and this will help you understand each other's strengths better." Chapter 27. Yu Xiaojing's lesson. Zhao Zilong listened to Yu Xiaojing's arrangement and remained silent the whole time. He walked straight to the center of the training ground. Fighting anyone was the same for him. Not to mention Dai Mubai, even facing Tang San now. Zhao Zilong was confident he could win. After all, Tang San, with a soul power below level 30, was even slightly weaker than Dai Mubai. and Zhao Zilong was familiar with Tang San's attack methods. If surprise couldn't be achieved with hidden weapons, their power would be greatly reduced. Zhao Zilong looked at Dai Mubai and said, "Old Bai, since we're going to fight anyway, why not make it interesting?" "Interesting? What do you mean?" Dai Mubai asked, somewhat confused but intrigued. "How about a bet of 100 gold soul coins? If I lose, I'll give you 100 gold soul coins, and vice versa," Zhao Zilong suggested, extending a finger. Dai Mubai didn't take the bet of 100 gold soul coins seriously and immediately agreed. "All right, let us start." With that, he assumed a fighting stance. The master called out, then, but before he could finish, Zhao Zilong had already made his move. Spiderweb bind. Zhao Zilong immediately used his third soul skill. This surprised Dai Mubai, who growled, "First soul skill, white tiger shield." A white light instantly enveloped him. However, the duration of the first soul skill was far inferior compared to the third soul skill, especially since Zhao Zilong's third soul skill was from a 5,100-year soul ring, making it significantly more powerful than an ordinary third soul skill. The soul power and poison from the spider web quickly corroded Dai Mubai's white tiger shield. At this moment, the spider web was already overhead. Countless spider webs descended, sealing off the surrounding area. Even if Dai Mubai wanted to dodge now, it was already too late. He cursed Zhao Zilong for not adhering to the rules of combat, using his third soul skill right away, leaving him with no defenses. Heartbreak poison, bamboo leaf sword rain. Suddenly, countless bamboo leaf sword rain shot towards Dai Mubai. Seeing Zhao Zilong attack without mercy right from the start, Dai Mubai roared, "Third soul skill, white tiger diamond transformation." Although Dai Mubai used his third soul skill, it was already too late. As he placed his hands in front to block the bamboo leaf sword rain, the spider web bind fell down. The highly viscous and poisonous spider web easily restrained Dai Mubai. No matter how strong Dai Mubai was, he couldn't break free. "It's over." Zhao Zilong leisurely approached Dai Mubai, who was bound by the spider web, and smiled mischievously. "Do you concede? If you don't, I'll use the bamboo leaf sword rain to scratch your face. If you get disfigured, it won't be good for picking up girls later." Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's threat to his face, Dai Mubai immediately gave in. He relied on his looks to make a living and hurriedly said, No, I concede." Watching Zhao Zilong release the spiderweb bind, the others were also somewhat stunned. That was too fast. From the start to the finish, it was less than a minute. This was truly a swift battle, and Zhao Zilong hadn't even used his full strength, yet Dai Mubai lost. Was Zhao Zilong too strong, or was Dai Mubai too weak? Dai Mubai felt the tiny wounds on his body, which were just scratched by the bamboo leaf sword rain, and some purple poison from the spiderweb was causing an itch. He said, "Xiao Ao, give me a detoxifying sausage." Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Oscar also came to his senses and immediately made a detoxifying sausage. After Dai Mubai glanced at the sausage, he looked at Zhao Zilong with a different expression and smiled. "Your strength is indeed impressive. This time I lost. Here, take it." With that, Dai Mubai took out a bag of gold coins from his soul tool and tossed it to Zhao Zilong. Yu Xiaogang, watching from the side, was also somewhat surprised. He stepped forward with a masterful demeanor and said, "Mubai, you saw that Zilong used his third soul skill first. You used your first soul skill to defend, which is a 1,000-year soul ring skill. How could your first soul ring withstand it? If you had chosen to dodge or counterattack instead, it would have been better than defending." Dai Mubai felt somewhat displeased at hearing this, but Yu Xiaogang was not wrong. Moreover, after just losing, Dai Mubai had already thought through this issue, and he coldly replied, "I understand." Noticing Dai Mubai's indifference, Yu Xiaogang knew that talented individuals tend to be proud. Now that he had lost, he probably felt a bit upset. He then pointed out the problem regarding Zhao Zilong. "Zhao Zilong, you launched the attack first, and you started with your third soul skill. It indeed caught him off guard and was a good choice. However, using your third soul skill right from the start was rather impulsive. If Mubai hadn't chosen to defend, but had instead tried to dodge or counterattack, your third soul skill might have missed, wasting a lot of soul power. Before I came here, Flinder told me that you were a true genius. The youngest of Shrek Academy, but with pure soul power and a cultivation level far beyond your peers. However, when facing an enemy, using your strongest soul skill right away, while it has the element of surprise, consumes too much soul power. If you miss, you will fall into a disadvantage. Also, I hadn't even said to start, and you acted first, which has some elements of sneak attack." Zhao Zilong chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "But Old Bai was already prepared for battle, and he called for the start before I launched my attack. Besides, isn't winning the point of a soul master battle? If I can gain the initiative through a sneak attack, Wouldn't that increase my chances of winning? Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly and continued, if this were competition, you would have committed a foul. Zhao Zilong listened to the master's conversation without responding. Yu Xiaogang sighed inwardly, noticing the indifference in Zhao Zilong's eyes, and suddenly realized that Zhao Zilong might have already seen through his intentions. When Zhao Zilong first entered the arena, he completely ignored Yu Xiaogang. And even before Yu Xiaogang had called for the start, Zhao Zilong had already made his move, which left Yu Xiaogang very dissatisfied. He had some intention of teaching him a lesson to make him learn to respect his teachers. However, now that Zhao Zilong had discovered his purpose, Yu Xiaogang could only sigh. He thought to himself, alas, indeed, it's hard to teach a genius. Not all geniuses are as obedient and sensible as Xiao San. During his time at ShotDead Academy, Yu Xiaogang had seen some geniuses, but those people couldn't really be considered geniuses compared to the ones from Shrek Academy. They were far behind. However, even those who were far less talented than the geniuses of Shrek Academy were all very arrogant. The more this was the case, the more Yu Xiaogang wanted to educate Zhao Zilong, because only by educating a genius could he feel satisfied. He said sternly, you are proud, complacent, and dismissive of others. You seem to be friendly, but in reality, you are unruly. You appear frivolous, yet you are arrogant and self-satisfied. Although you can be kind and amiable with your companions, you always maintain a distance from them. You treat everyone as a passerby and approach everyone with a cynical attitude. On what basis do you think your future life will go smoothly? Yu Xiaogang knew that this group of little monsters were all geniuses, and if they couldn't recognize their mistakes today, then even in the upcoming training, they might not listen well. Chapter 28. Angrily confronting Yu Xiaogang upon hearing this, Zhao Zilong's pupils slightly constricted, because he had always viewed the Shrek 7 monsters and Yu Xiaogang from a god's perspective. In his previous life, when he watched Douluo, he didn't like Yu Xiaogang, this contradictory person, which led to his continued dislike after his reincarnation. Could it really be my problem? In my previous life, I was just reading a book, merely a depiction of some characters and personalities. It seems I never even thought about integrating with them. Zhao Zilong couldn't help but fall silent. When Yu Xiaogang saw Zhao Zilong's silence, a smile appeared on his lips. However, the next moment, Zhao Zilong looked at Yu Xiaogang and said angrily, Master, I must apologize to you first, because what I'm about to say might anger you. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang was stunned. This was not what he had anticipated. Zhao Zilong continued, I respect you as a mentor, and you're also a teacher invited by the dean. Logically speaking, we students should accept the teacher's criticism. However, that does not mean the teacher can speak irresponsibly. What you just said was completely irresponsible and overly rash and arbitrary. I absolutely cannot accept it. The others were also stunned. They hadn't expected Zhao Zilong to be so tough. He directly confronted the master. As Yu Xiaogang looked at Zhao Zilong, he was curious to hear how Zhao Zilong would refute him. Although he felt quite displeased internally, as a scholar he still suppressed his anger and asked, Oh, then tell me, how was my behavior just now rash, arbitrary, and irresponsible? Zhao Zilong looked at Yu Xiaogang and replied coldly, Master, you only arrived at Shrek Academy yesterday. You haven't spoken much with us at all. Do you really know us? Actually, you do know us to some extent, but it's also completely insufficient. Your understanding of us students is based solely on the accounts of Dean Flander and the teachers. However, we new students have only been at Shrek Academy for a little over 10 days, and even Dean Flander and the others cannot fully understand us. Moreover, each teacher has a different perspective, and every one of them holds a scale in their hearts, viewing each student differently. You have merely collected the opinions and viewpoints of the teachers about us, and then hastily made judgments about me. Isn't that a bit rash and overly authoritarian? Furthermore, you described me as an unruly, arrogant, and conceited person with such irresponsible words. How do you expect my classmates to see me? Your irresponsible comments will lead me to be ostracized within the academy. I can tell you that your irresponsible words have made me very angry. As a teacher, I don't ask you to apologize, but I just hope you can retract what you just said. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogan's face turned red and purple with anger. Unsure of how to respond, Flander walked over from a distance, and upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, he became somewhat furious, saying, Zilong, what are you saying? The master is your training teacher, and since you are being so disrespectful, why don't you apologize to him? Zhao Zilong, with an expression of indifference, stubbornly replied, Moreover, if the master can be angry, can't we students be angry too? If the dean is biased, then as students, we can do nothing but set a bad example for ourselves. As Tang San listened to Zhao Zilong's words, he felt extremely angry. In his view, The words of elders could never be wrong. If they were, it was simply because he hadn't understood them properly. But now, Zhao Zilong had openly opposed the teacher, causing the teacher to lose face in front of everyone. No matter how reasonable his arguments were, it couldn't change the fact that he had humiliated his own teacher. This made Tang San begin to harbor resentment, as the teacher was the person he respected the most. Over the years, Tang San had regarded the master as a father. "You brat, are you done yet? Go run 50 laps around school. You can't eat until you've finished." Flander felt a bit awkward listening to this. This kid was a typical troublemaker. When they returned from the Stardew Forest, Zhao Wujia had told Flander that Zhao Zilong had refuted his teachings, leaving Flander speechless. Now, he was confronting the master to the point where even the master couldn't retort. Zhao Zilong didn't argue back. He turned and began to run. However, he still approached the master and said, "Master, I apologize again for my earlier words, but I still request that you retract what you just said. I cannot accept those words, and even if I'm expelled, I won't accept it. Are you still feeling spirited?" Flander knew that the master was very proud, and due to his talent issues, he would find it difficult to cultivate his soul power to level 30 throughout his life, which made him very self-conscious. However, he was very proud in terms of academics. So, as the older brother, Flander usually let him have his way. He said, "Do you want to run a few more laps? No need for the dean to arrange it. I've already added 10 more laps for myself." After saying this, Zhao Zilong ran out directly. Hearing Zhao Zilong's stubborn words, Flander's eyes twitched, and he angrily shouted, "Go run 100 laps. If you don't finish, you can't eat." Zhao Wujia, who was nearby, saw Zhao Zilong running out and came over, saying, "Hey boss, isn't this a bit too much? The kid is still growing. How can he not eat?" Flander gritted his teeth in anger and then looked at Yu Xiaogang, deciding to let him make the decision. "Master, what do you think?" Yu Xiaogang sighed inwardly. Teaching geniuses is really not easy. He didn't have much teaching experience, and even at Notting Academy, he rarely taught. Even when he did, he spoke for himself without caring whether the students understood. The only disciple he truly taught with heart was Tang San, who was very sensible. So Yu Xiaogang didn't worry much. But now, arriving at Shrek Academy, he encountered a troublemaker whom he had to teach. Yu Xiaogang looked at the other little monsters, originally wanting to establish the master's authority today to facilitate future teaching, but unexpectedly faced a setback on the first day. One could only say that plans can never keep up with changes. With his hands behind his back, Yu Xiaogang said proudly, "Little monsters, you must remember that you are a team. If one person makes a mistake, the whole team is punished. Everyone runs 50 laps together. Start running." Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, they weren't stubborn enough to argue back and turned to start running. Chapter 29. True heroes. At this moment, Zhao Zilong, who was running in the circle, turned around and ran backward while looking at the 8 members of Shrek behind him. He happily said to everyone, "Ha ha, you all came out to run too. I knew it. How could I be the only one punished? After all, we are a team, and if there's a penalty, we should all bear it together." Soon, a few of them matched his speed, and Xiao Wu, feeling dissatisfied, said, "It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how would we be punished too?" Oscar complained, "Because of you, we are now forced to run 50 laps as well. I'm fine, but I'm worried that Rong Rong can't handle it." Zhao Zilong chuckled a bit and said, "Don't say that. We're a team. If there's a punishment, we all take it together. If there's a benefit, we all share it. That's what it means to advance together in honor and disgrace. Besides, we have to train anyway, and running is a form of training, isn't it? That's right. If there's a fault, we share the punishment. That's what being companions means." At this moment, Dai Mubai directly spoke up, and I don't think Zilong said anything wrong. We all have to train anyway. Running laps is the same. As Mengaran listened, she also supported, "That's right, Zilong, I support you too." That master came in with a dark face, really annoying. Ma Hongjun agreed, saying, "Brother Long, I support you too. It's just running, right? It's just right for me to lose weight." "Ha, truly good brothers." Zhao Zilong, hearing this, directly reached out to hug Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, laughing. "Aren't we a team? What brothers are the closest?" "Undoubtedly these 4. We've been through the same roof, fought together, visited brothels together, and shared expenses together. If we are only experiencing the first one now, we can slowly go through the other 3 in the future." Ma Hongjun, feeling a bit confused, asked, "By the way, Brother Long, what does that mean? Does the mention of visiting brothels mean going to the red light district together? If that's the case, Boss Dai and I have already been there. Do you want to go too?" "All right. Next time, Boss Dai and I will take you with us." As soon as Ma Hongjun said this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened. Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zhuqing beside him and awkwardly coughed a few times, saying, "Fatty, don't slander me. I haven't been to such places for a long time, and I want to go in the future either. I already have Zhu Qing now. Although Tang San was somewhat dissatisfied with Zhao Zilong for confronting his teacher, he still asked, Zilong, what do those 4 types you just mentioned mean? The first type, classmate, refers to childhood friends who studied under the same roof. The second type, carrying guns, refers to comrades in arms who share life and death on the battlefield. The third type, prostitution. I don't need to explain, as Fatty has already mentioned it. The fourth type, sharing profits, refers to partners who divide the earnings together. Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's explanation, several girls' faces instantly turned red. Dai Mubai awkwardly explained, well, brother, the others are fine, but the third one, ahem, I already have Zhu Qing now, and I haven't done that for a long time. Ning Rong looked at Zhao Zilong and asked, you don't go to those places often, do you? Hey, you can eat anything you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I've never been there. Zhao Zilong immediately replied. Xiao Wu questioned, and how do you know about these things? Of course, I heard it from others, Zhao Zilong said with a smile. Xiao Wu snorted and said, anyone who would say that to you isn't a good person. There really isn't a good man among them. Zhu Qing coldly snorted. Ha 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 ha, Zhu Qing. How are you so cute? Zhao Zilong laughed. Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Dai Mubai immediately became alert and said, Zilong, don't get any ideas. Zhu Qing is mine. Don't worry, I have no intention of competing with you. Zhao Zilong chuckled lightly and teased Zhu Qing. Enyan's inner self is just a little tsundere, but she always pretends to be aloof. Bye. You really need to put in some effort. Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, the originally aloof Zhu Qing's face instantly turned red, and with a huff, she no longer paid attention to him. Dai Mubai could only smile awkwardly as he listened. Soon, after running a few laps, Ning Rong began to run out of stamina. She was originally a support-type soul master, and coupled with the fact that she rarely exercised before, she was the first to be unable to keep up. The rest of the people are not doing well either. Their speed has slowed down. At this moment, Zhao Zilong is also a bit out of breath and says, everyone, it seems that these 50 laps are not easy to run. We have 50 laps, but you have 100 laps, Dai Mubai replied irritably. Hearing this, Zhao Zilong laughed and continued, by the way, at this moment, I suddenly remembered a song that should be very suitable for our current situation. Let me sing it for you. Dai Mubai, also a bit out of breath, said, all right, you sing. Zhao Zilong cleared his throat and said, in my heart, there was once a dream, to use song to make you forget all the pain, in the brilliant starry sky, who is the true hero. Ordinary people give me the most touching moments. No more hate, no more pain. I hope there is love everywhere in the world. Let our song exchange for your sincere smile. May your life from now on be different. Seize every minute of life, without experiencing the wind and rain. How can you see the rainbow? No one can succeed casually. Seize every moment of life. Embrace your beloved friends passionately. Let the sincere words and happy tears flow in your heart. In my heart, there was once a dream. Give all for the dream in our hearts. To use song to make you forget all the pain, in the brilliant starry sky, who is the true hero. Ordinary people give me the most touching moments. No more hate, no more pain. I hope there is love everywhere in the world. Let our song exchange for your sincere smile. May your life from now on be different. Seize every minute of life. Give all for the dream in our hearts, without experiencing the wind and rain. How can you see the rainbow? No one can succeed casually. Seize every moment of life. Embrace your beloved friends passionately. Let the sincere words and happy tears flow in your heart. Seize every minute of life. Give all for the dream in our hearts, without experiencing the wind and rain. How can you see the rainbow? No one can succeed casually. Seize every moment of life. Embrace your beloved friends passionately. Let the sincere words and happy tears flow in your heart. La 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 la. Seize every moment of life. Embrace your beloved friends passionately. Let the sincere words and happy tears flow in your heart. Let the sincere words and happy tears flow in your heart. After everyone listened to the song, they all felt quite moved. Ning Rong, listening, said excitedly, this song is really beautiful. The lyrics are really similar to our current situation. Saying this, Dai Mubai also tried to hum a couple of lines. Without experiencing the wind and rain, how can you see the rainbow? No one can succeed casually. After humming a line, Dai Mubai looked at everyone and said, hey, you guys have to sing it feels quite good. What's the name of this song? True Heart Hero. Zhao Zilong looked at everyone and laughed. Isn't it just 50 laps and 100 laps? If you want to make us lie down by running, today let the teachers see the power of singing. When we pass the school gate later, let's all sing and show them our perseverance. Hearing this, Dai Mubai's blood was also ignited, and he immediately decided, then we don't need to wait until we get to the school gate. Let's start now. Zilong, you start. Okay. Zhao Zilong then began. In my heart, there was once a dream. Without experiencing the wind and rain, how can you see the rainbow? No one can succeed casually. This group of little monsters is getting more and more spirited as they practice. Is this a challenge to us? Flinder, hearing the little monsters sing, couldn't help but show a smile. I think this is quite good. Yu Xiaogang, looking at the Shrek group, said calmly. My original goal was to let them know the power of teamwork. Now that they understand it through this song, the training purpose has been achieved. Flinder looked at Yu Xiaogang and asked, what about next? Yu Xiaogang, with his hands behind his back, said proudly, now we must train their teamwork. First, they need to understand that they are a team. Only then can we proceed with the next training. Flinder nodded and then asked Yu Xiaogang, by the way, what are you going to do about Zilong's words? Yu Xiaogang frowned and said, he is indeed a bit of maverick, but he is a rare genius. Maybe what he said is not wrong, but if he wants me, Yu Xiaogang, to bow my head, it's not that easy. Flinder sighed, all right. Anyway, I've already taught you the training. You handle it yourself. A few hours later, everyone had run 50 laps, and they were all so exhausted they could hardly get up. Although Zhao Zilong had a bit better stamina than them, 50 laps still took a toll on him. He was bent over, hands on his knees, panting heavily. At this time, Flinder came over and said, all right, little monsters, go eat. Zhao Zilong, you keep running. You're not allowed to eat until you finish the remaining 50 laps. No way. Dean, do you want to kill me? Zhao Zilong immediately began to complain. Flinder smiled and said, weren't you singing happily just now? Without experiencing the wind and rain, how can you see the rainbow? No one can succeed casually. Since you know it's not that easy to succeed casually, then train hard. How can you become strong without training hard? Now go run. Zhao Zilong gritted his teeth and continued running. At first, it was fun to talk big, but after facing punishment, the fatigue made his brain a bit hazy, cursing inwardly. Anyway, I only have innate level 3. 5 soul power, and my soul power cultivation is slow. It's better to improve my physical fitness early. Once I sign in with the Shrek 7 monsters and complete the task, I'll grab the celestial herb and turn my life around. Watching Zhao Zilong start running again. The others just watched. After all, after 50 laps, they really had no stamina left. Dai Mubai looked at Flinder and said, Dean, even if Zilong's stamina is good, he can't possibly keep going for another 50 laps. We've been running all morning. If we don't eat lunch, how can we hold on? What? Do you want to run together? Flinder coldly snorted. Dai Mubai immediately shut up. Although he felt a bit sympathetic toward Zhao Zilong, he was also exhausted and hungry himself. And after 50 laps, he had little energy left. After having lunch at noon, Yu Xiaogang came to the playground and looked at the 8 members of Shrek. He said to Flinder, Flinder, why haven't I seen Zhao Zilong? Tell him to stop running. After Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, he still didn't see Zhao Zilong and added, he wouldn't have gone to rest somewhere, would he? I'll go take a look. Hearing this, Flinder immediately flew into the air. After surveying the academy, he couldn't find Zhao Zilong. It was only after he circled around to the neighboring village that he discovered Zhao Zilong was actually eating over there. Flinder landed and saw Zhao Zilong ordering several dishes, immediately scolding, you little brat, I told you to run laps, and you ended up here eating so many dishes. Is this how you show you're being punished? Oh, the dean is here. Zhao Zilong greeted immediately, come Dean, sit down. I ordered plenty of dishes, so why not eat together? Would you like to drink something? It's on me. Cut that out. Flinder said sternly, I told you to run laps, and you came here to eat. Who allowed that? My stomach, Zhao Zilong replied, causing Flinder's eye to twitch. This kid really dared to answer back. Zhao Zilong smiled and said, Dean, didn't that master say this morning? We're growing, so we need to arrange our nutrition properly. After running over 50 laps, I was already starving. If I don't eat, it will definitely affect my height. If it weren't like this, how could it be considered a punishment? Flinder sat opposite Zhao Zilong, pushed up his glasses and scolded, you brat, why not just admit your mistake to the master? It would give him a way out. I just think his training isn't as good as yours, Dean. Moreover, I feel his soul power is far below yours. Flinder felt a bit pleased, but was also surprised. How did Zhao Zilong notice that Yu Xiaogang had never displayed his martial soul and soul power? If Zhao Zilong revealed that the master's soul power was low, it would likely cause an uproar among the other little monsters. After all, this Douluo Continent respects the strong, and low soul power isn't valued anywhere. Flinder said, oh, so you notice the master's soul power is lower than mine. And it's not just a little. Zhao Zilong said dismissively. Flinder felt a bit awkward hearing this and explained. The master has lower soul power due to the characteristics of his martial soul. but he is a theoretical master of the world. He has many methods for soul master training. I know that what the master said today embarrassed you, but his training is indeed very suitable for you little monsters. Without waiting for Zhao Zilong to respond, Flinder continued, "You are a genius, and so are they. Even if you don't need the master's training, your cultivation talents are far beyond ordinary people. But the master teaches you foundational physical training. The body is like a vessel, and soul power is like water. In the world of soul masters, many focus only on improving their soul power and neglect physical training, which is not acceptable. The stronger the physical strength, the purer the soul power. Moreover, physical training can also temper one's willpower, enhancing your will and mental strength. This will help you in the future against spiritual soul masters." Zhao Zilong ate while listening and said, "That does seem to make some sense." At this time, Flinder warned in a low voice, "Remember, you mustn't let anyone know about the master's low soul power, got it?" "Understood." Flinder nodded. Since Yu Xiaogang hadn't started special training for the little monsters yet, if Zhao Zilong directly revealed this, it would not only embarrass Yu Xiaogang, but also the other little monsters would definitely be unwilling to let a soul master with low soul power train them. After all, geniuses have their own pride. Only after Yu Xiaogang has made some achievements in his training would they not mind knowing about his low soul power. Flinder said, "All right, eat quickly, and after you're done, hurry over for assembly." After about 10 minutes, Zhao Zilong returned to the playground. The master looked at Zhao Zilong coming over slowly and felt a twitch in his eye. Flinder had already told him that although Yu Xiaogang was a bit angry, he didn't say much. In any school or class, there are always one or two troublemakers, and these troublemakers often make it difficult for teachers. So while Yu Xiaogang felt a bit dissatisfied, he was too lazy to say anything more and said, "Zhao Zilong, return to formation." "Oh, good." Zilong, impressive. Dai Mubai saw Zhao Zilong return to formation and felt that the master didn't seem to plan to pursue the matter from the morning, which made him admire Zhao Zilong. Yu Xiaogang looked at the 9 of them and said, "For the next 6 months, I will conduct physical training for you during the day. Every night, I will prepare medicinal baths for you to help relieve fatigue, and this medicinal bath can also strengthen your physique." Zhao Zilong stepped forward. Zhao Zilong frowned slightly but still walked out. Yu Xiaogang looked at Zhao Zilong and said, "I know you are a genius, and in terms of talent, you might be the best among everyone." Hearing this, Zhao Zilong felt embarrassed. His talent was nothing compared to the others in Shrek, and he immediately waved his hand, saying, No, master, my talent shouldn't be considered very good. Please don't flatter me like that." Yu Xiaogang stood with his hands behind his back. Although he didn't have a good impression of Zhao Zilong, training still had to continue. If Zhao Zilong continued to cause trouble like today during future training, or if other students also made a fuss, the training would be ineffective. Therefore, he had to make this group of little monsters obey first. Otherwise, the training couldn't proceed at all. He said, "You don't need to be modest. Geniuses all have their pride. I understand that you feel dissatisfied since I scolded you this morning. So, I take back what I said earlier." Hearing Yu Xiaogangs words, Zhao Zilong was stunned, and the other Shrek students were also surprised. Yu Xiaogang looked at the others and said, "I know that Flinder doesn't train you much. Aside from morning runs and one class, the rest of the time is self-study. Their training is very relaxed, so you all are used to being lazy. When suddenly faced with a new teacher training you, it's natural to feel some dissatisfaction. However, I can tell you that as long as you accept this training, I can't guarantee how much your soul power will increase in 6 months, but your body will definitely undergo a tremendous transformation. Therefore, I hope you all follow my arrangements honestly for these 6 months. If, after 6 months, you don't see any results, I will resign immediately. Is that understood?" "Understood." Chapter 31. 6 months of training. The previous chapter has been slightly modified. In the following 6 months, Yu Xiaogang conducted physical training for the Shrek group, which mainly involved exercises like running with stones on their backs and frog jumps, gradually increasing the weight. Later, they trained under Zhao Wujia's gravity field. The training was monotonous, doing the same exercises every day. This training is definitely more exhausting than military training in my previous life. Every day, we get up at 5 in the morning, and by 5:30, we have to start training, continuing until 6:30 in the afternoon. It's all training, eating, and soaking in medicinal baths. Moreover, Yu Xiaogang has transformed into a devilish coach, imposing various high-intensity training sessions. He tailors the training according to each person's physical strength. Zhao Zilong has the strongest physical strength, so he often trains with over 100 pounds of weights on his back. Thanks to Xiao Xian, who possesses a food-type soul saint, even when feeling exhausted. Eating his jelly beans allows for quick recovery. Additionally, every night, the master prepares medicinal baths for them, so by the next day, they hardly feel much fatigue. However, this has left Flinder with a bitter face. The school, which is already not wealthy, is spending a lot of money on these training sessions, especially for the medicinal baths, nearly driving the academy to bankruptcy. Over the past 6 months, everyone has come to understand the concept of teamwork better, and everyone's physical fitness has improved, along with their soul power. During this half year, Tang San has already become a level 31 soul master and absorbed a 1,300-year-old man-faced demon spider, gaining the soul skill web binding. However, Tang San has not had the opportunity to obtain an external soul bone. As for the others, they have also seen some improvement in their soul power over the past 6 months. Ning Rongrong has reached level 28, Zhu Zhuqing level 28, Ma Hongjun level 28, Xiao Wu level 33, Oscar level 32, Meng Iran level 32, and Dai Mubai level 38. And what about Zhao Zilong? His soul power is still at level 33, which makes him quite embarrassed. Fortunately, half a year ago, he told Flinder and the others that his soul power was level 31. Otherwise, if they found out that he hadn't made any progress in half a year, it would be really awkward. After all, Zhao Zilong only has an innate soul power of level 3.5, which is much lower compared to the talents of the other members of Shrek. Although he has been practicing his soul power every night, the speed of his training has indeed been quite slow. Zhao Zilong can feel that he is currently at a bottleneck at level 33, just one step away from reaching level 34. However, the training from the master over the past 6 months has indeed been quite good, with devilish training during the day and soaking in medicinal baths at night. The most obvious change is Ma Hongjun, whose once plump body has lost quite a bit of fat under the high-intensity training over the past 6 months. Although he is still quite fat, he has slimmed down a lot compared to when they first met. At this moment on the playground, the master looked at the Shrek group, still maintaining his usual air of superiority. However, after 6 months of training, everyone had developed a certain admiration for the master, as the training results were indeed impressive. Very good. During this half year, everyone's physical fitness has improved, and you have not neglected your soul power training either. I'm very pleased. Yu Xiaogang looked at everyone's accomplishments and felt quite satisfied. Even though he currently has no soul power at all, he is very happy to have trained so many talented soul masters. Yu Xiaogang continued. Now, the first phase of training has come to a temporary end. Next, we will move on to the second phase of practical training. Tang San, listening in confusion, asked, "Teacher, you mean practical training? Does that mean we will be sparring?" At this point, after obtaining his third soul ring, Tang San was confident that he could defeat Dai Mubai, but when it came to Zhao Zilong, he feared that even using hidden weapons, he might not win, because Zhao Zilong is also a master of hidden weapons, unless he used his other martial soul. But Zhao Zilong should also have a second martial soul. Therefore, Tang San felt that if he really faced Zhao Zilong, he would likely lose more than win. This was the first time Tang San felt that there was someone stronger than him among his peers. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San, who is his disciple in pride. However, it seems that if Tang San were to face Zhao Zilong, his chances of winning are not high. Naturally, Yu Xiaogang did not want to see his disciple defeated. So he said, "No, I'm asking you to participate in the Soto City Great Soul Arena." "The Great Soul Arena?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed excitedly. "That place is great. I haven't been there in a long time." Yu Xiaogang turned to Zhao Zilong and said, "Zilong, Edian, it seems you both haven't signed up for the Great Soul Arena yet." "Yes." Yu Xiaogang looked at everyone and said, "Flinder requires you to obtain the Silver Soul Badge at the Soto City Great Soul Arena before graduation, and I still stand by this. However, Xiao San, I require you to obtain the Gold Soul Badge before graduation, and Zilong, I hope you can also get the Gold Soul Badge." "Yes, teacher," Tang San replied seriously. "No problem," Zhao Zilong said with a grin. Yu Xiaogang walked in front of the Shrek group and said, "All right, you now have a month off. After a month, we will start the second phase of training." Hearing Yu Xiaogang say this, everyone was filled with joy. After being somewhat addicted to this high-intensity training, the sudden break made them feel a bit uncomfortable. Zhao Zilong stretched lazily and said, "Let's just go to the Great Soul Arena early and play a few solo matches." Dai Mubai also agreed and said, "If you go within the range of the 3-ring soul masters in the Great Soul Arena, there shouldn't be any soul master who can defeat you, right?" At this moment, Yu Xiaogang also advised, "Zilong, if you want to go to the Grand Soul Arena, remember, do not expose your soul bone. Always be cautious of others, understand?" "Yeah, I got it, Master," Zhao Zilong nodded. Over the past 6 months, Zhao Zilong's perception of Yu Xiaogang had changed significantly. Although he still liked to show off, always maintaining an enigmatic demeanor, Ma Hongjun approached with a sly grin and said, Dragon Bro, how about we go to Sudoa City for a stroll? I know a great place. You fat idiot, if you want to go to that kind of place, you can go by yourself. Don't drag Zilong along, Meng Yiran immediately exclaimed in anger, stepping in front of Zhao Zilong. Ning Rongrong ran up to Zhao Zilong and asked, Zilong, since we're on break, do you want to come to my house? Why would I go to your house? Meng Yiran was instantly displeased. Over the past 6 months, she had gradually developed feelings for Zhao Zilong and actively wrapped her arms around his. Zilong, come to my house. My grandparents really want to meet you. Ning Rongrong looked a bit disappointed and didn't invite him again, while Oscar in the back looked heartbroken. He really wanted to go to the 7-treasure glazed tile school with Ning Rongrong, but he knew that even if he went, it wouldn't lead to anything. Chapter 32. Holiday. Zhao Zilong didn't rush to answer Meng Yiran, looking at the others and asking, what about you guys? Any plans for the break? Ma Hongjun shrugged. What else can we do? We can only stay at school. Wherever Zhu Qing goes, I'll go, Dai Mubai said, trying to please Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing, where do you want to go play during the break? I'll take you. Zhu Qing snorted and replied, you don't need to worry about me. If you want to go to that kind of place, just go. Don't hold back for me. Zhu Qing, I'm not going there anymore. Look, since you arrived, I haven't even been, Dai Mubai immediately explained. I made some mistakes before, but that is all in the past, right? We should look forward. That is just because training took up your time. Zhu Qing clearly wasn't buying it. Oscar looked at Ning Rongrong. Although he really wanted to go to her house, he knew she didn't like him at all. He quietly said, I want to continue practicing hidden weapons. Don't worry, Xiao Ao, during this time, I will forge some hidden weapons. Tang San patted Oscar's shoulder and said to everyone, I'll make a few more hidden weapons, aiming for each person to have one. Zhao Zilong became a bit interested. Oh, are you talking about the Zhuge Divine crossbow? Yeah, Tang San nodded slightly, looking at everyone. I see that Xiao Ao, Rongrong, and Iran are still practicing hidden weapons, so I'm preparing to forge some. What is the Zhuge Divine crossbow? Meng Yiran asked, puzzled. Zhao Zilong smiled lightly and explained, it's a type of mechanism hidden weapon, with power comparable to the 3rd or even 4th soul skills of a strong attack-type soul master. If used well, it can take down a soul sect-level powerhouse with one strike. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, looking at Tang San in disbelief. Tang San looked at Zhao Zilong in disbelief. He had only used the Zhuge crossbow once while hunting the man-eating spider, and then returned it to him. Yet, Zhao Zilong seemed to understand the crossbow so well after that one time. Zilong, could it be that you can also forge the Zhuge crossbow? Tang San asked thoughtfully. I can't, Zhao Zilong shrugged, looking a bit speechless at Tang San, and teased, didn't I tell you before? If you could give me the blueprints, maybe I could forge it. Tang San chuckled at that. How could he possibly give him the blueprints? He replied, sorry, but that's not possible. That's a secret technique that can't be shared. Zhao Zilong glanced at Ning Rongrong and said, Rongrong, you could buy some Zhuge crossbows to take back. They are very useful for support-type soul masters. Tang San originally intended to buy some items for the 7-treasure glazed tile school. After all, he was also short on money. In the future, if he wanted to create advanced hidden weapons like the Peacock Feather, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, and the Storm Pear Blossom Needle, he couldn't be without funds. So, when Zhao Zilong said this, Tang San immediately took out a Zhuge crossbow and said, Rongrong, this is the Zhuge crossbow, consider it a gift from me. As for the usage, it's simple. Just pull this trigger to shoot the crossbow bolt, and it can easily break metal and stone at a distance of 50 meters. Thank you, third brother. After expressing her gratitude, Ning Rongrong took the Zhuge crossbow. Well then, we're off. See you in a month. With that, Meng Yiran directly took Zhao Zilong's arm and waved goodbye to everyone. Zhao Zilong had no choice but to be half pushed and half dragged away by Meng Yiran. After spending 2 days, they arrived at Kila City. This city is not too far from Soto City, and it is about the same size, but it is much more famous because it is home to the renowned Longxi couple. Even the city lord holds the Longxi couple in great esteem. Upon arriving at the Longxi residence, a servant immediately came to greet them, saying, Miss, are grandfather and grandmother in? Meng Yiran returned home, feeling very cheerful, and replied, yes. The servant quickly answered, they are in the main hall. The old master has missed you very much during the 6 months you were away. After hearing this, Meng Yiran pulled Zhao Zilong and ran towards the main hall. Meanwhile, Long Gong and Shipo were enjoying tea and chatting comfortably. Upon seeing them, Meng Yiran ran over and exclaimed, Grandfather, grandmother, I'm back. Immediately, both Long Gong and Shipo stood up from their chairs, looking at Meng Yiran, who had rushed into their arms with great affection. Zilong is here too. Meng Shu smiled as he glanced at Zhao Zilong, thinking that it seemed Meng Yiran had developed a good relationship with him. Zhao Zilong cupped his hands and politely said, "Greetings to both seniors." Long Gong Meng Shu chuckled and said, "Zilong, you are too polite. You don't need to call us seniors so formally. You can call us grandfather and grandmother, just like Iran. That might not be appropriate." This made Zhao Zilong feel a bit awkward. Although he liked Meng Yiran very much, and she was always obedient and understanding, sometimes a bit overbearing, she was more often considerate. However, as a transmigrator with a system that specifically deprives the protagonist of their abilities, Zhao Zilong's ambitions naturally went beyond just having Meng Yiran as his only woman. Hearing Meng Shu's words, Meng Yiran's face turned slightly red as she retorted, "Grandfather, what nonsense are you talking about? Zilong and I haven't reached that stage yet. Isn't it just a matter of time?" Meng Shu stroked his beard and laughed. "Why don't you two just confirm your relationship early, so that your grandmother and I can hold our great-grandson soon?" Hearing this, Meng Yiran was even more infuriated, her face turning crimson as she said, "Grandfather, how old are we? If you keep talking nonsense, I won't talk to you anymore." Sheepa chimed in, "Old man, let the children figure out their own futures. We old folks shouldn't worry about these things." "Ha ha ha, no more talking about this." Meng Shu laughed heartily. "By the way, Iran Zilong, what level is your soul power at now?" Meng Yiran, feeling a bit excited, replied, "I'm already at level 32, and Zilong is at level 33. Upon hearing this, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang exchanged surprised glances, looking at Zhao Zilong with astonishment. Indeed, without comparison, there would be no harm. 6 months ago, Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran were at the same level, but now there was a 1-level difference, and as time goes on, this difference would only grow. Thinking of this, Long Gong and Sheepa wanted to keep this precious grandson-in-law even closer, lest he be taken away by another force in the future. "Ha ha ha, Zilong and Iran, it's rare for you to come back. We actually snuck into school to see you a few times before. That training is really tough. Although I heard from Flandre that the food is not bad, I still feel it's lacking a bit." Meng Shu, looking distressed, said, "Old partner, hurry and have someone prepare a banquet, so we can treat Zilong and Iran well." After dinner, Meng Yiran was pulled into a room by Long Gong and Sheepa, while Zhao Zilong returned to his own room, sitting cross-legged to begin cultivating, hoping to see if he could break through to level 34. In the room, Meng Yiran was with her grandparents, and Meng Shu was very optimistic about Zhao Zilong. Regardless of his talent or strength, as long as he could grow smoothly, he would definitely become a title Douluo, a potential stock. However, they had to pull him in tightly before he rose to prominence. "Iran, how are you and Zilong studying at the academy now? I see there are several girls in your academy, and they're not inferior to you in looks. You have to keep a tight hold on Zilong. Don't give him a chance to fool around outside, okay?" Meng Yiran huffed and felt a bit dissatisfied, saying, "In the academy, there's only that Ning Rongrong, who always wants Zilong to teach her hidden weapons, and this time during the break, she even invited Zilong to their 7-treasure glazed tile school, which is simply infuriating." "You're talking about that girl from the 7-treasure glazed tile school?" Meng Shu stroked his beard and then laughed lewdly. "Men are all lustful. I think, Iran, you should take the initiative to make things happen with Zilong early, or else your boyfriend might be taken away by someone else." "Grandfather, what nonsense are you talking about? Zilong and I are still in school." Meng Yiran became even more bashful from Meng Shu's words. Although she had already expressed her feelings for Zhao Zilong in school, and their relationship was basically confirmed, it was still a bit too early to reach that stage. Our soul masters grow up faster than ordinary people, even if you're still young now. That kind of thing. Hee hee, you old lecher. Sheepa rolled her eyes at Meng Shu. Meng Shu, however, didn't feel ashamed at all, and with the demeanor of an experienced person, he imparted his wisdom. "Iran, Grandpa is also a man, so he understands men well. Men can't resist temptation, especially genius youths like him, who are seen as treasures by all major powers and could be taken away at any moment. Only after you and Zilong have children can you give him something to hold on to. Otherwise, he could fly away at any time and become someone else's man." "All right, I understand, Grandfather. I know how to handle this. You don't need to say any more." Meng Yiran clearly did not want to argue about this matter and turned to run out. Back at her own room, Meng Yiran pondered her grandfather's words and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After what Meng Shu said, she became even more fearful. She was already more than 3 years older than Zhao Zilong, and her talent was far inferior to his. Would Zhao Zilong find someone more suitable for him in the future? At that time, her excellent and powerful boyfriend might become someone else's. Just thinking about this made Meng Iran even more anxious, and she couldn't sleep at all lying on her bed. Previously, even if she wanted to do something intimate with Zhao Zilong at school, she had no chance, but now that she was back home, it seemed possible. As images of pink hues floated in her mind, Meng Iran unconsciously climbed out of bed and inexplicably walked to Zhao Zilong's door. Was he still not asleep? Seeing that the light was still on in Zhao Zilong's room, Meng Iran looked through the window and saw him sitting cross-legged, practicing on the ship. She couldn't help but feel a bit envious. He was already so talented, yet he was still working so hard. Damn it, failed again. Inside the room, Zhao Zilong felt the failure of his soul power breakthrough and immediately let out a curse. He had already reached level 33 6 months ago, and with the Soul Bone's power boost, he had been unable to break through to level 34 for half a year, which made Zhao Zilong quite frustrated. Meng Iran, who was outside, heard Zhao Zilong's curse words and was no longer surprised. After spending so much time with Zhao Zilong, she had some understanding of him. He was inherently a free-spirited person. She knocked on the door and asked, "Zilong, are you asleep?" Soon, the door was opened, and Zhao Zilong looked at Meng Iran, who was wearing a pink pajamas with a slightly flushed face. Zhao Zilong immediately felt a rush of blood and teased, "Iran, with the way you look, you must be unable to sleep too." Meng Iran gently nodded in response. Zhao Zilong's smile grew wider, and he stepped aside, his face almost blooming with joy, saying, "Just right, I can't sleep either. I was just cultivating my soul power. Now that you're here, we can have a good discussion." "Okay." Meng Iran nodded and walked into Zhao Zilong's room. Zhao Zilong quickly closed the door, his smile deepening, as if he had successfully lured a little rabbit into the wolf's den. Thinking to himself, "Iran, you came to me willingly. After nurturing this cabbage for over half a year, it's finally time to harvest." Soon, Zhao Zilong pulled Meng Iran down onto the bed, and she did not resist. Her face had been flushed since she entered, and she looked at Zhao Zilong and said, "Zilong, I." Before she could finish, Zhao Zilong pressed her down and said, "You don't need to say anything or do anything. Just relax and leave everything to me." He then tore off Meng Iran's pink pajamas. This part is omitted. The next morning, Meng Iran felt pain beneath her, but seeing Zhao Zilong still asleep beside her, a trace of happiness appeared on her face. She turned around and hugged Zhao Zilong. This startled them awake, and their eyes met. However, due to the intimacy of the previous night, Meng Iran was not as shy as before, and their relationship was now thoroughly confirmed. "Zilong, from now on, I am your woman, and you can't ignore me." As she spoke, Meng Iran rested her small head on Zhao Zilong's shoulder. Zhao Zilong hugged her back and said, "Don't worry, Iran, I will take care of you for a lifetime." Just then, Zhao Zilong suddenly felt, "My soul power has actually broken through to level 34. "Really? Congratulations, Zilong." Meng Iran was very happy to hear this. Her man had become stronger. Zhao Zilong was also surprised. He had been cultivating for the past 6 months, especially noticing signs of a breakthrough in the past month, but he had not succeeded until last night when he and Meng Iran had their intimate moment. He immediately kissed Meng Iran hard and said, "Isn't this worth it for you? Come on, let's try again." Chapter 34. The end of the holiday, after a joyful time. The two finally got out of bed. As a soul master, Zhao Zilong's physical condition was better than that of ordinary people, and Meng Iran was still able to get out of bed and walk. "Iran, eat this." At this moment, Zhao Zilong took out a pill from his soul guide. "What is this?" Meng Iran asked, puzzled as she received the pill. "It's a contraceptive pill." Zhao Zilong did not hide it and directly told Meng Iran. With the knowledge of Tang San's poisons, Zhao Zilong naturally knew how to refine basic medicines, and besides, contraceptive pills were available for sale in the Douluo Continent. Meng Iran's face turned a little pale upon hearing this. Zhao Zilong quickly explained, "Don't overthink it. I just think that we are still young, and this is the fastest age for soul power cultivation. If you were to get pregnant, it would mean we had a child out of wedlock, especially since we haven't reached the legal age for marriage." After hearing this, Meng Iran let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Zilong then assured her, "Don't worry, Iran, you are my woman, and I will definitely marry you in the future. Of course, if you really don't want to eat, then it's fine. I'll eat." Meng Iran nodded upon hearing this, as she never really considered having a child at such a young age. She herself was still a child. In the month that followed, Zhao Zilong played poker with Meng Iran in the room every day. In his previous life, he had experienced 108 different ways to unlock skills, and now he applied all of them to Meng Iran. The holiday soon came to an end, and on the last night of the break, Zhao Zilong and Meng Iran returned to Shrek Academy, each heading back to their respective dorms. Upon returning to his dorm, Zhao Zilong saw Ma Hongjun and Tang San and greeted them. Hey, everyone is here. Did you miss me after a month? Dai Mubai walked up and punched Zhao Zilong in the chest, laughing. Zilong, you're back. You really waited until the last day of the holiday. Looks like you had a great time out there. Zilong, you're here. Tang San looked at Zhao Zilong and immediately handed him the prepared Zhuge divine crossbow, saying, This is the Zhuge divine crossbow. It's yours. Thanks, Zhao Zilong replied as he took the crossbow. Brother Long, you're here. You have to help me. Ma Hongjun immediately rushed over, looking like he was about to cry. Seeing the fat guy in front of him with a bruised face, Zhao Zilong frowned and asked Fatty, What happened to you? Dai Mubai explained, Fatty got bullied outside, and we were just about to go help him get revenge. Zhao Zilong looked at Ma Hongjun and said helplessly, I told you not to go out early or late, but you didn't believe me. Now you're in trouble, aren't you? Ma Hongjun immediately explained, Dragon Brother, I really didn't mean to cause trouble. I was planning to be a hero and save the beauty. That little punk was trying to harass a girl, and I went to save her, but I ended up getting beaten instead. Ma Hongjun then recounted the event again. After listening, Zhao Zilong exclaimed, Oh, realizing that Ma Hongjun indeed got beaten by that unruly guy. The plot that was meant to happen didn't miss a beat. Zhao Zilong didn't think too much about it and directly agreed, All right, I'll go with you guys. Just as I stepped out the door, I ran into Xiao Wu. She was an energetic girl, and upon hearing that Zhao Zilong and the others were going to fight, she immediately got excited. The subsequent events were not much different from the original story. Xiao Wu showcased her Oscar-worthy acting skills to seduce Douluo, ultimately teaching him a good lesson. The next morning, at the Shrek playground, Master Yu Xiaogang looked at the 9 members of Shrek and said, Now that everyone has completed the first phase of training, after a month of rest, your bodies and spirits have returned to their best state. I will now begin the second phase of training. The location for this lesson would be the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. This training had no time limit. It would end when you obtain the Silver Spirit Badge. Xiao San and Zilong, I expect both of you to obtain the Gold Spirit Badge. Hearing this, Zhao Zilong became a bit excited and said, We're going to the Great Spirit Arena? That is a great place for making money. After saying this, Zhao Zilong looked at the others and said, If you want to get rich, just bet on me to win. Dai Mubai laughed and replied, Of course I know this, brother. Everyone understands your strength. Whether my wallet can get fat depends on you. Ning Rongrong playfully chimed in, Don't worry. I know Master will let us go to the Great Spirit Arena, so I took 100,000 gold spirit coins from home during this break. Just make sure you don't lose. 100,000 gold spirit coins? That is way too much money. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Ning Rongrong, trying to flatter her. Can you lend me some money when the time comes? No way. Ning Rongrong said proudly, As long as I bet on Zilong, I'll definitely win. Zhao Zilong couldn't help but sigh. You truly are the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. So rich, starting off with 100,000 gold spirit coins. However, Rongrong, you better be careful. With the strength to decide the outcome, winning or losing is in my hands. Otherwise, consider that several thousand gold spirit coins as an investment, and I'll let you win 100 times in a row. However, as Zhao Zilong spoke, Meng ran next to him, shot him a killing intent glare, making Zhao Zilong feel a bit embarrassed. He coughed awkwardly and said, A gentleman remains poor, never gives up his ambition. I would never be swayed by mere money. All right. Yu Xiaogang looked at Zhao Zilong's serious expression and reminded him, Zilong, I have a request for you. You're not allowed to use your external spirit bones and hidden weapons. If possible, it's best not to use your hidden weapon techniques at all. Those hidden weapon techniques can be used as trump cards. Zhao Zilong nodded and said, My hidden weapons are usually leaves of blue silvergrass. They are part of my martial spirit. However, Master, you are right. External spirit bones should not be used casually. After that, Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San and the others and said, Xiao San and all of you are not allowed to use hidden weapons, understand? Yes, teacher. Yu Xiaogang continued, When the time comes, you will not only participate in singles and doubles matches, but also team matches. Moreover, during the competitions, I require you to not use your real names. All of you must use code names, and everyone must wear masks to maintain a sense of mystery. Zhao Zilong grinned and said, I like this. Once the mask is on and the code name is out, my cool factor will instantly skyrocket. As Dai Mubai listened to the question, he said, Master, I remember that team competitions consist of 7 people, right? That's right, let's go. First, we need to sign up. With that, Master Yu Xiaogang walked ahead on his own. Chapter 35. Nicknames. They arrived at a hotel in Soto City, and Yu Xiaogang took out a mask and said, "In team competitions, there is a team score, which is not present in the 2-on-2 matches. Since you have 9 people, you can take turns to participate, with each person required to compete in at least 2 soul fighting matches each day. Isn't just 2 matches? Simple." Xiao Wu replied confidently. Oscar immediately made a bitter face and said, "Master, do Rongrong and I, as support-type soul masters, also have to participate in 2 matches?" Yu Xiaogang coldly responded, "If you don't want to participate, you can continue with the first training plan." Seeing that no one else was speaking, Yu Xiaogang continued, "The soul fighting arena consists of 1-on-1 matches, 2-on-2 matches, and the team battles that start last. You could discuss how to form teams among yourselves. I require each of you to participate in at least 1 team battle and 1 individual or 2-on-2 match every day. Of course, if you want to participate in 3 matches, I won't oppose it, but you need to manage your soul power wisely." Upon hearing this, Oscar immediately tried to flatter Dai Mubai. "Boss Dai, let's team up." Dai Mubai hesitated as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Naturally, he wanted to team up with her as well. Oscar immediately cried out, "Boss Dai, my sausages can definitely help you. If you don't take me along, I don't know when I'll be able to get the Silver Soul badge, all by myself." "Well, okay then." Dai Mubai had no choice but to agree. At this moment, Ning Rongrong looked at Zhao Zilong with a pitiful expression and said, "Zilong, would you be willing to help me?" Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Meng Yiran became very alert and immediately hugged Zhao Zilong's arm, saying, "Zilong is teaming up with me." Ning Rongrong's eyes instantly showed some disappointment, while Zhao Zilong felt a bit awkward and said, "How about this? Rongrong, I will team up with Iran first today and then with you. You two can take turns, 1 day each. Don't worry, with my strength, I can definitely help you score points." "Thank you, Zilong." Ning Rongrong immediately became happy and hugged Zhao Zilong's other arm. Meng Yiran looked at them, her eyes almost blazing with anger, and said furiously, "Let go, let go. Why are you hugging so tightly? It's just teaming up. Why are you so excited?" Ning Rongrong, hearing this, flashed a mischievous look in her eyes and covered her mouth with a laugh, saying, "Sister Iran, why are you being so fierce? I'm just expressing my gratitude to Zilong. Look how nervous you are." Zhao Zilong felt a bit awkward as well. After all, Meng Yiran had entrusted herself to him, so if he quickly backed out, it would be too cruel. He promptly pulled his arm out of Ning Rongrong's grasp and said, Rongrong Iran, let's go register in a bit." "Okay." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong made a face at Meng Yiran. Zhao Zilong felt even more awkward and could only pretend not to see it, but Meng Yiran was about to explode with anger. She forcibly suppressed her anger and pinched Zhao Zilong's thigh hard, and he could only endure it in silence. Dai Mubai, watching Zhao Zilong's operation of having both ladies by his side, couldn't help but sigh, thinking that this guy is truly a big shot. "If I dared to do this, I would have been beaten up by Zhu Qing long ago." On the side, Oscar, who was originally happy to team up with Dai Mubai, immediately felt heartbroken upon seeing this scene, as his goddess had rushed into someone else's arms. "Zhu Qing, why don't we just do it like Zilong and the others?" Dai Mubai said with a smile as he approached Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing coldly glanced at Dai Mubai and said, "Weren't you always in a situation of having one on each side before?" "No, that's not what I meant." Dai Mubai immediately shouted in protest, hurriedly explaining, "I meant we should form a team too. The 2 of us will compete in today's doubles match, and I'll team up with Xiao Ao for the Cloudy Day doubles. What do you think?" "Sounds good," Zhu Qing replied in her cold voice. At this time, Ning Rongrong also suggested, "Since that's the case, Zhu Qing, why don't we team up together?" "Okay. Third brother, how about I team up with you?" Ma Hongjun looked at Tang San beside him. "But I've already formed a trio with Xiao Wu. Sorry." Tang San naturally refused as well. "Looks like no one wants me." Ma Hongjun looked at everyone, each in pairs, surrounded by the atmosphere of dog food in the hotel, while he was the only one single. No, it seemed like Xiao Ao was also single. Soon, the pairs for the 2v2 match were settled. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang said, "All right, since you've formed your teams, I still need to remind you. Mu Bai and Zilong, both of your soul power have reached level 30, which means you'll be facing opponents at level 30. Even if you team up with Zhu Qing and Rongrong, who have soul power in their 20s, you will still face 2 soul masters above level 30. Hearing this, Dai Mubai felt a bit anxious, while Zhao Zilong expressed confidence. "Master, you are mistaken. How can a man say he can't do it? Especially in front of the girls. Now that I've said it, even if I have to grit my teeth, I will lead Rongrong to win the match." "That's right. How can a man say he can't do it?" Dai Mubai was also pumped up by this. Xiao Wu looked at Zhao Zilong with a hint of disdain in her eyes Everyone here is older than you, right? You're the youngest little brother. Zhao Zilong looked at Xiao Wu teasingly. Little rabbit, your words sound a bit off. Your nickname should be Rogue Rabbit. Rogue Rabbit? I don't want that nickname. Xiao Wu said unhappily. Yu Xiaogang then spoke again. All right, now let me talk about your nicknames. Dai Mu Bai will be called Evil I White Tiger. Oscar will be Sausage Vendor. Xiao Wu will be Soft Bone Enchantress. Ma Hongjun will be Evil Fire Phoenix. Zhu Zhuqing will use the name of her martial spirit, Ghostly Spirit Cat. And Ning Rongrong will be Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile. Meng Iran will be Black Mamba. As for you two, San and Zilong, both of you have Blue Silvergrass martial spirits. San will be Thousand Hands Silvergrass, and Zilong will be Blue Silver, Ascending Glory. What do you think? The others exchanged glances and had no objections. Xiao Wu then said, the name Silvergrass is too unremarkable. It doesn't sound good at all. Ning Rongrong added, Zilong's Blue Silver Ascending Glory is also not good. Although his first soul skill makes the blue silvergrass leaves float beautifully, this name is a bit too poetic. Plus, all his soul skills are poison-related. This name doesn't team match him at all. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San and Zhao Zilong and asked, what do you think? Zhao Zilong replied, as for Tang San, he should be called Thousand Hand Shura, and for me, I can be called Blue Silver Emperor. Blue Silver Emperor? Meng Iran murmured upon hearing this. Zhao Zilong smiled and said yes. The king among Blue Silvergrass. Chapter 36. Depriving Tang San of soul power again. All right, since the nicknames have been decided, let's arrange them by age. It's best not to call each other S-names during the team battles. Yu Xiaogang looked at everyone and said, I remember Mu Bai is the oldest and Zilong is the youngest, right? Dai Mu Bai nodded. Yeah, I'm half a month older than Meng Ran. 1 year older than Xiao Ao, then it's Xiao San, Fatty, Xiao Wu, Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Zilong in that order. Yu Xiaogang continued, you are a team, and in the future on the battlefield, I hope you can refer to each other as brothers and sisters, united as one. This is the most basic condition for winning the match. Zhao Zilong's mouth twitched as he said, damn, does that mean I have to call everyone brother and sister? Of course. You are the youngest among us. We are naturally your older brothers and sisters. Xiao Wu immediately puffed up her chest and approached Zhao Zilong, saying, come on, call me Sister Xiao Wu. The others immediately looked at Zhao Zilong with some malicious intent. Although Zhao Zilong was the youngest among them, his strength was too formidable for anyone to dare directly call him younger brother. After all, in the Douluo Continent, strength is revered. Those who are strong are the leaders. It was just like Ma Hongjun, who ranked 5th in age among them, yet he was often bullied and called fatty by everyone. Zhao Zilong also revealed a flattering smile and said, Sister Xiao Wu, since you are the elder sister, I have a small request. I wonder if you can fulfill it? Xiao Wu, looking pleased, replied, go ahead. What is your request? Can you sleep with me for one night? Get lost. Xiao Wu immediately exploded with anger and kicked towards Zhao Zilong's face. Zhao Zilong had long been prepared and swiftly retreated several steps with a light footwork technique. When Xiao Wu saw Zhao Zilong's speed, she couldn't help but let out a huff in anger. This guy runs really fast. Because of Xiao Wu's fiery temper, she had clashed with Zhao Zilong a few times after he teased her in the past. Xiao Wu was already fast, but Zhao Zilong's lightness skill was even quicker. Even if she teleported behind him, he could still escape. She really didn't understand how Een, a control-type soul master, could be so fast. Tang San's expression also turned a bit ugly after hearing Zhao Zilong's words, and the girls blushed slightly upon hearing what Zhao Zilong said. Zhao Zilong grinned and said, Sister Xiao Wu, you really show no mercy at all. Luckily it's me. If it were Fatty, he'd probably get kicked into an ugly mess. Xiao Wu huffed again, realizing she couldn't hit Zhao Zilong, and immediately directed her anger at Ma Hongjun, saying, Humph, that dead Fatty is already ugly. Maybe he'd look better after being disfigured. Hey, I didn't say anything. Why do you always drag me into this? Ma Hongjun innocently protested again. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang spoke up again. All right, I hope you remember that from now on. You are a team. You must unite. Only in this way can you defeat your enemies. From now on, your team will be called the Shrek Team. Shrek Team. At this moment, the voice of the system's sister, which had been silent for more than half a year, finally spoke up. The Shrek Team is established. Are we checking in for the Shrek 7 monsters? At the same time, Yu Xiaogang continued. As for the Shrek Team, I plan to make Mu Bai the captain and Xiao San the vice captain. What do you all think? Although Yu Xiaogang was asking a question, more attention was focused on Zhao Zilong, as he was the only one in the team who might cause a bit of trouble. The others were all relatively fine. Moreover, The reason why Yu Xiaogang made this decision is firstly because Zhao Zilong prefers to fight alone and looks down on organizing the team and arranging combat strength. And he also likes to take charge of things himself. Secondly, there is a selfish motive, wanting to make Tang San the core of the team. Tang San looked at Zhao Zilong and immediately said, "Teacher, let Zilong take the position of vice captain. After all, his soul power is a bit higher." Yu Xiaogang listened and said seriously, "No, Zilong, I want you to become the ace of the Shrek team." Zhao Zilong spread his hands and said, "All right, let's do it as the master said. Besides, I think you are indeed more suitable than me, Tang San. After all, your strength has always made me feel unfathomable." Tang San let out a dry laugh upon hearing this and did not respond. When Zhao Zilong agreed, everyone was stunned for half a second. Since he agreed so easily, they thought there would be some drama. Seeing that Zhao Zilong did not argue with him, Yu Xiaogang was naturally pleased, as among the 9 students, only Zhao Zilong would actively stir things up. Sometimes he was quite mischievous, which left Yu Xiaogang helpless. After all, he was a genius. How could he not have some character? Dai Mubai stepped forward and said, "All right, brothers, from now on, we will make the Shrek team famous in the Soto City Great Soul Arena." Good. Yu Xiaogang felt a surge of pride at this scene. He had finally created a group of talented soul masters. As long as they could grow, who would dare to underestimate him, Yu Xiaogang, in the future? Yu Xiaogang stood up and said, "All right, let's get ready to set off. Let's go register at the Soto City Great Soul Arena." At this moment, Zhao Zilong also had time and could finally start signing in. The first choice was still Tang San. The system's sister's mature voice echoed in his mind. Sign in Tang San. Character, Tang San. Age, 12 years. Martial soul, Blue Silver Emperor, intermediate martial soul. Blue Silver Emperor bloodline, not awakened. Innate soul power, level 9. Originally innate soul power level 10. Soul power, level 31. Soul rings, yellow purple. Special abilities, Xintian skill. Xian Jade Hand, Ghost Shadow Mystique, Hidden Weapon 100 Solutions, Tang Sect 100 Poisons, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, Controlling Crane and Capturing Dragon, Hidden Weapon Techniques and Master Level Forging. System Evaluation, 2 lifetimes as a person, both being top-tier geniuses, simultaneously the protagonist of Douluo Continent, gentle and refined on the outside, black-bellied on the inside. Accompanied by Fortune Halo, Protagonist Halo, and numerous advantages brought by the previous life of the Tang Sect. Tang San, Vice Captain of the Shrek 7 Monsters. The soul of the Shrek 7 Monsters deprives 1 level of innate soul power, deprives 0. 5 level of soul power. Deprivation successful. Current Tang San's innate soul power is level 8, soul power is 30. 5. Current host's innate soul power is level 4. 5. Soul power is 34. 5. Chapter 37, Zhao Zilong versus Dai Mubai. At this moment, Zhao Zilong looked at the semi-transparent panel in front of him and began to mourn for Tang San. A perfectly innate full soul power had now turned into innate level 8 soul power. Although innate level 8 soul power could still be considered a genius, it also limited Tang San's potential. Moreover, Zhao Zilong, who possesses the protagonist deprivation system, doesn't know if he will deprive Tang San of his innate soul power in the future. If he were to deprive him of his innate soul power several times, thinking about how a dignified protagonist, a child of destiny, could be unknowingly ruined by him, and Tang San himself remains completely unaware. Zhao Zilong can only mourn for him in silence. There's a saying, if a friend dies, a Taoist does not die. If I don't deprive you of your innate soul power, I won't be able to rise, and I'll inevitably end up under your feet. At most, in the future, after inheriting your protagonist halo and your divine position, I'll find a way to get you a secondary deity as compensation. Of course, all of this is just Zhao Zilong's one-sided, wishful thinking for now. Even if he deprives Tang San of his soul power, it doesn't mean Tang San won't inherit a divine position in the future, nor does it guarantee that he himself will inherit one. Thinking about divine positions is still too far off for now. At the Soto Great Spirit Arena, Zhao Zilong also signed up. Looking at the receptionist, he dropped 10 golden soul coins and said, "Sign me up." Name and soul power, the cold voice of the receptionist asked. Blue Silver Emperor, soul power level 34. Zhao Zilong replied. Hearing this, Xiao Wu looked incredulous and said, "Zilong, you've already reached level 34? Yeah. The bartender girl was a bit surprised. Although Zhao Zilong was wearing a mask, his voice sounded very young. She pointed to the crystal beside her and said, "Go test your soul power." Zhao Zilong walked over and quickly placed his hand on the crystal, which immediately emitted a dazzling light, showing that his soul power was indeed at level 34. Seeing Zhao Zilong's soul power rise to level 34 surprised everyone. His cultivation speed was just too fast. In fact, only Zhao Zilong himself knew that after absorbing the human-faced demon spider, his soul power had already been on the verge of breaking through to level 34. It took him half a year to complete the breakthrough, which could be considered quite slow. Soon, Meng Yiran also registered. And then Zhao Zilong tossed down 10 gold soul coins and said, by the way, we need to form a duo combo, and let's call it the Blue Snake combo. What about me? Ning Rongrong, who was listening, also walked over excitedly and said, if it's the two of us, let's call it the 7 treasure blue-silver combo. Sure. Everyone quickly gathered their duo combos and also registered for the Shrek team. Soon, the soul fighting began, and all the Shrek members had signed up, one by one heading to the backstage to watch. Looking at the huge crystal board in front of them, the names kept switching until it finally stopped. Evil Eye White Tiger versus Blue Silver Emperor. Seeing these two names, Dai Mubai and Zhao Zilong exchanged glances. Zhao Zilong saw a strong fire of battle in Dai Mubai's eyes. Having lost to Zhao Zilong 6 months ago, Dai Mubai was very unwilling and had been looking for a chance to win back. Well, this is great. Oh Bai, I didn't expect my first opponent in the soul fighting competition to be you, Zhao Zilong said to Dai Mubai with a half smile. He then took out his gold soul coins and handed them to Meng Yiran, saying, Ran, bet all of it on my win. Okay. When Dai Mubai saw this scene, his face turned iron blue with anger, gritting his teeth and saying, Zilong, are you so sure you can beat me? Last time I lost to you was just because I was too careless. I don't underestimate you. I just believe in myself. Zhao Zilong smiled broadly and replied, no matter what kind of opponent I face, I will bet on my victory. Dai Mubai's eyes twitched slightly as he looked at the others, and Oscar, Tang San, and the rest avoided Dai Mubai's gaze, as they all planned to bet on Zhao Zilong's victory as well. Soon, under the host Dodo's announcement in the Great Soul Arena. Next is the 12th match of today's one-on-one competition, featuring the 34th level Blue Silver Emperor against the 38th level Evil Eye White Tiger. Please welcome the two contestants. After Dai Mubai and Zhao Zilong entered the arena, the audience was somewhat dissatisfied to see that both were wearing masks. The host Dodo continued, all right, please reveal your martial souls. The battle will begin in 1 minute. Soon, both revealed their martial souls, Dai Mubai's White Tiger and Zhao Zilong's Blue Silver Grass. When the audience saw the Blue Silver Grass martial soul, they couldn't help but sigh. Dai Mubai looked somewhat serious, as he had been teammates with Zhao Zilong for a long time and was very familiar with Zhao Zilong's strength. Although his soul power was higher than Zhao Zilong's, Dai Mubai still lacked confidence. As the battle began, Dai Mubai dared not be careless and immediately used all his strength. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. In an instant, Dai Mubai's figure grew significantly larger, and his muscles nearly burst through his clothing. The White Tiger Vajra Transformation could enhance all of Dai Mubai's attributes by 50%, making it a powerful amplification skill. A Tiger Claw struck out as Dai Mubai, a powerful attack-type soul master, possessed great strength in close combat. However, Zhao Zilong leaned more towards agility-type attacks, especially after acquiring the Lingbo Weibu, which further shifted him in that direction. With a quick move of Lingbo Weibu, Zhao Zilong swiftly dodged, causing Dai Mubai to feel a bit angry. He immediately pursued, his claws continuously attacking Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong's figure moved swiftly each time, and due to the special footwork of Lingbo Weibu, he always left behind an afterimage after moving, causing Dai Mubai's attacks to miss every time. Damn it, can you only run? Dai Mubai said, feeling a bit annoyed that he couldn't hit Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong was not provoked by him and laughed. Isn't dodging also a tactic? Moreover, you're currently using the White Tiger King Kong transformation, which is originally a soul skill to enhance yourself. Let's wait for your soul power to deplete a bit before I make my move. Damn it! Dai Mubai cursed silently, but he accelerated and charged towards Zhao Zilong. After Zhao Zilong dodged a few times, Mingxin felt that Dai Mubai's speed had become even faster. Long-term defense must lead to loss, and Zhao Zilong also thought about this. Constantly dodging, even though he was very confident in his own speed, if he got hit just once, it would be awkward. The first and second soul skills of the Heartbroken Poison, Bamboo Leaf Sword Rain, were activated, and the purple blue-silver grass shot out like arrows. Seeing this dense attack, Dai Mubai immediately defended with both hands. White Tiger Barrier. Countless blue-silver sword rain fell on the barrier and were dispersed by the soul power. But Zhao Zilong's first and second soul skills did not consume much soul power. Rather than saying they were two soul skills, it was more accurate to say they were one soul skill, as the second soul skill was purely supportive. Chapter 38. Depriving the Shrek 7 monsters of soul power. Tang San. Do you think Big Brother Dai can win? Oscar came over and asked quietly. It's very difficult. Tang San said seriously. Control-type soul masters inherently restrain assault-type soul masters, and with Zilong's wave step, Dai Mubai has no advantage in speed. He probably has little chance of winning. Flander listened and also said seriously. Indeed, Zilong hasn't even used all his strength yet. On the arena, Dai Mubai shouted loudly. His soul power surged, and the white tiger barrier was enhanced. At the same time, Dai Mubai began to gather soul power. Second soul skill, white tiger light wave. Zhao Zilong immediately used wave step to dodge, but Dai Mubai's light wave attack followed closely behind. However, the white tiger light wave was not a continuous attack and quickly disappeared. Using the first soul skill again, the bamboo leaf sword rain, countless blue-silver leaves shot out. Faced with this attack, Dai Mubai could only defend with all his might. He knew that these leaves were highly poisonous. Originally, control-type soul masters were very restraining against assault-type soul masters, and Zhao Zilong even used poison, so getting hit would be quite unpleasant. The spider web binding followed with the activation of the third soul skill. A massive spider web appeared above Dai Mubai's head, quickly descending and directly binding him. Dai Mubai roared, his soul power erupted wildly, but it was all in vain. Zhao Zilong's third soul ring was 100 years old. At this age, the soul skill was comparable to a fourth soul skill. I admit defeat. Dai Mubai looked at himself bound, knowing he had no chance of winning, and immediately admitted defeat. The host, Douluo, immediately announced. The evil eye white tiger admits defeat. The winner is blue silver emperor. 1 win, 0 losses. Zhao Zilong released the control and let Dai Mubai go. The blue-silver grass pierced into Dai Mubai's wound, drawing out the poison. I still lost. This time, even though I took it seriously from the beginning, I still lost so thoroughly. Dai Mubai looked at Zhao Zilong with a somewhat disappointed expression and said, You are more than 3 years younger than me. I estimate that in 2 or 3 years, your soul power will surpass mine. Zhao Zilong looked at Dai Mubai's expression and smiled. Is it necessary to make such a bitter face? Let's go back. Saying this, Zhao Zilong turned and left. If he had to go comfort Dai Mubai, it would be too much of a blow to him. Not to mention that there was nothing much to say from the winner to the loser. Back in the resting area, Meng Yaran had already brought over the gold soul coins won from the match and said, Zilong, this is the gold soul coins you just won from betting. Thank you. As Dai Mubai walked behind, he saw that everyone in the rest area had a bag of gold soul coins in their hands, and he sighed. You guys, have you all bet on my loss? Boss Dai, there's nothing we can do. After all, Long Ji's strength is indeed stronger. Ma Hongjun said with a grin as he walked over. Hearing this, Dai Mubai sighed again, and at that moment, Tang San spoke up. Next is the doubles match for me and Xiao Wu, so we'll go prepare first. Tang San, you better put in some effort. I plan to bet on your win next, Zhao Zilong said, looking at Tang San. Although Tang San had been stripped of his soul power and innate soul power by Zhao Zilong, he still possessed various external advantages from the Tang Sec's ultimate skills from his previous life. Even though he was only at level 31 now, his real combat power would definitely not be a problem for him to deal with a soul master over level 40. Tang San nodded in response. At this time, Dai Mubai also said, Zhu Qing, let's go prepare too. In the following days, Zhao Zilong began to plunder the soul power and innate soul power of the Shrek 7 monsters. On the second day, he signed in for Dai Mubai. Character, Dai Mubai, age, 15 years, martial soul. White tiger, top-tier martial soul. Innate soul power, level 9. Soul power, level 38. Soul rings, yellow, purple. Dai Mubai, captain of the Shrek 7 monsters, the soul master with the highest soul power among the Shrek 7 monsters. Talent soul power plunder 1 level. Soul power plunder 0. 5 level. Plunder successful. Current Dai Mubai's innate soul power is level 8. Soul power 37. 5. Host current innate soul power is level 5. 5 soul power 35. On the third day, he signed in for Oscar. Character, Oscar. Age, 14 years. Martial soul. Sausage, food type martial soul. Innate soul power, level 10. Soul power, level 32. Soul rings, yellow, purple. Oscar, member of the Shrek 7 monsters, Talent Soul Power Plunder 0. 5 level. Soul Power Plunder 0. 5 level. Plunder successful. Current Oscar's innate soul power is level 9. 5. Soul Power 31. 5. Host current innate soul power is level 6. Soul Power 35. 5. On the 4th day, he signed in for Xiao Wu. Character: Xiao Wu. Age: 12 years. Actually 100,000 years. Martial Soul. Softbone Rabbit. High-level Martial Soul. Innate Soul Power. Level 10. Soul Power. Level 33. Soul Rings. Yellow, purple. Xiao Wu. Member of the Shrek 7 Monsters. Talent Soul Power Plunder 0. 5 level. Soul Power Plunder 0. 5 level. Plunder successful. Current Xiao Wu's innate soul power is level 9. 5. Soul Power 32. 5. Host current innate soul power is level 6. 5. Soul Power 36. On the 5th day, he signed in for Ning Rongrong. Character: Ning Rongrong. Age: 12 years. Martial Soul. 7 treasure glaze tile. Top tier Martial Soul. Innate soul power. Level 9. Soul Power. Level 28. Soul Rings. Yellow. Ning Rongrong. Member of the Shrek 7 Monsters. Talent Soul Power Plunder 0. 5 level. Soul Power Plunder 0. 5 level. Plunder successful. Current Ning Rongrong's innate soul power is level 8. 5. Soul Power 27. 5. Host current innate soul power is level 7. Soul Power 36. 5. On the 6th day, he signed in for Ma Hongjun. Character: Ma Hongjun. Age: 12 years. Martial Soul. Variant Fire Phoenix. Top tier Martial Soul. Innate soul power. Level 9. 5. Soul Power. Level 28. Soul Rings. Yellow. Ma Hongjun. Member of the Shrek 7 Monsters. Talent Soul Power Plunder 0. 5 level. Soul Power Plunder 0. 5 level. Plunder successful. Current Ma Hongjun's innate soul power is level 9. Soul Power 27. 5. Host current innate soul power is level 7. 5. Soul Power 37. On the 7th day, he signed in for Zhu Zhuqing. Character: Zhu Zhuqing. Age: 12 years. Martial Soul. Nethercat. High-level Martial Soul. Innate soul power. Level 8. Soul Power. Level 28. Soul Rings. Yellow. Zhu Zhuqing. Member of the Shrek 7 Monsters. Talent Soul Power Plunder 0. 5 level. Soul Power Plunder 0. 5 level. Plunder successful. Current Zhu Zhuqing's Talent Soul Power is level 7. 5. Soul Power 27. 5. Host current innate soul power is level 8. Soul Power 37. 5. Chapter 39. 3 Copper Soul badges after plundering the Shrek 7 Monsters, aside from Tang San and Dai Mubai, who had their Talent Soul Power plundered by 1 level. The other 5 had their innate soul power plundered by 0. 5 levels. The 7 of them collectively provided Zhao Zilong with 4. 5 levels of innate soul power and 5 levels of soul power. Zhao Zilong's current soul power has reached level 37. 5. And his talent soul power has also reached level 8, finally achieving talent on par with the Shrek 7 Monsters. With an innate talent soul power of level 8, it shouldn't take long for him to reach level 38. Although Zhao Zilong now possessed innate talent soul power of level 8, he couldn't help but marvel at how monstrous the Shrek 7 Monsters were. Even after plundering everyone's innate soul power, more than half of them still had a higher talent soul power than him. However, with innate soul power of level 8, Zhao Zilong was quite satisfied. At least with innate level 8 soul power, combined with the celestial herbs, he should be able to become a title Douluo. Sign in for the Shrek 7 Monsters. Task completed. At that moment, the voice of the system's lady, with a mature tone, echoed in his mind. Reward: Special Eye Technique, Byakugan, and Soft Fist. Byakugan, isn't that for Naruto? Why not reward Sharingan instead? Zhao Zilong couldn't help but complain a bit. Soon, the voice of the system's lady came into his mind again. Byakugan is far more powerful than Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes. And Byakugan is not necessarily inferior to Sharingan. Hearing the system's voice, Zhao Zilong did not respond. Byakugan was indeed quite good. After all, it was one of the 3 major eye techniques in Naruto. Although it was somewhat inferior compared to Sharingan and Rinnegan in the Douluo Continent, it would be a significant advantage, and it also came with Soft Fist, which he would familiarize himself with when he had the time. He just didn't know if Byakugan had the chance to evolve into Rinnegan. If it could evolve to the level of Rinnegan, it would basically allow him to kill gods and Buddhas. In the past few days, during the day, the members of Shrek participated in individual and pair competitions, and at night, they all took part in team competitions. Master Yu Xiaogang required each person to participate in at least 2 soul fights every day. So Ning, Rong, and Oscar would join the team competitions every night, as they, being support-type soul masters, could not participate in individual competitions. However, Zhao Zilong was quite carefree and participated in individual, pair, and team competitions, earning points faster than anyone else. As for the Shrek 7 monsters, since they had only lost half a level of soul power, there was no noticeable decline in their soul power, and naturally, no one realized that their soul power had been stolen. These days, due to the Shrek team's consecutive victories, they have gained considerable fame in the Soto Great Spirit arena. As long as they can suppress the Shrek team, victory is assured. However, after the out.I was issued, the system's mature voice appeared again. Task issued. 1. Go to Blue Tyrant Academy and sign in the last member of the Golden Iron Triangle, Lu Erlong. 2. Sign in on Douluo Tang Hao. 3. Go to the City of Slaughter and sign in the King of Slaughter, former sect master of the on sect, Tang Chun. 4. Go to the on sect and sign in the current sect master, Xiao Tian Douluo Tang Xiao. 5. Sign in Tang Min S leader, Tang San. Hearing this voice, Zhao Zilong couldn't help but complain. This is truly a protagonist deprivation system. It's not just Tang San, anyone associated with him seems to be unlucky as well. It looks like he has to exploit several titled Douluo from the on sect. Tang San now only has 8 level innate soul power left. If he gets exploited again, he might only have 7 level innate soul power remaining, and whether he can become a titled Douluo in the future is questionable, let alone inherit the divine position. Looking at these 5 tasks, Zhao Zilong found that the easiest one to complete is the first. Go to Blue Tyrant Academy and sign in Lu Erlong. As for signing in Tang San, since the Tang sect has not been established yet, it might be impossible to sign in at all. Forget it. Let's take it step by step. Zhao Zilong thought, not want to think too much about it. At this moment, the members of Shrek were resting in the lounge, preparing for the evening's team battle spirit. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Oscar ran over to open it, and to his surprise, it was Director AO from the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Oscar immediately said, Director AO, what brings you here? Director AO looked at the Shrek team inside and said, Is Blue Silver Emperor, Thousand Hands Azura, and Evil Eye White Tiger here? Master Yu Xiaogang stood up and asked, Is there something you need, Director AO? At this time, Director AO took out 3 bronze spirit badges and said, Team Leader, I am here to congratulate you. The points of Blue Silver Emperor, Thousand Hands Azura, and Evil Eye White Tiger in your team have reached the bronze spirit level. Here are the bronze spirit badges. Zhao Zilong and the other 3 walked over and took the copper soul badge. Supervisor, out Continent. I came here to inform you in advance that if you still want to participate in tonight's team battle, the Soul Arena will arrange opponents for you at the copper soul level. Okay, I understand, Master Yu Xiaogang calmly replied. Then I won't disturb you any longer. After saying that, Supervisor AO turned and left. The others looked at the copper soul badges in Zhao Zilong's hands with great envy. Oscar patted the shoulders of the 3 and said, Impressive. Dai Lao Da, Xiao San, and Zilong, you all got the copper soul badge. Dai Mubai smiled helplessly and said, What do you mean impressive? I played nearly 100 solo matches, and my defeat rate has reached over 40%. Xiao San and Zilong are the impressive ones. They have maintained a perfect winning record from start to finish. Tang San also humbly said, Zilong is really impressive. I participated in the Soul Arena with Xiao Wu before, so I have some points. But Zilong in just 7 days participated in 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles every day, and managed to earn the Copper Soul Arena badge in such a short time. This is probably unprecedented. Hey, you guys are praising me so much that I feel embarrassed. Zhao Zilong said, while looking at the 2. He cleared his throat and added with some admiration, in my opinion, it's still old by who is impressive. Leading the Shrek team, along with Sanner as tactical command, if we couldn't win the team battles, I wouldn't have been able to get the Copper Soul Arena badge so quickly. Hearing this, Ning Rong rolled her eyes and said, What? Are you also starting to flatter each other commercially? However, she continued, but I really have to thank Sangu and Zilong. During this time, I've made quite a bit of money. I feel like I could buy quite a few of Sanji's Zhuge Divine crossbows. Ma Hongjun immediately chimed in to flatter them, saying, You all are awesome. The Shrek team is a monster team. We are all monsters ourselves. And with leaders like Boss Dai, Sangu, and Longgu, how could we possibly lose? Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 40. The Mad War team. After a while, Master Yu Xiaogang returned from outside, bringing the information about their opponents and placing on the table. This is your opponent today, the Mad War team, a strong team within the Copper Soul Arena level, which previously had a record of 9 consecutive wins. Everyone looked over, and Yu Xiaogang continued. The captain of the Mad War team is a level 39 strong attack-type Soul Master, and the vice-captain is a level 38 control-type Soul Master. All other team members are above level 35, so the overall strength of their team is very formidable. Everyone examined the names on the list, which could be more accurately described as codenames. The captain, Mad Rhinoceros, Martial Soul Rhinoceros, level 39 strong attack-type Soul Master. Vice-captain, Spider, Martial Soul Cave Spider. Level 38 control-type Soul Master. Bull Pan, Martial Soul Wild Bull. Level 36 strong attack-type Soul Master. Goat Horn, Martial Soul Mountain Goat. Level 36 agile attack-type Soul Master. Mountain Monkey, Martial Soul Mountain Monkey. Level 35 agile attack-type Soul Master. Long Ape, Martial Soul Long Ape. Level 35 agile attack-type Soul Master. Rui Pan, Martial Soul Rui Pan. Level 37 support-type Soul Master. Zhao Zilong looked at this information with interest and said, this is going to be fun. The lowest soul power on their side is level 35, so in terms of soul power, we are at a disadvantage. Although Zhao Zilong said this, he did not take the Mad War team lightly. The current Shrek team was stronger than in the original story, and with his and Meng Yuran's addition, they had 6 Soul Lords. How could they possibly lose to the Mad War team? Tang San said seriously. However, the Soul Ring configurations on their side are not very good. Look, they all have 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple Soul Ring, and some have 1 white and 2 yellow configurations. Only this control-type Soul Master has the best configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. So we actually have an advantage in terms of Soul Ring configurations. Dai Mubai also agreed. That's right. And we also have Rongrong. With her 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda support, our levels can be further enhanced. At this moment, Master Yu Xiaogang said seriously, not only that, you need to pay special attention to this Rui Pan Soul Master. Her 3rd soul skill is very powerful. I've reviewed the Mad War team's information, and they have turned the tide in many battles because of this Rui Pan Soul Master's 3rd soul skill. Therefore, if possible, I request that you defeat this Rui Pan Soul Master as soon as possible. Although all their opponents are above level 35, there's only 1 level 39. If all 7 were level 39, it would indeed be difficult to deal with, but with just 1, it would be manageable. Zhao Zilong leaned back on the sofa, holding Meng Yuran, and said to everyone, Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wuran, Xiao Ao, and I a total of 6 Soul Lords. With Rongrong's assistance, our soul power levels should be able to increase by 3 or 4 levels without any problem. This way, the gap in soul power will be closed, and we will have an advantage in soul rings. I think, with Rongrong's assistance, I, Bai, and Sanner should be able to handle 2 opponents without any issues, right? Dai Mubai, feeling confident, replied, as long as we're not facing both the captain and vice-captain at the same time, I can handle 2 opponents. Zhao Zilong smiled and said, Bai, you just focus on taking down their captain. Dai Mubai nodded, tightening his fists confidently. Don't worry. Leave the Mad Rhinoceros to me. Zhao Zilong then looked at Tang San and asked, Sanner, you should be able to take on 2 opponents, right? Tang San felt a bit awkward. He had always been low-key, but since Zhao Zilong asked, he couldn't say he couldn't do it. He nodded and confidently said, with Rongrong's assistance, taking on 2 opponents should be no problem. Xiao Wu immediately voiced her dissatisfaction. If Rongrong assists me, I can also take on 2 opponents. Hearing Zhao Zilong's tactical arrangements, Yu Xiaogang felt speechless. The reason he wanted Tang San to be the vice-captain was to have him arrange tactics, but over the past few days, all the work had been done by Zhao Zilong, and his strategy was simple, basically relying on Ning Rongrong's support strength to crush the opponents. It was always about letting teammates take on fewer opponents, which completely relied on personal strength to overwhelm, with little coordination between the teams. However, Yu Xiaogang couldn't say Zhao Zilong's approach was wrong, as they ultimately won, right? It was just that all the limelight was stolen by Zhao Zilong. His plan to cultivate Tang San as the core of the team was proving to be very difficult, especially since Tang San's soul power at level 31 did not hold an advantage in the team. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang spoke up, since you all are so confident. I will change the lineup of who will go into battle. Hearing Yu Xiaogangs words, everyone looked at him. Yu Xiaogang continued for the past few days. Your battle lineup hasn't changed much. In these days of team battles, Hong Jun and Zhu Qing have only participated once each. My requirement is to let Hong Jun and Zhu Qing go into battle. Zilong and Mubai, you two will take a break this round and let them fight. What? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately stood up to argue. Master, the Mad War team's soul power is already much higher than ours. My and Zilong's soul power is the highest in the team. If we sit out, the Shrek team will be at a complete disadvantage. I know, Yu Xiaogang said, hands behind his back, and warned sternly. However, although you have won these past few days, I must admit that I am quite disappointed. Because you have relied solely on soul power and soul ring configurations to defeat your opponents, there hasn't been a single decent team battle coordination. You must understand that in the future, you may encounter many powerful teams. When that time comes, if your soul power and soul ring configurations cannot create an advantage, what will you do? Rather than wait until then to be defeated, it is better to let you experience failure early on. After finishing speaking, Yu Xiaogang looked at the others. He replaced Zhao Zilong and Dai Mubai because he wanted Tang San to step up and shine. Otherwise, the brilliance of Zhao Zilong and Dai Mubai would overshadow Tang San. He said, now, Mubai and Zilong will rest off the field. Next, it will be your turn to face the crazy battle team. You are currently 4 soul respecters and 3 great soul masters, with the highest soul power being Xiao Wu at level 33. Although you still have the advantage of soul rings, I can responsibly tell you that without Mubai and Zilong, your chances of winning are at most around 30. Therefore, if you want to defeat a stronger opponent this time, you must cooperate well as a team. Otherwise, what awaits you is defeat. Hearing this, Tang San and the others couldn't help but look serious. With the replacement of the highest soul power holders, Dai Mubai and Zhao Zilong, the Shrek team's chances of victory, which were originally around 70 to 80, dropped sharply. Now, even with Xiao Wu having Rong support, it will be very difficult to win the match against 2 opponents. Chapter 41. Shrek team led by Tang San versus Crazy Battle Team, listening to Master Yu Xiaogang's words. Everyone fell silent. Zhao Zilong and Dai Mubai exchanged glances and had to accept the fact that they were off the field. With Dai Mubai and Zhao Zilong off, Tang San naturally became the backbone of the team. Tang San also understood that without Zhao Zilong and Dai Mubai, it would not be as smooth as in previous soul battles. Moreover, in the previous soul battles, the teams they faced did not have soul powers as high as the Crazy Battle Team, whose members were all above level 35. Even with Zhao Zilong and Dai Mubai present, the Shrek team would still be at a disadvantage in terms of soul power. Not to mention that they had now replaced their 2 strongest members. The teacher is right. Our chances are at most only 30 or even lower. To win, we must have a good strategy. Tang San thought to himself and began to arrange tactics for everyone. Zhao Zilong leaned on the sofa in silence. Now that both Dai Mubai and he were not going to participate, could the Shrek team still win? In the original story, the Shrek 7 defeated the Frenzy team, which could be described as a narrow victory. However, now Tang San did not have 8 spider lances, and the highest soul power among them was only Xiao Wu, who was at level 33. Achieving victory despite being at a disadvantage would not be that easy, especially against the Frenzy Rhino, a level 39 assault system Soul King. Both Xiao Wu and Meng Aran were agility-type soul masters, making it quite difficult for them to withstand a direct confrontation with a strong assault-type Soul King. After more than 10 minutes, Tang San had roughly arranged the tactics. At this time, Yu Xiaogang spoke up. Because the Shrek team is completely at a disadvantage in this soul fighting match, even the highest soul power among you, Xiao Wu, is still 2 levels lower than the lowest soul master in the Frenzy team. Therefore, this time I allow you to use hidden weapons. Of course, this is limited to the hidden weapons that are thrown using hidden weapon techniques. The kind of mechanical hidden weapons that Tang San gave you cannot be used. Those should be reserved for your future battles against stronger teams. Yes, teacher. Hearing that they could use hidden weapons, Tang San was overjoyed. If they could use hidden weapons, then even if the opponent's soul power was significantly higher, he would have a chance of winning. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zilong felt somewhat frustrated. It turned out that Yu Xiaogang wanted Tang San to take command of the battlefield because he felt that he and Dai Mubai were overshadowing Tang San. Zhao Zilong was somewhat speechless. After all, in the original story, Tang San's strength was on a different level compared to the rest of Shrek. Even Dai Mubai, who had higher soul power than Tang San, could not match him. However, now due to his appearance, Zhao Zilong had overshadowed Tang San, causing his brilliance to dim compared to the original story. Even after reaching level 31 in soul power, in his one-on-one match against Dai Mubai, Tang San had lost more than he won, completely lacking the charisma of leading Shrek to victory as he did in the original story. The master clearly wanted to give Tang San a chance to showcase himself, which is why he specifically allowed Tang San to use his hidden weapons. Soon, The battle began. The crazy battle team versus the Shrek team. Due to their limited fighting power, the previously haphazard formation of a Shrek team was adjusted to 3-1-3. With Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yaran at the front, Tang San in the middle, and Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun at the back. After all, if they wanted to win, they couldn't do without the assistance of the two support-type Soul Masters. With the host announcement, both sides activated their martial souls. The captain of the crazy battle team, Guangxi, looked at the Shrek side and noticed that 3 of them were great Soul Masters, revealing a disdainful smile as he said, you have 3 great Soul Masters? I remember your team had a Soul Ancestor at level 38. Why isn't he participating? Is he too scared to show up? Tang San replied coldly, we have enough to deal with your crazy battle team. Arrogant. Brothers, take them down. Guangxi ordered, and his teammates charged forward. Ning Rongrong immediately began her support, using her first and second soul skills to boost Xiao Wu, Meng Yaran, and Zhu Zhuqing. The 3 of them launched their attacks. But on the crazy battle team's side, aside from the control-type Soul Master, the Spider-Woman, the rest were all strong attack or agile attack types. With a 3-5 disadvantage in both soul power and numbers, the order from the control-type Spider-Woman was to eliminate their support-type Soul Masters first. However, although the Shrek team was at a disadvantage in soul power, Ning Rongrong and Oscar had both learned hidden weapon techniques for over half a year. While they weren't as skilled as Tang San and Zhao Zilong, they had some accuracy. As they saw opponents approaching, they quickly took out prepared hidden weapons from their bags and threw them at their attackers, while Ma Hongjun and Tang San protected Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Using these little tricks against Ning Rongrong and Oscar's hidden weapon attacks is nothing to a Soul Master. Little tricks? It seems I've really underestimated them. Tang San felt a bit annoyed hearing the crazy battle team's words. He took out a few dragon whisker needles from his soul guide and shot them towards the opponents. Tang San's hidden weapon technique was enhanced by the Shantian skill, penetrating their soul power shields and piercing into their bodies. The members of the crazy battle team immediately felt pain, and Yang Jiao, feeling frustrated, said, damn it, using such despicable means. Guangxi coldly replied, don't panic. In terms of soul power, we still have the advantage. Be careful of them. Wait, Guangxi, these needles seem to be poisonous, Shanho quickly realized. What? Upon hearing this, Guangxi became furious. Their support-type Soul Master could enhance their attack power and speed, but couldn't cure poison. Damn it. In that case, let's end this quickly. Guangxi roared as he charged forward. Seeing the crazy battle team charging again, Tang San warned, everyone be careful. Tang San knew that the crazy battle team only had one support-type Soul Master and lacked healing and food-type abilities, so they could only fight quickly. Tang San had already injured 3 of them with the poison needles, and they had a food-type Soul Master who could provide soul power, allowing them to fight a prolonged battle. The full force output from the crazy battle team soon put the Shrek members in a tough spot. Even though Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar were throwing hidden weapons, Ning Rongrong and Oscar's control over the hidden weapons was still at a novice level, only able to create some disturbances. Only Tang San's hidden weapons posed a threat to the crazy battle team members. However, the crazy battle team had already prepared for Tang San's hidden weapons, and it was not so easy for them to be hit again. After all, hidden weapons relied on surprise attacks to succeed, and without the element of surprise, their threat level would greatly diminish. Shout Ao the sausages. Soon, the soul power and stamina of the Shrek members were significantly depleted, but Oscar's sausages had begun to take effect. Guangxi was furious, feeling that their strength should be superior to the opponents, yet they were being forced to fight cautiously due to those despicable tactics of throwing flying needles and darts. Looking at the control-type Soul Master behind him, he said, damn it, we can't drag this out any longer. The opponent has a food-type Soul Master. Let's finish them off in one go. With that, they activated their Rui Pan Frenzy skill. Chapter 42, Tang San vs. Spider-Woman. Seeing the opponent directly use the Frenzy skill, Tang San smiled slightly and said, finally using this move. Everyone jumped down to the platform below immediately. Upon hearing Tang San's words, everyone jumped down to the area beneath the platform. On the platform, only Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun remained flying in the air. Tang San and Oscar used Oscar's third soul skill, Flying Mushroom Sausage, while Ma Hongjun could fly due to his Phoenix Martial Soul. Little San, fatty, it's up to you next, Oscar said to the two, and then produced 2 recovery sausages for them to eat. Soon, Oscar exhausted all his soul power to create 4 flying mushroom sausages for Tang San, and said, sorry, Little San, my soul power can only create this much. With the flying mushroom sausage you just ate, you can stay in the air for a maximum of 5 minutes. Hans, Xiao Ao, Tang San note that. Next, he would be timing his competition against the crazy battle team S Frenzy. After all, while the Frenzy skill could greatly enhance strength in a short time, the backlash after its effect ended was also significant. Damn it, they've gone up into the air. Is it that food-type Soul Master? The control-type Spider-Woman said angrily. Moreover, it seems like these guys are just waiting for us to use Frenzy. The enraged, crazy Rhino roared. Don't think that just because we're in the air, we can't do anything. With that, he shattered the arena and used the stones and flying needles to attack Tang San and Ma Hongjun in the sky. The flying mushroom sausages were fast, but Tang San easily dodged their attacks and scoffed. Is this all you've got? You think you can use hidden weapons? As he spoke, Tang San took out hidden weapons from his soul guide. With the advantage of being in the air, the crazy team below was completely exposed like targets. And he quickly threw the hidden weapons. Damn it, not these poisonous needles again. Crazy Rhino felt frustrated. This method of fighting was too suffocating. He raised his hands in defense, and the others did the same. Ma Hongjun looked up with admiration in his eyes and growled. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. The two, with the aerial advantage, began to attack from the sky, while the crazy team below could only dodge and defend. Gradually, the side effects of their frenzy began to show, except for the control-type Spider-Woman and the support-type Rui Plate. The other members enhanced by the frenzy had lost their rationality. Tang San's hidden weapon attacks were increasingly hitting their targets. Gradually, the effects of the Berserk state ended, and its side effects began to show. Tang San and Ma Hongjun fell from the sky. Tang San actually still had a flying mushroom sausage in his hand, but he planned to save it for last. Tang San looked confidently at the Spider-Woman from the Berserk team and said, "Surrender. Berserk team. All 5 of you have already been hit by my hidden weapons. You should hurry to detoxify, and your Berserk effects have ended. Berserk Rhino, you can leave now." The Spider-Woman didn't say much. After entering the Berserk state, the Berserk Rhino's combat power had already decreased significantly, and with the added injuries from the hidden weapons, staying in the arena wouldn't help. Soon, the 7-on-17 battle had turned into a 2-on-2. It seems we were tricked by you, deliberately luring us into using Berserk state, then escaping into the air to injure the Berserk Rhinos with poison needles, forcing them to exit early. The Spider-Woman looked at Tang San, her demeanor calm. Yet her words carried some anger. But even if you force the Berserk Rhinos off the field, so what? Now it's 2 against 2. Do you think you have a chance of winning? As long as we defeat you, isn't that enough? Tang San replied confidently. The Spider-Woman sneered, and the Rui Pan Spirit Master immediately used a support skill on her. The Spider-Woman then triggered a web attack, and Tang San responded with his 3rd soul skill, Spiderweb Binding. The 2 soul skills clashed, but the Spider-Woman's soul power was higher than Tang San's, so her skill was naturally stronger. However, a flame fell, directly burning her web. Damn it! Tang San realized that his soul skill was at a disadvantage. Knowing that if he didn't deal with the Rui Pan Spirit Master, it would be too difficult to defeat this control-type Spirit Master, he immediately shouted, "Fatty, let's flank her. You take care of that Rui Pan Spirit Master, and I'll keep her busy." Okay. Ma Hongjun immediately agreed. Although his soul power was 9 levels lower than the Rui Pan Spirit Master, the opponent was just a support-type Spirit Master, so it would be easy for Ma Hongjun to handle. The Spider-Woman saw Ma Hongjun flying into the air again and immediately launched a web attack. Don't even think about it. Your opponent is me. Using her 1st soul skill, she targeted Ma Hongjun with another web. Don't even think about succeeding. Tang San launched a hidden weapon, initially thinking the Spider-Woman would use a soul skill to defend, but she didn't. The support-type Spirit Master rushed forward and took the attack for the Spider-Woman with her back. What? But because of this, the Spider-Woman seized the opportunity, and several webs directly stuck Ma Hongjun down. Ma Hongjun immediately used flames to try to melt the webs, but the 10-level soul power difference, along with the Rui Pan Spirit Master support, made it impossible to melt so many webs instantly, and he was heavily thrown off the arena by the Spider-Woman. Damn it, I miscalculated. Tang San watched the Spider-Woman and the Rui Pan. This strategy of trading injury for life startled him. You brat, now it's your turn. The Spider-Woman looked at Tang San, pulled a poison needle from her thigh, threw it on the ground, and coldly said, "Before I knock you off the stage, let me commend you. Clearly, your soul power is far inferior to ours, yet you managed to force our Berserk team into this state through strategy. However, I am different from the Berserk Rhinos. My martial soul has great resistance to toxins. No matter how powerful your poison needles are, they won't be lethal to me. Damn it, the poison is useless against her." Tang San was shocked. The Spider-Woman's soul power was already 7 levels higher than his. plus the support from the Ru-I Pan Spirit Master, and the fact that she wasn't afraid of poison made him wonder if he would really lose. Tang San really wanted to use the Zhuge Divine Crossbow right now, but his teacher had warned him against it, and the same went for his second martial soul. Both his teacher and father had advised him not to use it. Although faced with a desperate situation, he thought about how his opponent was also injured, and he himself was unharmed, plus he still had a flying mushroom sausage in hand, so there was still hope. At this moment, the Ru-I Pan Soul Master had dozens of poison needles stuck in his body, causing him excruciating pain. He said, "Then I'll go down first." Chapter 43. Tang San is defeated. Well, before you go down, first give me Berserk. The cold voice of the Spider-Woman said, looking at Tang San with a sneer. You should still have a food system soul master with you. One that can let you fly, right? That soul skill can only last for a minute at most, while the duration of Berserk is 3 minutes. Hearing this, Tang San's heart immediately sank. Soon, the Ru-I Pan Soul Master directly used his first, second, and third soul skills in succession. After using all 3 soul skills, the Ru-I Pan Soul Master jumped off the arena. On the arena, the Crazy Battle Team and the Shrek Team turned into a one-on-one final showdown. The first and second soul skills increased speed and strength, while the third soul skill, Berserk, increased all attributes of the Spider-Woman by 15%, and she felt no pain. The Spider-Woman immediately unleashed her webs. Tang San immediately defended, but with the enhancement from the Ru-I Pan Soul Master's 3 soul skills, the Spider-Woman, whose soul power was already higher than Tang San's, was now even harder for him to fend off. After eating the mushroom sausage, he flew into the air. Although he was anxious inside, he had no good solutions and could only use hidden weapons to attack. However, Tang San's hidden weapon attack had already been seen through by the Spider-Woman, who used her soul skills to defend against it. 1 minute later, Tang San fell from the air, hoping to rely on the Tang Sec's ultimate skills to continue entangling with her. As long as he could drag it out until the Berserk time was up, he could win. But due to the Berserk state, the Spider-Woman felt no pain and did not feel fatigue during this period. And with the enhancement of 3 soul skills, she far surpassed Tang San in every aspect. At this moment, the Spider-Woman could even contend against a level 44 ring soul master, let alone the level 31 Tang San. In the end, Tang San was still controlled by the Spider-Woman's webs. With soul power exceeding that of Tang San, the Spider-Woman held him up high, as if venting her anger, and then smashed Tang San down from a height of over 10 meters. The moment Tang San's back hit the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon hearing this, the referee immediately announced, out. Winner, Crazy Battle Team. Seeing this, Xiao San watched as Master Yu Xiaogang rushed out. Tang San coughed up blood and bitterly said, cough, cough, cough. I'm sorry, teacher, I lost. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San, who was injured, and glared fiercely at the Spider-Woman on the arena, angrily saying, you clearly won. Why did you still injure him? At this moment, the Spider-Woman, having exited her frenzied state, felt somewhat weak. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, she was quite displeased. Besides her, the other 6 members of the frenzied team were already severely injured. It was acceptable for her to injure her teammates, but it was not acceptable for Tang San to injure her. Not having completely incapacitated Tang San was already giving a lot of face to the Soul Arena. This is the Soul Arena. Injuries are inevitable. My 6 teammates are already severely injured. If you're afraid of getting hurt, then don't come to participate in the Soul Arena. After saying this, the Spider-Woman turned and left the arena. Soon, the members of Shrek returned to the resting room. This was the first defeat for their Shrek team. If it weren't for Yu Xiaogang's last-minute substitution, they could have won. Now they had lost, and their 7-game winning streak was gone. They had to start over. However, Yu Xiaogang was very concerned about his image. Even though they had lost, he didn't think it was his fault. He said, although we lost this time, I think it's still a good result. At least the series of tactical arrangements made by Xiao San earlier were correct. It was just that we didn't anticipate that the opponent's support-type Soul Master would turn around to protect their control-type Soul Master. At this moment, Tang San remained silent. He felt somewhat withdrawn after being defeated this time. It was not easy for him to personally lead the team in command, only to end up losing, which made the usually proud Tang San feel very down. Originally, Yu Xiaogang had hoped that Tang San would lead the Shrek team to victory, so he could educate everyone on the importance of using tactics effectively. However, he never expected that Tang San would actually lose in the end. To be honest, this was also a blow to Yu Xiaogang, who had always believed his disciple was perfect. He never thought Tang San would fail this time. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang looked at Zhao Zilong and sighed inwardly, alas, if only I could take him as my disciple. In Yu Xiaogang's view, Although Tang San was perfect, his talent seemed to be slightly inferior to Zhao Zilong's. Moreover, Zhao Zilong's martial soul was also blue silvergrass. Yu Xiaogang firmly believed in his theory and was very certain that Zhao Zilong had a second martial soul, although his personality was not as good as Tang San's. If he could take Zhao Zilong as a disciple, it would definitely prove his theory. However, unfortunately, Yu Xiaogang had heard from Flandre that Zhao Zilong had a teacher who seemed very mysterious and powerful, respected even by the legendary couple, the dragon and serpent. The idea of taking Zhao Zilong as a disciple was quickly abandoned by Yu Xiaogang. First, it was impossible for Zhao Zilong to accept him as a teacher, and secondly, over the years, Yu Xiaogang had already regarded Tang San as his own son. Alas, forget it. Tang San is also a good child, obedient and sensible. What more could I ask for? The soul battles continued, with one-on-one, two-on-two, and team fights. However, Yu Xiaogang still emphasized that team battles required unity, with everyone working together. Apart from the two support-type soul masters, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who were fixed participants in every team battle, the others would decide whether to participate based on the strength of their opponents. Yu Xiaogang did not know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but he said that Zhao Zilong belonged to the Shrek team's ace and needed to hide himself. Many team battles excluded him, but this was also in line with Zhao Zilong's wishes, as he originally wanted to find an opportunity to practice soft fist. After being excluded a few times by Yu Xiaogang, Zhao Zilong understood that Yu Xiaogang was afraid that if he made a move, he would overshadow Tang San. Therefore, Zhao Zilong took the initiative to request to train his soul skills and would not participate in the evening team battle. At this time, on the back mountain of Shrek, Zhao Zilong's fist struck the tree trunk. The surface of the trunk did not shatter, but the impact of the soul power penetrated the trunk and exploded from the other side. Soft fist, acupoint striking. Zhao Zilong's attacks continued to fall. Having watched Naruto, Zhao Zilong naturally knew that soft fist could develop many powerful techniques. For example, soft step double lion fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms, 64 palms, 128 palms. Guardian 8 trigrams 64 palms, and return to heaven. These powerful moves are similar to Tang San's Tang Sect's secret skills and have great potential for growth with increased strength. My eyes are so tired. Zhao Zilong exited the Byakugan state and rubbed his eyes, saying, "Watching Naruto really strains the eyes. It seems like the Byakugan is the same." Zhao Zilong muttered to himself, but the Byakugan on Douluo Continent is indeed a bit overpowered, as it not only provides immunity to illusions, but also has long-range vision with a 360-degree field of view. I wonder how much improvement one would get from the clear sight do. Chapter 44. Yu Tianheng. It was another day of the soul fighting competition, and the members of Shrek arrived at the Great Soul Arena. Even though Zhao Zilong had not participated in team battles for so many days, the team battles had mostly ended in victories for the Shrek team. Zhao Zilong's absence allowed Zhu Zhuqing to have the opportunity to participate in the team battles. With the martial soul fusion technique of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, it could be said to be a stabilizing factor in the team battles, even when facing powerful opponents. The fusion of the Phantom White Tiger martial soul could defeat them. The 7-man team is basically stabilized, while Ma Hongjuan's participation in team battles has decreased. He only joins when it is certain that the opponent has low soul power. However, today, the Shrek team encountered the Frenzy team once again. In their last encounter, although the Frenzy team won, led by Tang San, they still suffered greatly and took a month to recover from their injuries. Now, facing the Shrek team again, both sides are filled with anger. On Shrek's side, Master Yu Xiaogang also realized that their opponent was the Frenzied team, which made him very serious. At the same time, he really wanted to win this soul fight. Dai Mubai looked at him and asked, Master, are you really not going to let Zilong come out? If he participates, the chances of winning will be much greater. And didn't you say that Zilong is the trump card? Isn't it just right to let him come out this time? Meng Yuran also said, yes. Master, Tang San's hidden weapon techniques are already known to the opponent, and they will definitely be on guard. It will be very difficult for Tang San's hidden weapons to achieve surprising effects again. Moreover, after the last fight with the Mad Battle team, they will definitely take us seriously. Hearing this, Tang San's face turned pale. After all, he was the one who commanded during the last battle, and they ultimately lost. Tang San was very eager to wash away the shame of that defeat, but deep down, he really did not want Zhao Zilong to participate in the battle. If Zhao Zilong joined the fight, and they won, it would feel like Tang San was relying on Zhao Zilong's glory, which was hard for the proud Tang San to accept. No, this time is different from the last. This time, We don't need to rely on Xiao San's hidden weapons for sneak attacks. Even in a head-on battle, you still have over a 50 chance of winning. Yu Xiaogang immediately rejected this idea because he knew that if Zhao Zilong came, everyone in Shrek would definitely listen to Zhao Zilong. Currently, Yu Xiaogang deliberately kept Zhao Zilong in the background to allow Tang San to establish authority within the Shrek team, ensuring that all team members recognize Tang San's tactical command. Even if Zhao Zilong were to return, Tang San would still be the core figure of the entire team. Yu Xiaogang continued, "This time we have Mu Bai, a level 38 soul ancestor, who can directly confront the Mad Rhino, and the martial soul fusion technique of Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing, the Nether White Tiger, is powerful enough to rival a high-level soul master. Therefore, as long as the tactics are appropriate, we can definitely defeat the Mad Battle team." Dai Mu Bai nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After all, his and Zhu Zhuqing's Nether White Tiger was a significant trademark, extremely powerful. Dai Mu Bai believed that once Zhu Zhuqing reached the soul ancestor level, their martial soul fusion technique could even contend with the Soul King level. Seeing that Dai Mu Bai and the others agreed, Yu Xiaogang continued, "However, even though Mu Bai is on the field, the soul power of the Mad Battle team is still higher than ours. Therefore, we still need to arrange our tactics properly. Xiao San, it will be up to you to arrange the tactics." "Yes, teacher." Tang San nodded in response. Meng Yiran's eyes flashed with a hint of dissatisfaction. After all, Yu Xiaojiang's bias towards Tang San was too obvious. The other members of the Shrek team had also noticed this, but they didn't say much. After all, the tactics arranged by Tang San were indeed correct. Compared to Zhao Zilong's straightforward and rough approach, Tang San's strategic tactics required them to work more closely together to succeed. Soon, the team battle began. Shrek team versus Frenzy team. "We've met again, Shrek team." The captain of the Frenzy team, Guangxi, looked at the Shrek team with some anger, then turned to Tang San and said, "Kid, this time we won't let your poison needle hurt us again." Dai Mu Bai stepped forward and coldly said to Guangxi, "Don't worry. This time we will defeat you head-on to wash away the shame of our Shrek team." The host then announced loudly, "All right, today's team battle is Shrek team versus Frenzy team." This is the second confrontation between these two teams. In the last match, Shrek team narrowly lost to Frenzy team. I wonder what the result will be this time. Now, both teams, please activate your martial souls. The battle will begin shortly. Soon, both sides activated their martial souls. Guangxi looked at the members of Shrek. Since they had almost lost to this team last time, the Frenzy team had researched them. Each member had top-tier soul ring configurations, and they dared not underestimate them. He coldly said, "I've seen your team's information. There should be another soul sage, right? Why isn't he coming to the arena?" Dai Mu Bai disdainfully replied, "He is our trump card in Shrek team. There's no need to bring him out to deal with your mere Frenzy team." Hearing Dai Mu Bai's words, Guangxi was immediately enraged and said, "Arrogant. In that case, let you taste the flavor of defeat." The battle between the two teams commenced. Due to their previous combat experience, both sides were much more cautious this time. However, with Dai Mu Bai's addition, the strength of the Shrek team had significantly increased. Ultimately, under the combined efforts of Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom White Tiger, they defeated the Frenzy team's Frenzy and achieved victory. Shrek team avenged their previous shame by defeating the Frenzy team, once again elevating their reputation to a new peak. Zhao Zilong continued his one-on-one and two-on-two soul battles every day. However, today he unexpectedly encountered an opponent here. Looking at the name that appeared on the soul battle screen, it was Landedon Huang versus Yu Tianheng. Zhao Zilong was somewhat surprised by this matchup. He didn't expect to meet Yu Tianheng here, especially in a one-on-one duel. Since Yu Tianheng had already appeared, the Royal Battle Team must have arrived as well. On the other side, in the Royal Battle Team's lounge, they had been in Soto City for several days, maintaining a perfect winning record. At this moment, the team leader Qin Yin placed Zhao Zilong's information in front of Yu Tianheng and said, "Tianheng, take a look. This is your next opponent. He has been in the Soto City Great Soul Arena for over a month and has achieved 51 consecutive wins in one-on-one battles and 51 consecutive wins in two-on-two battles. He is the Soul Master who obtained the Silver Soul Badge in the shortest time since the establishment of the Great Soul Arena. The starting price for the Soto City Great Soul Arena is 10,000 gold soul coins, and I hope you can defeat him." Chapter 45, Gentle Fist Blue Silver Grass Soul Master, Level 34? Yu Tianheng looked at the blue-silver grass martial soul, unable to believe it, and asked Qin Ming, "How could a blue-silver grass martial soul possibly reach level 34? This must be fake. Plus, how could he have 51 consecutive wins at only level 34? Qin Ming turned away and coldly replied, "This is the fact. I checked with the Soul Arena. This Soul Master registered over a month ago. At that time, his soul power was tested, and it was indeed only level 34. Even if his soul power has improved in the past month, and he is hiding it, he would at most be level 35. Hearing this, Yu Qianheng was somewhat shocked, as were the other members of the Royal Battle Team. They had never heard of a blue-silver grass soul master achieving such a high level. All right, I've given you the information. The Soto City Great Soul Arena hopes you can help them defeat this soul master named Lan Yin Huang, Qin Ming said, standing with his hands behind his back. Facing away from Yu Qianheng. Due to his consecutive wins, all the spectators bet on him to win, causing the Soto City Great Soul Arena to lose a lot of money, which is why they sought us out. Yu Qianheng confidently nodded and said, "Don't worry, teacher. I will end his winning streak." Soon, the one-on-one soul battle began. The host announced, today's fifth one-on-one soul battle features the Blue-Silver Emperor, who has achieved 51 consecutive wins in Soto City and has a soul power of level 34 against the Soul Master with a Silver Soul Badge, level 39 Yu Qianheng. Both sides prepare. Zhao Zilong looked at Yu Qianheng opposite him, who appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, and felt a bit disdainful. In terms of age, Yu Qianheng was older than Dai Mubai, but his soul power was only one level higher than Dai Mubai's. The twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family were not that impressive. Although Zhao Zilong thought this, he did not dare to underestimate Yu Qianheng's strength. He released his blue-silver grass martial soul, and his soul rings appeared, 2 yellow and 1 purple. He murmured, the number 1 beast martial soul. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul is somewhat restrained by me. This should be the strongest opponent I have encountered so far. Pretending to be cool while wearing a broken mask. Let's see how I shatter your mask, Yu Qianheng thought to himself, feeling displeased as he released his martial soul, which took the form of a gigantic blue lightning tyrant dragon. Then, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared. Looking at Zhao Zilong, who wore a mask, Yu Qianheng realized that although he was masked, the exposed skin indicated that the opponent was quite young, likely around his age. Reaching level 34 at this age was indeed rare talent, and this guy had achieved 51 consecutive wins. Even if Soto City didn't have many powerful soul masters, reaching 51 consecutive wins was still very uncommon. The soul battle began. Yu Qianheng, with his body crackling with electricity, charged toward Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong used spider web to bind Yu Qianheng, and a wide-range control-type soul skill immediately ensnared Yu Qianheng's body, but sparks of electricity flickered around him. Countless blue-silver grass leaves shot towards Yu Qianheng like sharp blades in the bamboo leaf sword rain. With his second soul skill, Thunderbolt, a powerful surge of lightning erupted, instantly creating a shockwave that shattered the spider web binding and knocked down the flying bamboo leaf sword rain. However, after shattering some of the blue-silver grass, more blue-silver grass quickly wrapped around Yu Qianheng again. But since Yu Qianheng's martial soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, inherently possessed extremely powerful lightning energy, the blue-silver grass would be shattered upon contact, greatly reducing its controllability. TCH, it seems this blue-silver grass is indeed much stronger than ordinary blue-silver grass. Yu Qianheng sneered, forming his hands into dragon claws and easily tearing apart the blue-silver grass that was wrapping around him. Damn, this martial soul is being restrained pretty badly. Zhao Zilong couldn't help but complain. His soul skill was a millennium-old technique, and it had a duration of 100 years. It was broken by a soul skill with a 100-year soul ring. On the resting platform, the members of Shrek Academy watched the match below with great interest. Dai Mubai observed Zhao Zilong struggling to control Yu Xiaogang and said in surprise, "The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit seems to be very restraining against Zilong's blue-silver grass spirit." Zilong's third soul skill was easily countered. Indeed, Yu Xiaogang nodded in agreement. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex is known as the number 1 beast spirit in the world. Its lightning element restrains all plant-type spirits, not just blue-silver grass. It seems Zilong has truly encountered a formidable opponent this time. Yu Xiaogang felt conflicted about the battle between Zhao Zilong and Yu Qianheng. He hoped Zilong would win, but even more so, he wanted Yu Qianheng to come out on top. Zhao Zilong's brilliance in the team was too dazzling. Yu Xiaogang wanted to see Zilong defeated, as only then could his disciple Tang San's brilliance shine through. Meng Yiran, however, confidently stated, "But Zilong's strength is not just this." Yu Xiaogang looked serious and replied, "This time it's hard to say. With his spirit completely restrained and having already fought for so long, His method of using blue silvergrass leaves as hidden weapons has become well known. As Xiao San said before, if hidden weapons cannot be used for a surprise attack, their effectiveness will be greatly diminished. Unless he uses external soul bones, he might very well lose this time. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, everyone fell silent. After a few rounds of combat, Zhao Zilong realized that his blue silvergrass spirit was indeed being restrained. The enhancements from Yu Tianheng's blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit provided not only speed and strength, but also lightning attack power. Now, Yu Tianheng's hands had transformed into dragon claws, greatly increasing his power. Although he was only one level higher than Dai Mubai, the pressure on Zhao Zilong was immense. In a direct confrontation, Dai Mubai would definitely not be able to compete with Yu Tianheng. This is truly dangerous. Zhao Zilong dodged the attack using the wave step. Watching as the spot he had just occupied was struck by lightning, feeling a bit shaken inside. Yu Tianheng, feeling a bit annoyed, coldly said, "You can run pretty well. But the arena is only this big. Let's see where you can run to." Zhao Zilong understood that although the wave step was fast, continuously dodging wouldn't be a solution. It seemed impossible to win with blue silvergrass. It was time to test the power of his soft fist. Saying this, Zhao Zilong's eyes became bloodshot, his black pupils turning white as he assumed a Bagua palm stance. Once Zhao Zilong activated his Byakugan, Yu Qianheng became alert, thinking, what's wrong with this guy's eyes? Why do they give me a sense of danger? It seems this guy is indeed not simple. But so what? In the face of absolute strength, there's only submission. Yu Qianheng's body was enveloped in lightning, charging towards Zhao Zilong with a low roar. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. After Zhao Zilong activated his Byakugan, his vision expanded, allowing him to clearly see the flow of soul power. At that moment, all of Yu Tianheng's soul power was concentrated in his hands, palms forward, charging straight at him. Zhao Zilong rushed forward, using the wave step to evade the direct attack. He blocked Yu Tianheng's left fist with his left palm and used his right index and middle fingers to strike Yu Tianheng's forearm, injecting his soul power into it. Yu Tianheng immediately felt a sharp pain in his arm, the lightning in his palm quickly dissipating. However, Yu Qianheng didn't care much at such close range. His right fist came swinging again. Zhao Zilong watched and executed the same technique, easily blocking it and striking his fingers on Yu Tianheng's right forearm. Instantly, after being struck at the pressure points, Yu Tianheng's hands felt a stabbing pain, rendering him unable to move for a moment. Seeing this, Zhao Zilong immediately pressed the advantage, continuously striking Yu Tianheng. With a loud bang, his soul power exploded as both palms hit Yu Qianheng's chest, sending him flying several meters and crashing to the ground. Chapter 46. Zhao Zilong versus Yu Qianheng on the ground. Yu Qianheng felt a dull pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His hands felt as if they were pierced by thousands of tiny needles, both painful and numb. Damn it, what just happened? My dragon transformation state disappeared. Not only was Yu Qianheng shocked, but the members of the Huangdo team on the resting platform were also frightened. Just a moment ago, Yu Qianheng was dominating the fight. How did it suddenly turn around? Their captain, Yu Qianheng, had been knocked away, and Du Guyan angrily exclaimed, "What despicable means did that guy use?" Qin Yin's expression also became somewhat serious as he said, "It seems that this sole master named Blue Silver Emperor, who can achieve 51 consecutive victories, is indeed not as simple as he appears." At Shrek Academy, everyone watched as Zhao Zilong sent his opponent flying, and they were all excited. Only Tang San frowned. At this moment, he had unknowingly activated his purple extreme magic eye, observing the veins and white pupils in Zhao Zilong's eyes. He thought to himself, what kind of eyes are these? They must be a special type of vision. Could this be a result of Zhao Zilong's eye training technique? Upon considering this, Tang San firmly rejected the idea. Impossible. How could there be anyone else with special eyes in this world besides me? It can't be. Tang San looked at Zhao Zilong's eyes, struggling to accept it. He could tolerate that Zhao Zilong had twin martial souls, that his strength surpassed his own, and that his talent was better. However, he could not accept that Zhao Zilong also had an external aid like him. Tang San felt gloomy. The Tang sect's secret techniques from his past life were all his precious external aids, which were powers stronger than martial souls and soul skills. But now, seeing that there was another person in this world with similar power, albeit different from the Xintian skill, it was still a formidable strength that transcended martial souls. Witnessing Zhao Zilong's special eyes made Tang San even more envious. He had always suspected that Zhao Zilong, like him, was a traveler from another world, and this made him even more convinced of that thought. Zhao Zilong repeatedly demonstrates special abilities that are not from Douluo Continent, which makes Tang San hard to accept. On this Douluo Continent, having someone with special abilities is enough with just Tang San. Why should you have them too? Tang San, who has lived 2 lives and is a genius in both, has always arrogantly believed that he would definitely be the one standing at the peak of Douluo Continent, or that his arrival here is a fate arranged to place him at the top of this world. His inner pride leads him to think that whether enemies or friends, they should all serve to highlight his own brilliance, and he should be the protagonist of this world. However, the emergence of Zhao Zilong has dimmed Tang San's brilliance. Zhao Zilong is a teammate, and there is no hatred between them. But after witnessing Zhao Zilong's special abilities time and again, Tang San's jealousy and apprehension have reached their peak, and unknowingly, the seeds of envy have already taken root in his heart. Indeed, it is the soft fist. Its power is stronger than ordinary soul skills. Zhao Zilong is also somewhat surprised, but more joy fills his heart, as Tang San has the potential to grow with the Xiantian skill, while he has the soft fist that can also grow. Damn it! Yu Qianheng stood up, still feeling the sharp pain of needles in his hands, but it had weakened a lot. He growled, 3rd soul skill, Thunder Fury. With a thunderous boom, the lightning on Yu Qianheng became even more dazzling, and Zhao Zilong could sense that Yu Qianheng's soul power had significantly increased under this move. As Yu Qianheng looked at his hands, which had once again transformed into dragon claws, he unleashed Thunder Fury. The sharp pain and numbness from just now quickly faded away. At this moment, Yu Qianheng stood atop the head of his blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, looking down at Zhao Zilong with pride. You are indeed strong, but as the heir of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, I will never lose to you. This move, Thunder Fury, can double my attack power and increase my soul power by 50%. Take this. Thunder Strike. This time, Yu Qianheng was more cautious. Without fully understanding Zhao Zilong's soul skills, he refrained from recklessly closing in, opting instead to use a group attack soul skill, Thunder Strike. Zhao Zilong immediately utilized the blue silvergrass for defense. Although Yu Qianheng's Thunder Strike was powerful, it was a group attack and thus less lethal than his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Qianheng was also aware that his fatal attack was his first soul skill. With the enhancement of his 3rd soul skill, Thunder Fury, the power of his first soul skill was also boosted. Despite his inner apprehension about Zhao Zilong's strange attack, he had to confront it. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Seeing Yu Qianheng attacking again, Zhao Zilong was not afraid. The soft fist technique was fundamentally a martial art skill that thrived in close combat. With soul power contained in his palm, he struck with a slap, neutralizing the lightning energy in Yu Qianheng's punch. He then aimed another palm strike at Yu Qianheng's heart. However, this time, Yu Qianheng was prepared. His arm immediately defended, and with a bang, a wave of soul power repelled them both a few steps back. At this moment, Zhao Zilong's palm flickered with some electricity, while Yu Qianheng's dragon claw reverted back to his arm form. He felt a throbbing pain in his forearm muscles and gritted his teeth. Damn it, that was just a regular palm strike. How could it have such power? Zhao Zilong tightened his fist and struck again towards Yu Qianheng. Seeing the same punch coming at him, Yu Qianheng braced himself, but Zhao Zilong suddenly stepped back half a step, altering his stance as he whispered, soft fist technique, 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Instantly, Zhao Zilong's soul power erupted, increasing both his speed and strength several times over. He quickly struck both of Yu Qianheng's arms with 2 palms. In an instant, Yu Qianheng's dragon claws disappeared. But Zhao Zilong did not give him a chance to counterattack. The assault continued. For palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, Zhao Zilong's rapid strikes landed on Yu Qianheng, each hit accompanied by the sound of soul power exploding. Soon, Yu Qianheng's blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul dissipated, and the final palm strike hit him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward. Coughing on the ground, Yu Qianheng spat blood, feeling intense pain throughout his body. His hands, feet, and joints were all stiff. Moving even a finger felt agonizing. Cough, cough, damn it. After using the 8 trigrams, 32 palms, Zhao Zilong had nearly exhausted his soul power. This technique consumed even more soul power than his 3rd soul skill. At this moment, Zhao Zilong's fingers trembled slightly. It was his first time using the soft fist in a direct confrontation, and utilizing the 8 trigrams, 32 palms was a significant drain on him, especially since he wasn't very proficient with it. Zhao Zilong had thought his physical strength was already impressive, but it seemed that to better utilize the power of the soft fist, he still needed to improve his physical condition. Watching from midair, the referee finally spoke up. He's been down for so long. Will the result not be announced? The host responded, "Oh, the winner is Blue Silver Emperor, 52 wins, 0 losses." Zhao Zilong turned to leave, but at that moment, Yu Qianheng, lying on the ground, forced himself to prop up with his hands, his eyes unwillingly gazing at Zhao Zilong's departing figure. "Wait, who exactly are you? Can you tell me your name?" "Don't worry, we'll have the chance to meet again," Zhao Zilong said calmly, ignoring Yu Qianheng as he walked away. "Tiangheng." Just then, a soft voice called out, and a girl with purple hair and green eyes rushed onto the arena, helping Yu Tianheng up. Looking at Zhao Zilong's retreating back with some resentment, she immediately shouted, Lingling, "Hurry, heal Tiangheng." Chapter 47. Preparing for battle back in the resting room. Everyone from Shrek gathered around. Dai Mubai punched Zhao Zilong's chest and placed his left hand on Zhao Zilong's shoulder. Impressive. Even a disciple of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan was defeated by you. And that was under the condition that his soul power was several levels higher than yours. This time, I can only say it was luck. I almost lost myself. Zhao Zilong smiled and raised his arm. It was then that everyone noticed burn marks on his hands. He bitterly smiled, I have to say. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul truly deserves its title as the #1 beast martial soul, and Yu Qianheng's strength has reached a monstrous level. Although his soul power is only level 39, he is far stronger than many level 39 soul lords I have faced before. "Come, have a sausage," Oscar said, handing him a recovery sausage. Zhao Zilong did not refuse and ate the sausage. At this moment, Meng Yiran came over, holding Zhao Zilong's hands with concern. "I will find a healing soul master for you." "Thank you." Ning Rongrong, curious, ran over with her big eyes sparkling, looking at Zhao Zilong. "Zilong, what soul skill did you use earlier? I saw you striking Yu Tianheng repeatedly, and his lightning energy weakened with each hit, leaving him no room to fight back. Was it your self-created soul skill?" Zhao Zilong thought for a moment and replied, "It's roughly a self-created soul skill, but that move is called acupoint strike." Acupoint strike? Everyone turned to Zhao Zilong, intrigued by this new term. That's right. Not hearing Zhao Zilong explain further, everyone stopped asking. Only Tang San, who stood at the back, showed a trace of shock upon hearing the term acupoint strike, remaining silent. Through his teacher's theory, people in this world were completely unaware of the concept of meridians, so they naturally could not understand what acupoint strike meant. However, as a Tang sect disciple, Tang San was very clear about it. Soon, Meng Yiran found a healing soul master at the arena and brought him over to treat Zhao Zilong. At this moment, Master Yu Xiaogang also approached and said, "All right, now you all come and see the opponents you will face in tonight's team battle. This should be the most challenging match you have faced since entering the Great Soul Arena. Zilong, this time, I require you to participate as well." On the other side, Yu Tianheng was sent back to the lounge. Although his injuries had been healed by Yi Lingling, the psychological blow made it hard for him to recover. The fact that his proud blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul was defeated by a mere blue-silver grass martial soul was a significant blow to him. Looking at Yu Tianheng's gloomy expression, Devian comforted him, saying, "Tianheng, don't think too much. I heard that the blue-silver emperor participates in both single and double matches every day. If we meet him in the next double match, I will fight with you to defeat him." Yu Tianheng slammed his fist on the table, his bad mood making him respond coldly to Devian. "Yanzi, you don't need to comfort me. If it was a 2v2 soul fight or a team battle, I could still find an excuse. But this is a 1v1 soul fight, and I lost to him. I have no words to say." Having lost in a 1v1 soul fight, he thought he should find a way to win in the team soul fight. Just then, the teacher of the Emperor Fight Team, Qin Ming, walked in. The 7 members of the Emperor Fight Team greeted him respectfully. Although Qin Ming was not much older than them, he was also a genius, the second youngest soul emperor on the Douluo Continent. At this moment, Qin Ming handed a list to Devian, saying, "This is the list of the Shrek team. Your opponent for tonight's team soul fight." After speaking, Qin Ming looked at the gloomy Yu Tianheng sitting on the sofa and calmly said, "Tianheng, the blue-silver emperor who defeated you earlier is the ace of the Shrek team." Hearing this, Yu Tianheng's eyes burst with strong fighting spirit, and he immediately took the information. "This, the Shrek team, all members have silver soul badges, 50 wins, and 1 loss." Yu Tianheng looked at the information and couldn't help but become serious. Actually, this information was sent over this morning. The Soto Great Soul Arena hopes our Emperor Fight Team can defeat them. Like the blue-silver emperor you faced before, their long-term victories have caused the Soto Great Soul Arena to be in a state of loss. I initially wanted to wait until you won against the Blue-Silver Emperor in the 1v1 soul fight before telling you, but I underestimated the opponent's strength. Yu Qianheng looked at the list and muttered, Shrek Team, a total of 9 members. Captain Evil Eye White Tiger, Martial Soul White Tiger, level 38 Assault Type, Soul, Daw. Vice Captain Thousand Hands Azura, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, level 31 Control Type, Soul Daw. Team member Softbone Charm Rabbit, Martial Soul Softbone Rabbit. Level 33 Agile Attack Type, Soul, Daw. Team member Blue Silver Emperor, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass. Level 34 Control Type, Soul, Daw. Team member Black Mamba, Demon Snake. Martial Soul Snake Staff. Level 32 Agile Attack Type, Soul, Daw. Team member Sausage Specialty, Martial Soul Sausage. Level 32 Food Type, Soul, Daw. Team member Evil Fire Phoenix. Martial Soul Fire Phoenix. Level 28 Assault Type, Great Soul Master. Team member Nether Spirit Cat, Martial Soul Nether Spirit Cat, level 28 Agile Attack Type, Great Soul Master. Team member 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, Martial Soul 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower, level 28 Support Type, Great Soul Master. The Graphite brothers looked puzzled and said, What is going on? Why are Blue Silvergrass Soul Masters so powerful now? Besides that Blue Silver Emperor, this Thousand Hands Azura is also a Blue Silvergrass Soul Master, and he is already level 31. Qin Ming said seriously, although I don't know why. Since he could become the vice captain, he must have extraordinary abilities. I observed their Shrek team's tactics yesterday, and this vice captain Thousand Hands Azura truly controls the entire field, so he needs to be particularly cautious. Of course, aside from his Thousand Hands Azura, the Blue Silver Emperor and their captain Evil Eye White Tiger should not be underestimated. Being the captain and having the highest soul power among them is definitely not simple. Hearing Qin Ming's words, the Emperor Fight Team nodded in agreement. Yu Qianheng revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth and resolutely said, This is great. I was just worried about not having a chance for revenge. This is delivered to my door. Teacher, when do we start the soul fight against the Shrek team? Tonight. After getting the answer, the Emperor Fight Team members began to roll up their sleeves, especially Yu Qianheng, who was eager to defeat the Shrek team after his 1v1 soul fight. Okay, this is really great. I didn't expect we would meet so soon again. Yu Qianheng was very excited at this moment. Thinking about his recent defeat and the opportunity to wash away the shame so quickly made him happy. However, because he lost to Zhao Zilong, Yu Qianheng did not underestimate the Shrek team at all. Du Guyin came over to encourage him, saying, Don't worry, Qianheng, we will definitely defeat them. However, Yu Qianheng was not so optimistic. If he hadn't lost to Zhao Zilong earlier, he definitely wouldn't have taken the Shrek team seriously. He said seriously, no. Although our soul power is higher than that of the Shrek team, the other side has such a high record, which is not only due to reasonable tactical arrangements, but also their strength is definitely not low. Therefore, in this soul fight, we must bring out our full strength to deal with it. Chapter 48, Team Soul Fight on the Shrek side. Everyone had also looked into the situation of the Royal Fighting Team. Team Leader Yu Qianheng, Martial Soul Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, level 39 Attack Type Soul Master. With 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, Vice Captain Du Guyin, Martial Soul Emerald Phosphor Snake, level 38 Control Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member Oscar, Martial Soul Ghost Leopard, level 36 Agility Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member Shimo, Martial Soul Black Tortoise, level 38 Defense Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member Shimo, Martial Soul Black Tortoise, level 37 Defense Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member Yi Lingling, Martial Soul 9 Heart Begonia, level 35 Healing Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Team member Yu Feng, Martial Soul Wind Chime Bird, level 36 Agility Type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. After reviewing this information, a serious expression flashed in the eyes of the Shrek team members. Dai Mubai spoke up, Master, our opponent tonight is them. That's right. Their soul power is significantly higher than yours, and both the captain and vice captain are quite tricky. Yu Xiaogang nodded, looking at Zhao Zilong. Zilong, although you defeated their captain Yu Qianheng, team fights and individual soul fights are completely different. You can't win relying solely on your own strength. So in tonight's team soul fight, only if all of you work together can you have a 50% chance of winning. And this 50% chance rests on you four: Zilong, Xiao San, Mubai, and Zhu Qing. At this moment, Ning Rongrong raised her hand and said, Master, I want to say something. If we're to fight against the Royal Fighting Team, then we must first deal with that 9-heart begonia soul master. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang frowned slightly, and Ning Rongrong continued. My father once said that 9-heart begonia is an auxiliary martial soul that is not inferior to the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, and it has only one soul skill, which is group healing. With a 9-heart begonia soul master present, even if they want to die, it won't be easy. If it weren't for the rarity of this martial soul, it would be hard to say who would hold the title of the world's #1 auxiliary martial soul. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's explanation, Yu Xiaogang became even more serious. That really is a perfect combination. It seems that winning won't be easy. At this moment, Xiao Wu asked, Master, but a team soul fight can only have 7 people. If Zilong participates, then who will drop out? I know. Yu Xiaogang nodded. Looking at Meng Iran, you won't need to participate in tonight's soul fight. I understand. Meng Iran replied coldly. Yu Xiaogang did not mind Meng Iran's indifference. Dai Mubai then spoke. A 50% chance? Master, if Zilong is also joining tonight's soul fight, along with my and Zhuqing's martial soul fusion technique, wouldn't that make our chance of winning a bit low? That's already quite a lot. Yu Xiaogang said seriously. I'll say it again, tonight's soul fight. Your chance of winning is only 50%. Of course, that's under the condition that you cooperate well as a team. If the cooperation is poor, then the chance of winning is probably only 30%. It might even be lower. Zhao Zilong suddenly spoke up. If I had lost to Yu Tianheng in the one-on-one earlier today, then he would definitely become arrogant. But now that he has lost to me, he will probably treat us as a formidable enemy and bring out all his means. Seeing Zhao Zilong say this, Yu Xiaogang nodded in agreement. You won't need to participate in the one-on-one and 2 versus 2 soul fights today. I've already told Supervisor AO that you won't be scheduled for soul fights today, so just focus on preparing for tonight's team soul fight. You can arrange the tactics. Or should it be arranged by Tang San? Zilong, you have no objections, right? I have a suggestion. Zhao Zilong spoke up. Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, both Tang San and Yu Xiaogan's expressions became somewhat displeased. Yu Xiaogang had intentionally kept Zhao Zilong hidden for a month to cultivate Tang San as the core of the team. Naturally, Tang San also wanted to become the core of the team, as during this long time, he had come to realize that these companions were not only geniuses but also had strong backgrounds. It was just that he lacked soul power and had relied on reasonable tactical arrangements to earn everyone's trust. Dai Mubai asked, Zilong, what is your suggestion? In the soul fight arena, it seems that we can use hidden weapons and weapons, right? Zhao Zilong looked at Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogan's expression darkened as he said, It is indeed allowed, but I won't permit you to use the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. That is your trump card and will be very useful in the future. Do not reveal it too early. I'm not talking about the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Zhao Zilong smiled slightly, looking at Oscar with a serious expression. Since we can use weapons, then using food should also be allowed. After Oscar makes his sausages, they can last for 12 hours. If we have Oscar prepare the sausages for us in advance, then we can let Iran participate. In that case, with Oscar's sausage support, it would be as if we are 8 people fighting against 7. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback because they had never thought of such a method. And since food-type soul masters were quite rare, there were no regulations regarding this in the Great Soul Arena, making it a loophole. Dai Mubai smiled upon hearing this. I think it's feasible. At worst, we can only let Xiao Ao make recovery sausages and detox sausages. As for flying mushroom sausages, let's not use those. That would be too obvious. Yu Xiaogang pondered for a long time. Allowing food-type soul masters to prepare food in advance and bringing it to the soul fight arena as ordinary food is a gray area. But there are no regulations against it. So this indeed increases their chances significantly. Oscar, what do you think? Yu Xiaogang looked at Oscar and asked for his opinion. Oscar sighed, looking at everyone with their expectant gazes. He thought to himself that since the team fight could only have 7 people, having one more soul master would increase their chance of winning. Allowing himself to prepare sausages in advance could also be considered assisting them from off the stage. So he nodded. Okay, I agree. After all, I'm just a support-type soul master. It doesn't matter where I assist. Zhao Zilong also nodded. All right, since Xiao Ao agrees. Then the participants will be me, Zhuqing, Old Bai, Tang San, Iran, Xiao Wu, and Rongrong. Sanner, although I haven't participated in team soul fights for so long, your tactical command has indeed been excellent. Just arrange your tactics. I will try my best to cooperate with you. Hearing Zhao Zilong's assurance, Tang San felt a bit proud inside. Lacking strength, he relied on wisdom instead, and said, All right, since Zilong has said so, then I won't hold back. Chapter 49, Shrek Team versus Royal Fighting Team that night at the Soul Fight Arena. Two 30-level Soul Master Silver Fighting Teams. Shrek Team versus Royal Fighting Team. The audience in this main battle arena was much larger than that in the Fighting Spirit Arena, although the members of the Shrek Team were all wearing masks. Yu Tianheng recognized Zhao Zilong from the Shrek Team at first glance, his face full of fighting spirit. The team battle tonight will not be like the one-on-one battles during the day. Your Shrek Team's winning streak will be ended by our Royal Fighting Team. Let's see about that. Dai Mubai spoke first. Before encountering you, many teams have said similar things. Yet we have continued to win until now. Tonight will be no exception. The host announced, tonight's team battle is Shrek Team versus Royal Fighting Team. Both sides are level 30 silver fighting spirit teams. Please activate your martial souls. The battle will begin in 30 seconds. On the Royal Fighting Team side, all their soul rings were 2 yellow and 1 purple, while on Shrek's side, the 5 members had 2 yellow and 1 purple, with only Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing having 2 yellow soul rings. Seeing the opponent's soul rings, Yu Tianheng was somewhat stunned. He knew that the Shrek Team had 6 soul masters, but only 5 had taken stage. The fighting spirit began. Yu Tianheng let out a furious shout, his hands transforming into dragon claws. After battling Zhao Zilong, Yu Tianheng did not dare to underestimate the Shrek Team and did not recklessly launch an attack. Ning Rongrong first provided buffs to everyone, using the first 2 soul skills to enhance everyone's speed and strength. However, Shrek's side was still cautious and did not attack first. Seeing the host call for the start, both sides stood frozen in place, which made the audience somewhat dissatisfied. They're too well protected. Dai Mubai looked at Yi Lingling, who was being protected at the back by the Imperial Fighting Team, and couldn't help but frown. His soul pressure couldn't threaten the support at the back at all. Instead, it was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's soul pressure that made Dai Mubai feel a hint of fear from the martial soul for the first time. However, the deadlock was soon broken. Neither Dai Mubai nor Yu Tianheng was particularly patient, and after a dozen seconds, they both launched attacks at the same time, actively breaking the stalemate. Boom! Dai Mubai and Yu Tianheng's fists collided, instantly causing lightning and holy light to clash. Dai Mubai was pushed back 7 steps by the punch, while Yu Tianheng retreated 3 steps, which surprised Dai Mubai. Even after receiving the speed and strength boost from Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, he was still weaker than Yu Tianheng by half a point, which infuriated Dai Mubai. Not bad at all. Yu Tianheng snorted coldly, his hands crackling with even more lightning. Although he praised Dai Mubai verbally, after their earlier encounter, his confidence was restored from the self-doubt he felt after being beaten by Dai Mubai during the day. Attack! With Yu Tianheng's command, Osro and Yu Feng, both agile attackers, also made their moves, one flying in the air while Osro charged towards Mangaran. Yu Feng, using his first soul skill, Wing Blade, directly targeted Zhao Zilong in midair. Several blue-silver grasses appeared in front to block, but they were still cut down by Yu Feng's wind blades. Your opponent is me. Yu Feng looked down at Zhao Zilong from above, remembering his teacher Qin Yin's instructions. During their time in the resting room, Qin Yin had arranged, Yu Feng, you are to stop this soul master named Blue Silver Emperor. Remember, do not let him get close. I watched his previous battle with Tianheng. It's not that Tianheng is weaker than Blue Silver Emperor, but rather that Tianheng's martial soul is restrained by his special palm technique. That technique can only be used at close range. As long as you don't give him the chance to get close, then his blue-silver grass martial soul isn't that scary. You have the advantage in the air and are an agile attacker. As long as you block him, we could defeat the Shrek Team one by one. Bamboo Leaf Sword Rain, Wingblade. The battle among the others is still ongoing. As the captains of the 2 teams, Dai Mubai and Yu Tianheng, who both have the highest soul power in their respective teams, are also attack-type soul masters. Their confrontation is a clash of strength against strength, which increasingly astonishes Dai Mubai. Despite the fact that his power and speed have been enhanced by 30% due to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul, he still feels slightly inferior compared to Yu Tianheng. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing are trying to cut in the backline using their speed, but they are facing the defensive soul masters Shimo and Shimo, who are protecting Yi Lingling closely. Even the control-type soul master, Duga Yin, is also focused on protecting Yi Lingling. With the healing soul master, 9 Heart Begonia, as long as their soul power is sufficient, even severe injuries can be quickly healed in a short time. After several exchanges, Dai Mubai finds himself being pressured by Yu Tianheng. Although the enhancement from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul allows him to keep up with Yu Tianheng for a short period, Yu Tianheng changes his strategy to a forceful attack, even deliberately trading injuries for injuries. As both sustain injuries, the advantage of the healing soul master with the 9-heart begonia becomes apparent, and Dai Mubai gradually begins to fall into a disadvantageous position. Tang San pulls everyone back using blue silvergrass, and Yu Qianheng remains calm and does not pursue. Both sides maintain their formations, and the members of Shrek begin to consume sausages. Zhao Zilong speaks up that Yu Feng seems a bit ordinary. Every time I try to cut into the back line, he ambushes me from behind. Tang San replies, "You're right. Because you defeated Yu Qianheng this morning, the members of the royal fighting team are very wary of you." Dai Mubai looks at Tang San and says seriously, "But this is also good. Let's proceed according to the previous plan. Zhu Qing and I will use the Hell White Tiger to break their formation first. Zilong, you, and Xiao Wu distract the enemy's firepower. We need to take down the 9-heart begonia soul master first. If we don't eliminate her, this will go on endlessly. After that, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing unleash their martial soul fusion skill, which is so powerful that it severely injures Yu Qianheng and sends the Shimo brothers flying. Seeing the enemy's formation in disarray, Zhao Zilong and Xiao Wu spring into action. Zhao Zilong charges towards Yi Lingling, but the Shimo brothers, who were just knocked away, block his path once again. Protect Lingling. With this command, not only do the Shimo brothers respond, but the rest of the royal fighting team also begins to retreat to protect Yi Lingling. Damn it! Duguyan looks on and immediately activates the green phosphor serpent poison. But facing the poison, Tang San quickly uses Realgar wine combined with flames to dissolve it instantly. Don't even think about getting through. The Shimo brothers realize they can't afford to let Zhao Zilong get too close, knowing his strength is formidable and that their teacher, Qinin, has advised against close combat with him. They throw the Xuanwu turtle shell, which disassembles into scales. The Xuanwu turtle barrier forms a barrier made of soul power and turtle shell, enclosing Zhao Zilong and Xiao Wu inside. Although this move successfully traps Zhao Zilong, it cannot contain Xiao Wu. Just as they think victory is within their grasp, the Xuanwu turtle barrier begins to contract, and Xiao Wu uses a teleportation skill to escape, positioning herself next to Yi Lingling. This is bad. Seeing this, the Shimo brothers panic. Yu Feng attempts to rush over, but Tang San seizes the opportunity and ensnares Yu Feng with a spider web binding technique. Chapter 50. Tang San's Fury. Xiao Wu kicks towards Yi Lingling, but at this moment, Osro appears and intercepts with a punch, repelling her. Duguyan also returns to defend. Xiao Wu smiles slightly, using another teleport to ascend into the air. Her attack on Yi Lingling is merely a distraction to draw all members of the royal fighting team away, as their goal is to eliminate the aerial unit Yu Feng first. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Yu Feng, bound by Tang San's web, has no power to resist and is kicked off the stage by Xiao Wu. The members of the royal fighting team turn pale, pretending to attack Yi Lingling to lure them into defense, only to find that Yu Feng has been knocked down instead. Duguyan is furious at this moment. Her soul rings glowing as she quietly declares, "Green phosphor red poison, green phosphor blue poison." Duguyan uses 2 soul skills for support. The green phosphor red poison is a stimulant that increases speed and power by 20%, while the green phosphor blue poison is a paralyzing toxin that reduces pain and enhances defense by 30%. However, because these are poisons, they are inherently harmful to the body, and generally, Duguyan prefers not to use them on her allies. After all, even with careful dosage control, prolonged use can harm the body. Nevertheless, Duguyan's slight enhancement is still insufficient, especially since the Hell White Tiger's power continues to rage. And with Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glaze tile support, no one below the Soul King level can withstand the Hell White Tiger. Yu Qianheng tries to intercept, but is directly slapped away by the Hell White Tiger, which then sends Shimo flying as well. The Shimo brothers, who are trapped in Zhao Zilong's Xuanwu turtle barrier, are also freed in an instant. The Shimo brothers look on in shock. With the barrier lost, Zhao Zilong charged forward with a palm strike. Soft fist, Xuanwu shield. With a bang, the soft fist collided with the Xuanwu shield, producing a sound of soul power explosion, instantly shattering the Xuanwu shield on Shimo's body, causing Shimo to reinforce his soul power for defense. Spider web binding. A spider web shot out from Zhao Zilong's hand, initially intending to use the turtle shell to resist Zhao Zilong's soft fist, but unexpectedly, the spider web directly entangled Shimo. Facing a defensive soul master, it is very difficult to injure them, and using the soft fist also puts a significant load on the body. Let's go. Zhao Zilong directly controlled him with the spider web binding and pulled him with blue silvergrass, throwing him out of the arena. Shimo. Dugu Yin could only feel anxious as they struggled to face the Hell White Tiger together. This martial soul fusion skill was indeed too powerful. The defeat came suddenly, and with the strength of the Hell White Tiger, the situation became increasingly unfavorable for the Imperial fighting team after the elimination of Yu Feng and Shimo. Damn it. Third soul skill, Thunder Fury. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Qianheng once again clashed head-on with the Hell White Tiger. The Dragon Claw met the Tiger Claw, and in an instant, white light splashed everywhere. Even though Thunder Fury significantly boosted Yu Qianheng's attributes, he was still no match for this martial soul fusion skill, and was once again sent flying with a single slap. Faced with the power of the Hell White Tiger, the Imperial fighting team felt despair at this moment, as even their strongest member, Yu Qianheng, could not withstand a single blow from the Hell White Tiger, leaving them feeling hopeless. However, at this moment, the Hell White Tiger also dissipated, as Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's current soul power was insufficient to sustain this martial soul fusion skill for long. Has the martial soul fusion skill been? Seeing this, the Imperial fighting team let out a sigh of relief. If this martial soul fusion skill had continued, then just Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing alone could have swept through all of them. At this moment, after the soul fusion skill was, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power was almost depleted, while Dai Mubai was slightly better off. The two immediately took out recovery sausages to eat. Could it be that this sausage is the food system Soul Master's soul skill? Referee, they are violating the rules. Yu Qianheng saw the sausages in their hands and instantly felt like he was going to explode with anger. Since they were playing like this, the host felt a bit awkward at this point because the rules did not state that food could not be brought. Tang San smiled confidently and said, "Before the match started, we specifically asked the battle arena if we could use food and drinks to replenish energy during the match. The response from the organizers was yes, as some special martial souls require food to enhance the power of their soul skills." Hearing this answer, Yu Qianheng's eyes twitched. This was clearly exploiting a loophole in the rules. However, they had no choice now but to continue fighting. Now that your partner's soul fusion skill is gone, I want to see who can withstand me. Lingling, heal me. Yanzi, Shimo, protect Lingling. After saying this, the lightning on Yu Qianheng became violent, and he roared. Third soul skill, Thunder Fury. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Xiao Wu looked at him and rushed forward, instantly executing a 3-hit combo. Teleport, Charm, Waist Bow. Sure enough, at the moment of the charm, Yu Qianheng was briefly distracted. Xiao Wu seized the opportunity and directly kicked Yu Qianheng in the chest. Yu Qianheng grunted in pain and immediately grabbed Xiao Wu's ankle. Tang San was shocked and shouted, "Xiao Wu, run!" However, it was already too late. After Yu Qianheng grabbed Xiao Wu, the Dragon Claw was filled with violent lightning as he roared, "Thunder Strike!" Boom, boom, boom. A solid punch landed on the already flat battlefield, and Xiao Wu's body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Tang San felt his heart break at this scene and used blue silvergrass to catch Xiao Wu. When he caught her, Xiao Wu's body was still shimmering with blue electric light, and there was a clear fist mark on her chest. Seeing the blood, Xiao Wu coughed up. She was having difficulty even breathing. Looking at Xiao Wu's serious injury, Tang San's killing intent intensified. Soft fist. Zhao Zilong seized the opportunity to strike with a palm. Yu Qianheng responded with a punch of his own, and their fists collided, breaking Yu Qianheng's Dragon Claw form. However, this time Yu Qianheng had experience, and powerful lightning surged from all around towards Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong quickly dodged back, and Meng Yiran seized the opportunity to rush up. Whispering, third soul skill, Blood Poison Blade. Don't even think about sneak attacking. Third soul skill, Ghost Shadow Impact. Osro appeared behind Yu Tianheng, helping him block Meng Yiran's sneak attack. The power of this lightning is indeed strong. Zhao Zilong looked at the strands of lightning still flickering on his left hand. Even with the soft fist, it seemed he wouldn't gain much advantage against the Thunder Dragon Claw in a head-on confrontation. At this moment, Yu Tianheng's injuries were gradually recovering, and he proudly said, "With the red poison from the wild goose, I can enhance my strength and speed. The blue poison increases my defense and reduces pain. Bruce. With Lingling's continuous healing, I'm not afraid of being injured. The Fury of Thunder also gives me a 50% boost. Unless my soul power is exhausted, I will not fall. Now, there is no one here who can stop me." Yu Shunti have harmed Xiao Wu. At this time, Tang San placed Xiao Wu on the arena, his eyes bloodshot. Yu Qianheng listened and sneered contemptuously. "This is the soul fighting arena. If you want revenge, come and defeat me. I will never let go of anyone who harmed Xiao Wu." Tang San was also furious at this moment, and with both hands, he He began to take out various hidden weapons from his soul guide, his hands transforming into Xianyu hands, quickly throwing the hidden weapons out. Chapter 51. Shrek victorious. Tang San's hidden weapons flew out, making a sizzling sound. The hidden weapons were mostly made of fine iron, and at this moment Yu Qianheng, protected by lightning, had the hidden weapons deflected before they even touched him. However, Tang San was not anxious and used Phantom Shadow to throw hidden weapons at everyone. Damn it! Instantly, Mo began to defend, protecting Yi Lingling. What use is this kind of attack? Yu Qianheng defended with both hands, completely disregarding Tang San's attack, and growled, second soul skill, Thunderstorm. In an instant, Yu Qianheng unleashed a group attack soul skill, and a massive wave of lightning shockwaves surged outward. Tang San, seeing the lightning shockwave appear, immediately defended with blue silvergrass. But how could such trivial blue silvergrass withstand it? It was easily shattered. However, in a moment of blocking Thunderstorm, it bought Tang San a split second to escape, using Phantom Shadow to retreat. This made Tang San, who had just been full of killing intent, calm down, realizing that Yu Qianheng was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Tang San, you hold Yu Qianheng back. I'll go for the backline. Zhao Zilong said this without waiting for Tang San's response and charged directly toward Yi Lingling. However, Osro and Yu Qianheng would not let Zhao Zilong pass and immediately aimed to attack him. What a good opportunity. Seeing Yu Qianheng distracted, Tang San immediately threw out the Dragon Whisker Needle. Although it was also a type of metal, this metal was very special. It penetrated Yu Qianheng's body, causing him immense pain. Damn it! What is this flying needle? Yu Qianheng exclaimed in pain, suddenly taking the previously unremarkable flying needle seriously. However, Tang San knew that Yu Qianheng's lightning had great resistance to metal, as metals are conductive. His hidden weapons could be deflected by Yu Qianheng's lightning before they even reached him. Nevertheless, Tang San's throwing speed of hidden weapons did not decrease, but instead increased. His hands throwing hidden weapons as fast as lightning, as if he had 6 hands. Zilong, be careful behind you. First soul skill, Ghost Leopard Strike. Osro suddenly appeared behind Zhao Zilong and clawed at him. However, at this moment, Zhao Zilong revealed a strange smile, with his white eyes activated. He had a 360-degree field of vision. Osro's sneak attack was merely an opportunity Zhao Zilong had intentionally given him. Pressure point. With a quick turn, he pointed directly at Osro's heart, and with a pop, his soul power penetrated Osro's body. With that one strike, Osro was nearly shocked into unconsciousness, spitting out a mouthful of blood and crashing heavily to the ground. Osro, seeing this, Mo was horrified. Yu Qianheng was shocked as well. Osro was heavily injured again, and his wounds had not yet fully healed. However, Dai Mubai would not give Yi Lingling the chance to heal Osro. Even though his soul power was running low, he charged forward, grabbing Osro by the collar and directly throwing him off the stage. With no way to deal with Yi Lingling, reducing the opponent's numbers was the best course of action. As long as Yi Lingling was on the stage, she could heal her teammates. Seeing Osro knocked off the stage, Yu Qianheng was even more surprised, but Tang San, with his purple extreme magic eyes, observed every minute detail and threw out several Dragon Whisker Needles again. Instantly, after being hit by the Dragon Whisker Needle, Yu Qianheng cried out in pain as the fury of thunder on him began to gradually fade away. Qianheng. Dugi Yin looked furious as she watched her beloved boyfriend get injured repeatedly. All she wanted now was to kill Tang San. She roared, I'll kill you. Third soul skill, by Phosphor Purple Poison. Are you still not learning your lesson? Zhao Zilong, seeing her throw a bag of Realgar wine, said to Dai Mubai, Old Bai. White Tiger's fierce light wave. Dai Mubai shot a wave of light through the Realgar wine, and the high temperature from the wave ignited the wine, instantly burning away the by Phosphor Snake Poison. How could this happen? Watching her by Phosphor Purple Poison being countered again, Dugi Yin was furious. It was one thing to have it broken by Tang San, but to have it countered again was definitely not a coincidence. Angrily, she demanded, what kind of sorcery did you use to break my by Phosphor Purple Poison? What's wrong? You didn't know that Realgar wine can counter snake poison? Zhao Zilong teased her. What? Realgar wine? Dugi Yin found it hard to believe that Realgar wine could break her by Phosphor Snake Poison. Snake Blade. Suddenly, Meng ran like a poisonous snake, wrapped around to sneak attack Yi Lingling from behind. Don't even think about it. Shimo reacted quickly and immediately protected Yi Lingling. However, at the moment Shimo intervened, Zhao Zilong also acted, swiftly moving in front of Dugi Yin with a Lingbo Weibu. Dugi Yin, still shocked by Zhao Zilong's counter to her poison, panicked as he suddenly appeared before her, unable to even use her soul skill. Soft Fist. A palm struck Dugu Yan's abdomen, sending her flying. Yinzi. Yu Tianheng was shocked, watching as Dugu Yan fell to the ground. With Shimo unable to protect Yi Lingling from both Meng Yiran and Zhao Zilong, and unable to escape from Tang San's hidden weapons, he shouted, "Enough, stop. We concede." Hearing Yu Tianheng concede, Tang San stopped attacking. The host hesitated for a moment before announcing, "The royal fighting team concedes. The Shrek team wins." Tang San's face was somewhat grim, seeing Yu Tianheng still standing. He did not expect that, having used all his means except for the Haotian hammer, he still couldn't defeat him. This gave the proud Tang San an unexpected sense of defeat. However, he had no time to dwell on this. A ghost shadow mysterious step brought him to Yi Lingling's side as he tightly grabbed her shoulders. Originally, Shimo had relaxed his guard after hearing Yu Tianheng concede, but upon seeing Tang San suddenly appear, he angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Don't go too far. We've already conceded. What more do you want? Let go of Lingling." The members of the royal fighting team shouted angrily, but seeing the distance between Tang San and Yi Lingling, they didn't dare to act rashly. "Quick, save my teammate!" Tang San shouted at Yi Lingling, his eyes filled with anger. Shimo, now furious, retorted, "Is this how you ask for help?" Zhao Zilong also looked pale. Xiao Wu was Tang San's taboo. Whoever harmed Xiao Wu would provoke Tang San's wrath. Sighing, he patted Tang San's shoulder and advised, "Calm down. Let her go first." Hearing this, Tang San calmed down and released Yi Lingling, pleading, "Please, help her." Chapter 52. Go find the royal fighting team. If you want to save someone, you should save our teammate first. Dugu Yan, holding her abdomen, walked over, glaring at Tang San, and coldly said, "Lingling, quickly heal Tianheng." Hearing Dugu Yan's words, Tang San's eyes flashed coldly as he suppressed his anger, saying, "Yu Tianheng was injured by my dragon whisker needle. This needle is as fine as a hair, and before treating him, it must be removed, otherwise it will be worse than death." At that moment, Tang San spoke up and walked to Yu Tianheng. "Don't move. I'll help you remove the dragon whisker needle." Then, using the Xian Jade Hand and Xian Tian Gong, Tang San extracted the dragon whisker needle from Yu Tianheng's body, then looked at Yi Lingling and said, "All right, now, please heal my teammate." Yu Tianheng nodded at Yi Lingling, and she first used her 9-heart begonia to heal Xiao Wu before starting to treat her teammates one by one, feeling very dissatisfied with Tang San in her heart. Yu Tianheng watched as Tang San held Xiao Wu and the Shrek members. This time, he was truly depressed. At the beginning of the team battle, everyone had taken it seriously, but they had still underestimated the strength of the Shrek team. "Let's go." Zhao Zilong pulled Meng Yiran and turned to leave first. "You're all very strong. Can you tell me your names?" Yu Tianheng earnestly asked the Shrek members. Dai Mubai stepped forward, recalling how his teachers often referred to them, and confidently smiled. "We are the Shrek team, the monster team." Hearing this response, Yu Tianheng frowned slightly and said seriously, "This time we lost, but next time, we will win." Dai Mubai confidently replied, "No, next time, we will still win." Back in the resting room, everyone was exhausted, lying sprawled out on the sofa. Ning Rongrong complained, "I'm so tired. This battle today was the first time I've used up all my soul power." "Me too. After so many battles, this is the first time I've encountered such a strong team," Meng Yiran said, leaning back on the sofa, looking exhausted. "If it weren't for Xiao Ao making sausages for us in advance, who knows what the final result would have been." At this moment, Tang San sat aside with a somewhat ugly expression. This time, he was truly brought to a state of depression. Despite using all his methods, he still couldn't defeat Yu Tianheng, which left him feeling unprecedentedly defeated. Although the final result was a win, it was a win that felt too forced. The blue silvergrass is really a useless martial soul. Faced with the number 1 beast martial soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, his martial soul was completely crushed. Do I really need to continue cultivating the blue silvergrass martial soul? This useless martial soul has such a huge gap compared to top-tier martial souls. Even though I can rely on the Xiantian skill to have some advantages among my peers, as my soul power increases, the differences between martial souls will become more pronounced. Will I really be able to deal with those soul masters who possess powerful martial souls? "Xiao San, are you okay?" Xiao Wu said with concern as she looked at Tang San's gloomy face. Hearing this, Tang San revealed a smile and gently patted Xiao Wu's head, saying, "As long as you're okay, I'm okay." Upon hearing Tang San's sudden cheesy line, Xiao Wu's face instantly turned red, and she felt secretly happy. Could it be that this blockhead has finally come to his senses? At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was leaning on Dai Mubai's shoulder. The others were mostly exhausted from their soul power consumption, but Zhu Zhuqing was different. Her soul power was already lower than Dai Mubai's, and she had forced herself to use the nether white tiger with him, resulting in soul power depletion. Her fatigue was much heavier than the others. However, Dai Mubai was quite happy, embracing the beauty in his arms, feeling incredibly pleased, wishing he could hold her like this forever. The little monsters were all resting. At this time, Flandra and the others walked in, and upon seeing the exhausted faces of the Shrek group, they couldn't help but smile, as he had won quite a bit of money today. However, this time no one paid attention to Flandra, which made him a bit awkward. Master Yu Xiaogang pretended to cough and prepared to say a few words, saying, "To be honest, today's battle was won rather reluctantly. If it weren't for Oscar preparing sausages for you in advance, the final outcome would have been uncertain. Nevertheless, I still want to say that you all performed well today." Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's acknowledgement, everyone felt a bit happier. Yu Xiaojiang continued, "Now I announce that the second phase of training ends here. Next, you will have a 2-month vacation. As for the third phase, I will notify you after the vacation." Tang San looked at Yu Xiaojiang and said, "But teacher, didn't you say that Zilong and I need to reach the Golden Soul Badge?" Yu Xiaojiang, with his hands behind his back, replied, "After the recent battle, Xiao San, your points have already reached the level of the Golden Soul Badge. As for Zilong, although he is still a bit short, it doesn't matter." Zhao Zilong then refused. "No, it's not that far off anyway. Before your third phase training starts, Master, I will obtain the Golden Soul Badge." Zhao Zilong had always been unwilling to lose to Tang San. When he came to this world, he had already subconsciously regarded Tang San as his goal to surpass. Tang San had the Golden Soul Badge, while he only had the Silver Soul Badge, and Zhao Zilong didn't want to be overshadowed by Tang San. Seeing Zhao Zilong so determined, Yu Xiaojiang didn't say anything more and agreed. "Since you have this determination, then go ahead." After this was said, the room returned to a somewhat oppressive atmosphere again. Although they had won today, in everyone's hearts, they felt that the victory was somewhat dishonorable because they had exploited a loophole in the rules, using the sausages that Oscar had prepared for them in advance, making it equivalent to an 8-against-17 battle. Moreover, the battle was extremely challenging, and it can be said that everyone put forth their best efforts, ultimately managing to win this soul battle by a narrow margin. This made everyone realize that their strength was still far from enough. At this moment, Zhao Zilong stood up and walked towards the door. Meng Yuran looked at him and asked, "Zilong, where are you going?" "I'm just going out for a bit. I'll be back soon," Zhao Zilong replied, then pushed open the door. As he stepped outside, he encountered Qinin, the leader of the Huangdo team, at the corner. Neither of them paid much attention to each other as they brushed past, likely because Zhao Zilong was not wearing a mask, revealing his 12-year-old appearance. And Qinin probably didn't associate him with the Shrek team at all. Meanwhile, in the resting room of the Huangdo team, the members of Shrek were feeling quite down. However, Shrek was still considered the winner, while the Huangdo team, having lost, was even more dejected. They were all geniuses, and despite having an absolute advantage in soul power, they ended up losing the match. Ostro gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. Those guys from Shrek are simply despicable and shameless. They had their food system soul masters prepare sausages in advance, and I can't believe the Grand Soul Arena didn't penalize them for it. It's infuriating. Food system soul masters are already rare, and the lack of regulations in the Grand Soul Arena in this regard is indeed a loophole in the rules, but they merely exploited this loophole effectively." Yu Qianheng placed his arms on his knees and lowered his head, calmly stating, "They just took advantage of the situation." Hearing Yu Qianheng's words, everyone fell silent. Du Guyan looked at Yu Tianheng and realized she wasn't in the mood to comfort him anymore. Her poison was broken by the 2 blue-silver grass soul masters from the opposing team, and she felt quite shaken inside. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Shimo, confused, said, "Is the teacher back so soon?" Yufeng looked at everyone sitting still without any intention of moving and stood up, saying, "I'll go open the door." Chapter 53. Du Guyan, who are you? Yufeng opened the door and saw a boy around 12 or 13 years old standing at the entrance, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. The person here to find the Huangdo team is naturally Zhao Zilong. In order to obtain the immortal herbs from Dugu Bo's medicinal garden, he first needs to make Dugu Yin remember him. A smile curled at the corner of Zhao Zilong's mouth as he teased, "I came to find the beautiful lady in your team." Oh, Yu Feng smiled at this, as the atmosphere in the team was indeed too oppressive. Although they lost the match and everyone was in a bad mood, it was still necessary to lighten the atmosphere. He teased, "Yin Lingling, another little fanboy has come to ask for your autographs." Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling were originally the favored daughters of heaven and had many fans in the royal fighting team. At this moment, they all walked over. Dugu Yin looked at Zhao Zilong and felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before, but she couldn't recall. However, she remembered that many younger students at the Tiando Royal Academy liked her, so she didn't think much of it and asked, "Little brother, do you have something to say?" Zhao Zilong rolled his eyes and replied, "Little brother, you don't remember who I am so soon." Du Guiyin and Yi Lingling exchanged glances, both feeling that Zhao Zilong looked very familiar, but they just couldn't remember where they had seen him. It wasn't just the two of them. Yu Feng also felt he looked familiar. "Little brother, have we met before?" Du Guiyin asked Zhao Zilong again. Zhao Zilong explained, "You don't recognize me without the mask, do you? Watch this." Saying that, Zhao Zilong took the mask out of his soul guide and put it on his face. Suddenly, seeing this familiar face, the members of the royal fighting team exclaimed, "It's you." At this moment, Yu Tianheng was stunned. He never expected to be defeated by a boy several years younger than himself, which dealt a severe blow to his confidence. He could hardly accept losing to someone his own age, let alone to someone much younger. Zhao Zilong smiled slightly and said to Du Guiyin, "I came to find you. Can we talk privately?" Yu Shenheng immediately became alert and asked, "What do you want to do?" Seeing that Yu Shenheng and the members of the Emperor battle team looked tense, Zhao Zilong, appearing frightened, said, "I mean, you guys aren't planning to bully the weak with numbers, are you? That's so shameless." Yu Shenheng and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips, while Du Guiyin coldly snorted, showing no regard for Zhao Zilong as a junior. Her eyes filled with disdain as she said, "What do you want to talk to me about? Just say it. When I was fighting you, I discovered some secrets that you might not even know about, related to your martial soul," Zhao Zilong said seriously, looking at Du Guiyin. He then asked, "Are you sure you want me to say it here? My martial soul?" Du Guiyin frowned, curious about how Zhao Zilong had broken her poison. She coldly replied, "Come with me." Watching Du Guiyin's proud figure, Zhao Zilong felt somewhat speechless, but for the sake of the fairy grass, it was all worth it. He obediently followed Du Guiyin outside, and after arriving, Du Guiyin coldly said, "Speak. What do you know?" Seeing Du Guiyin's attitude, Zhao Zilong felt a bit dissatisfied and got straight to the point. "I want to ask you, when it rains on a cloudy day, do you feel a numbness in your ribs, occurring once at noon and once at midnight? Also, every time it's the dead of night, do you feel a stabbing pain in your head and soles?" Du Guiyin's pupils slightly constricted as she looked at Zhao Zilong in surprise. This was something only she knew. Since the situation wasn't serious, she hadn't paid much attention to it, but hearing Zhao Zilong say it made her a bit shocked. "How do you know?" Zhao Zilong smiled and continued, "What? Your martial soul is the emerald phosphor snake, and you don't even realize you're poisoned? Poisoned? How is that possible?" Du Guiyin exclaimed in shock. Zhao Zilong shrugged, teasing, "Believe it or not, that's up to you. I just think you're beautiful and don't want to see such a lovely lady perish. Right now, your poison isn't deep. When it flares up, it lasts at most a few minutes. However, as your soul power grows stronger, the poison in your body will deepen, and the duration will become longer. Sooner or later, you'll be unable to endure the torment of the poison and will die painfully." Although Du Guiyin was startled by Zhao Zilong's words, she suddenly remembered her father. Although it had been several years since Du Guiyin's father passed away, she vaguely recalled that her father also seemed to have died from serious illness. At that moment, hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Du Guiyin thought to herself, "Could it be that my father died from the backlash of a deadly poison back then?" However, Du Guiyin still stubbornly replied, "Why should I believe you?" Zhao Zilong scoffed and said disdainfully, "No one is asking you to believe me. We have no debts or grudges against each other. I'm just kindly reminding you. Since you don't believe it, just treat it as a fart and let it go. I'm leaving." "Wait a minute," Du Guiyin called out as she saw Zhao Zilong about to leave. Her attitude softened a bit because Zhao Zilong's words truly frightened her. She spoke up. "The symptoms you mentioned earlier, I do have them. Since you know, do you have a way to help me treat them?" Zhao Zilong smiled and said, "Of course, but treating it is quite troublesome and requires a lot of herbs. Moreover, to completely cure it, the help of a soul bone is necessary." "Soul bone?" Du Guiyin was slightly taken aback. With her grandfather's title Douluo strength, obtaining a soul bone shouldn't be difficult. Even if a 10,000-year soul bone was unattainable, a 1,000-year one should be manageable. Du Guiyin looked at Zhao Zilong and assured him, "Don't worry, my grandfather has many herbs. And although soul bones are hard to come by, I believe my grandfather will definitely find a way." Zhao Zilong watched Du Guiyin happily talking to herself, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Hey, are you mistaken about something? Do you think I'm foolish, or are you the one being foolish? I just said that we have no debts or grudges. If you want me to save you, I need to get something in return. I don't want just a good person card from you." Hearing this, Du Guiyin was stunned. Why did she need to pay a price? Her expression turned somewhat grim, and she said, "All right, what are the conditions? Just say it." Suddenly, a hint of charm appeared at the corner of Zhao Zilong's mouth as he walked towards Duguyen. Although Duguyen was several years older than Zhao Zilong, she felt a bit shy under his smile and crossed her arms over her chest, saying, "What do you want to do? You better not misbehave at your young age." Young age? Zhao Zilong chuckled disdainfully. "Although I'm younger than you, I am stronger than you." He continued, "Besides, am I not better than you, Tianheng?" Upon hearing this, Duguyen felt a bit annoyed, but she understood that boys tended to mature later. In the Tiando Royal Academy, she had received confessions from several boys younger than her. Because of their young age, these boys often had a sister complex. She replied, "I'm sorry, I already have someone I like. I admit you're excellent, and in terms of talent, neither Tianheng nor I can compare to you. You can find a girl you really like, and she will also like you back. But I'm sorry, matters of the heart may not be what you think. It depends on mutual feelings, and I think we are not suitable." Not suitable? All right. Zhao Zilong spread his hands. He had heard the phrase "not suitable" countless times during his student days in his previous life. Although he didn't genuinely want to pursue Duguyen, hearing it again made him somewhat uncomfortable. He sighed and said, "All right, then let's talk about something realistic. I will help you treat it for a soul bone that is over 50,000 years old." A soul bone over 50,000 years old? Why don't you just go steal one? Duguyen immediately became furious. Although her soul power was not high, she knew from having a titled Luo grandfather that soul beasts over 50,000 years old could serve as the 8th or 9th soul rings for soul masters. While these soul beasts had a slightly higher chance of dropping soul bones, they couldn't be killed without the strength of a soul Duo or even a titled Duo. No, it's even more direct than stealing, Zhao Zilong said mockingly. Duguyen was so angry that she bit her teeth, suddenly stunned for a moment, realizing that perhaps all of this was Zhao Zilong's scheme. It might just be that he was talking nonsense and happened to hit the mark. Moreover, even if she really had been poisoned, could a little brat like him really help her detoxify? Her grandfather was the poisoned Douluo. She coldly snorted and said, "Umph. I really am a fool for taking the words of a little brat like you seriously. My grandfather is the renowned poisoned Douluo, whether or not I'm poisoned. Even if I really am, my grandfather can detoxify me without needing your help." "Oh, that makes sense," Zhao Zilong said with an expression of realization. However, upon hearing Duguyen's words, he felt at ease. As long as Duguyen told Dugabo about this matter, Dugabo would naturally come to him. He smiled and said, "All right, it seems I was meddling in something I shouldn't have. Goodbye." Seeing Zhao Zilong leave so easily, Duguyen felt a bit puzzled. He had come out of nowhere, told her she was poisoned, and then left just like that. Nevertheless, Zhao Zilong's words had indeed made Duguyen very concerned, and she decided to ask her grandfather Dugabo about it the next time they met. Back in the lounge, only Meng Yiran was still there. The others had already left. "You're back. Zilong, where did you go just now?" Meng Yiran immediately came over to ask. Seeing Meng Yiran, Zhao Zilong felt a bit guilty. He already had Meng Yiran, yet he still went to flirt with Duguyen. Although the flirting was more about using her to get closer to Dugabo, Zhao Zilong still felt a slight sense of guilt at that moment. Meng Yiran was indeed very well behaved. Although she was at Sundara when they first met, after spending time together, Zhao Zilong had gradually started to like her. Even though he initially had utilitarian motives towards Meng Yiran, once she had given herself to him, he had already regarded her as his woman. He couldn't irresponsibly abandon her after taking advantage of her. "I want to find Duguyen," Zhao Zilong said honestly without hiding anything. "What did you go to find Duguyen for?" Meng Yiran's expression immediately turned tense, fearing that her boyfriend would be taken away by someone else. Zhao Zilong explained. She was poisoned due to her martial soul, the green phosphor snake, but she had no idea. "I just went to inform her, but she thought I was lying." Although Zhao Zilong did not fully explain, Meng Yiran immediately developed a dislike for Duguyen and said, "She has poisoned? Zilong, you kindly want to tell her, and she didn't appreciate it. Let us ignore her from now on." Seeing Meng Yiran's tense demeanor, Zhao Zilong smiled and said, "Okay, let us go." Meng Yiran took Zhao Zilong's hand and smiled sweetly. "By the way, Senior Qinin, the leader of the royal fighting team. Turns out he is also a graduate of Shrek. He wants to treat us to dinner. Let us hurry over." Being pulled by Meng Yiran to the dining hall. The Shrek students and teachers were all there. Ma Hongjun had already started to eat heartily and said, "Brother Long, Yiran, you're here. Hurry up and eat. Today Senior Qinin is treating us and ordered a lot of delicious food." Qinin looked at Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran. Although he had just seen the Shrek Academy, he was still surprised. "You are the blue-silver grass soul master from earlier, right? Truly, heroes emerge from youth. At such a young age, you've defeated Yu Tianheng, the genius of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family." Flinder pushed up his glasses and introduced, "Zilong, let me introduce you. This is Qin, the leader of the royal fighting team, and also a graduate of Shrek. He.S. your senior. Senior Qin. Zhao Zilong slightly cupped his fists in greeting. Qin looked at Zhao Zilong and the others, sighed, and said, "Alas, if the students of the royal fighting team were the same age as you, their soul power cultivation would definitely not compare to yours. Compared to you juniors, their talent is truly lacking. Alas, what a pity. If you juniors weren't students of Shrek Academy, I would definitely recruit all of you to the Heaven Do Royal Academy." Master Yu Xiaogang, who was sitting beside him, was waiting for Qin to say this. He immediately spoke up. "Even if they are students of Shrek Academy, you can still take them to the Heaven Do Royal Academy." After Yu Xiaogang said this, Flinder's expression immediately turned sour as he said, "Master, what are you talking about? Have you already gotten drunk after just a few drinks?" Yu Xiaogang started to argue with Flander, saying, "Flander, this is also the third phase of training I have for the children, which is to create a simulated training environment and prepare for the Soul Master competition in a year. Shrek Academy is not registered in any country, and we simply do not have the conditions for them to participate in the Soul Master competition next year. Therefore, we need to enter the Tiando Royal Academy. Only in this way can we obtain these resources." Upon hearing this, Flander became furious. He had invited Yu Xiaogang to help train the students, only for things to go so wrong that it affected his entire Shrek Academy. If it weren't for the fact that Yu Xiaogang had been his longtime partner, Flander would have wanted to slap him. He coldly said, "Xiaogang, Shrek Academy is my life's work for the past 20 years, and I absolutely do not agree." Yu Xiaogang was not in a hurry and asked, "All right, Flander, let me ask you, what was your purpose in establishing the academy? Wasn't it to cultivate the children? Also, can you provide a simulated training environment and qualification to participate in the Soul Master competition in a year? If the children want to further grow, these are essential. You established Shrek Academy to cultivate more talented Soul Masters, right? And my request for the children to join the Tiando Royal Academy is not without cost. The Tiando Royal Academy has 2 competition slots, and the second slot must be given to us." After this speech, Flander was left speechless. He suddenly felt as if he had aged several years. Over the years, running the academy had already exhausted him due to the inability to recruit students and financial issues. Now, Yu Xiaogang wanted to integrate his Shrek Academy into the Tiando Royal Academy. What had he been doing for the past 20 years? After all, voluntarily closing Shrek Academy and being forced to merge into the Tiando Royal Academy were not the same thing. However, Flander couldn't find a way to refute Yu Xiaogang's words. He sighed, "You are right. I shouldn't always think about myself. Everything should be centered on the children's growth. You can discuss the transfer of students among yourselves. Just let me know the result afterward." With that, Flander stood up and walked out, feeling quite dejected. He felt a sense of unwillingness and grievance. After all, Shrek Academy was his. He was being sold off by Yu Xiaogang. If Flander wanted to go teach at Tiando Royal Academy with his rank of Soul Sage, he could have gone long ago. Suddenly, Flander regretted letting Yu Xiaogang come to train these kids, which ultimately led to the loss of Shrek Academy. Watching Flander leave, Qin felt a bit awkward, as if she had asked an inappropriate question. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang was very eager to start discussing the issue of slots at the Tiando Royal Academy with Qin. Chapter 55. The Fierce God Team during the half-month break. The 9 students of Shrek were all engaged in their own activities, especially the few girls who preferred shopping together over the monotonous training. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Zhao Zilong naturally followed behind the goddess, carrying her bags, while Ma Hongjun, even if he wanted to join in and carry bags, was rejected by several beauties from Shrek. As for Tang San, upon seeing that Zhao Zilong's soul power and Xiao Wu's soul power were much higher than his, he spent every day either cultivating his soul power or forging hidden weapons, which led to Xiao Wu complaining about him every time she came back from shopping. Tang San is also very good-tempered toward Xiao Wu. Even when Xiao Wu scolds him, he can still smile at her with a doting expression. During the day, in addition to accompanying Meng Yaran, Zhao Zilong also participated in one-on-one soul battles and two-on-two soul battles every night. In the end, not only did Zhao Zilong obtain the Gold Soul Badge, but he also helped Meng Yaran earn one, which made her very happy for a long time. As the half-month holiday came to an end at the entrance of Shrek Academy, looking at the name of the academy on the gate, there was still a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He then turned to the teachers and students of Shrek and said, "All right, little monsters, we have officially received an invitation from the Tiando Royal Academy to go there for an academic exchange. It is certainly much better than our academy. However, remember, once you get there, do not disgrace our Shrek Academy. You must understand that you are monsters, even if they are nobles. They are just ordinary people and cannot be compared to you. We definitely know that. Don't worry, Dean. We don't care about those noble kids. We're just using their resources. After everyone responded, Flanders still felt a bit reluctant. Zhao Wujia then spoke up. All right, boss, stop being sentimental. When these little monsters graduate, if you don't want to work at the Tiando Royal Academy, I'll come back and keep you company in retirement. Who is being sentimental? Flander coldly snorted in response. All right, let's set off. After a few days of travel, they arrived at the capital of the Silvis Kingdom, which is a subsidiary empire of the Tiando Empire, Silvis City. Flander took the Shrek 9 to the Silvis Arena. After all, the strength of the Shrek group is extraordinary, and there are basically no opponents of the same level. Arriving in a new city, they certainly had to take good advantage of these little monsters to make a big profit. Upon entering the Silvis Arena, this arena was much wilder than the Soto Arena. Not only the Soul Masters here, but even the architecture and the style of both men and women exuded a wild and rugged vibe. At this moment, Ning Rongrong and Meng Aran looked at the arena and immediately felt a wave of terror. The two couldn't help but hold on to Zhao Zilong's arm tightly, burying their heads in his embrace. The expressions of the other people were not good either, as they watched the scene in the soul fighting arena, where blood and flesh were flying. It was clear that a victor had already been determined, yet the slaughter of the opponent continued. The winner, the Fierce God Battle Team. With the referee's announcement, the spectators cheered even louder. The Shrek team found it difficult to accept the scene before them. Before the match was officially declared over, they had already left. Ning Rongrong's face was a bit pale. This is too much. We clearly won, yet they still want to kill their opponents. Doesn't the host of the Spirit Arena care? Zhao Zilong sighed and said, didn't you hear the cheers from the audience? What they want to see is this kind of blood and brutality. If the audience didn't like it, the Spirit Arena would definitely take action. Dai Mubai's expression was also grim as he coldly said, it's inevitable for accidents to happen in the Spirit Arena, leading to opponents being injured or even killed. But for teams like the Fierce God team, who clearly know they have won, yet still deliberately injure their opponents, that's simply despicable. Tang San nodded as well. Having lived 2 lives, his heart was stronger than ordinary people. He said seriously, the Soto Great Spirit Arena still maintains fair competition among Spirit Masters. But this Sil's Arena has already turned into a slaughterhouse. Killing here has seemingly become legalized. Zhao Zilong yawned and said, by the way, who is our opponent for today's spirit battle? After a whole day of travel, we still have to engage in a team battle tonight. However, is there even a level 30 gold spirit team in this city? Unfortunately, I have to tell you that there is no level 30 gold spirit team in the Sil's Great Spirit Arena. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang and Flandra also walked over. Teacher Tang San respectfully asked Yu Xiaogang, so, teacher, who is our opponent tonight? The Silver Spirit team? Yu Xiaogang nodded and said seriously, that's right. Tonight, your opponent is a Silver Spirit team with all members above level 40, and that team is the Fierce God team. What? Upon hearing the name, Fierce God team, Ning Rongrong and the other girls instinctively felt a sense of fear. Remembering the fierce expressions and the brutal killing of opponents by the Fierce God team in a previous spirit battle made them feel terrified. Master, do you want us to use the Zhuge Divine Crossbow to kill them? Zhao Zilong spoke at this moment. Yu Xiaogang was somewhat surprised that Zhao Zilong had guessed it before he even said it and nodded. That's right. The Fierce God team is a very brutal team, having killed 87 opponents and injured over 150. This spirit battle is also a trial for you. I allow you to use the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, and I require you to kill them. This spirit battle will be fought by Tang San, Zhao Zilong, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Meng Aran. Since the opponent is ruthless, you must decisively use the Zhuge Divine Crossbow to shoot them down, otherwise it will be you who dies. Kill people? Ning Rongrong, who grew up in a greenhouse, naturally rejected the idea of killing first, and the expressions of the other few were not too good either. Flandra also spoke up. Of course, your safety is always the priority. If any accidents happen, jump off the stage immediately. Losing the match is fine. Ma Hongjun became even more anxious and said, but, teacher, what if we can't jump down in time? During the previous spirit battle, I saw a spirit master wanting to jump off the stage, but he was still dragged back by the Fierce God team. Don't worry, if that kind of situation really occurs. We won't care about the rules of the spirit arena, Flandra said, a hint of killing intent appearing in his eyes as he spoke again. Hearing this, Meng Yiran also expressed concern, but Zhao Wujia then confidently said, little monsters, you don't need to worry about us. The strongest in Silv City is just a soul sage. Even if we really break their spirit arena rules, so what? This world respects strength. Our Shrek Academy has 3 soul sage teachers. Even if we offend them, they can't do anything to us. Just go ahead and be at ease. Hearing Zhao Wujia's words, everyone seemed to have taken a shot of adrenaline, while Yu Xiaogang firmly said, "You must believe in yourselves." The penetrating power of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow is comparable to a powerful attack-type Soul Master's 4th soul skill. Since you haven't exposed the Zhuge Divine Crossbow before, they won't be prepared. As long as you use it as soon as you enter the arena, you can achieve surprise and defeat the Fierce God team. Chapter 56. BB Dong's attention. Although Ning Rongrong and the girls didn't want to kill under the pressure from the teachers of Shrek Academy, they had no choice but to step onto the stage. The team battle soon began, and when both sides took to the arena, the overwhelming killing intent from the Fierce God team made the girls feel fear. Even Tang San and Zhao Zilong couldn't help but frown slightly. How many people did they have to kill to exude such a powerful aura of slaughter? Soon, both sides activated their martial spirits. The opponents all had 4 soul rings. Although some of the soul rings were not standard, for soul rings still represented their strength. On the Shrek side, there were 3 soul rings, while Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing only had 2 soul rings. Ning Rongrong had just used her martial soul, but the opponent's killing intent was too strong, causing her to tremble all over, and her martial soul disappeared. Ha, look, that girl is so scared she is shaking. Immediately, the members of the Fierce God team began to mock, their gazes toward the Shrek team resembling that of watching lambs to the slaughter. The soul battle began. Tear them apart. Hearing the match start, the killing intent from the Fierce God team intensified. Prepare. Tang San looked at them and shouted loudly, although everyone was afraid. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow in their hands was aimed at the Fierce God team. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. A series of piercing sounds followed as the crossbow bolts struck the Fierce God team members. One was caught off guard and was directly pierced by the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, letting out a howl before collapsing heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, the audience was astonished. They did not expect the Fierce God team to lose. And so quickly at that, blood flowed out, staining the ground red. The fallen members of the Fierce God team were severely injured by the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, and with the bolts coated in deadly poison, even if they survived, they would be left with hidden ailments. The scene was so bloody that Ning Rongrong couldn't help but vomit and ran out, followed by Zhu Zhuqing and Meng ran. But how despicable! At this moment, a severely injured member of the Fierce God team looked at the Shrek team, his killing intent even stronger. Since you use such despicable means. Zhao Zilong said nothing, merely raised his Zhuge Divine Crossbow and aimed at him. However, Tang San acted faster, firing the crossbow bolts first. 8 bolts struck the brain, killing him instantly. You actually killed someone. At this time, another surviving member of the Fierce God team looked at Tang San in terror. Whoosh, with a sound. Zhao Zilong also pulled the trigger, firing a bolt that seemed to be unwilling to fall behind, killing another member of the Fierce God team. Tang San then activated the purple extreme demon eye, allowing him to see clearly. Although these people had been hit by the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, they were still alive. Tang San's eyes were cold. If the roots of the weeds are not removed, they will grow back with the spring breeze, let alone these evildoers. He said to Zhao Zilong and Ma Hongjun, "Kill them." Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun did not move. Only Tang San and Zhao Zilong stepped forward and shot the remaining survivors, sending them straight to hell. Ma Hongjun looked at Tang San, feeling somewhat fearful. Brother San, Brother Long, why kill them? They've already lost. They were originally a group of criminals. Letting them live would only lead to more innocent deaths. Killing them now can be seen as eliminating a disaster for the Soul Master world. Hearing this, Tang San's eyes were filled with cold light as he spoke. Moreover, the teacher also said that this is something we must experience in the future. Zhao Zilong calmly said, "Survival of the fittest, that is how the world is." Referee, should you announce the results now? At this moment, Tang San spoke to the referee. At this moment, the referee was also shocked. He didn't expect the Fierce God team to be defeated and even killed. He also didn't expect these young people to directly kill someone here, although they were wearing masks. They looked quite young, and he never expected them to be so ruthless. The victor was the Shrek team. After leaving the arena and gathering with the others from Shrek, everyone was in a bad mood after just killing the Fierce God team, with fear evident in their eyes. Meng Yaran looked at Zhao Zilong, a bit scared, and said, "Zilong, they have already lost their fighting ability. Why did you have to kill them? What is the difference between us and them?" Zhao Zilong looked at Meng Yaran seriously and said, there's a big difference. They have become slaves ruled by slaughter and evil thoughts, while we are not. Zilong was right. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang stepped forward and said to the Shrek students, before fighting you, they had already killed over 200 opponents. They are absolute criminals. Killing them is not your fault. You could say it's doing a service to the people. Moreover, although they are seriously injured, they're not dead. On the battlefield, to prevent the enemy from counterattacking, it is best to ensure the enemy's death. This is your first time killing someone. I originally planned for each of you to kill one, but it seems that might have been too much for you. He continued, you must remember, they are your enemies. In battle with enemies, if you don't kill them, they will kill you. This world is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. If you don't want to be killed by your enemies, you must kill them. Listening to Yu Xiaogan's words, everyone fell silent. At that moment, Flander came in to play the good guy, saying, all right, the soul fighting is over. The children have been tired all day. Let us allow them to have a good rest tonight. That night, due to having killed someone the previous night, the mood of everyone in Shrek was very heavy, and none of them slept well. Flander was very generous and directly hired a carriage the next day, not letting the Shrek teachers and students walk to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. On the other side, in Wuhuan City, the Wuhuan Hall, a woman sits on the Pope's throne. Her skin is white as snow, and her nearly perfect features are so beautiful, so noble and elegant. The 9-curved purple gold crown on her head shines brilliantly, and she holds a staff about 2 meters long, embedded with countless gems, evoking a desire to worship her. This person is the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall, Bibi Dong, whose perfect visage shows no signs of age. With the blue-silver grass Wuhuan. At this moment, Bibi Dong looks at a document in her hand, thinking to herself, just like the disciple Xiaogang found, this one also has the blue-silver grass Wuhuan, and their talent is even higher than that of your disciple. Are there really that many dual Wuhuan users on the Douluo Continent now? At 12 years old, level 34, such talent is simply monstrous. If they don't fall midway, their future achievements will definitely not be inferior to mine. Bibi Dong puts down the document, thinking, are you really the person I've been looking for? Chapter 57, the 6th test of the Rakshasa God. Just a few hours ago, while working in the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong inadvertently came across a document. It mentioned a level 30 powerhouse appearing in the Soto Great Soul Arena, who had obtained the Gold Soul Badge from the Iron Soul Badge in just 2 months. This caught Bibi Dong's attention. Leaning lazily back in her chair, she looks at the document on the table, her previously relaxed demeanor gradually becoming serious. Blue-Silver Emperor, Wuhuan Blue-Silver Grass, 12 years old, level 34. Participated in the Soul Arena for 2 months, 162 one-on-one matches, 162 2-on-2 matches, and 117 battles. At 12 years old and level 34. This talent is probably even higher than Nana's. Blue-Silver Emperor? This should be a pseudonym. However, since the Wuhuan is blue silvergrass, Bibi Dong looks at the document, her expression becoming grave. It's absolutely impossible for someone with a blue silvergrass, such a useless Wuhuan, to cultivate to such a high level, unless they have a dual Wuhuan. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong remembers Yu Xiaogang, recalling that a few years ago, he seemed to have taken on a disciple whose Wuhuan was also blue silvergrass and was even a full innate spirit power, if she remembers correctly. His name was Tang San. Could this blue-silver emperor be Yu Xiaogang's disciple Tang San? Bibi Dong examines the document with an increasingly serious expression. Although she has always secretly protected Yu Xiaogang and has long been aware that he took on a disciple, she knows that Yu Xiaogang is a very proud person. The reason he chose a blue-silver grass Wuhuan as a disciple is probably to prove his theory. However, Bibi Dong has studied theories with Yu Xiaogang and knows that the blue-silver grass Wuhuan is indeed a useless Wuhuan. Therefore, she can be certain that Yu Xiaogan's disciple with a blue-silver grass Wuhuan must have another Wuhuan. If it were truly a useless blue-silver grass Wuhuan, Yu Xiaogang would not take such a person as a disciple. At that time, Bibi Dong was somewhat surprised that Yu Xiaogang had taken on a disciple with a dual Wuhuan, but she didn't pay much attention. However, things are different now. Bibi Dong is now searching everywhere on the Douluo Continent for talented soul masters. She calls out, "Come here, Your Holiness." Soon, a servant walks in and kneels on the ground. Bibi Dong uses her soul power to throw the document about the soul master named Blue-Silver Emperor in front of the servant, commanding, "Go. Investigate this soul master named Blue-Silver Emperor and bring me all relevant information." Yes. The servant quickly takes the document and withdraws. "Wait. Also bring the information about the Shrek team he belongs to." Bibi Dong commands again. Yes. After the person leaves, Bibi Dong ponders again. The blue-silver grass shouldn't be this coincidental. Soon, Bibi Dong stands up and walks towards the darkness. In the secret chamber, Bibi Dong looks at this place with great disdain because here, she personally killed her beastly teacher. However, it was also here that she obtained the Rakshasa God's divine test. In the secret chamber, the space in the center begins to twist, as if transforming into something else. The change gradually expands, and a few seconds later, the secret chamber completely transforms into a purgatory-like Rakshasa secret realm. In midair, Bibi Dong looks at the content of the divine test floating above. The first 5 tests of the Rakshasa God have already been completed, and a month ago, she obtained 6 divine tests. The Rakshasa God, belonging to the first-level divine residence in the divine realm, is an evil god within the divine realm. The Shura God King, one of the 5 great kings in the divine realm, oversees the order of the divine realm. The Rakshasa God and the Shura God are opposites. The Shura God's power has absolute suppression over the Rakshasa God's power. Currently, the Shura God King has found 2 inheritors of the Shura God on the Douluo Continent. The 6th divine test of the Rakshasa God: find either of the 2 inheritors of the Shura God and bring them under the influence of the Wuhuan Hall. Time limit: 5 years. Bibi Dong looks at the content, and, to be honest, upon learning that others can obtain divine positions, especially the Shura God King, who is even stronger than the Rakshasa God in the divine realm, Bibi Dong feels a mix of envy and jealousy. Her first reaction is to eliminate them. After all, human nature is selfish. The rarer divine positions are, the better. She obtained the Rakshasa God's inheritance only after paying a painful price. And yet this 6th divine test tells her that besides her, there are others on the Douluo Continent who have the ability to obtain divine tests, which makes Bibi Dong very unhappy. Rakshasa God, your divine test content mentioned that there are 2 inheritors of the Shura God. If I manage to bring one over, can I kill the other? Bibi Dong asks the question she has wanted to ask for a month. Since the inheritors of the Shura God have appeared, Bibi Dong has developed an ambition to personally cultivate a god and brainwash them to stand on her side. Therefore, the best approach is to bring one over for proper cultivation and directly kill the other inheritor. Then, a cold female voice echoed in the Rakshasa secret realm. This is impossible, Bibi Dong. The Shura God, although managing the order of the divine realm, is indeed a very hypocritical person. Even if you kill his inheritor, he will use divine tests or other means to revive his inheritor. Upon hearing this answer, Bibi Dong feels somewhat disappointed, but she had already guessed this answer. Since they are inheritors of the Shura God, they will definitely be protected by the Shura God, making it unlikely for them to die so easily. Just like her disciple Hulaina, after Bibi Dong accepted Hulaina as a disciple, she intended for Hulaina to take over her position as Pope. However, Hulaina is still young and very weak, so Bibi Dong must protect and cultivate her at all times. Even if Hulaina leaves the Spear Hall, Bibi Dong would still send Soul Saint and Soul Douluo level experts to secretly protect her. Otherwise, if Hulaina were to die prematurely, she would never be able to reach such heights to take over Bibi Dong's position. As a god, the Azura God must also protect his successor, so it is impossible to send someone to kill the Azura God's inheritor. Suddenly, Bibi Dong felt that in the coming decades, there would undoubtedly be a storm of bloodshed on the Douluo Continent. It was one thing for her to gain the divine position, but there was also the inheritor of the Azura God. Although Bibi Dong currently did not sense divine power, she did not doubt the trial of the Rakshasa God. Moreover, through this divine trial, she learned that while the Rakshasa God and the Azura God were both gods, their relationship was not good, and the divine positions were also divided into God Kings and 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level divine thrones. Chapter 58, Tiando Royal Academy. Returning to the main hall of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong sat back on the Pope's throne. The 6th trial of the Rakshasa God was somewhat special and different from the previous 5 trials. It was completely about finding someone. Fortunately, Bibi Dong could use the process of elimination, as those who were favored by the gods were definitely geniuses. Ordinary people with low soul power could basically be ruled out. She only needed to look for those geniuses. Not only should she find young geniuses, but she also could not overlook the older generation of geniuses, as they could also potentially inherit the Azura God's legacy. It seemed that she needed to find an opportunity to visit the 3 sects. Bibi Dong murmured to herself. For the younger generation of geniuses, she could directly summon them to the Spirit Hall using her authority as the Pope. But it was different for the older generation of geniuses. To become a title de law, one must have at least an innate soul power of level 8. Soul masters below level 8 unless encountering some significant opportunity, would only be stuck at the soul Douluo level for their entire lives. The lower the soul power, the lower the potential limit. Therefore, Bibi Dong had to find an opportunity to meet those titled Douluos. With these individuals, she could only determine if they were indeed the inheritors of the Azura god by going to see them in person. Moreover, recovering these individuals would be much more difficult than recovering the younger geniuses. Looking at the information on the table about the Blue-Silver Emperor, she thought to herself, "Are you really the person I am looking for?" On the other side, the people from Shrek Academy have also arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy. Ma Ongjun exclaimed, "It's so beautiful here. It's so big. Now that we are here, can we also experience the identity of nobility?" Ning Rongrong smiled and said, "This is just the foot of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. The entire mountain, including the several behind it, belongs to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. And inside, there are various simulated training environments." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. However, at that moment, an unpleasant voice came from ahead. "Who are these country bumpkins, dressed in rags, daring to show up at our Heaven Do Royal Academy?" Hearing this, the Shrek group felt a surge of anger as they saw a group of more than 10 students dressed in luxurious clothing approaching, with the leading one exuding an air of arrogance that made one want to punch him. Flinder stepped forward and said coldly, "We are here at the invitation of the Heaven Do Royal Academy to exchange with your students. Lead the way." Upon hearing this, the arrogant student sneered even more and said disdainfully, "Student exchange? With you beggars? Get lost. There is no food for you here. Hurry up and scram." Flinder, who was already reluctant to come to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, suddenly looked very displeased, and Dai Mubai, as the prince of the Star Luo Empire, couldn't stand it any longer. He immediately took action and started beating up the arrogant student. What is wrong with these guys? Their fighting quality is too poor. Even if their soul power is inferior to Mubai's, they still have the advantage in numbers. How could they be so weak? Watching Dai Mubai beat up the students of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Flinder couldn't help but express his doubts. "This makes me question whether coming to this academy was the right choice." Yu Xiaogang explained that every academy has its outstanding and poor students, and not all academies are like Shrek, which only enrolls monsters. And that makes sense. Flander agreed as he listened. Soon, Qinin came over to stop the conflict between Dai Mubai and the Royal Academy of Tiando, giving Shuep Peng and the others a lesson, and then led the teachers and students of Shrek towards the main hall of the academy, introducing the situation within the academy along the way. Zhao Zilong quietly followed behind. If all went well, he should soon encounter Dugibo. Zhao Zilong had been waiting for this day for a long time, trying not to disrupt the development of the plot. After laying out such a plan for so long, he hoped not to run into any issues at a critical moment. After all, he needed to obtain the immortal herbs, and only by getting them first could he ensure that he would definitely reach level 50 earlier than Tang San. By the way, Senior Qinin, you just mentioned that the highest ranked in the Royal Academy of Tiando are the 3 committee members. What levels are they? At this moment, Xiao Wu suddenly spoke up. The 3 committee members are all Soul Douluo above level 80. Qin explained. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression became slightly unpleasant. Although Soul Douluo might not be able to see through her identity, they could still detect some clues from her, especially since there were 3 Soul Douluo. If her identity were discovered, it would be disastrous. Tang San also noticed that Xiao Wu seemed a bit nervous, so he held her small hand and asked Xiao Wu, "What's wrong?" Xiao Wu instantly didn't know how to respond, so she could only blush and say, "I need to go to the bathroom." Tang San felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, and Qinin immediately helped to ease the situation by pointing to the side and saying, "The bathroom is over there." Tang San smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll go with you." "No need, Tang San, you guys go ahead. I'll come over later," Xiao Wu replied while nodding at Tang San. Flinder also directly said, "All right, then we'll go ahead. You can come over by yourself later." "Got it, Dean?" Xiao Wu nodded in response. Tang San showed a look of confusion, always feeling that Xiao Wu seemed to be hiding something. In fact, he had noticed for a long time that Xiao Wu had been concealing something, but he couldn't articulate it. This little rabbit is quite cautious. Zhao Zilong thought to himself as he watched Xiao Wu leave. Upon arriving at the front of the Education Committee Hall, Qinin looked at the 3 people before him and said respectfully, 3 members of the Education Committee, Dean Flander, and the teachers and students of Shrek Academy have arrived. The white-haired old man at the forefront was the chief of the Academic Committee, Meng Shinji, who welcomed them, saying, "Dean Flander, welcome, welcome. I am Meng Shinji, chief of the Education Committee, with a martial soul black demon, an 86-level control system, 8 rings, Soul Douluo." The second member of the Education Committee, by Baoshan. With the Martial Soul Celestial Star Furnace is a defense system 85 level 8 rings Soul Douluo. The third member, Jilin, with the Martial Soul Sky Blue Vine, is a control system 83 level 8 rings Soul Douluo. When Flander heard the levels of the three members, he already knew their reputations, even if they hadn't mentioned it. He stepped forward respectfully and said, I have met the three seniors. I am Flander, with a Martial Soul Cat Eagle, a 78 level agility attack system Soul Sage. Meng Shinji laughed heartily and said, Dean Flander and everyone from Shrek, please come in. Chapter 59. The treatment at the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. Upon entering the office, all the teachers took their seats. Meng Shinji looked at the students of Shrek Academy and remarked, the teaching ability of Shrek Academy is truly remarkable. Teacher Qin Yin's achievements are already extraordinary. I heard that your students defeated our royal fight team, and one of them even defeated you, Tianheng. I wonder who that was. Everyone from Shrek glanced at Zhao Zilong, who stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, I have met the three seniors. Are you the one who defeated you, Tianheng? Seeing Zhao Zilong's age, the three members of the education committee were shocked. These children were very young, the oldest being only 16 years old. Meng Shinji looked at Zhao Zilong and asked, Child, how old are you this year? Almost 13, Zhao Zilong replied. Upon hearing this answer, the three members of the education committee couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Meng Shinji continued to ask, Child, what level are you now? 37. 37? The members of the education committee were shocked again. The rest of Shrek's team was also surprised. Flanders exclaimed, Zilong, when did you level up to 37? You never told us. Zhao Zilong chuckled lightly. You guys didn't ask. Hearing this response, the others also forced a laugh, not expecting that Zhao Zilong had quietly raised his soul power to level 37. They couldn't help but glance at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was over 3 years older than Zhao Zilong, but his soul power was only one level higher than Zhao Zilong's. It was likely that he would be surpassed soon. Dai Mubai felt somewhat helpless. He swore he had not been slacking off, but in such a long time, he had only leveled up once. He never expected Zhao Zilong to level up so quickly. This talent truly was unmatched. At this moment, Tang San's competitive spirit grew stronger. After training hard for so long, he found himself still stuck at the threshold of level 31, and unconsciously the gap between him and Zhao Zilong was widening. The teacher is right. There are too many geniuses in Shrek Academy. Everyone here has talent in cultivation that is not inferior to mine. Although I have innate full soul power, they're all geniuses as well. At this time, Tang San began to look at the others in Shrek with a more equal perspective. Although he had been proud and self-important when he first arrived at Shrek Academy, after being repeatedly struck by Zhao Zilong's cultivation talent, his pride gradually diminished, and he unconsciously started to view Zhao Zilong as a target. Originally, Tang San planned to forge some additional hidden weapons, intending to either sell them to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School through his connection with Ning Rongrong or take them to an auction in Tiando City to earn some money. Preparing for the creation of high-level hidden weapons like the Storm Pear Blossom Needle in the future. However, upon seeing that Zhao Zilong's soul power had already reached level 37, Tang San realized that not only Zhao Zilong, but in Shrek Academy, apart from being higher than Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing, his soul power was the lowest among the soul masters, only at level 31. This left Tang San feeling a bit anxious, thinking, it seems that I need to put aside the forging of hidden weapons for now. If I don't focus on cultivating my soul power, the gap will only get bigger in the future. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable, the three committee members praised. Soon, the third member, Jilin, stepped forward, and his soul pressure was instantly applied to Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong immediately felt an increase in gravity and asked, Senior, what are you doing? Jilin smiled gently and said, let me see how much soul pressure a genius like you can withstand. It's currently at level 35. After speaking, Jilin's soul power surged, and a stronger soul pressure was placed on Zhao Zilong. Instantly, the weight on Zhao Zilong's head increased, making it very difficult for him to stand. Zhao Zilong was not fond of this kind of soul power test, but Jilin gave him no chance, directly applying the soul power pressure. Jilin looked on with some admiration. Up until now, Zhao Zilong had not even used his martial soul. As Jilin's soul power continued to increase, it shot up to level 37, and Zhao Zilong quickly felt uncomfortable, causing his blue-silver grass martial soul to emerge. After all, Zhao Zilong did not understand the Shintian skill. In the original work, Tang San was able to withstand soul pressure far exceeding his soul power mainly due to his skill, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, which could use minimal force to create a significant effect. Although Zhao Zilong's soft fist could also achieve this, without using his Byakugan, he couldn't see the flow of soul power. Ji Lin looked surprised as the soul pressure continued to increase, reaching level 42. Zhao Zilong's external soul bone appeared behind him, providing a full attribute boost of 50, significantly reducing the pressure. What is this? A soul bone? The three committee members looked on in shock. Jillian also retracted his soul pressure and sighed. I didn't expect that at such a young age, you would have such an opportunity. It's truly rare. Zhao Zilong retrieved the external soul bone and clasped his fists, saying, 3 seniors, please keep the matter of the soul bone a secret for me. Meng Xinji laughed heartily upon hearing this, liking Zhao Zilong even more. At such a young age, he was able to remain humble and composed. Even with his soul bone, he was very low-key. He chuckled. Haha, you are such a cautious child. Don't worry, you will soon be a student of our Tiando Royal Academy. We understand the rarity of soul bones and will certainly keep it a secret for you. Just afraid it won't be a secret for long, Zhao Zilong thought to himself, while also wondering why Douluo Bo hadn't arrived yet. Thank you, senior. At this moment, Meng Aran was also very happy. The more outstanding her man was, the happier she felt as a woman. She would even have bragging rights in the future. As soon as Zhao Zilong walked over, Meng Aran couldn't help but hug his arm, looking at the others, especially at Ning Rongrong, like a proud peacock. Ning Rongrong looked a bit upset as well. Does she really think she can bully her just because she's single? Looking at Oscar beside her, who had an expectant expression, Ning Rongrong showed her disdain and huffed, turning her head away. Oscar was also deeply affected emotionally. Dream Machine looked at Flander with great admiration. For such talent, the Academy naturally yearned for it. He spoke. Director Flander, Chineen has already informed me about your situation. I can assure you that we will not assign you any additional teaching tasks, and the Tiando Royal Academy can provide everything needed for the Shrek teachers and students. Our only requirement is that when these children graduate, they will have the Tiando Royal Academy's name behind them. Upon hearing this request, Flander naturally would not refuse and respectfully said, that's only natural. Although we are teaching these children, Shrek Academy cannot provide them with a simulated training environment. Now that we have come to Tiando Royal Academy, if they can graduate smoothly, they will naturally belong to Tiando Royal Academy. As for the senior statement about not assigning teaching tasks, that won't be necessary. Since we have already decided to join Tiando Royal Academy, we are naturally here to be teachers. However, we still need to teach these children primarily, and after teaching this group of kids, we will also fulfill the teaching responsibilities for the other students of Tiando Royal Academy. Hearing Flander say this, Dream Machine did not refuse and agreed. That is excellent. Then everything will proceed according to Director Flander's requirements. While the teachers at Shrek Academy are instructing the Shrek students, we will appropriately arrange some teaching work for you. Moreover, the strength of your teachers is at the Tiando level. The Tiando royal family will allocate residences for Tiando level teachers, and the monthly salary and year-end benefits are naturally not bad. I will prepare some information for you to look at shortly. Upon hearing that they would be allocated housing, the Shrek teachers became a bit excited. Dream Machine stroked his beard and continued, furthermore, with the sole power of Director Flander and Vice Director Zhao Wujia, I believe that in a few years, you will reach the level of Soul Douluo. At that time, you can apply to enter the Education Committee and become the 4th and 5th members of the committee. If that happens, being conferred nobility and titles will definitely not be a problem. Chapter 60. The appearance of Douluo Bo. At this point, Flander was genuinely moved. He did not expect the treatment at Tiando Royal Academy to be so good. One could say it truly deserved to be an academy for nobles. He coughed twice and said, actually, the treatment doesn't matter. Our main reason for coming here is to cultivate the children. The treatment is secondary. Upon hearing Flander's words, the 3 committee members, who did not know him well, were somewhat impressed. Director Flander puts everything for the students. He is truly a model among teachers. If all the students at Tiando Royal Academy were like Director Flander, that would be a great fortune for the academy. Flander blushed upon hearing this, and the Shrek Academy teachers and students looked at him differently, as they were well aware of Flander's reputation for being stingy. Even in the soul arena, he would find ways to take money from the students. Flander, noticing the looks from those around him, felt a bit embarrassed and pretended to cough, saying, ahem, well, the 3 committee members, we could discuss the salary issue later. How do you plan to arrange the children next? Dream Machine immediately reassured, oh, Director Flander, don't worry. The children will enter the Tiando level classes and will enjoy the best dormitories and resources in the academy. Of course, there will also be dormitories for the teachers. So the teachers can have more time to teach the children, and the resources will definitely be the best. Just as Flander was about to respond, a cold voice suddenly came, "Chief Dream Machine, how can you casually allow someone to serve as a teacher in the academy?" As the words fell, a pair of soldiers entered the academic office, followed by an elegantly dressed old man. Behind him was an ominous-looking elder with white-blue long hair, along with Shuebong, who had previously been beaten by Dai Mu Bai at the Tiando Royal Academy. Looking at the elder behind him, everyone present felt an increase in pressure. The aura from this person far exceeded that of Meng Xinji and the others. Meng Xinji glanced at the approaching Douluo Bo, and his heart suddenly sank. If it were just Xuexing coming, it wouldn't be a big deal, but with Douluo Bo accompanying him, it felt somewhat ominous. However, since Xuexing was his superior, Meng Xinji could only greet him with a smile. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Prince Xuexing disdainfully glanced at the people present and said, "What? Are there guests here? Aren't you going to introduce them to me?" Although Meng Xinji was uncertain about Xuexing's intentions, he just hoped he wouldn't cause any trouble. He immediately introduced, "Yes, let me introduce you. This is Dean Flander from Shrek Academy and the teachers and students of Shrek Academy. They are here to discuss cooperation with us." Dean Flander. This is Prince Xuexing of the Tiando Empire, who oversees the Royal Academy. Prince Xuexing looked at Flander and sneered, "Shrek Academy? Never heard of it. It must be an insignificant academy. Meng Xinji, how could you allow such a lowly institution to join our Tiando Royal Academy?" Hearing Xuexing's rude remarks, Flander and the others were instantly angered. Shrek Academy was their pride, and they would not allow it to be tarnished like this. However, seeing the elder behind Xuexing, they had to hold back their anger. Meng Xinji felt somewhat speechless. This was truly a case of standing with the wrong side. Since Meng Xinji and the others were aligned with Prince Xuexing, and Xuexing was not on the same side as him, there had always been some disputes between them. Meng Xinji couldn't help but feel a headache. He didn't want to get involved in political struggles, but often, one couldn't help it when in such a position. Facing Prince Xuexing, even with his dissatisfaction, Meng Xinji could only put on a smile and explain, "Your Highness, you misunderstand. Shrek Academy is absolutely not an insignificant academy. These teachers are all talented individuals. Their students even defeated our Imperial fighting team. It is indeed a great honor for Tiando Royal Academy to have them join us." Talented? Not necessarily. Prince Xuexing coldly snorted and said disdainfully, "I heard that as soon as they arrived, they injured my nephew, Shuebong, the fourth prince of the Tiando royal family. Even if they are truly talented, we do not cherish those who look down on our royal family." Upon hearing Prince Xuexing's words, the Shrek group was surprised. They never expected that the young master who was beaten by Dai Mu Bai was actually the fourth prince of the Tiando royal family. Flander was also holding back a lot of anger and said coldly, "So, has His Highness the fourth prince told His Highness the prince why he got beaten up? If he hadn't provoked us first, Mu Bai wouldn't have made a move." Xuexing glanced at Xuebing, who he had already guessed was the one causing trouble. However, there was no choice now but to face it head on. He spoke up. "As for the incident of Xuebing getting beaten, let's not discuss who is right or wrong for now. However, the academy requires assessments for hiring teachers. Moreover, the chief of the Dream Machine just said you were talented. So show me your proof. If you truly are talented, then the treatment will naturally be favorable. Otherwise, please leave the Tiando Royal Academy." As soon as these words were spoken, the people from Shrek were even more furious, but they were helpless under the circumstances. However, it's a matter of pride rather than a fight over food. Flander forced down his anger and said, "All right, since that's the case, how does His Highness the Prince expect us to prove that we are talented?" Wait a moment. At this time, Dream Machine was also somewhat displeased. Suppressing his anger, his tone had a hint of coldness. "Prince Xuexing, the teachers of Shrek Academy all possess Tiando-level strength, and among them, 3 have even reached Soul Sage level. Such strength does not require assessment. Moreover, our teacher Qin Yin came from Shrek Academy, which is enough proof that Shrek Academy has very excellent teaching methods." Prince Xuexing, however, appeared indifferent and coldly said, "Chief Dream Machine, don't forget that I am the direct manager of the Tiando Royal Academy. If they are truly talented, they should not refuse the assessment of the Tiando Royal Academy." Flander did not wish to drag this out any longer. Fully aware that Prince Xuexing was looking for trouble, he stepped forward and said, "Then please, Your Highness, tell us what we need to do to pass the assessment." Very simple. Saying this, Prince Xuexing made way and gestured for Douluo Bo. "You just need to withstand 5 minutes against this Mr. Douluo." Douluo Bo stepped forward, and his soul rings began to appear one by one. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. He was indeed a title Douluo. All of you, come at me together. Douluo looked at the people from Shrek with disdain. Chapter 61. Waste Master Yu Xiaogang facing a title Douluo. The immense soul pressure was instantly felt. Even Flander and Zhao Wujia's soul sage levels were feeling very uncomfortable. As long as soul power exceeds level 10, it can create a sense of pressure from above to below, and the greater the difference in soul power, the stronger this pressure becomes. Facing a title Douluo for the first time, Flander felt immense pressure, but the 7 soul rings on him still appeared. Zhao Zilong stood to the side, feeling somewhat alarmed. Although Douluo's imposing presence was not directed at him, the pressure from the title Douluo was palpable, and he could sense the overwhelming soul power from a distance. Douluo looked at the 5 people in front of him, 2 soul emperors and 3 soul saints. Besides them, there was a middle-aged man who seemed to be a teacher as well. However, he had not displayed any soul rings. This immediately piqued Douluo's curiosity. Observing the man with his hands behind his back, looking inscrutable, Douluo wondered if he was a master. With this thought in mind, Douluo's soul pressure surged forth. And with a bang, Yu Xiaogang was pressed down to the ground like a salted fish by Douluo's soul power. Teacher Tang San was instantly enraged, glaring at Yu Xiaogang with eyes full of fury, but he did not dare to act. He was merely a level 31 soul zune. And in the face of a title Douluo, he could only seethe in silence. As he looked at Yu Xiaogang, a martial soul that resembled neither a pig nor a dog appeared, yet there was not a trace of soul power emanating from it. Douluo felt somewhat irritated. He had just mistakenly thought that this useless individual was a soul Douluo. Although all of this was just Douluo's inner thoughts, it still made him quite annoyed. Clearly a worthless person, yet he put on an air of profundity that almost fooled Douluo himself. He disdainfully remarked, "Humph, Prince of Snowstars. You are indeed right about one thing. Among these teachers, there is indeed a useless person who doesn't even possess a hint of soul power." The Prince of Snowstars looked even more contemptuous. "See, Chief of Dream Machinery, this is the talent you speak of, a worthless person without any soul power. Not to mention being a teacher at the Tiando level, even at the Tianwei level, this kind of trash is not worthy." The Dream Machine was stunned because from start to finish, Yu Xiaogang had been acting in a mysterious manner, and Flinder and the others called him Master. The Dream Machine thought he was really impressive, but now it instantly felt as if they had been slapped in the face. This made the Dream Machine start to doubt. Could it be that he had really been deceived? No, these kids had indeed defeated the royal fighting team. Qin Ming couldn't be lying, and such matters couldn't be fabricated. As for Xiaogang, at this moment, if anyone was the most surprised, it was Flinder. Although he knew that Yu Xiaogang had low soul power. Why did he have no soul power at all now? He immediately rushed over to help Yu Xiaogang up, but Douluo's soul pressure became increasingly stronger. And in the next second, a green poisonous gas appeared. "Be careful, boss," Zhao Wujia shouted as he stepped forward. Roaring, 7th soul skill, true body of the mighty diamond bear. Seeing this, Douluo sneered even more. A bit of strength, but the power of a mere soul sage is still not enough. As he spoke, Douluo's poisonous phosphor snake emperor martial soul manifested, and the poisonous gas coiled around him as if it wanted to devour everything. Damn it! Flinder was even more furious at this moment. Although he knew that the other party was looking for trouble, there was no retreat now. More importantly, they had pinned his brother Yu Xiaogang to the ground. He roared, "Since you want to fight, then we will accompany you to the end." 7th soul skill, true body of the cat eagle. As Zhao Zilong watched, the plot had completely changed. It seemed like a fight was about to break out. He immediately stood up, slightly cupping his fist towards Douluo, and said seriously, "Senior is the title Douluo known as Poison, Douluo." "Oh, young man, you know me," Douluo responded, looking at Zhao Zilong with some appreciation. Not expecting that a junior would dare to stand up in front of him, a title Douluo. How could I not know the great name of the Poison Douluo? After saying this, Zhao Zilong turned to Flander and advised, "Dean, let's leave." "Leave? Even if we are to leave, they must apologize first." Flander immediately rebuked angrily, then glared at Zhao Zilong and said coldly, "Remember, Shrek's honor cannot be tarnished by others. As the dean, how can I tolerate repeated humiliations of Shrek Academy? Even if it costs me my life, I will defend the dignity of Shrek Academy. Today is just right. Let us old brothers witness the might of a titled Douluo." Hearing Flander's words, Zhao Zilong felt a bit displeased. "Why are you taking your anger out on me? I'm kind of giving you a way out, and you're eager to seek death." Zhao Zilong was also somewhat speechless. In the original story, when Yu Xiaogang offered you a way out, you took it, but when I, as a student, offer you a way out, you get all worked up. Zhao Waoqi remained calm and said softly, Boss, Zilong is right. Even if we old guys aren't afraid of death, those little monsters are still young. Upon hearing this, Flander also calmed down a bit. But thinking about his brother Yu Xiaogang being humiliated, he couldn't help but get angry. At the same time, he was puzzled as to why Yu Xiaogang had no soul power. Flander glanced at Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong's words had really infuriated him. It was as if they were already destined to lose before the battle had even begun, and in that moment, Flander felt a surge of blood and wanted to fight Douluo Bo. After calming down a bit, he realized he had been too impulsive. Then, Flander's martial soul dissipated, and he said dejectedly, Forget it, since the Heaven-Do Royal Academy doesn't welcome us, we'll leave. Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo couldn't resist mocking. What's wrong? Didn't you just say you would protect your honor with your lives? Have you given up so quickly? This statement undoubtedly stabbed Flander's heart again, causing his face to turn purple with anger. At that moment, Meng Xinji angrily rebuked, Your Highness, Director Flander and the others are definitely talented individuals. And these students are all geniuses. I hope Your Highness will think twice. Enough. Prince Xuesheng shouted angrily, looking at Meng Xinji and saying, Meng Xinji, you say they're talented, but just now I asked the teachers from Shrek Academy to spar with Mr. Douluo just to see their martial souls and soul rings. Now I admit they are indeed talented. But what about him? He has no soul power at all, a waste who isn't even a soul master. Do you want to tarnish the reputation of our Heaven-Do Royal Academy by having him teach at the Soul Master Academy? Yu Xiaogang lowered his head even further, knowing that the fact he had no soul power was now exposed, and his profound image as a master would undoubtedly collapse. Hearing this, Meng Xinji suddenly didn't know how to refute. He hadn't expected that one of the teachers from Shrek Academy would completely lack soul power, which left him unable to find a reason to defend Flander and the others. At this moment, the few people from Dream Machine looked at Yu Xiaogang with some coldness in their eyes. Just a moment ago, they had confidently claimed that all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy were talented individuals, but now a useless person had appeared, making them lose face. They were all very angry and immediately asked, Dean Flander, is this person really your teacher? We don't know what special qualities your academy has. But how could you employ someone without any soul power as a teacher at Shrek Academy? Chapter 62. The recruitment of Snowstar Flander was also at a loss. He couldn't understand how Yu Xiaogang could be without soul power. Although it was true that Yu Xiaogang had always had low soul power, it shouldn't be completely absent. Looking at Yu Xiaogang, he asked, Xiaogang, what happened to you? At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was even more ashamed and angry, wishing he could find a hole in the ground to hide in. It was him who had insisted on coming to the Tian-Do Royal Academy. But now the academy had its sights set on everyone except him because he had no soul power. Wasn't this just shooting himself in the foot? He thought it would have been better not to come at all. In a fit of shame and anger, Yu Xiaogang turned and ran out frantically. Flander reached out and called, Xiaogang, teacher. Tang San, watching Yu Xiaogang run out, was also extremely anxious, and after hesitating for a moment, he decided to chase after him. Flander knew that Yu Xiaogang cared about his reputation, and being humiliated in front of so many people would surely make him feel furious and ashamed. Meanwhile, Prince Xuesheng had a smile at the corner of his mouth. After all, he had come here initially to vent for his nephew, Shuebong, and indeed wanted to drive Flander and the others away. However, since Flander and his companions were all soul saints with considerable strength, if he could drive away a useless person, it would give him a way out and help find a way to bring the other teachers to the academy. This would be beneficial for the Tian-Do Royal Academy, without any harm. He immediately spoke up, Dean Flander. It seems that you were indeed deceived by that waste when you recruited teachers back then. But it doesn't matter now. That waste has already left. And the teachers from Shrek Academy have proven themselves to be talented. I guarantee that all teachers in the academy at Shrek Academy will receive preferential treatment, and you can all become Tian-Do level teachers and students. Flander felt very displeased upon hearing this. He had never been very supportive of coming to the Tian-Do Royal Academy, but Yu Xiaogang insisted on coming. Now that they were here, he faced humiliation, and the grand image of the master in the eyes of these little monsters had also fallen. Flander clasped his fists and said, Your Highness, the 3 members of the Education Committee, Xiaogang is indeed a teacher at our academy. However, Xiaogang is our academy's theory teacher. He has rich theoretical knowledge and teaching experience. I can even tell Your Highness that the training of these children has always been conducted by Xiaogang. Since Your Highness looks down on our academy's teachers, then we Shrek Academy will take our leave. Meng Xinji immediately called out, Dean Flander, please stay. Your Highness, Dean Flander has already stated that the teacher is a theory teacher. Although he has no soul power, it cannot be denied that he indeed has considerable teaching experience. Hearing this, Xiaogang sneered and looked at the Shrek students and asked, Children, I ask you, what level is your innate soul power? The people from Shrek Academy exchanged glances. And Ning Rong spoke up, I have innate level 9. Me too, innate level 9, Ma Hongjun immediately added. At this moment, Meng Iran stood up and said, My level is the lowest, only at the innate level 7. The innate soul power of the others is higher than mine. And 3 of them even have full innate soul power. Hearing this, Xiaogang was also shocked. The lowest innate soul power was at least level 7. Meanwhile, Xiaogang was also startled and made up his mind to find a way to win them over. As long as he could pull them into his camp, they would definitely become a powerful force for him in 20 years. Did you hear that? Chief Meng Xinji, these children are all innate level 7 or above geniuses. They are inherently extraordinary. Even without that useless teacher, their future achievements are limitless. As he spoke, Xiaogang looked at the Shrek students with increasing enthusiasm. He really wanted to recruit this group of students into the Tiando Royal Academy and said, Xiaogang, the previous incident was definitely your fault. Hurry up and apologize to them. Yes. Xiaogang, appearing frightened, stepped forward and said, Classmates, the earlier incident was my fault. Please forgive me, I'm sorry. Hearing Xiaogang say this, the Shrek students raised their heads. Upon seeing Xiaogang's apology, their dissatisfaction with the rudeness towards the Tiando royal family was greatly satisfied, feeding their vanity. Flander, on the other hand, is quite the shrewd one. Xiaoxing's plan is nothing more than the old tactic of using a big stick combined with sweet dates. He clasped his fists and said, Let's skip the apology. It was just a children's ruckus after all. The 3 committee members, I shall take my leave now. Dean Flander, please stay. Prince Xiaoxing spoke up at this moment. Flander stopped, looking coldly at Prince Xiaoxing and asked, Does your Highness have any matters to discuss? With a gentle smile, completely different from his previous sharp demeanor, Xiaoxing said, Dean Flander, please do not be angry. I am here to apologize to you. It was indeed my rudeness. Hearing Xiaoxing's apology satisfied Flander's heart. Although he felt a bit pleased, his expression remained distant. Xiaoxing, seeing his unsatisfied demeanor, said sternly, Earlier, my examination of the teachers was merely because I had learned in advance that there was a fraud among you who was deceiving others for food and drink. Moreover, I noticed that you teachers seemed to be completely unaware that this fraud had no soul power whatsoever, which shows his ill intentions. At this point, Flander felt a bit awkward, and Zhao Wujia and the others also turned their eyes to Flander. After all, they weren't very familiar with Yu Xiaogang and only referred to him as Master because of Flander. However, no matter what, everything was still up to Flander to decide whether to stay or leave. A smile crept into Xiaoxing's heart. He aimed to stir up conflict between Shrek Academy and Yu Xiaogang. This way, he could find a cover for the previous rudeness and keep the teachers and students of Shrek Academy. Why not take advantage of the situation? Flander looked at Zhao Wujia and the others, these old friends of his for so many years. Just because of Yu Xiaogangs words, Shrek Academy had been shut down, and now there was no turning back. They could only move forward. He snorted coldly and said, Xiaogang is my brother. Even if he has no soul power, he is still my brother. If you want us to stay, it must be on the condition that your Highness allows Xiaogang to stay as well. What is going on? The plot has suddenly changed. Zhao Zilong thought as he watched Flander not leaving directly, but discussing conditions with Xiaoxing. This was different from the original story. Had the plot changed because of his arrival? Xiaoxing felt a bit displeased. He looked down on someone with no soul power whatsoever. However, he indeed wanted to keep the people from Shrek Academy because they were all talented individuals. If he could recruit them, it would be beneficial, especially the 3 soul saints, one of whom was a food-type soul master. Food-type soul masters were rare, and those who reached the level of soul saint were even fewer. Feigning distress, Xiaoxing said, Dean Flander, do you really want to keep that person? If we cannot keep Xiaogang, then Shrek Academy will have to leave. Flander stated his bottom line directly. Xiaoxing sighed upon hearing this and said, All right, since Dean Flander has said so, then we can let him stay. However, our academy has rules for hiring teachers. There are levels, Tianwei, Tianji, and Tiando. The theoretical teacher from your academy just now doesn't even reach the minimum Tianwei level. As for his theoretical knowledge, I must be frank, Tiando Royal Academy has never lacked teachers with theoretical knowledge. Flander, who was just about to say farewell, heard Xiaoxing continue, however. Since Dean Flander has personally spoken up, I will give him a chance. We can hire him as a Qianwei-level teacher on a 6-month trial period, during which he will not receive any salary. If he can prove his teaching ability during this time, I will allow him to stay. This is my bottom line. After all, in the world of soul masters, strength speaks for itself. Hearing Baishuexing's conditions, Flander hesitated, secretly cursing himself for listening to Yu Xiaogang and getting into this mess. Why not just continue running his own Shrek Academy? Now, the academy was closed and both teachers and students had come to Tiando Royal Academy with no way back. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang, who had been clamoring to come to Tiando Royal Academy, was the least welcomed one. Now he was stuck in a difficult position. If something happened, Yu Xiaogang could just walk away, while he had to deal with the aftermath. It was truly frustrating. He clasped his fists and said, "Your Highness, could we have some time to consider?" Of course, Prince Baishuexing smiled broadly. "We will allocate the entire number 9 area residence to your Shrek Academy. Chinin, since you're also a Shrek graduate, you can lead Dean Flander and the others over there." "Yes, Your Highness. Grandpa, you are really here." At that moment, Du Guyan rushed out and saw Zhao Zilong brushing past her, suddenly remembering what Zhao Zilong had said to her before. "Yin Yin, what brings you here?" Du Gubo immediately showed a pampering expression. "Grandpa, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me." Saying this, Du Guyan directly pulled Du Gubo away. All right. Du Gubo smiled indulgently and turned to Baishuexing, saying, "Prince Baishuexing, I shall take my leave now." "Take care, sir." On the other side, Tang San had also chased outside and found Yu Xiaogang, saying, "Teacher, Xiao San." Looking at Tang San, Yu Xiaogang felt quite pained in his heart. Then he gave a bitter smile and said, "I'll let you see a joke. Maybe I really am just a useless person." Tang San, hearing this, said with righteous indignation, "No, teacher, you are the world's number 1 theoretical master. Even if your strength is lacking, your theoretical knowledge is unmatched. And all of my achievements today are due to your cultivation. Please rest assured, if I one day can become famous on the Douluo Continent, I will surely vindicate you." Xiao San. Yu Xiaogang was very moved at this moment. The best thing he had done in his life was to take in such a filial disciple as Tang San. A smile appeared on his lips as he said, "As long as I have you as a disciple in this life, it is worth it. Don't worry, Xiao San. I will definitely cultivate you into a top figure on the Douluo Continent." Tang San nodded in agreement and then asked, "By the way, teacher, why do you no longer have soul power?" Yu Xiaogang sighed. The fact that he had no soul power was now exposed. Even if he wanted to hide it, he could no longer do so. And facing Tang San, Yu Xiaogang trusted him completely. He said, "I don't know what happened. More than half a year ago, on my way to Shrek Academy, I don't know what happened. When I woke up, some of my money and books were stolen. At first, I thought it was just a common thief. However, the next day, my soul power decreased by 1 level, and it decreased by another level on the 3rd day. Every day after that, my soul power would decrease by 1 level. During that time, I was very anxious, and after a month, my soul power completely disappeared, and I couldn't refine soul power anymore." Soul power can disappear? Hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but feel astonished and asked, "Does the teacher know what the reason is?" Yu Xiaogang shook his head and said, "I don't know. I later researched a lot of materials, but still couldn't find the reason. Perhaps it was because my martial soul deteriorated once, or for some other reason." Hearing this, Tang San felt pity for Yu Xiaogang. His teacher originally had low innate soul power, and now he had none at all. After all, Yu Xiaogang had a strong sense of pride, and now that he could no longer cultivate soul power, it must be very difficult for him. "Then teacher, what do you plan to do next?" Tang San asked. "Since the Tiando Royal Academy does not welcome me, I naturally have to leave." Yu Xiaogang sighed helplessly. Tang San immediately said, "All right, then I will leave with you. Since the Tiando Royal Academy looks down on you, then I, Tang San, will not stay here either." "Xiao San, do you really want to leave with me?" Yu Xiaogang asked again for confirmation. "Of course." Tang San looked at Yu Xiaogang with a determined gaze and said, "Once a teacher, always a father. No matter what, you will always be my teacher. Since the Tiando Royal Academy looks down on you, then I, Tang San, will not stay in this academy." Yu Xiaogang was excited and said, Good, Xiao San, rest assured, I will definitely find you a good school, allowing you to have an environment conducive to cultivation to quickly improve your soul power." In his heart, he actually wanted Tang San to leave with him. As for where to go, Tang San, at just 13 years old with level 31 soul power, was a genius in any advanced academy. So it would be easy to find a school later. Tang San nodded gently, then firmly said, "But teacher, you have to wait for me. I want to take Xiao Wu with me." Because for Xiao Wu, Tang San had extraordinary feelings. He could give everything for her. If he had to choose between Xiao Wu and his teacher, Tang San would choose Xiao Wu. Speaking of Xiao Wu, here she comes. She ran towards the two and said, Xiao San, master. Xiao Wu. Tang San was overjoyed to see Xiao Wu. Although he had some feelings for the other classmates at Shrek, they were merely friends and classmates, while Xiao Wu was his sister. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San and Yu Xiaogang and asked, Xiao San, why are there only you and master outside? Where are the others? Tang San didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Xiao Wu, the Tiando Royal Academy has humiliated teacher because of his low soul power. We plan to leave the Tiando Royal Academy. Come with us. Sure. I didn't want to stay here anyway. Where are we going next? Xiao Wu readily agreed. She didn't want to be at the Tiando Royal Academy. If not for Tang San, she would have left long ago. Especially just now, she had seen a title Douluo, which scared her quite a bit. If she stayed in a place like the Tiando Royal Academy, her identity would eventually be exposed. Now that Tang San suggested leaving, Xiao Wu definitely agreed. Seeing Xiao Wu so readily agree, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang felt very relieved. Indeed, this was family. Yu Xiaogang then regained his master demeanor and said, Before we leave, we should say goodbye to Flinder and the others. Let's wait for them outside. Okay, teacher. Chapter 64. Discussion soon. Flinder and the others came out, while Yu Xiaogang, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were waiting outside. Xiaogang, you are here. Flinder and the others walked over. As Yu Xiaogang looked at Flinder and the others, his gaze flickered slightly. After all, the great image of his master had just been shattered, making it a bit embarrassing for Yu Xiaogang to face them. He spoke up. Flinder, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I'm planning to take Xiao San and Xiao Wu and leave. The plot is really going to change. Well, let it change. As long as I can successfully obtain the divine herb, that's all that matters. Zhao Zilong listened to Yu Xiaojiang's words, and due to Zhao Zilong's arrival, the plot had already begun to deviate. It would become increasingly difficult to predict the direction of the storyline in the future. Flander twitched at the corners of his eyes upon hearing this. Was it really that easy to just leave? How irresponsible. He said, Xiaojiang. Prince Xuexing has already agreed to let all of us stay. Although you can't become a Tiando-level teacher, you can still serve as a Tianwei-level teacher. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang felt a bit disdainful. A Tianwei-level teacher was just someone above level 40, but below level 50. Compared to a Tiando-level teacher, the treatment was far worse. He said sternly, This isn't about being Tianwei or Tiando. He humiliated me like that. How can I have any face left to stay here? Don't be so stubborn. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Saying this, Flander didn't wait for Yu Xiaojiang to refuse and directly pulled him forward. Under Qin Ming's lead, they arrived at Area 9, which was a luxurious villa area, immediately surprising everyone from Shrek Academy. Soon, the teachers and students all sat down. And Flander sighed, truly worthy of the Tiando Royal Academy. A noble academy is indeed different. Qin Ming bowed to Flander and said, Dean, you and the master can discuss things well. I'll take my leave now. Yes, you can go ahead and be busy. Flander said flatly, and Qin Ming left. At this moment, Dai Mubai glanced at the somewhat awkward scene and said, Dean, should we also step out for a while? Flander nodded in agreement, allowing the students to leave first. After all the students had left, Flander then asked Xiaojiang, what exactly is going on with your soul power? Yu Xiaojiang knew he could no longer hide it and began to explain, Flander, do you remember when I came to find you more than half a year ago? You mean at that time your soul power was already? Yu Xiaojiang didn't answer much more. Flander sighed. Originally, Yu Xiaojiang's soul power wasn't high, and it didn't matter whether he had it or not. However, their golden iron triangle had a trinity martial soul fusion skill. Now, with Yu Xiaojiang having lost his soul power, the trinity martial soul fusion skill was automatically scrapped. On the Douluo Continent, martial soul fusion skills allowed two people to easily fight above their level. Those who had martial soul fusion skills would basically be bound together for life, either as couples or as siblings, relying on each other and coexisting. Now that Yu Xiaojiang had lost his soul power, that coexisting relationship had weakened. However, after all, Flander regarded Yu Xiaojiang as a brother. Even without the martial soul fusion skill, it wouldn't hinder their relationship. Flander said seriously, forget it. These things aren't important anymore. Xiaojiang, now that the Tiando Royal Academy has agreed to our conditions, let us all stay. This place has a great nurturing environment for cultivation, and they will also provide us with slots for the Soul Master competition a year later. I'll pass. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head and immediately refused. The Tiando royal family welcomes you, not me. They're only letting me stay because of your face. If I stay, there will only be more gossip. I've heard enough of that. You once said that the little monsters are a team. Since it's a team, how can we easily part ways? Flander was somewhat displeased. You really are saying you'll just throw in the towel? Were the words you said back, then, just empty talk? He said sternly, moreover, everything is for the children. Isn't that what you said? We can't go back to Shrek Academy now. I know it's been difficult for you all these years, but this is all for the children. Just hold on for a few more years. Once the little monsters graduate, we can all retire together. Yu Xiaogang fell silent upon hearing this. And Zhao Wujia and the others also didn't speak. They felt a bit dissatisfied with Yu Xiaogang. Or perhaps they looked down on him a bit. Why? Because they had all built Shrek Academy together with Flander, and now because they followed Yu Xiaojiang's words, the academy was closed. And they ended up at the Tiando Royal Academy, while Yu Xiaojiang wanted to run away. That was truly ungrateful. So what had they been working so hard for all this time? Compared to the Tiando Royal Academy, their feelings for Shrek Academy were much deeper. Zhao Wujia stepped forward and said, Master, I hope you can think it over carefully. Didn't you say there was still the third phase of training for the little monsters? The training hasn't even been completed yet. At this moment, in a garden outside, several members of Shrek Academy gathered together. Dai Mubai asked, Xiao San, are you really going to leave with the master? Tang San replied seriously. I will follow the teacher if he decides to leave. Ning Rongrong held on to Xiao Wu's hand, looking reluctant. She said, Xiao Wu, you're leaving too? We have finally arrived at the Heavendo Royal Academy, which is a great environment for training. If we cultivate here, our progress will be much faster. Little did she know, Xiao Wu was most afraid of being in such a prestigious academy. Just the 3 committee members had the strength of soul, Douluo, and today they even encountered a title Douluo. Staying in such a place made Xiao Wu unable to sleep soundly at night. She immediately said, No, to be honest, Rong, I don't really like the atmosphere of this noble academy. I feel out of place. I say, the dean and the master are still inside discussing. We don't even know if the master will stay or leave in the end. Ma Hongjun yawned and said, However, I actually hope to stay. Besides, Shrek Academy has already closed down, and even if we go to other academies, the situation will be similar. Zilong, do you think the master will choose to stay or leave in the end? Meng Iran asked Zhao Zilong. It doesn't matter if he leaves or stays. Zhao Zilong said indifferently. The plot was no longer within his control. He continued, Anyway, life goes on. We still need to eat when it's time to eat and train when it's time to train. Why worry about so much? Chapter 65. Yu Xiaojiang's departure. Yu Xiaojiang listened in silence. After considering for a few minutes, he felt he had to leave. The Heavendo Royal Academy was filled with noble children. If you had strength, others would naturally respect you, but if you lacked strength, it would be very difficult here. Furthermore, that dandy 4th prince. If Yu Xiaojiang really became a teacher at the Heaven class, it would mean he might have to teach students with very low talent in the Heaven class. Although these students had low talent, they all had noble titles and backgrounds. And these noble children didn't understand what respect meant. Many of them even took pleasure in oppressing others. A teacher without strength is not even worth as much as a dog in front of these noble children. Over the years, Yu Xiaojiang had seen many dandy children at Nodding Academy who disregarded teachers due to their family's influence. At that time, Yu Xiaojiang had a soul power of level 29 in such a small place as Nodding Junior Academy. Although the teachers and students at Nodding Academy would respectfully call him master, behind the scenes, he was often looked down upon by both teachers and students, regarded as someone who was just living off idle chatter. Now, with no soul power at all, staying at the Heavendo Royal Academy would definitely lead to even more exclusion. It would be better to leave early than to suffer humiliation and leave in disgrace later. Moreover, Yu Xiaojiang truly did not want to stay here. In the past, he could pretend to be profound and make these geniuses obediently follow his training. But now this group of geniuses knew that he had no soul power at all, making it even more difficult to train them in the future. Although Yu Xiaojiang himself is a waste, he likes geniuses, especially nurturing them. As for those waste soul masters, Yu Xiaojiang knows well that a waste is always a waste. No matter how much you train them, they will remain waste. Talent determines a person's limits, and he himself is a very good example. I'm sorry, Flinder. I really don't want to stay here anymore, Yu Xiaojiang insisted. Flinder felt somewhat angry upon hearing this and was quite displeased with Yu Xiaojiang. When they were younger, he never felt this way, but now it seemed that Yu Xiaojiang had become so selfish. It was you who said you would come to the Tiando Royal Academy, saying that coming here could better nurture the children. Now, after facing a little setback, you want to run away, just like when you abandoned Erlongmai back then. Although there were some objective reasons, Yu Xiaojiang's behavior still made Flinder very dissatisfied. He said seriously, Xiaojiang, are you really planning to leave? You should think about it some more. No need to think. I've already made up my mind. Yu Xiaojiang stood up firmly. Flender sighed. Could people really change? When they traveled together across the Douluo Continent in their youth, wasn't it great? It seems that people do change. Flender couldn't help but bitterly smile. When he was young, he was quite ambitious, but ever since he started the academy, he often became stingy due to financial reasons and was teased by Zhao Waoqi and the others. Thinking of this, Flender suddenly smiled self-deprecatingly. Looking at Yu Xiaojiang's determined eyes, he spoke with a hint of pleading in his tone. How about this? You think about it some more. The academy is already closed, and we are unfamiliar with Tiantou City. It was not easy to find a place to settle down. Even if you leave here, it will be difficult to find a new academy in a short time, right? No need, Yu Xiaojiang replied with his hands behind his back, still looking inscrutable. With the talents of Xiao San and Xiao Wu, they can easily enter any advanced academy. Moreover, if the Tiantou Royal Academy looks down on me, then I look down on them as well. I don't want this kind of life of relying on others. Flender's eyes twitched slightly as he felt some anger inside. It seemed that you regard my Shrek Academy as your own. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Flender felt very disappointed. People really do change. The gentle and refined Yu Xiaojiang he once knew had become different after decades. Although the previous Yu Xiaojiang had pride, it was only in academic discussions. In other aspects, he was very low-key and humble. But now, clearly lacking strength, he still acted so arrogantly. Flender didn't know where this arrogance came from. Suddenly, for some reason, Flender felt a lot of resentment towards Yu Xiaojiang. Forget it, there's no need to say anything. The Shrek Academy is already closed. What is the point of blaming him now? Flender sighed inwardly and looked at Yu Xiaojiang, saying, all right, since you've already made up your mind, then do as you wish. Yu Xiaogang looked at Flender, and he saw the hint of disappointment in Flender's eyes. After all, Shrek Academy was closed because of him, and now Tang San and Xiao were going to be taken away by him, which made Yu Xiaogang feel a bit apologetic. He apologized, saying, Flender, I'm sorry. It's all because of me that you had to close Shrek Academy. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Flender could only smile helplessly. His perception of this old brother, whom he hadn't seen for 20 years, had indeed diminished due to this matter, but the friendship from their younger days still remained. He revealed a hearty smile and said, it's okay. Anyway, Shrek Academy was going to close eventually. Now that it's closed, coming to Tiantou Royal Academy is also a good choice. Speaking of which, I should also thank you, Xiaojiang. Thanks to you, when we were at Shrek Academy, although we could call the shots, life was quite tight. Now that we've decided to close the academy, my old brothers and I have also come to Tiantou Royal Academy to work. The salary here is quite good. Soon, Yu Xiaogang and Flender walked out of the room, and Tang San came over and said, Teacher. Yu Xiaogang nodded slightly and said to Flender, Flender, take care of yourself. You too. Yu Xiaogang looked at the other Shrek students and said to Tang San, Xiao Wu, let's go. Yes, teacher. As Yu Xiaogang and the others left, no one tried to hold them back. Flender sighed and said, all right, everyone come in. Tomorrow, I will talk in detail with the 3 committee members. Everyone returned to the hall, and Flender felt a bit down because Yu Xiaogang had left. Principal, now that Master has left, what will happen to our 3rd stage training? Oscar suddenly asked. Flender replied, don't worry. Master has already informed me about the specifics of the 3rd stage training before he left. Next, the 5 of us teachers will personally train you. Of course, it won't just be us 5. There will also be teachers from Tiantou Royal Academy, so you will have access to more and better resources. Upon hearing Flender's words, Ma Hongjun was somewhat unhappy and complained. What? Teacher, Master has already left. How can we continue the 3rd stage training? Training must continue, and we came to Tiantou Royal Academy for the Soul Master competition a year from now, right? Flender glared at Ma Hongjun fiercely. Zhao Zilong also smiled and encouraged Flender, saying, actually, I think having the principal train us is just as good. It might even be more effective than Master S training. After all, just because one butcher is dead doesn't mean we can't eat a pig with hair. The principal and the teachers are soul saints and soul emperors. I believe your training will definitely be better than Master's. Chapter 66. Yu Xiaogang as the butcher. Ma Hongjun immediately agreed. Of course, teacher, I believe you. Your training must be much better than the Master's. Before the Master came, weren't you the one training us? Hearing his disciple's words, Flender felt very happy. Zhao Wuji asked in confusion, Zilong, what did you just say about the butcher who died not eating a pig with fur? What does that mean? Oh, that's a story from my hometown, Zhao Zilong explained. Would you like me to tell it to you? Ning Rongrong immediately nodded her little head and said, yes, I love listening to stories. Meng Yiran expressed some dissatisfaction and said, it's your business if you like to listen. Zilong, don't tell her. Zhao Zilong felt a bit awkward, and Flander looked speechless as well. Originally, Shrek Academy had more boys than girls, but now there was internal competition, with both girls being taken away by Zhao Zilong. Coughing a couple times, he said, "Zilong, what exactly was that story about the butcher Zhang you mentioned just now?" Zhao Zilong explained, "It was about a butcher named Zhang who used to sell pork in the market. He was the only one in the area, and he was used to being domineering, often shortchanging people and engaging in coercive sales as a common practice. Because he was the only one, he acted without fear, and the local kind-hearted citizens didn't dare to stand up against him, leading to a market monopoly. Not only was this butcher arrogant, but he also constantly instilled the idea that only he could provide meat. Without him, they wouldn't even get pig hair." Ning Rongrong immediately said angrily, "That's too domineering." "That's right, it's simply despicable," Meng Yiran agreed. Dai Mubai asked, "What happened later?" Zhao Zilong continued, "However, bad people eventually face retribution. This butcher did so many evil deeds that he died young. But strangely, after his death, the market didn't lack pork. Instead, several new butcher shops opened. Not only were the prices fair, but the quality was also quite good. Clean pork without hair, which was a world apart from the dirty, hairy pork the butcher sold. This was because many people, under the butcher's intimidation, didn't dare to compete with him for business, leading to his monopoly. Once he died, others began to manage their businesses. And not only were there more sellers, but the meat was also much better, far surpassing that of the butcher. Everyone could finally eat hairless pork. Upon hearing this, everyone pondered, feeling that this butcher really resembled Yu Xiaogang in some ways. Zhao Zilong added, "The moral of the story is that when a certain person is gone, good things can still happen. After all, in this world, no one is absolutely indispensable. So, Dean, although the master has passed, I believe the teacher's teaching is definitely not worse than that of the master. It may even be better." Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Flander and the other 4 teachers felt greatly pleased. Their previously heavy hearts lifted. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Zilong, well said. Boss, we've run this academy for so many years and taught so many students. Haven't we always managed to get by?" "That's right. I also believe the teacher's teaching is much better than that of that master," Ma Hongjun immediately said, directly referring to Yu Xiaogang as that master. It was clear he had held a grudge against Yu Xiaogang for a long time. He complained, "Moreover, teacher, I feel that master is just like the butcher Zilong talked about, always pointing fingers at you during training." "Why is that? You are the dean. I feel he's been very disrespectful to you." For a long time, Ma Hongjun had regarded Flander as a father figure, seeing Flander compromise with Yu Xiaogang in everything. It would be a lie to say that Ma Hongjun had no resentment towards Yu Xiaogang. Meng Yiran had never had a good impression of Yu Xiaogang since he initially kept Zhao Zilong hidden. She complained, "That's right, during the team battle spirit, in order to make his disciple Tang San the core of the team, he deliberately did not let Zilong participate because he knew that Zilong's strength was much greater than that of his disciple Tang San. If Zilong had participated, Tang San would have been sidelined." Ning Rongrong, listening to this, seemed to be inspired by Meng Yiran and Ma Hongjun's words, and began to join in on criticizing Yu Xiaogang, saying, "That's right, Ini doesn't have any soul power at all, yet he pretends to be profound and critiques us, saying he's disappointed in us and our talents. What right does he have to say that about us? In himself has no soul power. Just thinking about it makes me angry." Exactly. Dai Mubai also agreed with Ning Rongrong's words. After learning that Yu Xiaogang had no soul power, he felt a sense of shame. He realized he had been trained for so long by someone who was completely useless and had even admired Yu Xiaogangs training at the time. Looking back now, he felt truly ashamed for having admired a waste and felt deceived by him. Flander felt quite awkward listening to the complaints and anger of Meng Yiran, Ning Rongrong, and others towards Yu Xiaogang. He hadn't expected that after letting Yu Xiaogang train them, the students would not only feel little gratitude, but would complain even more. Perhaps this complaint stemmed more from their belated realization that Yu Xiaogang had no soul power, which made them angry. In the world of soul masters, it's a survival of the fittest. If Yu Xiaogang were a titled Douluo, even if he trained them haphazardly, the children would not have too many grievances because he is a titled Douluo with great strength. Even if what he said was wrong, it would still be considered right because, after all, status often dictates reason. However, when these children discovered that Yu Xiaogang was a complete waste with no soul power, even if his training had been correct, they would start to resist him because he had no soul power. In the world of soul masters, strength is revered. A waste who isn't even a soul master has no right to point fingers at a group of talented soul masters and say what they can or cannot do. Therefore, the The sparks of discontent that had been suppressed in their hearts began to turn into a raging fire. However, at this moment, Flanders' mindset was also resolved. He realized that he had placed too much emphasis on Yu Xiaogang's teaching and theoretical knowledge from the beginning, which led to this situation. He comforted them, saying, "All right, the master has already left, so stop complaining about him. Although the master indeed has no soul power, this long period of training hasn't been completely ineffective for you, right? From now on, I will personally train you and prepare you for the Soul Master competition a year from now." Chapter 67. Phosphor Snake Poison on the Other Side. In the private villa of Douluo at the Tiando Royal Academy, Douluo looked at Douluo with a doting expression and said, "Yin Yin, do you have something to tell Grandpa?" "Grandpa, will my martial spirit, the phosphor snake martial spirit, cause toxins to be reflected back onto me?" Douluo asked directly. Douluo was startled and asked what happened. Then Douluo told Douluo about her condition. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Douluo's heart sank. He hadn't expected Douluo to have already discovered her problem, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Should he tell the truth? As Douluo looked at Douluo's expression, her heart sank, and she said, "Grandpa, could my martial soul really poison me?" Douluo, at this moment, also didn't know how to persuade her. After all, he himself was deeply troubled by the severe poison of the emerald phosphor snake. He said seriously, "Yin Yin, don't worry. You're not poisoned too deeply right now. Grandpa will find a way to help you." "Grandpa, are you poisoned too?" Douluo asked earnestly. "Is it true that Dad passed away because of the backlash from the emerald phosphor snake martial soul's poison?" Douluo knew that once Douluo discovered she was being poisoned by her martial soul, this matter could no longer be hidden. He sighed and said, "Alas, that's right. Your father passed away because his soul power couldn't suppress the severe poison in his body. Our lineage has always been like this, but I didn't expect your severe poison backlash to come so early. However, Yin Yin, you can rest assured. Grandpa will definitely not let your father's tragedy happen to you again. I will find a way to cure your poison." Hearing this, Douluo felt very uncomfortable. So, this was the real reason for her father's death. The fear in her heart suddenly multiplied several times. Would she really also die from the pain of severe poison backlash? Then, "Grandpa, are you suffering from severe poison every day too?" Douluo remembered Zhao Zilong's words at this moment. The poison in her body would increase with age and the rise in soul power. What about Grandpa? Now that he was already a titled Douluo, the poison in his body must have reached an astonishing level. Douluo smiled and said, "It's okay, Yin Yin. I'm a titled Douluo. The emerald phosphor snake poison can't take my life." After confirming this, Douluo immediately said, "Grandpa, I know someone who might be able to help us with the poison. He was the one who discovered that I was poisoned. If it weren't for him telling me, I wouldn't even know I was poisoned." Douluo frowned upon hearing this. If he couldn't even solve the poison in his own body, how could someone else do it? He asked, "Are you saying someone else told you about this?" "Yes." Douluo nodded, a bit excited. "It's one of the students from Shrek Academy. Although he's very young, his strength is monstrous. Even Tianheng isn't his opponent." "What?" Douluo suddenly remembered Zhao Zilong, whom he had met in the office. "Grandpa, wait a moment. I'm going to find him now." Saying this, Douluo ran out directly. Watching Douluo leave, Douluo's heart was also filled with excitement that was hard to contain. Although the chances were slim, he was still willing to take a gamble as long as it could help Douluo with the poison, and he secretly followed her. Soon, Douluo found Teacher Qin Yin and asked, "Teacher Qin, do you know where the people from Shrek are?" "Shrek? What do you need them for?" Qin Yin asked, puzzled. "I'm looking for someone called Blue Silver Emperor from the Shrek team." Douluo felt a bit embarrassed because she didn't know the person's name, only their title. "Oh, Blue Silver Emperor? His name is Zhao Zilong. What do you need him for?" Qin Yin replied calmly, but seeing Douluo's anxious expression, he added, "The 3 committee members have temporarily settled them in the residence in Area 9. Do you need to find him for something?" "Area 9? Thank you, Teacher Qin." After saying that, Douluo didn't explain further and hurriedly ran over. When she arrived in Area 9, there were several residences, and it took quite a bit of effort to find the correct location of Shrek Academy. At that moment, Douluo spotted the Shrek team in a pavilion and quickly found Zhao Zilong, rushing over and calling out, "Zhao Zilong." Immediately, the 7 members of Shrek turned to look at her. Dai Mubai exclaimed in surprise, "I remember you. Douluo from the Imperial Fighting Team, right?" "Hello, everyone." Douluo greeted the Shrek members and then said to Zhao Zilong, "Zhao Zilong, come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Ma Hongjun immediately felt a bit sour, saying, "Brother Long, you're really lucky. You already have a sister, and now you can still attract a girl. Poor me, I'm still single." Meng Yiran immediately looked at Zhao Zilong with a fierce expression and questioned with some dissatisfaction, Zilong, what is your relationship with her? Zhao Zilong retorted, with a question like that, do you really think I have any relationship with her? Meng Yiran snorted softly, looking at Dugu Yin with some hostility, and asked, do you have something to say? Dugu Yin had no good feelings toward Meng Yiran. She already had someone she liked. You treat Zhao Zilong like a treasure, but others won't, she said directly. I'm here to find him. It has nothing to do with you. Zilong has to accompany me. There's no time to go with you, Meng Yiran said, directly clinging to Zhao Zilong's arm and not letting go. Zhao Zilong felt somewhat helpless. Meng Yiran was great in many ways, but her possessiveness was too strong. Perhaps this was a woman's nature. He spoke up. Dugu Yin, what do you need me for? Dugu Yin explained, it's about what you told me last time on Martial Soul issue. My grandfather wants to meet you. Are we finally going to meet? Zhao Zilong felt very excited upon hearing this. However, Meng Yiran felt a sense of crisis. Having lost her parents at a young age, she inherently lacked a sense of security. Moreover, her boyfriend was so talented and outstanding that she absolutely couldn't let anyone take him away. She directly blocked Zhao Zilong's path and said with a hint of vulnerability, no, you can't go. Zhao Zilong was momentarily speechless but couldn't show that he really wanted to go. So he complied, saying, all right, if you say not to go, then I won't go. Hearing this, Meng Yiran felt very pleased and then, with an air of dominance, told Dugu Yin, all right, you can leave now. Dugu Yin, feeling somewhat angry, immediately brought up her grandfather, saying, Zhao Zilong, my grandfather wants to see you. Don't be ungrateful, or else when my grandfather comes personally, it won't be as easy to talk to him as it is with me. Zhao Zilong was taken aback and thought, wow, you're threatening me? Is this how you ask for a favor? He felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, thinking that this attitude of asking for help was really poor. Hidden in the shadows, Dugubo was also speechless. His granddaughter was quite reckless. She directly spoke words that were too harsh. Chapter 68, bright background at this moment. Not only Zhao Zilong, but the faces of the others also looked somewhat grim. This was simply bullying at their doorstep. Dai Mubai coldly said, Dugu Yin, don't think that just because you have a titled Douluo grandfather, you can act recklessly. Let me tell you, others may be afraid of Dugubo, but we are not. Ma Hongjun also angrily said, Longge, don't pay attention to her. This is the academy. Even Dugubo wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. Dugu Yin felt a bit regretful for her earlier arrogant words, but her prideful nature wouldn't allow her to apologize. However, her words made Meng Yiran's expression turn even darker. She knew that Dugu Yin's grandfather was the titled Douluo, Dugubo, although her own grandparents, the legendary dragon and serpent, were also well known in the Douluo Continent. They still fell short when facing a titled Douluo. At that moment, Dugu Yin had begun to flaunt her background and even threatened her beloved. This was intolerable. Your grandfather is a titled Douluo, but my grandparents are the legendary dragon and serpent. Zilong, don't worry. If Dugubo really dares to harm you, my grandparents will definitely not let him off. Ning Rongrong also looked displeased and immediately stood up, revealing her background. That's right. Let me tell you, Dugu Yin, others may fear Dugubo, but our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is not afraid. Listen well, my father is the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and both the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo are my grandfathers. I don't believe your grandfather could defeat my Sword Grandpa and Bone Grandpa. Dugubo, who was hiding in the shadows, felt increasingly uneasy. He never expected that these little girls had such impressive backgrounds. One was the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and although the other one didn't have such a significant background, she was the granddaughter of the legendary dragon and serpent. If his granddaughter offended them, it would truly be a disaster for Grandpa. Hearing the names of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the legendary dragon and serpent, Dugu Yin was also somewhat surprised, realizing that the two girls in front of her had such backgrounds and support. Ahem, can you tone it down a bit? You're making it seem like I'm living off someone else, Zhao Zilong said awkwardly as he coughed. Then he looked at Dugu Yin and said, all right, since it's Dugu Senior looking for me, I'll go with you. Meng Yiran immediately said, Zilong, there's no need to pay attention to her. She just threatened you, right? Don't mind her. Ning Rongrong also stepped forward, shaking her small fist at Dugu Yin and said, we're not going. I want to see what Dugubo can do. You can go back and tell Dugubo that Zilong is a distinguished guest of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If you want to capture Zilong, that means you're opposing our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With two women protecting him, Dragon Brother, you're really impressive. Ma Hongjun said enviously. All right, you two calm down. Zhao Zilong said to Meng Yiran and Ning Rongrong. I appreciate your kindness. but I don't know why Douluo is looking for me. However, you're definitely looking for something for me. Douluo nodded lightly. Zhao Zilong further reprimanded. You're asking for my help but acting so high and mighty. Are those who seek help always this arrogant? Hearing this, Douluo's little face turned red with anger. And Zhao Zilong didn't want to drag it out any longer. After all, he was eager to get the immortal herb. So he said, let us go. I'll accompany you. I'll go with you. Meng Yiran ran over, looking at Douluo with vigilance. I'll go too. Ning Rongrong walked over at that moment. Where are you going? At this moment, Flinder's voice came over, and beside him was Zhu Zhuqing, who had apparently informed Flinder about the situation. Dean, seeing Flinder approach, the members of Shrek called out in unison. Flinder glanced at Douluo and said coldly, little girl, what are you doing here? Douluo felt somewhat at a loss, and Zhao Zilong stepped forward, saying, Dean, she is here to find me. I'll go with her and be back soon. Flinder frowned slightly. He had heard a rough idea of the situation from Zhu Zhuqing and said, I heard from Zhuqing that she threatened you, right? Douluo's face turned pale upon hearing this, and Zhao Zilong immediately clarified, no. Besides, would I be afraid of the threat of a little girl? Don't worry, I'll be fine. Seeing that Zhao Zilong said so, Flinder had no choice but to nod in agreement. All right, but you must return before tonight, understood? Yes. Watching Zhao Zilong and Douluo leave, Meng Yiran still felt a bit worried, and Flinder said, all right, there is no need to worry. This is the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Even Douluo wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. At this moment, Douluo looked at Zhao Zilong with gratitude in her heart and said softly, I'm sorry about what just happened, and I want to thank you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to wrap things up. Zhao Zilong teased Douluo, looking at you. I guess your martial soul-S poison is something even your grandfather can't solve, right? Douluo nodded and said yes. And my grandfather has also been affected by the martial soul backlash, so I would like to ask you to take a look. Zhao Zilong said seriously, when I first saw you affected by the poisonous backlash of the green phosphor snake martial soul, I knew that the poison doa must have been poisoned too. Otherwise, you wouldn't be unaware of your condition. Do you really have a way to detoxify me? Douluo looked at Zhao Zilong earnestly, as she discovered that the green phosphor snake poison in their bodies couldn't be resolved even by her grandfather. And her father had also died from the backlash of the poison years ago. It's hard to say. I'll have to see it first. And Zhao Zilong said with a hint of playfulness as he looked at Douluo, do you remember the condition I proposed before? How are you considering it now? 50,000-year soul bone. Where am I supposed to find that for you? Even my grandfather would find it hard to locate a 50,000-year soul bone. Douluo immediately looked aggrieved, as she remembered Zhao Zilong's condition, but then recalled another condition, causing her little face to turn even redder. She looked at Zhao Zilong, flustered and angry. Besides, you already have a girlfriend, and I have someone I like too. It's impossible for us to be together, and I'm several years older than you. Zhao Zilong didn't respond, but continued to walk forward. Douluo felt anxious seeing Zhao Zilong silent, but remembering that Meng Yiran seemed to be older than Zhao Zilong, she felt even more conflicted. Looking at Zhao Zilong's face, although he wasn't as handsome as Yu Qianheng, he wasn't ugly either. She thought to herself, does he prefer someone older? If he were just an ordinary junior, Douluo would definitely reject him. But Zhao Zilong was obviously a genius with extraordinary talent. For someone like him to like her, it would be a lie to say Douluo wasn't moved at all. How about this? Why don't you change the condition? Although I know you're excellent and have great talent, matters of the heart can't be taken lightly. What are you talking about? Zhao Zilong rolled his eyes in exasperation, saying, I just think you're so beautiful. It would be a pity for you to marry Yu Qianheng. In a few years, the Spirit Hall will launch the soul hunting operation, and at that time, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan will be completely wiped out. Following Yu Qianheng will basically lead to a bad outcome. Chapter 69 Meeting Douluo soon. They arrived at Douluo's courtyard. You live here all by yourself in such a big courtyard? Yes. Douluo led Zhao Zilong inside, explaining, there are only about 30 or so students at the Heaven Do level in the entire Heaven Do Royal Academy. Courtyards like this, due to their large area, require applications to obtain. Generally, only Heaven Do level students can apply for such independent courtyards, which have very well-equipped facilities, and they are completely private property. Even teachers cannot enter at will. Although Tianwei level and Tianji level students can also apply, they need to pay rent. For Tianwei level, it's 1,000 gold soul coins a month, and for Tianji level, it's 500 gold soul coins a month. You guys can also apply for your own once you officially enroll. Indeed, the royal family is different. Zhao Zilong sighed inwardly, following behind Dugu Yin. Grandpa. Entering the main hall, Dugu Yin saw Dugu Bo sitting there drinking tea and excitedly ran over, saying, "Grandpa, he is the one who discovered the poisonous backlash in my body." Oh. Dugu Bo looked at Zhao Zilong, pretending to be surprised. "I met Senior Dugu," Zhao Zilong said, cupping his fists. In fact, Dugu Bo had only returned a few minutes earlier than Dugu Yin. He had been secretly following Dugu Yin and watching Zhao Zilong seriously. "Kid, did you discover the snake poison backlash in Yin Yan's body? How did you find out?" Zhao Zilong met Dugu Bo's gaze calmly. "Oh." Zhao Zilong smiled slightly. "Of course. Both you and Dugu Yin have the phosphor snake martial soul, so you must have been poisoned as well. Moreover, unlike Dugu Yin, your poison has penetrated your marrow. When it rains on a cloudy day, you will feel a numb itch in your ribs, and it will flare up once at noon and once at midnight. Every time at 3 in the morning, you will feel a stabbing pain in your head and the soles of your feet. Your poison is the same as the one Dugu Yin has, but your condition is more serious. Dugu Yin's flare-ups last only a few minutes at most, but for you, Senior, each flare-up probably lasts over an hour. In fact, when I saw Dugu Yin's severe poison, I already knew that you must have been affected by the martial soul's severe poison backlash. Otherwise, as a title Douluo known for poison, you wouldn't have failed to notice that Dugu Yin was already severely poisoned." Hearing Zhao Zilong clearly describe his condition, Dugu Bo felt quite uncomfortable. Dugu Yin looked at Dugu Bo in fear and asked, "Grandpa, is what he said true?" Dugu Bo remained silent and turned to Zhao Zilong, asking, "Kid, from what you said, do you have a way to cure my poison?" Zhao Zilong shook his head and said helplessly, "Dugu Yan's poisoning isn't deep, but her phosphor snake poison is also a potent poison, and it arises from within. Even if I treat her, I would need a year or even longer, using external and internal medicine, plus acupuncture, which might only have a 50 chance of detoxification. However, Senior, your poison has already penetrated your marrow, and over the years, you have been suppressing the severe poison within you with your soul power. Therefore, your phosphor snake poison has long since merged with your martial soul. To completely detoxify, unless there are rare herbs and treasures, there is no other way." Hearing this, Dugu Yin felt a wave of despair, looking at Zhao Zilong as if a drowning person had grasped a flotation device, asking, "Is there really no way at all? Has my grandpa really been poisoned to the marrow? You should know how strong your phosphor snake poison is," Zhao Zilong said helplessly. "However, with Senior Dugu's strength, even if poisoned, as long as you pay attention to one thing, when fighting enemies, do not exhaust your soul power at once. The severe poison can still be suppressed. But once the soul power used to suppress the internal poison is exhausted, you will be instantly backlashed by your own severe poison and die." Listening to Zhao Zilong's words, Dugu Bo realized he was right, and his eyes brightened as he looked at Zhao Zilong and asked, "Kid, you just said that there is only a 50 chance for Yin Yin to detoxify successfully." "That's right. Then I ask you, if there are rare herbs and treasures, what would your chances be?" Dugu Bo asked directly. Zhao Zilong was waiting for Donggu Bo here, and all these hints were just to let Donggu Bo speak out himself. After pondering for a moment, he said, "If there are rare treasures, there should be a 99% chance, right? 99%? Hearing this, Zhao Zilong didn't say 100%, but Donggu Bo already believed it. After all, where's their absolute certainty? At this time, Dugu Yin also remembered and said, "Grandpa, I remember you have a medicinal garden, right? Haven't you cultivated a lot of herbs there?" Dugu Bo stood up, walked to the door, placed his hands behind his back, and turned his back to Zhao Zilong, speaking indifferently. "Kid, my medicinal garden does have quite a few herbs, so there should be the medicinal herbs you mentioned." Seeing Dugu Bo's hands behind his back facing him, Zhao Zilong was speechless. Why do these people like to do this? Every time they speak, they prefer to turn their backs to others or stand by the door or window, as if they are very poetic. It's simply incomprehensible. Although Zhao Zilong was eager to rush over, he still set a condition. "Senior, may I ask, if I save Dugu Yin, what benefits will you give me?" Dugu Bo's eyelid twitched slightly upon hearing this, but he thought it was reasonable for the other party to set a condition and asked, "Speak. What do you want?" "A soul bone over 50,000 years." Zhao Zilong said directly. "You little brat, you really dare to say that?" Dugu Bo laughed in anger. Earlier, when Zhao Zilong and Dugu Yin were on their way, Dugu Bo had already heard their conversation, but he didn't expect this kid to actually dare to say this to him. Looking at Zhao Zilong with some anger, but more appreciation, indeed, compared to Yu Tianheng, Zhao Zilong was undoubtedly a better choice for a grandson-in-law. Although his looks were indeed much lower than Yu Tianheng's, good looks can't be eaten. Strength is king. Dugu Bo said, 50,000 years or more soul bones. You really have a big tone. Zhao Zilong looked puzzled. Senior, you're a title Douluo after all. A mere 50,000 year soul bone is absolutely nothing to a title Douluo. Douluo looked at Zhao Zilong. Although his previous words had some flattery, they also embarrassed Douluo. Finding a 50,000 year soul bone is not that easy. He said coldly, nothing to you, huh? You really speak lightly. Do you know what a 50,000 year soul bone represents? At least 50,000 years of soul beasts are needed to produce a 50,000 year soul bone. Even a soul level powerhouse wouldn't dare to say they could definitely kill a 50,000 year soul beast. Douluo also didn't expect Zhao Zilong to actually dare to ask her grandfather for a 50,000 year soul bone. Originally, Douluo thought Zhao Zilong was just saying it casually. At this time, Douluo said, I don't have a 50,000 year one, but I can think of a way for a 10,000 year soul bone. It should be noted that Douluo himself only had a head soul bone. If he really had a soul bone over 50,000 years, he would have absorbed it himself long ago. Zhao Zilong pondered for a moment and did not refuse. After all, the 50,000 year soul bone was something Zhao Zilong had just casually mentioned. His actual goal was just to enter the Eye of Ice and Fire to take the immortal herbs inside. If he could take this opportunity to gain some benefits from Douluo, that would naturally be the best. All right, since the senior has spoken, how could I not recognize the good? A 10,000 year soul bone it is. As he spoke, Zhao Zilong looked at Douluo teasingly and said, Moreover, I am kind-hearted. If I encounter you, I naturally wouldn't want to see such a beautiful girl like Douluo suffer from poison and die painfully in the coming years. Hearing Zhao Zilong's teasing words, Douluo's face instantly turned red, and she thanked him. Thank you. Chapter 70, Douluo's Medicinal Garden. By the way, Zhao Zilong, if you can save me, can you also save my grandpa? Douluo looked at Zhao Zilong with anticipation and asked, Let's talk about this later. Zhao Zilong did not give an answer and said seriously, Right now, I can only say that I will try my best to help you detoxify. However, Senior Douluo's poison is too deep. If there are really medicinal herbs, there might be some chance to detoxify, but don't get your hopes up too high. Douluo was also a bit impatient at this moment, but as a title Douluo, he had to maintain his demeanor and said, All right, let's get ready to go. Wait a minute, I need to ask the dean for leave first. Zhao Zilong smiled gently and explained, After all, it would be bad if they misunderstood something. Okay, I'll go with you. Yin Yin, you wait for us here. As he spoke, Douluo directly grabbed Zhao Zilong, as he was very curious about Zhao Zilong. The speed of a title Douluo is very fast, and a journey that would take half an hour was completed in just a few minutes. When Douluo came over, his title Douluo's soul power pressure was not concealed, so Flender and the others felt this wave of soul power and hurried over. Seeing that Douluo and Zhao Zilong had come together, Zhao Zilong walked over and said, Dean. Flender looked at Douluo with confusion and some anxiety. After all, Douluo had always been a figure of ambiguous morality on the Douluo Continent, doing things based on his preferences, making him hard to predict. And his reputation on the Douluo Continent was not very good. He asked, How come you're with Senior Douluo? Zilong, are you okay? He didn't do anything to you, right? Meng Yiran ran over, worried. I'm fine. Zhao Zilong patted Meng Yiran's shoulder and said to Flender, Dean, I'd like to ask for some time off. Time off? What do you want to do? Flender immediately became dissatisfied. Zhao Zilong said, It's like this. I hit it off with Senior Douluo today, so I plan to discuss knowledge about poisons. Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's excuse, Flender was instantly speechless. Hit it off? Don't talk nonsense. You a mere soul respect can hit it off with Senior Douluo? I don't agree. The Soul Master competition is in a year. Focus on your training and strive to break through to level 40 in a year to participate in the competition. However, Douluo was not pleased. He truly admired Zhao Zilong and directly stated, I feel a strong connection with this young man. I really appreciate him and even want to take him as my disciple. Young man, would you be willing to take me as your master? After today's events, Douluo had a good impression of Zhao Zilong. From the previous conversation between Zhao Zilong and Douluo, it was evident that Zhao Zilong quite liked Douluo. If he could use this opportunity to bring Zhao Zilong under his wing, then even if he were to die someday, he could trust Zhao Zilong to protect Douluo. As for Yu Qianheng, while he had some talent, he was far inferior to Zhao Zilong, and it was still uncertain whether he could inherit the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in the future. Senior, I actually already have Master. Zhao Zilong felt a bit awkward. He did not expect Douluo Bo to suddenly announce in front of so many people that he wanted to take him as a disciple. If it were in private, Zhao Zilong might have agreed, as having a title Douluo as a mentor would provide a solid backing for any future troubles. And it would also make obtaining spirit rings easier. However, in front of the Shrek teachers and students, Zhao Zilong had already mentioned that he had a teacher, and he had to stick to that. Oh, Douluo Bo was curious. After all, he had sensed that Zhao Zilong was extraordinary when he first saw him. At such a young age, he was able to defeat Yu Tianheng, which surely meant he had a good teacher. He asked, "May I ask who your teacher is?" Zhao Zilong was speechless. Why did these people always want to know who his teacher was? He resorted to an old line. "My teacher has been in seclusion for decades, and he does not allow me to mention his name. I hope you can understand, senior." "Oh, in seclusion for decades?" Douluo Bo frowned at this. He was searching his mind for powerful figures who had been in seclusion for many years, but could not think of anyone. Douluo Bo looked at Flander coldly and said, "You are Zhao Zilong's academy teacher, right? Next, I hope you will allow Zhao Zilong to take a leave of absence for a while. Rest assured, I will bring him back safe and sound." Hearing this from Douluo Bo, Flander did not dare to be stubborn. Although he was unclear about what was happening between Zhao Zilong and Douluo Bo, since both of them had said so, he could only go along with it, and said, "Yes, since the senior has said so, it must be for something important. Zilong, how long do you plan to take leave?" "It's hard to say right now. Maybe a month. If that is not enough time, we can discuss it later." Zhao Zilong did not provide a definitive answer, as he did not know how long it would take to resolve Douluo Bo's poison. Flander agreed. "All right, then I'll grant you a month off. But you must return after a month, understood?" Zhao Zilong nodded. Flander turned to Douluo Bo respectfully and said, "Senior Douluo, I will trouble you to take care of Zilong during this time." Douluo Bo nodded and calmly said, "Zhao Zilong, let's go." The two quickly left. Flander, scratching his chin, wondered, how could this kid get along so well with Douluo Bo? It's really strange. All right, stop thinking about that. Zhao Wujia walked over and patted Flander's shoulder. An hour later, Douluo Bo brought Zhao Zilong to his medicinal herb garden and said, "This is my herb garden. But I don't recognize most of the herbs here, and they all contain potent toxins." Zhao Zilong looked at the surrounding herbs. Thanks to his knowledge from Tang San's 100 poisons, he recognized these herbs at a glance. He was very excited. Since the day he arrived on Douluo Continent, he had been thinking about these immortal herbs, and now they were finally within reach. However, he could not show too much excitement. "I didn't expect there to be so many herbs here. They must be naturally grown." Douluo Bo approached and said, "That's right. While some of the herbs here were cultivated by me later, there are indeed some unusual flowers and herbs that I have never seen before. Do you recognize any?" "Yes, I recognize some, and there are also herbs that you need, senior." Saying this, Zhao Zilong walked toward the center where the ice and fire yin-yang I was located. Douluo Bo immediately shouted, "Don't go over there. The spring in front is very peculiar. One side is like 1,000-year-old ice, cold and piercing, while the other side is as hot as lava. Even I do not dare to touch it lightly." Zhao Zilong chuckled. "However, senior, it is thanks to this ice and fire yin-yang I that you have been able to barely suppress the poison in your body over the years." "Ice and fire yin-yang I? You recognize it?" Douluo Bo looked at Zhao Zilong in disbelief. Zhao Zilong nodded gently and explained, "I don't know too much. Just a little." Douluo Bo then approached Zhao Zilong and asked, "You just said that it is because of this ice and fire yin-yang I that you can suppress the toxins in your body." "That's right. The ice and fire yin-yang I is a miraculous phenomenon born between heaven and earth. The flowers and herbs that grow around it are naturally poisonous. But the ice and fire yin-yang I counteracts each other, and the flowers and herbs cultivated here also counteract each other. The herbs that can relieve the toxins in your body must also grow here." Listening to Zhao Zilong's words, Douluo Bo became even more interested and asked, "Young man, you're quite knowledgeable for your age. I'm still very curious about who your teacher really is." Chapter 71. Immortal Herbs. Hearing Douluo Bo's words, Zhao Zilong felt awkward. He wished he hadn't acted so pretentious. However, since he had been asked, he could not avoid answering and replied calmly, "My teacher is just a person from the mountains and fields, and he has been in seclusion for many years. You may not know him." Douluo Bo was also determined to challenge Zhao Zilong and said, "Don't worry. I am 78 years old this year and have roamed the Douluo Continent for decades. Even some reclusive old seniors, I know a few. Just tell me." Zhao Zilong hesitated for a moment, pondering how to answer the question. This time was different from the last encounter with Long Gong and Shi Pe. Last time, he had to bring out a backing to suppress them since he had already offended them. However, Now Zhao Zilong had not offended Douluo. He took out the Pope's order. I can only tell you, Senior, that my teacher is from the Spirit Hall, but he does not allow me to reveal his name. I hope you can understand. However, please rest assured, my teacher is not Zhu Douluo, but his strength is far above Zhu Douluo. Zhao Zilong's words left Douluo with much room for speculation. He simply would not tell him, and he could guess slowly. Pope's order? Seeing the Pope's order in Zhao Zilong's hand, Douluo was surprised. At the same time, he heard Zhao Zilong intentionally mention Zhu Douluo and asked, "Do you know about my grudge with Zhu Huaguan?" Zhao Zilong feigned ignorance, saying, I'm not too clear. I happened to hear my teacher mention it once. It seems that you and Zhu Douluo do not have a good relationship." At this moment, Douluo no longer had any doubts. After all, only a few people knew about his grudge with Zhu Douluo, and those in the Spirit Hall who were aware of it were definitely the higher-ups. Names began to flash through his mind, all belonging to people from the Spirit Hall, and among them were soul masters whose strength surpassed that of Zhu Douluo. In fact, even if he looked across the entire Douluo Continent, there weren't many titled Douluos stronger than Zhu Douluo. Could it be the offerings of the Spirit Hall? Douluo thought to himself. He didn't know much about the offerings of the Spirit Hall, but he was still somewhat informed, such as the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu, who was a 99th level limit Douluo. Those who can become offerings to the Spirit Hall are all stronger than ordinary title Douluo and are long-lived old monsters. It seems this kid's background is not simple. Douluo couldn't help but become serious. In fact, Douluo still had some apprehension about the Spirit Hall. Although he only had some grievances with Zhu Douluo, Douluo's strength was far inferior to that of Zhu Douluo. He had fought against Zhu Douluo more than 10 times, and each time he returned defeated. If he could take this opportunity to ease the conflict with the Spirit Hall, it might not be a bad idea. After all, being hunted down is not a pleasant feeling. Zhao Zilong looked at Douluo, not knowing what he was thinking, and suspected he had been fooled by himself. Even if he was exposed, Zhao Zilong was not afraid. He could just turn around and take Douluo as his master. After all, what mattered was the immortal herbs. Right now, Zhao Zilong was eager to absorb the octagonal ice grass and the flame almond flower, and he said, "Senior Douluo, I am about to refine medicine now. So please leave. At this time tomorrow, I will be ready to detoxify you." Okay. As he spoke, Douluo took out some food from his soul tool and meaningfully said, "You can rest assured to refine your medicine here. No one will come to disturb you. This medicinal garden is covered by my poison gas. Soul beasts and soul masters below level 70 who come into contact with my poison gas will definitely die." This statement also served as a warning to Zhao Zilong, advising him not to wander around. "Yes, thank you for the reminder, Senior. I will take my time to study. I will come back tomorrow." After Douluo finished speaking, he turned and left. Rolling his eyes, the world around him instantly turned black and white. Phew, finally gone. Zhao Zilong wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, his eyes filled with excitement. The immortal herbs he had longed for were now all his. As for whether to share the immortal herbs with the rest of Shrek, Zhao Zilong hesitated. Previously, due to Tang San's presence, even if Zhao Zilong obtained the immortal herbs, he would not share them with Shrek. Zhao Zilong absolutely would not allow Tang San to reach level 50 before him. But now that Tang San had left, the question of whether to share the immortal herbs with the Shrek people became a dilemma. As for Mangyaran, he would definitely find a suitable immortal herb for her. After all, she was his woman, and he couldn't let her suffer. Zhao Zilong approached an immortal herb, which was the Chihuahua tulip. This immortal herb was very beneficial to Ning Rongrong, directly allowing her martial soul to evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Forget it. There's no need to rush to give them to them, and I haven't even decided whether to join another force or establish my own. Zhao Zilong decided not to give the immortal herbs to Shrek for the time being. After all, these immortal herbs were wealth and resources that must be kept in his hands. Once the relationships were clarified in the future, he would decide who to give the immortal herbs to. Of course, there was another more important reason. Zhao Zilong was very greedy. Although the effects of the immortal herbs were strong, and after taking them, the effects could last until level 60, he thought it would be better to invest resources in himself rather than in others. Zhao Zilong wanted to see if he could consume more immortal herbs. After the second awakening of the blue-silver grass, the martial soul evolved into the blue-silver emperor, allowing his body to undergo a qualitative transformation. He wondered if he could eat another immortal herb then. The 8-petaled immortal orchid had a mild medicinal property, and it should be able to be taken with the other immortal herbs. The phoenix coxcomb sunflower was tailor-made for the fat man. The wonder mushrooms could enhance the body's circulation and strengthen the body. As long as they were attack type, they could be consumed. The water jade immortal bone could make the martial soul lighter and faster. The snake staff martial soul had 2 forms, so you should be able to take this one. Forget it. Let's first have her try the heartbroken red. This thing is the king of flowers and quite versatile. The snow-colored swan kiss. Should I give to Bo? If I can win over Yin, then I'll give this to her. Mangyaran might also be able to try this immortal herb. However, the snow-colored swan kiss is too dangerous. It can continuously enhance the toxicity, and if not controlled well, it could be fatal. The poison demon vine didn't have effects as strong as the snow-colored swan kiss, but it was also quite suitable for Yin. After wandering around, Zhao Zilong had his eyes on many immortal herbs. In the end, he still returned to the octagonal ice grass and the flame almond flower. These 2 immortal herbs wouldn't enhance soul power. They would only strengthen the body, making it immune to fire and water. However, their effects were very strong, and both had deadly poison that would kill on contact. Fortunately, Zhao Zilong possessed soft fist, and with a flick of soul power, he plucked the octagonal ice grass and the flame almond flower, swallowing both immortal herbs in one go. Chapter 72. The visit of Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang. This is both cold and hot, but this kind of cold and hot is much worse than being tossed around. Zhao Zilong immediately felt his body alternating between ice and flame. Is the ice-fire immunity physique cultivated under such extreme conditions? Without thinking too much, he jumped directly into the eye of ice and fire. Even soaking in the spring water in the middle could alleviate the pain of this cold and hot alternation. And his body gradually began to absorb the energy of the octagonal ice grass and the flame almond flower. After more than an hour, the cold and hot sensation on Zhao Zilong finally disappeared. At this point, even soaking in the eye of ice and fire, his body felt no discomfort. In fact, it was quite comfortable. His soul power had broken through to level 38. Zhao Zilong felt his soul power after being pressured by the soul Douluo Continent this morning. He had already sensed the feeling of a breakthrough, and now he had finally achieved it. Zhao Zilong summoned his blue silvergrass, and the color of the blue silvergrass had slightly changed. The red patterns had become denser than before. When the blue silver grass touched the ground began to be corroded. Not only the blue silver, but at this moment, the color of Zhao Zilong's 8 spider lances had also deepened. The toxins absorbed from the octagonal ice grass and the flame almond flower had now been transferred to the blue silver grass and the external spirit bone. Next was the moonlight dew. Soon, Zhao Zilong found the moonlight dew. The octagonal ice grass and the flame almond flower were used to strengthen the body and martial soul, while the moonlight dew was used to enhance mental strength, which would work very well with his Byakugan. I really have followed in Tang San's footsteps. However, just like Tang San, who had the blue silver grass martial soul, he had the purple extreme magic eye, while he had the Byakugan. This thing was indeed very suitable for him. Zhao Zilong couldn't help but sigh. In the original work, Tang San only absorbed these 3 immortal herbs. Forget it. Let's absorb them first. At this moment, on the other side, at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, in the Shrek Academy's residence in Flinder's room, Flinder looked at the 2 people in front of him with some excitement and said, Erlong, long time no see. Xiaogang, where did you find Erlong? That's right. These 2 people are Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong. Yu Xiaogang explained. After I left the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, I brought Xiao San and Xiao Wu to join the Blue Tyrant Academy. Who would have thought that the principal of the Blue Tyrant Academy is actually Erlong? To be honest, Yu Xiaogang originally didn't have the face to meet Erlong, but since Xiao San and Xiao Wu left the Heaven-Do Royal Academy with him, Yu Xiaogang had to swallow his pride for the sake of Xiao San, especially now that Yu Xiaogang has no soul power. He needs the protection of a soul sage even more. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Xiao San to obtain soul rings in the future. At this moment, Lu Erlong looked displeased and said, I say, old Fland, you are still the boss. Although this matter was Xiaojiang's fault, how can you just watch him being driven away? Especially since Xiaojiang has lost his soul power? Since you can bear to let him leave alone. Fland heard this and was instantly speechless, explaining, Sister Erlong, I did persuade Xiaojiang to stay. It was his own insistence to leave. Lu Erlong continued to press. Xiaojiang has already lost his soul power and has been humiliated at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. You just watch him being driven away by the people from the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, and then you can still stay here as if nothing happened? Fland felt a bit awkward and helplessly said, Sigh, what else can I do if I don't stay? If it were just me, I would definitely leave with Xiaojiang. But now it's not possible. Shrek Academy has already been closed. As the dean, I can't just abandon these children, right? All right, Erlong, this matter is not Fland's fault, and there's no need to bring up the past. Xiaogang also felt that this matter was disgraceful for him and didn't want to mention it too much. Without any nonsense, he went straight to the point. Fland, I came here this time to ask Shrek Academy to join Landedon Academy. Landedon Academy? Is that Erlong's academy? Fland looked at Lu Erlong as he listened. That's right. Having been tricked by Xiaogang once before, Fland now felt a bit distrustful of him and refused. Sorry, Xiaogang. I can't agree to that request. Why not? Old Fland, if you come to my Landedon Academy, we can reunite the Golden Iron Triangle. Lu Erlong immediately asked, thinking that Fland would agree happily. She didn't expect to be rejected. Fland smiled and said, I know that when the little monsters learn that Xiaogang has no soul power, they began to reject him. But it's not good to tell him this face to face. He continued, the 3 commissioners promised us the best salary and the best educational resources for the children. If I, Fland, leave now, wouldn't that disappoint the 3 commissioners? Xiaogang immediately asked, have you already agreed to work at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy? Not yet. There was a little incident midway, so I haven't had the chance to talk to the 3 commissioners, Fland said somewhat helplessly. Then, Fland walked to the window, turning his back to the 2, and said, also, when I was running Shrek Academy, due to a lack of funds, those old brothers who follow me have been living on a tight budget. But at that time, it was worth it to endure hardship to run the academy. They're all soul saints and soul emperors, yet they chose to follow me to run the academy. Xiaogang. Actually, I have been saying for years that I wanted to close the academy, but every new year, I still look forward to new students joining Shrek. Even if it's just one student, I would persist. At this point, Fland's eyes were filled with regret, and he couldn't help but sigh. Now that the academy has been closed, there is no longer the original pressure. I can take this opportunity to let everyone rest well and live a good life during these retirement years. Hearing Fland's words, Xiaogang felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that Fland was still blaming him for forcing him to close the academy. Lu Erlong was very dissatisfied and stepped forward to comfort him. Old Fland, I know you are upset about Shrek Academy's closure, but Xiaogang is also feeling uncomfortable. How about this? I'll give you Landedon Academy. Landedon Academy? Fland felt a bit moved, but sighed and refused. Forget it, Sister Erlong. How can I take your things? What is yours of mine? Why are you being so calculative? Lu Erlong patted Fland's shoulder in a carefree manner and said, didn't you say before? Running an academy is worth it no matter how hard it is. As for the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, although the treatment is good, it's still working for someone else. Fland remained silent, and Lu Erlong continued, go to Landedon Academy. At that time, I will change the name of the academy to Shrek Academy. You can be the dean, and I will be the vice dean. How about that? Chapter 73. The new Shrek Academy. Fland's eyes lit up, and he was so excited that he couldn't speak for a long time. This was a free academy. He pretended to cough and said, Sister Erlong, can I ask how your academy is? You know, the children are going to participate in the Soul Master competition in a year. Lu Erlong confidently replied, don't worry. My Landedon Academy is registered in the Heaven-Do Empire and is a legal advanced academy. It's located in Heaven-Do City, and it has a simulated training environment. Although it can't compare to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, you can be the master there and also re-establish Shrek Academy. Fland listened and was very excited. After pondering for a long time, he said, this, Sister Erlong, really puts me in a difficult position. What is so difficult about it? You're getting an academy for free, and you're still feeling troubled? Lu Erlong rolled her eyes at him, looking a bit resentful. Fland felt a bit awkward and looked at Xiaogang. The little monsters were very resentful toward Xiaogang, and none of them liked him too much. Even his disciples expressed their dislike for Xiaogang. In the past, the little monsters didn't know Xiaojang's true strength and regarded him as a mysterious master. Now that they knew he had no soul power, they probably would reject his training. At this moment, Xiaogang also noticed Fland's expression and asked, are you worried that the children will reject my training because I have no soul power? Fland awkwardly smiled, and Xiaogang confidently said, I know that geniuses have their pride. But as long as my training can help them and make them stronger, why would they reject it? After all, earning the admiration of geniuses is a great honor for me. Fland sighed and said, how about this? I will still ask the opinions of Wujia and the others. After all, such a big matter should be discussed with them. Xiaogang stood up and said, all right, then I will go with you and call the children. After all, before coming here, Xiaogang also took a look at the students of Landedon Academy. Since Landedon Academy only recruits commoners and does not accept nobles, the talents of these students were mostly not high. Among them, the one with the best talent was a boy named Tai Long, but compared to the children from Shrek, there was still a gap. Rather than train ordinary students, Xiaogang preferred to train geniuses. Only by training geniuses could he feel a greater sense of achievement. At this moment, In the cafeteria, Ma Hongjun was gnawing on a chicken leg and asked, by the way, why has that master come back again? Oscar replied, I don't know. Maybe he figured things out and decided to stay. Ning Rongrong expressed some dissatisfaction. Really? So what does that mean we still have to let him train us in the future? Dai Mubai shrugged nonchalantly. Anyway, we are already at the Tiando Royal Academy, which has simulated training facilities. We can also train by ourselves later. Ming Iran, feeling a bit worried, said, I wonder how Zilong is doing now. Seriously, he suddenly ran out without saying why. Zhao Wujie and a few other teachers were sitting at another table when Dai Mubai asked, Teacher Zhao, who is that woman who came with the master today? Oh, her. She is Lu Erlong, one of the Golden Iron Triangle along with the dean and the master, and an old acquaintance of the dean, Zhao Wujie replied while drinking beer. All right, little monsters, get some rest early tonight. Tomorrow you will be preparing for enrollment, he added. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Flender entered with Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang, saying, Everyone is here. Dean, everyone greeted Flender. Flender looked at all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy and said, Great, since everyone is here, I have something to discuss, and I would like to hear your opinions. Ma Hongjun asked, Teacher, what happened? Flender gestured to Lu Erlong and said, This is Lu Erlong, one of the Golden Iron Triangle, known as the Killing Angel, and also my friend. Now, Xiaojiang and Tang San Xiao Wu have gone to Lu Erlong's Lamba Academy. They're hoping that our Shrek Academy will go there as well. Hearing this, everyone immediately showed some discontent, but Flender continued. Lamba Academy is a high-level academy registered in the Tiando Empire and can provide qualifications for the Soul Master competition a year later. Lu Erlong has promised me that as long as we go over, she will change the name of Lamba Academy to Shrek Academy. Change the name to Shrek Academy? Everyone was surprised to hear this. At this moment, Lu Erlong also stepped forward and said with great authority, That's right. As long as Boss Fu is willing to go to the Lamba Academy, I will give the entire academy to you. At that time, Boss Fu will be the principal, and I will be the vice principal. Of course, the original vice principal of Shrek will still hold the position of vice principal. I also hope that all the teachers and students of Shrek can join us. After all, you all came from Shrek Academy. I can tell you that Boss Fu has closed the old Shrek Academy, not so that you can come to the Tiando Royal Academy to work for others. You all belong to Shrek. Closing the old academy is to establish a better Shrek Academy, right, Boss Fu? Flander listened, feeling quite awkward. Ahem, Erlong, that's enough. I'm feeling embarrassed with you saying that. Zhao Wujie, surprised, asked, Are you saying you're going to give the principal an academy? That's right. At this moment, Flanders also spoke up. The situation now is that the Tiando Royal Academy has started offering us high salaries, but Long said he wants to give us the Lamba Academy. One option is to work for others, and the other is to be our own masters. Personally, I lean towards establishing a new Shrek Academy. Of course, building a new Shrek Academy will definitely be tough, so I want to see what you all think. The teachers exchanged glances, and Zhao Wujie stepped forward and said, Boss, we will definitely support you. After all, compared to working for others and watching their faces, it's best for us to establish our own Shrek Academy. However, at this point, Zhao Wujie looked at Lu Erlong and said, But, Dean Lu Erlong, can we take a look at your Lamba Academy? Of course, Lu Erlong said with a commanding tone. So, does this mean you all agree? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie felt a bit awkward and said, For us old folks, it doesn't matter, but what do you think? Little monsters? The 6 members of Shrek remained silent. The changes of this day had been too rapid for them to handle. Moreover, everyone was shocked by Lu Erlong's generosity. It was quite a bold move for an academy to offer such a gift. However, they still wanted to see what the Blue Tyrant Academy was really like. Ma Hongjun looked at Yu Xiaogang with some displeasure. He really didn't like Yu Xiaogang, especially earlier in the day. After Yu Xiaogang left, all the students seemed to hold a public criticism meeting against him, listing all his shortcomings. But by the evening, the situation changed, and Yu Xiaogang would continue to be their training teacher. Although Ma Hongjun was dissatisfied, he still spoke up, saying, I will listen to the teacher. Wherever the teacher goes, I will follow. Dai Mubai thought for a moment and said, Actually, I prefer to establish a new Shrek Academy. Besides, both Xuqing and I are from the Star Luo Empire, so it's really not appropriate for us to join the Heaven Do Royal Academy. After all, Dai Mubai was also a member of the Star Luo Royal family. The Heaven Do Royal Academy was founded by the Heaven Do Royal family, and the 2 great empires of Heaven Do and Star Luo had always been adversaries. As a prince, Dai Mubai had been influenced since childhood and naturally felt a bit of repulsion towards the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Oscar remained silent and turned his gaze to Ning Rongrong, asking, I don't know, Rongrong, what about you? Ning Rongrong shook her head and passed the question to Meng Iran, saying, I don't know either, Iran. What do you think? Meng Yiran didn't think much and directly said, I also don't know, but I want to wait here for Zilong to come back. His decision will be my decision then. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt a bit uncomfortable, a trace of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Yes, Meng Yiran could stay here to wait for Zhao Zilong. But what reason did she have to stay and wait for Zhao Zilong? At this moment, Yu Xiaojing noticed that Zhao Zilong was not here, standing with his hands behind his back in a masterly pose, proudly asking, where did Zhao Zilong go? He's not here, Flinder explained, due to some special reasons. He went out with Douluo. I don't know what they're doing specifically. Douluo? Yu Xiaojing was taken aback and asked, how does he have anything to do with Douluo? How would I know? Flinder was also a bit speechless. A teenager in his teens and a titled Douluo in his 70s. Even Douluo's granddaughter was several years older than Zhao Zilong. He simply couldn't understand how the two of them ended up together, and added, Douluo seems to have a good impression of Zilong, and even proposed to take him as his disciple, but Zilong rejected it. How long did you give him off? Flinder replied, a month. You should be back after a month. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing immediately decided, then let's not wait for him. Leave him a message. He will naturally know when he comes back in a month. Flinder hesitated upon hearing this, while Lu Erlong was displeased and walked up, saying, Flinder, why are you being so indecisive? Do you look down on my Lamba Academy? Ahem, okay. Since it's already decided, let's go to Lamba Academy together. Saying this, Flinder looked at Meng Yiran and said, Yiran, how about we go to Lamba Academy first? We can establish the new Shrek Academy there and wait for Zilong to come back slowly. Meng Yiran glanced at Flinder, then at Yu Xiaojing. She had never liked Yu Xiaojing much, and now that she learned he was useless, her dislike turned into hatred. However, Flinder's words left Meng Yiran unsure of how to refuse. At this moment, Meng Yiran spoke up, how about this? I will go find Dugu Yin now and have her take me to find Douluo. I will first tell Zilong about this matter. All right, Flinder replied helplessly, knowing that a significant reason for Meng Yiran joining Shrek Academy was because of Zhao Zilong. Moreover, Flinder is not a fool. From Meng Yiran's previous words, it was already clear that Meng Yiran really does not like Yu Xiaojing. It said that girls hold grudges, and Flinder didn't take it seriously before, because Lu Erlong's personality is not particularly carefree. However, he didn't expect to encounter it for real today. Meng Yiran's rejection was also noticed by Yu Xiaojing, but he didn't speak up, as he knew he would face the students' rejection when they discovered he had no soul power. At this moment, Zhao Zilong, in Douluo's medicinal garden, finally absorbed the Wangchuan Xiushui Du and quietly said, Byakugan. Suddenly, the surrounding world turned black and white, and this time he could see even further and clearer. Upon closer inspection, he could even see the dust in the air. This is the meridians of animals and insects, as well as plants, all clearly visible, and I can see up to a distance of 5,000 meters, increasing my field of vision tenfold. Zhao Zilong also saw his own arm. He could not only clearly see the blood flow in his arm, but also all the acupoints on his hand, like individual light spots, all clearly visible. This is certainly a reconnaissance eye. The range is impressive. Zhao Zilong couldn't help but exclaim, and after using the Wangchuan Xiushui Du, his spiritual power also received a significant boost, allowing him to use Byakugan for extended periods without issue. Forget it, I should quickly prepare some medicine for Douluo, Zhao Zilong said, thinking that to detoxify Douluo, he could just use his own blood, controlling the ratio would suffice. But he still needed to concoct some medicines to avoid Douluo, thinking detoxification was easy. Soon, Zhao Zilong took out a medicinal cauldron from his soul guide and began refining pills. By noon the next day, Douluo arrived, bringing Meng Yiran with him. Little monster, busy with alchemy? Douluo greeted. Senior Doulu, Zhao Zilong replied, glancing at Meng Yiran beside him and asking in confusion, Yiran, why are you here too? Douluo, with his hands behind his back, turned his back to Zhao Zilong and said, this little girl found Yin Yin last night and told me she wanted to see you, so I brought her along. Chapter 75. Leaving Shrek, Meng Yiran stepped forward, completely uninterested in the herbs, and said, it's like this last night that Yu Xiaojing came again. And he brought along a woman named Lu Erlong. She invited the dean to Lamba Academy and promised to rename the academy to Shrek Academy, hoping all of us would go to Lamba Academy. Lamba Academy? Lu Erlong? Zhao Zilong couldn't help but murmur, so Yu Xiaojing really ended up with Lu Erlong? So it turned out this way. Zhao Zilong furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Meng Yiran's words. Is this the resilience of the storyline? After Yu Xiaojing and Tang San left yesterday, Zhao Zilong had speculated whether Yu Xiaojing would go to Lamba Academy, And to his surprise, he really did. The necessary steps could not be skipped. Meng Yiran listened to Zhao Zilong, but couldn't quite understand. Asking in confusion, Zilong, what are you talking about? Zhao Zilong did not answer, instead looking at Meng Yiran and asking, so, are the dean and the others planning to go to Landedon Academy? Yes. The dean and the others want to go, saying they want to establish a new Shrek Academy, Meng Yiran replied. And you? Zhao Zilong asked. Meng Yiran hesitated a bit, looking at Zhao Zilong and feeling a bit unfair for him. I don't really want to go. Staying at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy isn't bad either. Besides, the Soul Master competition is in a year, and I just feel that Yu Xiaogang is too hypocritical. During the Great Soul Arena, he deliberately didn't let you compete, wanting his disciple to be the focus of the team. Even though Tang San's level isn't higher than yours, he still handed over the command of the team to Tang San. Zhao Zilong chuckled and replied, that's because Tang San is good at commanding, and he's also a control system. Meng Yiran complained, that's definitely not the only reason. You and Tang San both have blue-silver grass martial souls. If you both compete at the same time, your brilliance will surely overshadow Tang San. Yu Xiaogang intentionally didn't let you compete for this reason. Oh, are you so sure? Zhao Zilong said helplessly. This woman really knows how to guess, since they were on the same wavelength. Meng Yiran huffed, dissatisfied, whether it's true or not. I just can't stand him treating you like that. Zhao Zilong did not respond, feeling quite touched, while Meng Yiran noticed Zhao Zilong's silence and nervously said, of course, if you want to go back to Shrek, I will go with you. After all, I am already yours, and I will follow you wherever you go. Saying this, Meng Yiran buried her head in Zhao Zilong's chest. Zhao Zilong pondered for a moment, then wrapped his arms around Meng Yiran and said, all right, then let's do as you say. Actually, I don't like Yu Xiaogang either. My reason is even simpler than yours. I can't stand him acting pretentious all day. Since you've said this, you probably endured him for a long time. Then we won't go back to Shrek. We'll stay at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Meng Yiran nodded excitedly. Douluo, not far away, also sighed, thinking about how these young people are so proactive. He really wonders if his granddaughter will ever have a chance with her personality. Zhao Zilong continued. However, before that, we need to enter the Heaven-Do Royal Academy first. We can't just leave Shrek Academy and find out we can't join Heaven-Do Royal Academy. That would be awkward. After all, such an embarrassing situation had happened to Yu Xiaogang before, and Zhao Zilong didn't want it to happen to him. At this moment, Douluo, who was facing away from Zhao Zilong, spoke up. If you want to join the Tiando Royal Academy, I can help you apply. I believe both Dream Machine and Snowstar will give me this face. Oh, if that's the case, thank you, senior. Douluo walked over and said, all right, little girl. You've seen whom you needed to see and said what you needed to say. It's time to go. Meng Yiran looked at Zhao Zilong with some reluctance. Zilong, I will leave first. Don't show the kind of expression. It's not like we won't see each other again. Zhao Zilong replied with a reassuring smile. Soon, Douluo left with Meng Yiran. Now, Zhao Zilong could no longer gain any benefits from the Shrek 7 monsters, and staying at Shrek Academy would make it difficult to win the Soul Master competition a year later. Although the original Shrek 7 monsters ultimately won the championship, it was primarily due to Tang San. Now that Tang San no longer had the 8 spider lances, the Shrek 7 monsters also lacked their divine items, and Zhao Zilong had stripped them of their innate soul power, especially Tang San, who had lost 2 levels of innate soul power. Their strength had diminished significantly compared to the original story. A year later, aside from Dai Mubai possibly reaching the Soul Master level, the others would hardly be able to reach that level, and whether Shrek Academy could pass the preliminaries would still be a question. Moreover, the head spirit bone of the champion, which Zhao Zilong is very envious of, seems to be around 60,000 years old. This spirit bone is very suitable for Tang San's purple extreme magic eye and can naturally match with his Byakugan. However, Zhao Zilong has never considered giving Tang San any celestial products. Without giving Tang San celestial products, naturally, he cannot give celestial products to the others in Shrek Academy. Otherwise, he would definitely be criticized. If he had to choose between the Blue Silver Emperor and the Head Spirit Bone, Zhao Zilong would definitely choose the Blue Silver Emperor. But now that the opportunity arises to part ways with Shrek Academy, he should take this chance to distance himself from them. After all, there is no more profit to gain from Shrek Academy. Next, Zhao Zilong's goal is the Head Spirit Bone in the Soul Master competition a year later. To achieve ultimate victory, a powerful team is necessary. In terms of overall strength, the combat power of the Tiando Royal Academy is higher than that of Shrek Academy. So the chances of winning the championship would naturally be greater. Not long after, Douluo returned and called out, "Little monster, is the antidote ready?" Zhao Zilong stood up and looked at Douluo, saying, "I can help Douluo detoxify at any time. However, Senior Douluo, your situation is a bit more complicated. There are two methods. One is a quick fix, and the other is a gradual approach." "Oh, what's the quick fix, and what's the gradual approach?" Douluo asked. Zhao Zilong grinned and teased, "I have a special acupuncture technique called Huayang Needle Method. This method, when combined with the powerful poison of the ice-fire yin-yang eyes, can eliminate all your poison. Of course, while eliminating your poison, your soul power will also be significantly damaged. This is what we call a quick fix." "Kid, are you deliberately messing with me?" Douluo's expression darkened upon hearing this. He would rather let the poison remain in his body than do something that would damage his cultivation. He coldly asked, "What's the second gradual approach for treatment?" Zhao Zilong smiled and replied, "This treatment will take about a year. If successful, it will not only relieve your suffering from the severe pain, but may even help you elevate your cultivation level." "Are you serious?" Douluo excitedly grabbed Zhao Zilong. "That's right." Douluo released Zhao Zilong and calmed his excited heart before turning around and saying, "Oh, then tell me how the second method works." Zhao Zilong explained, "Using medicine to detoxify you. However, rather than saying it's detoxification, it's more about reasonably utilizing the toxins." "Utilizing the toxins?" Douluo frowned and asked, "How to utilize them?" Zhao Zilong explained, "The main reason you're being backfired by the powerful poison of your martial soul is that your martial soul is a beast martial soul, and your body acts as a carrier for the poison. If it were a weapon martial soul, you could force the toxins into the martial soul, just like my martial soul, Blue Silvergrass. However, even with a beast martial soul, as long as you can force the toxins into the spirit bones for storage, it will be fine." "Stored in the spirit bones?" Upon hearing this, Douluo suddenly realized, that's right, the powerful poison can be stored in the spirit bones. "Wait, the poison in my body has already penetrated into the marrow and has basically merged with my soul power," he continued. "So, the following treatment is crucial." Zhao Zilong looked meaningfully at Douluo and said, "Initially, I had no confidence in treating you. However, the medicinal herbs here are very complete, and I have everything I need. There are even many herbs I have only seen in books. Plus, thanks to your body benefiting from the ice-fire yin-yang eyes, even with your poison, I have about a 70 confidence in being able to cure you." Douluo's brows furrowed involuntarily. 70 confidence? Zhao Zilong spread his hands in a helpless manner and explained, "Your poison has already merged with your soul power. To detoxify you without harming your cultivation is a long process, and having 70 confidence is already quite high." Douluo crossed his arms and said coldly, "But how can I trust that you can cure the poison in my body? If you don't believe it, then forget it." Zhao Zilong rolled his eyes and complained, "At first, I only agreed to treat Douluo. I never said I would treat you. It was Douluo who asked me to treat your poison, and you just brought me here talking about it for so long." Douluo's eyes twitched in anger as he coldly said, "Are you not going to treat me?" Zhao Zilong rolled his eyes and replied, "With the herbs here, I do have a 70 confidence in treating you, but this is conditional. Do you want to get it for free?" As Douluo listened, he was immediately enraged. With a wave of his soul power, he directly pulled Zhao Zilong over and grabbed him by the neck, coldly saying, "Kid, do you really think I dare not kill you? Hey, business is business. Moreover, what good would it do you to kill me? Do you want to see Douluo die?" Zhao Zilong looked at Douluo and immediately shouted, "Besides, the whole world knows that I came here with you. If you kill me, Douluo will have to accompany me in death, and you will face even worse persecution than before." Douluo, upon hearing this, became even angrier and pushed Zhao Zilong away, turning around to ponder in his mind, thinking, "Wait, could this kid's condition be related to Yin Yin? If that's the case, it wouldn't be a loss. No. This little monster is too clever. His conditions are probably not simple. Speak, what are your conditions?" Douluo said coldly, with his back to Zhao Zilong. Seeing that he had Douluo fooled, Zhao Zilong smiled slightly and said to himself, "As for the conditions, let me think. I want soul bones over 50,000 years. But it seems you don't have that either. Otherwise, tell me, what valuable things do you have?" Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, a smile appeared on Douluo's face as he replied, "Valuable things? The most valuable thing I have is this medicinal garden. If you fancy any herbs, just take them." "Herbs? There are indeed some good herbs here. Even if you don't mention it, I would secretly take some." Douluo's eyes twitched slightly as Zhao Zilong continued, "However, I don't have any soul guides to carry living things." Douluo looked somewhat helpless and said, "I have one here. Soon, Dugu Bo took out a soul guide and said, "This soul guide is called the treasure bag of all things. It can carry living things. Take it." Zhao Zilong took the treasure bag of all things, and Dugu Bo stood with his hands behind his back and asked, "How about it? In this way, I have fulfilled your conditions, right? Consider it fulfilled." Zhao Zilong smiled playfully and said, "Actually, even if you didn't give me these things, I would still help you detoxify." "Oh." Dugu Bo, hearing this, asked with a hint of mockery, "Why?" Zhao Zilong chuckled lightly and replied, "Of course, it's because of Dugu Yin. What else could it be?" Dugu Bo felt a bit awkward upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words. Are young people nowadays this direct? Dugu Bo then said, "I want to interfere with your pursuit of Yin Yin, but that girl Meng Yiran seems to be your girlfriend, right?" Zhao Zilong did not answer, but smiled and said, "Yiran, she's a very good girl. Senior Dugu, let us first focus on detoxifying." At this moment, Dugu Bo was also deep in thought. Although Zhao Zilong did not answer him, he did not deny Meng Yiran either. While it is not impossible for two women to serve one man, Dugu Yin was a very proud person, and it was unlikely that she would agree to such a situation. Detoxification is possible, but, as he spoke, Dugu Bo summoned his martial spirit, the Emerald Poison Snake Emperor. Soon, the Poison Snake Emperor spat out a poison pearl, which fell into Dugu Bo's hand. "Eat it." "How disgusting." Zhao Zilong looked at it with great disdain. However, Dugu Bo did not give Zhao Zilong a chance to refuse and directly shoved the poison pearl into Zhao Zilong's mouth, which quickly slid down into his stomach. "Damn it, this almost made me sick," Zhao Zilong thought, but soon he felt his soul power beginning to increase in his chest. "You can feel it, right? Little monster." Dugu Bo stood with his hands behind his back, looking cold and indifferent. "This poison pearl contains half of my cultivation. As long as you treat me smoothly, I will take it out for you later. Moreover, having this poison pearl in your body will only bring you benefits, not drawbacks." Dugu Bo did not give Zhao Zilong a chance to respond and said, "All right, let's start the treatment. You're really heartless. I kindly treat you. Yet you are so guarded against me," Zhao Zilong said with a hint of grievance. Dugu Bo felt a bit embarrassed and said, "How about this? As long as you help me successfully remove the poison, I will help you pursue Yin Yin. And I can also agree to 3 conditions that do not violate my principles. It's a deal." Chapter 77, Heartbroken Red. A month later, Zhao Zilong's efforts in helping Dugu Bo with the poison had already shown some effectiveness. Dugu Bo did not keep Zhao Zilong locked in his garden all the time. One day, Zhao Zilong went back to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy with Dugu Bo. Dugu Bo said, "All right, little monster, I'll drop you off here. Remember to help Yin Yin with her poison when you have time. As for the severe poison in me, take your time." Zhao Zilong nodded and replied, "Dugu Yin, doesn't he have a soul bone? So there is no way to force the soul bone together like you do. You should hurry and find her a soul bone. Besides, the severe poison in her body isn't too much and can be resolved easily. However, before that, how do you plan to help me pursue your granddaughter?" Hearing Zhao Zilong speak so directly, Dugu Bo coughed twice and stepped forward, saying, "Rest assured, I will speak well for you regarding Yin Yan. Also, Yu Qianheng has already reached the soul zone level. If you want to gain Yin Yan's trust, you must first defeat Yu Qianheng. Has he reached level 41 already?" Zhao Zilong stroked his chin, somewhat amused. Just then, Meng Yiran ran over to Zhao Zilong. Dugu Bo, with his hands behind his back, looked at Zhao Zilong with a hint of annoyance and said, "You little monster are really greedy. You already have such a beautiful girlfriend. Yet you still have your mind on my granddaughter. If it were someone else, I would have to teach him a lesson." Zhao Zilong felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Old monster, that's not fair. I'm saving Dugu Yin, okay? Don't worry. I'm definitely not someone who clings desperately. If Dugu Yin really likes Yu Qianheng, I won't pester her too much. I'm just worried that if Dugu Yin ends up with Yu Qianheng, I won't be responsible if she ends up lonely." Dugu Bo remembered what Zhao Zilong had told him not long ago and said in a low voice, "Little monster, does the Spirit Hall?" "I don't know about that, but the Spirit Hall has been dissatisfied with the top 3 sects for a long time. Old monster, I advise you not to get too close to the top 3 sects, especially the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect." Zhao Zilong said somewhat seriously, "The Haotian sect is aligned with the Star Luo Empire. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is aligned with the Heaven-Do Empire. And only the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect remains neutral. Although it is one of the top 3 sects, it does not form alliances or take sides, which can sometimes be a mistake." Dugu Bo fell silent upon hearing this. Over the years, he had seen the Spirit Hall's power grow stronger, and he knew a little about it. Even though the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was one of the top 3 sects, it did not align with the Spirit Hall or the two great empires and remained completely neutral. If the Spirit Hall and the two great empires were to target someone in the future, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would be the most likely target. Even if it was one of the top 3 sects, it still fell far short compared to the two great empires and the Spirit Hall. Zilong, you've returned. Meng Yiran excitedly hugged Zhao Zilong, then turned to Du Bo and greeted him. Greetings, Senior Dugu. Dugu Bo gently nodded and said, Little monster, I'll take my leave now. Remember to refine medicine for me. After I finish the medicine I have in a few days, I'll come find you. Okay. After watching Dugu Bo leave, Meng Yiran began to check Xiao Zilong's body and asked, Zilong, over the past month, has Dugu Bo done anything to you? No. Don't think too much. Dugu Bo is a titled Douluo. How could he possibly do anything to a junior like me? Xiao Zilong smiled as he held Meng Yiran in his arms and asked, By the way, have Dean Flinder and the others left? Yes. Meng Yiran nodded lightly and replied, They have gone to the Blue Tyrant Academy now, but when I went there a few days ago, it had already been renamed Shrek Academy. I filled out your enrollment paperwork, and I also applied for an independent courtyard. By the way, my soul power has now reached level 33, although it's still far behind you. Xiao Zilong hugged Meng Yiran and smiled. It doesn't matter. This time, I brought you a good thing that can definitely increase your soul power significantly. What is it? Is it a soul bone? Meng Yiran asked eagerly. Xiao Zilong didn't answer, pretending to be mysterious. Don't worry, it's definitely something good. Let's South go to your place. It's not convenient to show you here. Okay. Soon, they arrived at the courtyard. Although it was smaller than Duguyan's courtyard, it was still quite nice overall. Upon entering the main hall, Meng Yiran excitedly asked, Zilong, what exactly is the good thing you mentioned? Try this first. Xiao Zilong took out a potted plant from his soul guide, revealing a beautiful flower called Xiangxi Duanchong. How beautiful! What kind of flower is this? Meng Yiran looked at Xiangxi Duanchong with excitement. Girls love flowers, especially when given flowers by someone they like. This flower is called Xiangxi Duanchong. Xiao Zilong explained. It also has a tragic story behind it. Long ago, there was a young man who was gentle and loved to plant flowers. His garden was filled with blue lotuses and all kinds of colorful flowers. He usually composed poems about flowers and invited the moon to drink with him. Whenever flowers fell or withered, he would feel immense sorrow and gather the petals to bury them, shedding tears repeatedly. As the saying goes, love moves heaven and earth. His love for flowers moved the flower fairy in the heavens, and they secretly became husband and wife. However, good times didn't last long. The gods learned of this and were furious, declaring that immortals and mortals could not be matched. They ordered the flower fairy to return to the divine realm. Since the young man lost his beloved, he sighed and lamented every day, abandoning his love for flowers, causing the garden to fall into disrepair. One day, an old man with white hair came and told him that the white peony he loved in the garden was the reincarnation of his wife. He only needed to destroy the flower, and the flower fairy would lose her immortal body and descend to the mortal realm to reunite with him. But he must never abandon his love for flowers. After saying this, he turned into a gentle breeze and left. The young man suddenly realized his mistake and regretted treating the flowers poorly. He took special care of the plants, but although he loved his wife, he couldn't bear to destroy the peony. Instead, he cared for it even more, crying and drinking with the flowers day and night until he eventually died with a broken heart, shedding blood on the petals. Xiao Zilong looked at Meng Yiran and continued. Xiangxi Duanchong is the king of all flowers and can be said to be the finest among celestial products. If you can consume it, your soul power can increase by at least 10 levels. 10 levels? Meng Yiran was shocked to hear this. Xiao Zilong smiled gently and said, That's right. When picking it, you must think of your beloved with sincere feelings and drop a drop of blood on the petals. If you have any doubts, even if you bleed to death, you won't be able to pick the flower. Once the flower is picked, as long as it's near its owner, it will never wither. Do you want to give it a try? Chapter 78. Giving Meng Yiran a celestial herb. Meng Yiran nodded and closed her eyes, then summoned her martial soul, the snake staff. She cut her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the Xiangxi Duanchong. Although Meng Yiran tried to think of Xiao Zilong, as soon as she thought of Ning Rongrong and Duguyan, she felt uncomfortable. The next moment, Xiangxi Duanchong released a wave of spiritual impact that made Meng Yiran take several steps back. At this moment, Meng Yiran looked at Xiangxi Duanchong with some reluctance and said, Sore Zilong. It's okay. The requirements for Xiangxi Duanchong regarding feelings are very high. Although it's a top flower, it's still very difficult to pick. Xiao Zilong put the forgetting poison flying flower back into the treasure pouch and then took out a fairy herb, saying, in the medicinal garden of Senior Dugu. Although the forgetting poison flying flower is the king of flowers and has the best medicinal effects, it is also the hardest to consume. This fairy herb, while not as potent as the forgetting poison flying flower, is very suitable for you. What is it called? Meng Yiran asked, looking at the flower. Forgive poison flying flower. Zhao Zilong explained. I searched for a long time in Dugubo's medicinal garden to find this one. It matches your martial soul the best. After consumption, it is very suitable for poison-using soul masters. Thank you, Zilong, Meng Yiran said gratefully as she took the forgive poison flying flower. Zhao Zilong also took out an 8-petal fairy orchid from the treasure pouch and said, Good, then let's absorb the fairy products together. Okay. Meng Yiran gently nodded and asked while looking at the forgetting poison flying flower in her hand. By the way, how do I consume this forgetting poison flying flower? Just eat its petals, Zhao Zilong explained, then took out a flask of wine from the soul guide device and said, Because the petals of the forgetting poison flying flower are highly toxic, but don't worry. The alcohol can reduce the toxicity. Should I eat them one by one or all at once? Meng Yiran asked, looking at the wine gourd. Zhao Zilong explained, Eat them all at once. Then take a sip of wine and use your soul power to absorb the medicinal effect of the forgetting poison flying flower. Understood. Soon, Meng Yiran plucked all the petals of the forgetting poison flying flower and put them in her mouth, then drank half of the wine from the gourd and began to sit cross-legged on the sofa to absorb the medicinal power. Zhao Zilong was also unceremonious, directly consuming the 8-petal immortal orchid. The 8-petal immortal orchid has the mildest medicinal effects among all immortal herbs. Although Zhao Zilong had already consumed 3 immortal herbs, he still wanted to continue with a 4th. After swallowing the 8-petal immortal orchid, Zhao Zilong immediately felt the energy within him begin to surge explosively, even making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He quickly sat cross-legged to absorb the medicinal power. This immortal herb really shouldn't be taken in excess. Now that I have this feeling of stagnation, Zhao Zilong thought to himself as he felt his soul power continuously surging. Fortunately, the medicinal properties of the 8-petal immortal orchid were gentle. Even though he experienced this feeling of stagnation, it wasn't too intense or painful. Far from the icy hot sensation he felt when absorbing the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Half an hour later, Meng Yiran jumped up from the sofa, excitedly saying, My soul power has increased by 5 levels. Seeing Zhao Zilong still absorbing the 8-petal immortal orchid beside her, Meng Yiran didn't dare to disturb him. Although she really wanted to share this joy with Zhao Zilong, she held back. Another half an hour passed before Zhao Zilong slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Meng Yiran couldn't hold back any longer and ran over excitedly. Zilong, you're awake? How many levels has your soul power increased? Zhao Zilong stood up and replied, 2 levels. I'm now at level 40. After absorbing the soul ring, it should increase a bit more. I've increased by 5 levels. Thank you so much, Zilong. Saying this, Meng Yiran excitedly hugged Zhao Zilong and kissed him directly on the lips. Zhao Zilong also kissed Meng Yiran, holding her and saying, This is just the first step in soul power absorption. The medicinal properties of the forgetting poison flying flower can last until level 60. During this time, your body will absorb the effects bit by bit. The cultivation speed of soul power is incredibly fast. Even a genius with full innate soul power can't match your speed. Really? Meng Yiran asked excitedly. Of course, Zhao Zilong said, leaning in to kiss Meng Yiran's soft lips. Do you think I would lie to you? Hearing this, Meng Yiran hugged Zhao Zilong even more excitedly. Thank you, Zilong. You're really so good to me. So how do you plan to reward me? Zhao Zilong pressed his forehead against Meng Yiran's and, with a mischievous smile, said, For the past month, I've been in Dugubo's medicinal garden, missing you terribly. Don't you plan to do something? Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran's delicate face turned slightly red. She lightly punched Zhao Zilong's chest and pulled him along, her eyes charming. Really, I missed you so much too, come here. Zhao Zilong immediately followed her. It is often said that men are lecherous, but women can be even more so. Once a little is revealed, the rest follows. In broad daylight, the two performed a beautiful display of passion on the bed. On the other side, at the spirit hall, a girl with short golden hair and a somewhat seductive gaze entered the main hall, handing over the documents in her hand. Teacher, this is the information you requested. The noble woman, sitting on the papal throne, slightly extended her jade finger, and the documents in the girl's hand flew towards her. This noble woman was Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong looked at the documents in her hand. These were the materials she had previously asked someone to find about the Shrek team. She was already aware of most of the information about everyone, but there were two individuals whose information she could not uncover. At this moment, Bibi Dong held 3 pieces of information in her hands concerning Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhao Zilong. Is there still no information about him before he joined Shrek Academy? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow as she looked at Zhao Zilong's data. Tang San. His martial soul is blue silvergrass, but according to Xiaogang's theory, you should have 2 martial souls. In Holy Soul Village, your father is also named Tang Hao. This shouldn't be a coincidence. Bibi Dong's eyes turned cold as she examined Tang San's information. Although Tang Hao heavily injured Qian Xuanji, creating an opportunity for her to kill him, Bibi Dong would not thank Tang Hao, as they were destined to be enemies. Finally, she picked up Xiao Wu's information and looked at her photo, coldly remarking, "You must be that little rabbit who escaped back then. But let's confirm first. If you really are that little rabbit who ran away, then I'll use you as my spirit ring." Chapter 79. Preparing to search for spirit rings. Nana. You just reached level 49 not long ago, right? Bibi Dong put down the materials and asked Hulaina. Yes, teacher. Hulaina nodded in response. In next year's Soul Master competition, I will definitely reach the Soul King level. A Soul King under 20 years old is indeed very rare. It's no wonder she's my disciple. Bibi Dong stood up, feeling gratified. You should pay a little attention to these two. Although I don't know if they will participate in next year's Soul Master competition, they will surely become prominent figures in the Douluo Continent in the future. Hulaina took the materials and looked at the 2 individuals on them, frowning slightly. Tang San, Zhao Zilong, teacher. Are these 2 really just blue silver grass martial souls? Bibi Dong nodded seriously. That's right, but like me, they are very likely to possess twin martial souls. Twin martial souls? Hulaina was surprised to hear this. Bibi Dong approached Hulaina, placing her hand on her shoulder. Nana, you need to understand that although your talent is great, there are other talented soul masters on this Douluo Continent who are not inferior to you. Yes, disciple understands. The next day, after a whole day of battle with Meng Yuran, both were extremely hungry early in the morning and arrived at the cafeteria. Coincidentally, Duge Yin and Yu Tianheng were also having their meal in the cafeteria. Duge Yin's gaze slightly dodged as she looked at Zhao Zilong. She was very grateful to him. However, every time her grandfather Duge Bo met her, he would speak highly of Zhao Zilong in her ear, trying to persuade Duge Yin to break up with Yu Tianheng. "Oh, Tianheng bro, Yin sis, you 2 are here too." Zhao Zilong approached them in a familiar manner. Duge Yin looked at Zhao Zilong with a bit of awkwardness in her eyes and greeted him with a smile. "Long time no see, Zilong." Zhao Zilong asked, "Sister Yin, do you know where Duge's elder is now?" Duge Yin helplessly replied, "Well, my grandfather is like a dragon that shows its head but not its tail. He has always been the one to find me. If I want to find him, I usually write a letter and leave it at home, and he will come to look for me in a couple of days. Is that so? Do you have something to discuss with my grandfather?" Duge Yin asked. "There is a little matter, but since he is not here, it's fine." Zhao Zilong did not mention that he was looking for Duge Bo to help him obtain the 4th soul ring. He thought to himself that he should have taken the 8-petal immortal orchid back in the medicine garden, and with Duge Bo, a title Doa, as his aide, getting a 10,000-year soul ring would have been a piece of cake. Yu Tianheng was somewhat displeased. These days, he had clearly felt a strange distance from Duge Yin, and he was still brooding over his previous defeat to Zhao Zilong. He had no good feelings towards Zhao Zilong and said coldly, "Zhao Zilong, I remember you are from Shrek Academy, right? Dai Mubai and the others have already returned to Shrek Academy. Why are you 2 still here?" With Yu Tianheng being so indifferent, Zhao Zilong wouldn't let him off easily and teased, "Why am I still here?" "Of course, it's for Sister Yin." Zhao Zilong, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't say things that can be misunderstood. Duge Yin immediately stood up and denied it in a bit of a panic. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng's expression became even more unpleasant, and he suddenly felt a green light above his head. Zhao Zilong, however, ignored Yu Tianheng's dark face and looked at Duge Yin with some amusement, asking, "So why do you think I stayed?" Suddenly, Zhao Zilong felt a sharp pain as Meng Yuran pinched his waist with 2 fingers, causing him to cry out in agony. Meng Yuran let out a soft grunt, glaring fiercely at Zhao Zilong before pulling him aside, leaving Duge Yin, who was embarrassed, and Yu Tianheng, who had a dark expression, behind. Yu Tianheng coldly stared at Duge Yin and said, "Yinzi, be honest with me. Is there something going on between you and Zhao Zilong? Is he harassing you?" "No." Tianheng, Duge Yin was unsure how to respond and explained, "It's mainly because I have something to ask him, and my grandfather is also involved." "Duge Elder?" Yu Tianheng frowned slightly. Duge Yin continued, Recently, my grandfather has been insisting that I break up with you and hopes I can be with Zhao Zilong. However, I only feel gratitude towards Zhao Zilong, and I'm 6 years older than him, so it's impossible for me to be with him. Yu Qianheng was stunned upon hearing this and asked, why does Douluo Elder want you to be with Zhao Zilong? Is it just because of his talent? Also, why do you feel grateful to him? What exactly happened between you two? Douluo Yin hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell Yu Qianheng. Actually, I have been suffering from the backlash of the Wuhuan by Lin Shi poison, and my body has long been poisoned. What? Yin Zi, you're poisoned? Yu Qianheng exclaimed in surprise. Douluo Yin nodded, and Yu Qianheng asked, have you sought help from anyone? Can't Douluo Bo also cure this poison? There's nothing that can be done. My grandfather can't cure it either. Douluo Yin shook her head and said, only Zhao Zilong can cure my poison. All right, Qianheng. Don't ask too much about this matter. Just leave it to me. I will have a good talk with Zilong and my grandfather. Clearly, Douluo Yin did not want to say more about this, and after hearing this, Yu Qianheng fell silent and did not press further. At this time, in the distance, Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran were together. Meng Yiran looked at Zhao Zilong with a sulky expression, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction as she said, humph. We're just big pig's hoofs. Is that Douluo Yin really that great? Although she's quite pretty, I'm not bad-looking either. Zhao Zilong coughed awkwardly a couple of times and said, Yiran, I didn't say anything just now. Besides, I'm speaking the truth. I really stayed behind to help her with her poison. You still say that. Meng Yiran's beautiful face turned even redder with anger, and she pinched Zhao Zilong's arm hard, making him wince in pain. Meng Yiran said proudly, in any case, you're not allowed to flirt with Douluo Yin anymore. Also, your girlfriend is me. After I help her with the poison, just ignore her. I'm not looking for Douluo Yin at all. I'm looking for Poison Douluo to help me get a soul ring, Zhao Zilong said, feeling a bit speechless. This woman was too sensitive, but it warmed Zhao Zilong's heart. He reached out and pulled Meng Yiran closer, teasing her, but you say I can't contact Douluo Yin next, which might be a bit difficult. This made Meng Yiran even angrier, saying, what is so good about her? Zhao Zilong quickly explained, no, it's not for that reason. The main thing is that we both need to join the royal fighting team and participate in the Soul Master competition a year later. If that's the case, then we will naturally be teammates with Douluo Yin. Also, I heard that the rewards for the Soul Master competition are quite good. Only by joining the first team of the royal fighting team can we have a chance to win the championship. Upon hearing this, although Meng Yiran still felt a bit unhappy, she couldn't find a counter-argument and said, fine, but you mustn't provoke Douluo Yin, and that Yi Lingling is off-limits too. Zhao Zilong rolled his eyes, feeling speechless, while Meng Yiran patted her chest and assured him, Zilong, don't worry. It's just a fourth soul ring, right? I'll go find my grandparents and have them help you get your fourth soul ring. Chapter 80. Thunder Demon Tree 2 days later. Long Gong and Shipa arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy. Meng Yiran excitedly ran over and said, Grandpa, Grandma, you're here. 2 seniors. Zhao Zilong walked over and slightly cupped his fists. Meng Shu approached, stroking his beautiful beard, and said, Zilong, you're still so polite. You can call us Grandpa and Grandma, like Iran does. Zhao Zilong felt a bit embarrassed and said, I haven't team married Iran yet. It's a bit early for that. Long Gong Meng Shu laughed heartily. What's inappropriate about it? Why not get married quickly after you graduate? That way, I can hold my great-grandson sooner. Meng Yiran's face flushed red upon hearing this, but she knew that Zhao Zilong didn't want kids so early. Otherwise, why would he ask her to take contraceptive pills every time after they were together? Moreover, Meng Yiran felt that she was still far from starting a family, especially as a soul master. The higher the soul power, the longer the lifespan. Feeling a bit shy, she said, Grandpa, I didn't come to talk about this. The snake lady also spoke up. All right, old man, the younger generations have their own fortunes, so let's not worry too much. Now, why did you call us here in such a hurry? Meng Yiran immediately said, Grandpa, Grandma, it's like this. Zilong has now reached level 40, and I want you to help him find a suitable spirit ring. Level 40? Upon hearing this, Long Gong and Shipa both exclaimed in disbelief, looking at Zhao Zilong in astonishment. Although they knew Zhao Zilong had exceptional talent, it had only been a little over a year since he had reached level 30 and become a spirit master. To reach level 40 so quickly was astonishing. Meng Yiran then boasted a bit. Grandpa, Grandma, not only has Zilong reached level 40, but I have also reached level 38. I believe it won't be long before I reach level 40 as well. Long Gong Meng Shu looked puzzled and asked, how did you manage to do that? Meng Yiran excitedly explained. It's like this, Zilong gave me a herb called Forget Poison Flying Flower, and after I took it, my spirit power increased by 5 levels. What? A herb? Long Gong Meng Shu looked heartbroken and said, "Oh no, how could you eat things recklessly? This is completely self-destructive." Meng Iran's face turned pale, frightened by Long Gong Meng Shu's words, while Zhao Zilong calmly explained, "Senior, the celestial herb I gave to Ran is not some kind of quick-growing elixir, but a divine product born from the essence of heaven and earth. It is beneficial and harmless to the human body, so please rest assured." Divine product? Long Gong Meng Shu frowned slightly. Zhao Zilong nodded. "That's right, they are all treasures of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of nature, which can help improve cultivation and extend life. Such treasures are rare in the world, and Iran is my woman. I would never harm her." Hearing Zhao Zilong say this, Long Gong Meng Shu had no choice but to accept it. After all, the herb had already been consumed. He immediately changed the subject and asked, "Zilong, do you have a specific type of spirit ring in mind?" Zhao Zilong thought for a moment and asked, "Is there a spirit beast that can explode?" Zhao Zilong had been considering that if he could find a spirit beast that could explode, he could use his blue-silver grass leaves not only to carry deadly poison, but also to explode like a bomb, which would be terrifyingly powerful. Explode? Long Gong Meng Shu pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, there really is." Zhao Zilong couldn't help but think to himself, asking, "What spirit beast is it?" Thunderous Demon Tree. Thunderous Demon Tree? A plant-type spirit beast? Zhao Zilong immediately responded upon hearing the name. Long Gong Meng Shu nodded and explained, "This is a very rare spirit beast. The Thunderous Demon Tree grows in the Thunder Canyon, constantly being struck by lightning, and it produces a fruit called iron watermelon. Once this fruit falls to the ground, the stored lightning inside will be released under pressure, causing the shell to burst and explode, with power as terrifying as thunder." "Great! I want this spirit beast as my spirit ring," Zhao Zilong said excitedly. Long Gong Meng Shu frowned slightly, not expecting Zhao Zilong to choose such a spirit beast for his spirit ring. He asked again, "Zilong, are you sure? You are a control-type spirit master, and the spirit rings of the Thunderous Demon Tree are mostly suitable for attack-type spirit masters. There is no such thing as suitable or not. The best spirit ring is the one that suits me," Zhao Zilong replied without hesitation, directly choosing the Thunderous Demon Tree as his fourth spirit ring. After seeing Zhao Zilong's determination, Long Gong Meng Shu didn't say anything further and agreed. "All right then. By the way, I'll give the medicine for the next half-month to Dugu Yen. The Thunder Canyon is quite far from here. When Dugu Bo runs out of medicine, it will be awkward if there's nothing left," Zhao Zilong said at this moment. As Meng Iran listened to Zhao Zilong's words, she immediately became alert and said, "Give me the medicine. I'll take it to her." I said, "Is it really necessary?" Zhao Zilong rolled his eyes and then handed the medicine bottle to Meng Iran. Seeing their expressions, Long Gong and Shipo were a bit stunned. At this moment, Long Shimeng Shu asked, "Zilong, the Dugu Bo you just mentioned, is it the Dugu Bo of the blue phosphor Douluo?" Zhao Zilong nodded. Long Gong and Shipo were even more puzzled and asked, "How do you know such a big shot?" Zhao Zilong grinned and didn't answer directly. "Maybe it's because I have a great network of friends." Long Gong and Shipa didn't press further, choosing to wait until Meng Iran returned to ask her. Soon, Meng Iran came back, and the group boarded a luxurious carriage, which quickly became quite dull. Long Gong and Shipa had been married for decades and had a great rapport. At this moment, Long Gong Meng Shu spoke up, "Zilong, it will take about a week to reach Thunder Canyon. Since we have some free time, how about we play a game of Go?" Looking at Long Gong Meng Shu pointing at the Go board on the table, Zhao Zilong helplessly said, "But I'm not very good at it." Long Gong Meng Shu stroked his beard and laughed. "No worries, take your time. Just think of it as keeping this old man company to pass the time." Seeing that Long Gong had said so, Zhao Zilong couldn't refuse and had to accompany Long Gong to play chess. The snake woman secretly pulled Meng Iran into another room of the carriage and began to ask about the recent happenings between Meng Iran and Zhao Zilong. Chapter 81. Fourth Soul Ring. Explosion. During the conversation between Snake Lady and Meng Iran shared everything that had happened in the past few days, which surprised Snake Lady. She did not expect that Zhao Zilong, a young man, had such great abilities to help Dugu Bo with the poison. A few days later, Zhao Zilong and his group arrived at Thunder Canyon. "Zilong, you said you wanted a 10,000-year spirit ring?" Long Gong Meng Shu, upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, immediately refused, saying, "No. The fourth spirit ring is usually around 5,000 years. A 10,000-year spirit ring is too high. Only when one's spirit power reaches level 50 can one withstand a 10,000-year spirit ring. That is for ordinary spirit masters. Zhao Zilong explained. I obtained a very good fairy herb in Dugu Bo's medicinal garden. It has enhanced my physique. I believe I can absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring now. Please. Senior Longgong. Seeing Zhao Zilong's insistence, Meng Iran expressed her concern. Zilong, even my grandmother absorbed her 10,000-year spirit ring only after reaching level 60. I have never heard of anyone absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring at level 40. Besides, didn't that master say the limit for the fourth spirit ring is around 5,500 years? Zhao Zilong rolled his eyes and said, What Yu Xiaogang said applies only to the vast majority of spirit masters, but that doesn't mean all spirit masters have to follow his framework to absorb spirit rings. Don't worry, I am confident in my ability. I wouldn't say this if I weren't sure. I've never done anything without confidence. Zhao Zilong patted Meng Iran's shoulder and smiled. Trust me and choose to support me. However, Meng Iran wanted to say more, but seeing Zhao Zilong's confident eyes, she decided not to say anything further. Long Gongming Shu sighed and agreed, all right, since you have made this decision, then go ahead and find a 10,000-year spirit ring. However, I must say, 10,000-year spirit beasts will have soul fluctuations upon death. If you can't handle it, I will interrupt your absorption in time. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, senior. Because Zhao Zilong wanted a 10,000-year spirit ring from the start, the group did not stop and directly went to search for the 10,000-year Thunder Demon tree. The advantage of dealing with plant-type spirit beasts is that they cannot move and can only stay in place, so as long as they do not approach them, they will not be attacked. After wandering in Thunder Canyon for a day, they finally found a Thunder Demon tree that had just reached 10,000 years the next day. With Long Gongmeng Shu, a spirit dual-level presence, it was very easy to severely injure a 10,000-year spirit beast, and Zhao Zilong stepped forward to deliver the final blow. After which a black spirit ring slowly emerged. All right, Zilong, hurry up and absorb the spirit ring. Zhao Zilong said nothing more and directly sat down on the ground to begin absorbing the 10,000-year spirit ring. Long Gong, Snake Lady, and Meng Iran stood by to protect him. Seeing that, Zhao Zilong showed no signs of pressure as he gradually absorbed the spirit ring. Long Gongmeng Shu stroked his beard and smiled. If Zilong can successfully absorb this spirit ring, we might witness a historic moment. On the Douluo Continent, there has never been a spirit master who could absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring at the fourth spirit ring level. Old man, don't be too happy too soon. Snake Lady Tian Xiang said, not as optimistic, and seriously added, if there are any problems during the absorption process, we must stop it immediately. Long Gongmeng Shu nodded in agreement. At this moment, Zhao Zilong's soul power and mental strength were battling against the Millennium Soul Ring, with both sides exhausting each other. His body, having been baptized by the fiery apricot flower and the octagonal ice grass, had strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the absorption of the autumn water dew, his mental power was also very strong. The soul impact from a Millennium Soul beast could not cause any harm to Zhao Zilong. After an hour, Zhao Zilong stood up, and the Millennium Soul Ring had completely integrated into his body, becoming Zhao Zilong's fourth soul ring. At that moment, the system, which had been silent for several months, suddenly activated. Name, Zhao Zilong. Age, 13 years. Martial Soul. Blue-Silver Emperor. Intermediate Martial Soul. Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, not awakened. Innate Soul Power. Level 8. Soul Power. Level 42. Soul Rings. First Soul Ring 999 years. Second Soul Ring 999 years. Third Soul Ring 5,100 years. Fourth Soul Ring 10,500 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill. Bamboo Leaf Sword Rain. Soul Ring taken from Ghost Bamboo. Each bamboo leaf sharp as a knife. Second Soul Skill. Heartbreak Poison. Soul Ring taken from Heartbreak Grass, causing blue-silver grass to carry deadly poison. Third Soul Skill. Spider Web Binding. Soul Ring taken from the human-faced demon spider. Can be used as a single target or area soul skill. Fourth Soul Skill. Explosion. Taken from the Thunder Demon Tree. An explosive soul skill. Special ability. Tang Sect Hidden Weapons Technique. Tang Sect 100 Poisons. Lingbo Weibu. Light Steps White Eye. External Soul Bone. 8 Spider Spears. Soul Skill. Enhancement. Enhances all attributes by 50. Soul Skill. Devour. Devours the opponent's soul power and completely replenishes its own soul power consumption. Also carries deadly poison. Zilong, you did it. Meng Iran excitedly ran over and hugged Zhao Zilong, saying, you really absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring. You are the first soul master in Douluo Continent in thousands of years to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring with soul, sex strength. Yes, it's really worth it to be a Millennium Soul Ring. My soul power has now reached level 42, Zhao Zilong said excitedly. Congratulations, Zilong. Dragon Lord Meng Shu also walked over with a smile, not expecting Zhao Zilong to actually succeed, and asked, Zilong, what is your fourth soul skill? Explosion. Zhao Zilong was very excited at this moment, because this soul skill was indeed very similar to the one he had imagined. And he said with a smile, let me show you. Saying this, Zhao Zilong summoned the blue silvergrass, then plucked a leaf and threw it out. With a boom, the blue silvergrass leaf exploded, and the high-temperature lightning sent dust flying from the ground. Is that all? Dragon Lord Meng Shu looked at the power of this soul skill and felt that the fourth soul skill was only slightly more powerful than the first soul skill. What if it was like this? Bamboo leaf sword ring. In an instant, countless blue silvergrass leaves scattered out and landed on the rock wall. Zhao Zilong whispered. Explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of blue silvergrass leaves exploded, causing the rock wall to collapse, and everyone quickly retreated. Looking at this power, it was even stronger than the fifth soul skill of the assault type. This can still be used. Dragon Lord Meng Shu looked surprised and said, however, triggering so many at once will consume a huge amount of soul power, right? It does consume quite a bit. Zhao Zilong was also slightly panting, realizing that just now he had consumed more than half of his soul power at once. It seemed that he had to be careful with his fourth soul skill. If this fourth soul skill could be used in conjunction with my second soul skill, that would be great, Zhao Zilong thought to himself. This fourth soul skill, explosion, caused the blue silvergrass to explode internally, but unfortunately, the exploded blue silvergrass fragments had lost their toughness and could not be used as shrapnel. Otherwise, the power would be greater. It seems that I need to find a soul ring with toughness to complement the fourth soul skill in the future. Dragon Lord Meng Shu looked a bit helpless. Although the fourth soul skill was quite powerful, it only had enough power when the quantity reached a certain amount. The explosive power of a single leaf was not very strong, but if the quantity was large, the soul power consumption would also be great. It felt like this soul skill was somewhat impractical, but since it was already chosen, what else could Dragon Lord say? Zhao Zilong looked at Dragon Lord and Snake Lady and continued. This fourth soul skill seems to have to be used cautiously, but fortunately, after absorbing the soul ring of the Thunder Demon Tree, my blue silvergrass has now gained resistance to lightning, which is overall acceptable. Dragon Lord Meng Shu nodded and said, all right, Zilong, since you have obtained the soul ring, it's time to prepare to go back. Okay. Chapter 82. Tyran. A few days later, they returned to Tiando City and decided to visit Shrek Academy, as there was still a task to sign in with Lu Erlong, and he was curious about what kind of rewards he would get. This new Shrek Academy is really quite large. Zhao Zilong looked at the large characters of Shrek Academy above his head, which was much more luxurious than the original one. Go! Call that little brat named Tang San out for me. Just then, a rough voice appeared behind Zhao Zilong, and a burly middle-aged man walked over, accompanied by a young man who bore a striking resemblance to him. The young man's muscles were well developed, showing great strength. At this moment, the young man pleaded, Dad, don't. This is between me and Tang San. If you cause a scene like this, how will my classmates look at me in the future? The burly middle-aged man snorted coldly and said angrily, Nonsense. As members of the Strength Clan, we can't let people bully us like this. They beat my son and even took his girlfriend. Is there any law? Saying this, the middle-aged man lectured the young man. Tyran, how have I taught you? When did you become so cowardly? It seems that I haven't trained you enough. You can't even beat a soul master at level 32. I must strengthen your training later. Upon hearing the name Tyran, Zhao Zilong immediately reacted. This brat is Tyran. Then the other one must be Tyran's father, Tyran. Members of the Strength Clan have come. How fortuitous. I can witness a good show right away. In the original story, after Tang San defeated Tyran, Tyran came, and then Tang San, relying on his soul master strength, defeated Tyran, who had the strength of a soul king. However, whether Tang San can still defeat Tyran now is uncertain, as Tang San no longer has the 8 spider spears or the immortal herb, and his soul power and innate soul power have been severely depleted by Zhao Zilong. Zilong, they are here to find Tang San. Meng Iran whispered beside Zhao Zilong. Kid, you go and bring that little brat Tang San out for me. At this moment, Tyran suddenly ordered Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong was a bit speechless. I'm not for Shrek Academy. At this moment, Tyran also said, Dad, those two are indeed not from our academy. The girl has been to our academy once before, but I've never seen the guy. Seeing that Zhao Zilong was not from Shrek Academy, Tano didn't linger on the matter and coldly said to the other students standing at the door, Hurry up and call Tang San out for me. He hit someone from our Li Ji clan, and this matter won't be so easily settled. Zhao Zilong was also a bit excited. In the original work, Tang San struggled to defeat Tainuo. I wonder if he can still defeat Tainuo now. Will the storyline of the Titans appearing also happen? Soon, a few people walked out of the academy, and it was none other than the Shrek 7 monsters led by Tang San and Dai Mubai. Dragon brother, what brings you here? Ma Hongjun looked at Zhao Zilong and exclaimed excitedly. Oh, long time no see. How have you all been? Zhao Zilong greeted the Shrek 7 monsters. Ning Rongrong looked even more excited and said, Zilong, what brings you here? Are you here to see me? Meng Yiran looked at Ning Rongrong, who was about to embrace Zhao Zilong, and her eyes twitched slightly as she inwardly cursed Ning Rongrong. Well, I just happened to have some free time today, so I came to see you all. Zhao Zilong did not deny it, then turned to tease Tang San, but as soon as I arrived, I heard someone seems to be looking for trouble with you. Tang San. Tang San smiled awkwardly, and Dai Mubai approached, patting Zhao Zilong on the shoulder, asking, How's everything over at the Tiando Royal Academy? Zhao Zilong spread his hands and replied with a smile, Overall, it's not bad, but I haven't attended a single class. At this moment, Dai Mubai invited, So, what about coming back to Shrek? After all, you are also one of our Shrek students. Zhao Zilong shook his head and declined. No, I plan to stay at the Tiando Royal Academy. Besides, for me, it's all the same. Rather, I'm more interested in competing with you all in the Soul Master competition a year from now. Just then, Tainuo stood up and coldly said, Who hit my son and stole his girlfriend? Step forward. Nonsense, who is his girlfriend? Xiao Wu immediately exploded upon hearing Tainuo's words. Tainuo looked at Xiao Wu, sizing her up, and exclaimed, Not bad, Tai Long. You got good taste. This girl is quite striking. No wonder she's my son's type. Tai Long felt quite embarrassed upon hearing this. Scratching his head and shyly saying, Dad, Xiao Wu hasn't agreed to be my girlfriend yet. Tainuo stroked his chin and replied, Call her Xiao Wu. That's a nice name. Tang San, who was listening to Tainuo and Tai Long, turned pale. Ever since Tai Long confessed to Xiao Wu last time, Tang San had realized his true feelings. He no longer saw Xiao Wu as just a sister. He didn't know when it started, but he had already fallen for her. Senior, please take back what you just said. Xiao Wu and Tai Long have nothing to do with each other, so please don't speak recklessly. Also, I demand that you apologize to Xiao Wu immediately. Although Tang San's words were quite polite, his tone was filled with undeniable firmness. Tainuo looked at the boy who stepped forward and couldn't help but frown. He seemed too young. Coldly, he said, Kid, you must be Tang San. That's right. Tang San replied coldly. Tainuo snorted and asked, I heard from Tai Long that you only have a soul power of level 32, right? To defeat Tai Long, who is at level 37, you must have some skill, but today, I need to let you know that our people are not to be trifled with. With that, 5 soul rings of yellow and purple appeared beneath Tainuo's feet, and he coldly declared, Tainuo, level 58 soul king, martial soul, great strength gorilla. Kid, today I need to let you understand that sometimes, not everyone can be provoked. Upon hearing the opponent's soul power, Tang San's heart trembled, but he also revealed his martial soul. 3 soul rings of yellow and purple appeared as he said, Tang San, martial soul, blue silvergrass, level 32 soul master. Please give me your guidance. Wait a minute. At this moment, Dai Mubai stepped forward, and 3 yellow and purple soul rings appeared beneath his feet as he said, We, the Shrek 7 devils, are a team. How can we fight without us? That's right. The others also revealed their soul rings, with only Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun having 2 yellow rings, while the other 4 had 2 yellow and 1 purple. Tainuo looked at their soul rings in surprise. He didn't expect this group of kids to be so young and already have 4 who reached the soul master level. He coldly said, Very well. Let's see how capable you all really are. Is he going to take on all 7? If that's the case, Tainuo probably won't win. Chapter 83. Lu Erlong Talon looked even more awkward, not knowing what to do. Originally, it was just a matter between him, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, but now it had evolved into this. However, as the saying goes, a son will not abandon his father in battle. Talon immediately stepped forward and said, In that case, Dad, I'll help you out. After saying that, Talon revealed his martial soul and soul ring, and declared, I am Talon, martial soul, mighty gorilla, level 37 assault type, soul master. Xiao Wu, if I win against Tang San this time, will you be my girlfriend? Tano listened and praised. Well said, Talon. This is the example of our strength clan. If you want to pursue a girl, rely on your strength. Nonsense. Watch me not beat you to death today. Xiao Wu was even more furious upon hearing this. feeling that both father and son were the same. Oh, now it's 2 against 7. Zhao Zilong couldn't help but speak up, then pulled Meng Yiran aside to join the onlookers. Not only Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran, but the rest of Shrek Academy also gathered around at this moment. At this moment, it wasn't just Xiao Wuhu's anger was skyrocketing. Tang San's anger had also reached its peak. From the very beginning of the battle, Tang San and Xiao Wu worked in perfect harmony to beat up Tainua. Seeing his son being beaten, Tainua also lost his temper. The pressure of the soul power from the level 58 Soul King weighed heavily on everyone in Shrek Academy, causing them great distress. However, with the assistance of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda martial soul and the soul pressure being distributed among multiple people, the pressure was not as overwhelming. Additionally, Oscar's sausages provided sustained combat capability. After a long battle, the Shrek 7 monsters ultimately defeated Tainua. Quite impressive. However, this matter was not over yet. After being defeated, Tainua left with a harsh remark, supported by Tai Long watching Tainua leave. The Shrek 7 monsters all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, dealing with a Soul King level powerhouse, especially one at level 58, was indeed quite exhausting. Even Dai Mubai, who had the highest soul power among them, had a 20-level gap with Tainua. This time, it was really thanks to everyone. Tang San clasped his fists towards the others in Shrek. No need to be polite. We're all brothers, Dai Mubai replied generously. Ma Hongjun was also a bit excited and said, Are you kidding? We are the Shrek 7 monsters. So what if it's a Soul King? Didn't we defeat him? This time it was Talon's father who came. Next time, it won't be Talon's grandfather coming, right? Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and said, It shouldn't be. Maybe there's really a possibility. Zhao Zilong walked over with a teasing expression and joked. The Li family is famous for being protective, and the head of the Li family is a soul to a level powerhouse. If Talon's grandfather really comes, then it would be interesting. No way. Soul Douluo? Xiao Wu's face turned a bit ugly upon hearing the term Soul Douluo. Tang San comforted, I think. As the dignified leader of a clan and a soul to a level powerhouse, you shouldn't come here for such a small matter. Even if it's a Soul Douluo, I'm not afraid. After all, we're very close to 7 Treasure City. Ning Rongrong, however, didn't mind and approached Zhao Zilong, saying, Zilong, did you come to Shrek Academy for something this time? Just to see you all, since I used to be a part of Shrek after all. Zhao Zilong smiled and replied, Rongrong, already level 29? Ning Rongrong nodded. A bit excited, yes, I just reached level 29 not long ago. Not just me, Zhu Qing and the fatty are also level 29. By the way, Zilong, what level are you now? Me? Zhao Zilong felt a bit awkward and said, Forget it. It's better if you don't know, so as not to hurt your confidence. Come on, what level are you? Ning Rongrong said, playfully holding onto Zhao Zilong's arm. Beside them, Meng Yiran looked pale and reminded Rongrong it's broad daylight. Be mindful of the impact. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue in response, completely ignoring Meng Yiran, which made Meng Yiran quite angry. Oscar, who was behind Ning Rongrong, could only show an envious and jealous look, feeling helpless. Zhao Zilong also had no way to deal with Ning Rongrong's coquetry and said, Just a few days ago, I just obtained my 4th spirit ring. What? Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, the Shrek 7 devils felt their worldview shattered. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, So, you have now reached the Soul Master level. Yes. When Tang San heard Zhao Zilong's words, he also looked incredulous. Xiao Wu immediately said, How is that possible? My soul power is only at level 34. How could you have leveled up so quickly? Meng Yiran would certainly not miss such a good opportunity and immediately said, Zilong, why don't you show them your 4th soul ring? Zhao Zilong refused, saying, No, I'm planning to showcase it at the Soul Master competition. After all, that will be the best stage to amaze everyone. The 4th soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring, which would definitely raise a lot of suspicions. Without someone like Tang Hao, a title de loi, to protect him at all times, it's better to keep a low profile. What's the big deal? Ning Rongrong kufet, but didn't press the issue. At this moment, Zhao Zilong asked, by the way, I heard that the new Shrek Academy was gifted to Dean Flender by the former dean of the Blue Tyrant Academy? What is her relationship with Dean Flender? You mean Vice Dean Erlong? Ma Hongjun stepped forward and grinned. She is none other than the famous Killing Jiao, won the Golden Iron Triangle, with a soul power level of 72. Zhao Zilong was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, because the original work did not specify Erlong's soul power, only that it was in the 70s. He said, level 72? That means her soul power is only second to Dean Flender and Vice Dean Zhao Wuji, right? Dai Mubai came up and patted Zhao Zilong on the shoulder, saying, It's rare for us to get together like this. Come on, today I'm treating. Let's go have a good meal. Great. It's not every day that Boss Dai treats us. I have to eat my fill, Ma Hongjun exclaimed excitedly. Where are we going to eat? The academy has rules against going out to eat. And besides, has today's training finished? Just then, a fiery female voice came over, and a woman in her 30s walked out. This woman had a stunning and perfect figure unlike ordinary women. As she approached, the Shrek 7 monsters couldn't help but shrink their heads. Vice Dean Erlong, Lu Erlong, with her hands on her hips, scanned the crowd and looked at Meng Aran, saying, I remember you seem to. Dai Mubai immediately stepped forward to explain, Vice Dean Erlong, these two are Zhao Zilong and Meng Aran. Meng Aran, you've met her before. They were both students of Shrek, but due to the previous incident, they joined the Tiando Royal Academy. Now that Zilong and Aran are here for a rare visit, I suggested treating them to a meal. Chapter 84, Titan at this moment. The system's voice also rang out. Detected Lu Erlong, do you want to check in? Zhao Zilong was very happy. He came to Shrek Academy precisely to check in with Lu Erlong. He didn't expect to encounter her right away. What luck. Check in. Character, Lu Erlong. Martial Soul, Fire Dragon. Age, 43. Innate Soul Power. Level 7. Soul Power. Level 72. System Evaluation. One of the Golden Iron Triangle Slaughter Corners has a strong hatred for evil, with a very fiery temper. But underneath that fiery personality lies a heart full of maternal love. Option 1. Deprive Lu Erlong of 0. 5 levels of innate soul power. Reward, 110,000. Year Soul Bone. Option 2. Transfer 3 levels of your innate soul power to Lu Erlong, allowing her to attain innate level 10 soul power. Gaining 100 permanent favorability from Lu Erlong, unwavering until death. Zhao Zilong looked at the second option and couldn't help but complain. I finally managed to scrape together level 8 innate soul power. And this second option is what? Even if it offers 100 permanent favorability, I don't want it. I'll choose option 1. Soon, the system's mature female voice appeared again. Deprivation successful. The host now possesses 5 levels of innate soul power. Reward, 1 Mandala Snake Torso Bone, age 10,000 years. Do you choose to absorb it? Absorb what? It's just a mere 10,000 year soul bone. Store it in the soul guide device for me. Zhao Zilong said immediately upon hearing the system's words. The system's voice rang out again. Mandala Snake Torso Bone has been stored in the soul guide device's treasure bag. Please check in time. Lu Erlong, whose innate soul power had been stripped by 0.5 levels, was completely unaware of it at the moment. Looking at Zhao Zilong, he said coldly, you are Zhao Zilong, right? What are you doing here this time? Are you planning to return to our Shrek Academy? Zhao Zilong felt a bit awkward and replied, no. I just came to see some old classmates. What's so interesting about that? I've heard from Xiaogang and Boss Fu that you're the most talented student in Shrek. Lu Erlong sneered, looking at Zhao Zilong coldly. Most talented? That shouldn't be the case. Everyone has great talent, Zhao Zilong responded. Lu Erlong chuckled and said boldly, you're quite modest, unlike those arrogant guys. You're going to participate in the Soul Master competition a year from now, right? That's right. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong directly issued an eviction order, saying, since that's the case, let's see who is better at next year's Soul Master competition. These little brats need to prepare for training now. So there's no time to entertain you. If you want to wander around, feel free. Zhao Zilong felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Erlong was indeed direct. Without further ado, he was trying to kick him out. Watching the Shrek 7 monsters walk in, Ning Rongrong glanced at Zhao Zilong and, feeling helpless, followed them inside. Meng Aran, feeling somewhat indignant, said, what's so great about them? I must beat them up at next year's Soul Master competition. Zilong, let's go back. Zhao Zilong, however, was not in a hurry to leave and said, let's eat first. I also want to see if the leader of the Li family will come. All right. Zhao Zilong and Meng Aran were having a meal at a nearby restaurant, from where they could see the gate of Shrek Academy. Zilong, look, over there. Meng Aran pointed excitedly towards Shrek Academy and exclaimed, you were right. That Talon really brought his grandfather here to confront us. But with Dean Flander, Vice Dean Zhao Wujing, and Lu Erlong, 3 Soul Saints, plus teacher Xiao Exin, a food system Soul Saint, even if it's a Soul Douluo, they should be able to handle it, right? This is getting interesting. Zhao Zilong, who loved to watch the excitement, immediately put down his chopsticks and said, let's go see. Maybe something interesting will happen. Now that the plot had deviated from the original work, Zhao Zilong naturally wanted to know what was going on as soon as possible, especially since he had nothing else to do. At this moment, Titan stood at the entrance of Shrek Academy, looking quite embarrassed, Talon said, "Grandpa, I think we should just forget it. If this keeps going, I won't be able to stay at the academy anymore." Titan snorted coldly and scolded, "Shut up. My son and grandson have been bullied one after another, and if I don't teach those little brats a lesson today, do they think our family is easy to mess with? Tano, you too." As a dignified soul king, getting defeated by a bunch of great soul masters and soul sages really tarnishes our family's reputation. Tano felt quite awkward after all. He had lost to a group of teenagers, which was indeed embarrassing. He looked at Talon and said, "Son, now I understand how you felt at that time." Titan stood at the entrance of Shrek and shouted, "Tang San, the one who bullied my grandson, come out. And those little brats who hurt my son, all of you come out too. Do you really think our family has no one?" Talon looked at him pleadingly. "Grandpa, please. This is so embarrassing. Let's go back. Besides, the Academy's Dean Flander, Vice Dean Lu Erlong, and Vice Dean Zhao Wujing are all soul saints. If you also get beaten, our family would be even more embarrassed." Titan, hearing this, slapped Talon on the head and angrily said, "Nonsense. Am I afraid of them? Let them all come." Before long, all of Shrek's 6 monsters, except for Xiao Wu, came out, along with Shrek's teachers. Titan looked at Zhao Wujing beside him and said coldly, "Zhao Wujing, I didn't expect it to be you." Zhao Wujing, feeling a bit guilty, replied, "It's been a long time, Senior Titan." "Wujing, do you know him?" Flander asked. "Well, we had some past grievances," Zhao Wujing said helplessly, not expecting to run into Titan here. However, Zhao Wujing wasn't afraid. They had 4 soul saints on their side. Even if Titan was his soul Douluo, they still had the strength to fight back. Flander stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, "Senior Titan, may I ask what brings you here?" Titan, with his hand behind his back, proudly replied, "Four-eyed cat Eagle Flander, and the killing horn Lu Erlong, along with the immovable king Zhao Wujing." It seems that the teachers of your Shrek Academy are quite impressive. I won't say much. That brat Tang San beat up my grandson Talon, and later my son Tano came to reason with him, only to be defeated by several of your students. I'm here today to demand an explanation." Upon hearing this, Flander's expression turned a bit grim, and he stepped forward, saying, "Senior, both Tang San and Talon are students of our Shrek Academy, and this was originally a matter between children. Your son Tano's involvement is inappropriate. As a soul Douluo, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to interfere in this matter?" Chapter 85. The 4 great clans who would have thought that Talon's grandfather really came. Ning Rongrong looked surprised at Titan's appearance. "Yes, now we have a good show to watch," Zhao Zilong said as he approached. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhao Zilong excitedly. "Zilong, you didn't leave?" "No," Zhao Zilong replied teasingly. "I was just eating nearby with Iran, and I was about to leave when I saw Talon bringing his grandfather over. I thought there would definitely be a good show to watch." Tang San couldn't help but smile bitterly. Wasn't the good show just about watching him? Previously, he had confidently stated that a soul level powerhouse wouldn't come to trouble him over such a trivial matter, but the reality was the opposite. A dignified soul Douluo actually came to confront him over such a small matter. Titan snorted coldly and scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. I sent my grandson to your academy not to be bullied. Who is this brat Tang San? Come out." Tang San knew he could no longer hide and stepped forward, saying, "Senior, I am Tang San." Titan looked at Tang San, his brows furrowed. "Talon, you lost to him?" Talon awkwardly nodded, and Titan's anger flared as he coldly said, "What a disgrace. Losing to a junior several years younger than you, and with a lower soul power, really brings shame to our family." Talon felt even more humiliated. Unable to speak, Titan coldly said, "However, no matter what, Talon is still my grandson. I can beat him, but outsiders cannot. Kid, you have 2 choices now. First, apologize to my grandson and join our family. Second, withstand a stick of incense's time under my hand, and we can consider this matter settled." Before Tang San could respond, Flander could no longer hold back. He couldn't just stand by and watch as a student was bullied right in front of him. He immediately stepped in front of Tang San and said, "Senior, as a dignified soul Douluo, is it really appropriate to bully a junior like this?" Titan looked at Flander coldly and said, "So, you want to stand up for him?" Flander, feeling quite upset, decided not to be verbose anymore. He said, "Of course, Tang San is my student, and this matter is merely a conflict between 2 students. If you insist on interfering, then we old fellows will have to accompany you to the end." Instantly, Flander, Zhao Wujing, and Lu Erlong all assumed battle stances. "Ha ha ha ha, you have guts." Titan laughed loudly. Then his martial soul appeared, and 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black appeared one by one beneath his feet. He coldly said, Titan, martial soul, great strength gorilla, 85th level assault type, 8-ring, soul Douluo. Seeing the 8 soul rings, Flander and the others felt some pressure. Titan grinned and said, let's see if the teachers of your Shrek Academy are worthy. Flander's expression turned grim, and he coldly said, since you want to fight, don't blame us for bullying the few with our numbers. Wujing, Erlong, activate your martial souls. Flander, martial soul, cat eagle, 78th level agility attack, system soul sage. Lu Erlong, martial soul, fire dragon, 72nd level assault system soul sage. Zhao Wujing, martial soul, great strength king Kong bear, 76th level assault system soul sage. All 3 of them had soul rings in yellow, purple, and black, causing the surrounding Shrek Academy students to be extremely excited. 3 soul sages and 1 soul Douluo. Such a battle scene was rare. Titan's powerful gorilla martial soul was strength-oriented, also possessing defensive capabilities, but lacking in speed. It bore some resemblance to Zhao Wujie's powerful diamond bear martial soul, but Titan's soul power was higher than Zhao Wujie's. Flanders, with his flying ability, had an aerial and speed advantage, while Lu Erlong and Zhao Wujie confronted Titan directly. With the 3 of them working together, they managed to gain the upper hand against an 8-ring soul Douluo. Titan, being restrained by the 3, furiously exclaimed, damn it, beast soul, true body. Seeing Titan use his 7th soul skill, Flanders and the others also activated their 7th soul skills, leading to another direct clash. In the case of martial soul, true bodies, the disparity in soul power determined the upper limit. Clearly, Titan's martial soul true body, with its soul power advantage, was far stronger than that of Flanders and the others. After all, a soul master can only unleash the true power of their martial soul after reaching level 70 and obtaining their martial soul true body. Dean, go on. At that moment, Xiaoxian also created candy beans and threw them towards Flanders and the others. Since there was still a soul sage, Titan's expression darkened even more as he looked at Xiaoxian's 7 soul rings. He didn't expect that Shrek Academy had so many powerful soul sages, and this last one was actually a food-type soul sage. With Xiaoxian's assistance, after Flanders and the others consumed the candy beans, they not only recovered their soul power and physical strength, but also enhanced their speed and power, quickly turning the tide of battle. At this time, the spectators, including Ma Hongjun, were also excited and said, no wonder they are the dean, they are indeed powerful. Zhao Zilong then complained, I'm just afraid that after defeating Titan, we'll face an even bigger problem. Dai Mubai couldn't help but ask, what if after defeating Talon's grandfather comes back? Ma Hongjun was at a loss for words and said, really? It's like dealing with the young ones first and then the old ones. It's like poking a hornet's nest. However, at this moment, Titan was being completely suppressed, with Flinder and the others each landing a hit, forcing Titan into a defensive position. Suddenly, several powerful attacks erupted, and Flinder was directly blasted away. The Dean, Flinder, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujie were all shocked. At this time, they noticed that there were actually 3 more people beside Titan, and each of these 3 had 8 soul rings under their feet, clearly 3 soul Douluos. Hey, are you okay? Old Gorilla, one of the white-haired old men, spoke first. Old White Bird, Old Rhinoceros, Old Goat, how did you 3 get here? Titan looked at the 3 with joy in his heart, but then felt a bit embarrassed thinking about how his earlier embarrassing scene had been seen by his 3 old friends. Flinder, at this time, got up from the ground and looked at the 4 who appeared. The man holding the spear was the one who had just blasted him away, and he exclaimed, so, 3 more soul Douluos have come. Grandpa Yang, Grandpa Nyo, Grandpa Bai. Talon immediately greeted the 3. Titan, at this time, was quite dissatisfied and said, Old Rhinoceros, didn't I ask you to entertain Old White Bird and Old Goat? Why did you bring them here? How can you say that? Our 4 major clans have an annual gathering, and this year it's south at your place. As the host, you ran out first, leaving me to entertain them. You don't know, right after you left, Old Goat and Old White Bird came right after. How can I entertain them? I can only tell the truth. Niu Gao immediately complained after hearing Titan's words. Titan also felt a bit speechless upon hearing this. At this moment, Yang Wudi from the Pa family walked up, holding the breaking soul gun, and said, as the grandfathers and uncles of Talon and Tanua, how can we old guys just stand by while they are bullied? Then he pointed the breaking soul gun at Flinder and said, you Shrek Academy first allowed your students to bully Talon, then bullied Tanua, and now even teamed up to bully the old gorilla. Do you really think our 4 clans are easy to bully? If there's going to be a fight, today we 4 old guys will accompany you for a good match. Chapter 86, The Spitter Yang Wudi. If it were just to deal with Titan alone, they would still have confidence. However, facing 4 Soul Douluos at once was truly a situation with no way out. But Yu Xiaogang was clear that the 4 single attribute clans had once been subordinate clans of the Out.I sect. He stepped forward and said, "You are the clan leaders of the 4 major clans: strength, break, defense, and agility." "Oh, someone actually knows us." Yang Wudi snorted coldly. Yu Xiaogang clasped his hands behind his back and confidently replied, "I have naturally heard of the esteemed names of the seniors. The clan leader of the Strength clan, Titan, has the power-type martial soul, the mighty gorilla. The clan leader of the Break clan, Yang Wudi, wields the 3rd-ranked weapon martial soul, the Soul Breaker Spear. The clan leader of the Agility clan, Senior Bai He, is known as the fastest person in Douluo Continent. And the clan leader of the Defense clan, Senior Niu Gao, boasts a defensive power that rivals that of the Diamond Mammoth with his armored Rhino martial soul." Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Yang Wudi and the others felt a bit proud and coldly said, "Since you recognize us, do you still dare to bully the old gorilla? Don't think that flattering us a few times will make this matter go away." Yu Xiaogang spoke. "Seniors, this is actually a complete misunderstanding. Xiao San, show them your 2nd martial soul." "2nd martial soul?" Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi and the others were taken aback. Tang San was also stunned, as both Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang had repeatedly warned him not to casually reveal his 2nd martial soul. However, Yu Xiaogang came over and patted Tang San's shoulder, saying, "Xiao San, these few were once friends of your father. They won't harm you. Let them see your 2nd martial soul." Yu Xiaogang wanted to say that the 4 subordinate clans were all under Tang Hao, but he remembered that the 4 clans had publicly declared their separation from the Out.I sect over a decade ago. "Yes, teacher." Tang San didn't hesitate and stepped forward, summoning his 2nd martial soul, the Out.I Hammer. "This is the Out.I Hammer?" Seeing Tang San's martial soul, everyone's expressions changed. Titan was excited, while Yang Wudi and Niu Gao looked grim, feeling even more disdain towards Tang San. "This is a twin martial soul?" The members of Shrek displayed shock on their faces as well. In Douluo Continent, having a twin martial soul was rarer than having innate full soul power. Titan excitedly approached, looking at the martial soul in Tang San's hand with even more fervor, and asked, "Surname Tang, your martial soul is the Out.I Hammer, and you're only 13 years old. Child, who is your father?" Seeing Titan's demeanor, Tang San realized that his 2nd martial soul was indeed the famous Out.I Hammer, the number 1 weapon martial soul, and replied, "In response to the senior, my father is Tang Hao." "Tang Hao, you are the master's son." Upon hearing this name, Titan became even more excited, directly kneeling on the ground and clasping his fists, saying, "Old servant Titan pays respects to the young master." "Senior, what are you doing?" This scared Tang San quite a bit. Although he had always found his father mysterious, he never expected his father to have such a background. "Old gorilla." Yang Wudi looked at Titan kneeling on the ground and instantly became furious, saying, "That bastard Tang Hao, look what he did to our clans. He has already betrayed us, and now you still recognize him as your master." Titan stood up and firmly stated, "I don't believe what happened back then was wrong on the master's part. Are you still siding with Tang Hao? Do you want our 4 clans to be completely wiped out before you're satisfied?" Yang Wudi's anger surged as he recalled how their 4 clans almost faced extermination for the sake of the Out.I sect and Tang Hao. He looked at Tang San with even more displeasure. However, Yang Wudi still restrained himself and did not go as far as to kill Tang San. At this moment, Tang San also did not know what was going on. It seemed that something had happened in the past. Combined with the fact that he had been born in Holy Soul Village and that his father was drunk every day, he clasped his fists and asked several seniors, "What exactly happened? Did my father do something wrong to you back then? I am willing to bear all the consequences for my father." Tang San's words made Yang Wudi and Niu Gao unable to hold back. Niu Gao coldly said, "Bear? What can a little brat like you bear? Do you know anything? Don't speak so lightly." Yang Wudi was also furious, pointing at Tang San and scolding, "Back then, Tang Hao killed the previous pope of the Spirit Hall for his own selfish desires, which brought about the revenge of the Spirit Hall. The old master, who was also the previous sect master of the Out.I sect, was so angered that he died, causing us affiliated sects to suffer as well. And what about Tang Hao? He was afraid to bear the responsibility and hid for more than 10 years. Do you think you can bear it?" At this time, Titan stepped forward and said, "All right, why say these things? The young master was just born back then." Yang Wudi, hearing this, pointed at Tang San and scolded, "That's true. The disasters we face and the revenge from the Spirit Hall are all because of this little beast. If he hadn't come into this world, perhaps we wouldn't have these sins." Tang San's face turned ugly upon hearing this, And at this moment, Bai He stood up and said, "All right, old goat, why are you getting angry with the child? This matter has nothing to do with him. And he was already born when the spirit hall came to trouble us." Yang Wudi at this time seemed to turn into a fire-breathing dragon, angrily spouting, "Old Bai Bird, you're siding with him too. You say we three were abandoned by the out.I sect is one thing. We were originally outsiders. But you're Tang Hao's uncle. And your sister is the mother of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. She died in childbirth when giving birth to Tang Hao. And yet, the out.I sect still did not treat you as one of their own. Even you, as the uncle, were discarded without a second thought. What kind of sect produces what kind of people? What Hao what Shoudian Douluo Ba?" After saying this, Yang Wudi coldly snorted and turned to leave, while Niugao immediately called out, "Wait for me, old goat." Tang San had not had a chance to say a word before being bombarded by Yang Wudi's tirade, feeling extremely upset. However, he also gathered some information from Yang Wudi's words. It seemed that his father had made some mistakes that led to serious consequences, and his father was actually the famous Hao Law. Faced with so much information at once, Tang San found it hard to accept. He had originally thought he was of ordinary birth, only to be suddenly told that he was the heir of the out.I sect. Titan, and by he understood Yang Wudi's anger. Bai walked up and asked, "How is your father now?" Tang San explained, "I think he should be well. I haven't seen my father since I entered the junior academy at the age of 6. Then he looked at Bai He with some anticipation and asked, "Are you really my great uncle?" Chapter 87. Confronting Yu Xiaogang again, Bai He nodded gently. At this moment, Tang San anxiously asked, "Great uncle, can you tell me what exactly happened back then?" Bai He sighed and replied, "What use is it for you to know these things now? If we consider the situation from Tang Hao's personal standpoint, perhaps he isn't entirely to blame. However, he severely injured the people closest to him and those he trusted the most. Your father is indeed a genius, but because of his recklessness and impulsiveness, many, including us, had to pay for his actions." Tang San fell silent upon hearing this. It seemed that his father had indeed made a significant mistake back then. Bai He continued, "Don't be angry because of what the old goat just said. Back then, their clans suffered the most serious losses among the 4 great clans. So he harbors the greatest resentment towards Tang Hao." "Yes, great uncle," Tang San replied like a well-behaved child. Flander watched this series of ups and downs, directly driving away Yang Wudi and Niugao. However, at least he still had 2 soul masters left who stepped forward and clasped their fists, saying, "2 seniors. How about we go inside the academy? I'll find you a room so you can chat slowly. Then I will trouble Dean Flander." Watching Tang San and the others enter Shrek Academy, Meng Iran exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect that Tang San is actually the son of Hao Yin Douluo. This background is too impressive. Sangu actually has twin martial souls, and he's also a disciple of Hao Yin's sect." At this moment, Ning Rongrong also looked surprised. At this moment, Dai Mubai looked at Zhao Zilong and asked, "Zilong, you also have the blue-silver grass martial soul. You don't have another martial soul, do you?" "No, my martial soul is just blue-silver grass," Zhao Zilong said with a shrug, feeling somewhat helpless. "Besides, do you think twin martial souls are common?" Meng Iran looked at Zhao Zilong with some suspicion and asked, "But why are you not surprised at all? Whether it's Tang San's twin martial souls or his identity as a member of the Hao-Yin sect. Surprised? I'm about to wet my pants." Zhao Zilong immediately joked in response. However, the others from Shrek were somewhat skeptical of Zhao Zilong's words. Yu Xiaogang looked at Zhao Zilong, approached him, and said, "You can't possibly only have one blue-silver grass martial soul. According to my theory, you must have another very powerful martial soul, just like Xiao San. Because the weakness of the blue-silver grass martial soul allows for better compatibility, which is why twin martial souls can be born. If you really only have one blue-silver grass martial soul, then your soul power could not have reached this level." Listening to Yu Xiaogangs words, Zhao Zilong sneered and said, "I don't know how you came up with your theory, but the idea that the weakness of the blue-silver grass martial soul leads to compatibility and the possibility of twin martial souls is simply ridiculous. The blue-silver grass is weak. Do you really think Tang San's blue-silver grass is an ordinary blue-silver grass martial soul?" Yu Xiaogang frowned slightly, and Zhao Zilong coldly said, "How can you call yourself a master of theory? What you call theory is merely superficial. Tang San's blue-silver grass is definitely not a useless martial soul. If it were truly a useless martial soul, his soul power wouldn't have reached this level. Of course, my blue-silver grass is also not an ordinary blue-silver grass." Originally, Yu Xiaogang intended to have Zhao Zilong return to Shrek Academy. He didn't expect Zhao Zilong's attitude to be so terrible, Since he was directly mocking him, Yu Xiaogang was very dissatisfied and questioned, "What kind of attitude is this? Have you forgotten to respect your elders just because you've left Shrek Academy? And do you have an opinion on my theory? Stop putting on a show. I've never liked your attitude since you were in the academy. You clearly are a waste, but always like to act mysterious. Besides, I am no longer a student of Shrek. If you want to earn respect from others, you need to show your strength. With Tang San's talent, I really don't understand why he would take a piece of trash like you as a teacher." As for Yu Xiaogang, Zhao Zilong had little goodwill towards him, especially since he had no wool to be sheared from him now. He was just a waste with no soul power at all, so it was rare for him to give him a good face. The two things that Yu Xiaogang is most proud of are his disciple Tang San and the Trinity fusion technique of the Golden Iron Triangle. However, now that Tang San has had 2 levels of innate soul power stripped away by Zhao Zilong, he is left with only level 8 innate soul power, making his talent inferior to Zhao Zilong's. Naturally, Zhao Zilong is not afraid of Tang San. As for the Trinity fusion technique, Yu Xiaogang has now become utterly useless, with no soul power left to use the fusion technique. Yu Xiaogang looked at Zhao Zilong, who was directly confronting him, his face turning purple with anger. He coldly snorted and left without a word. The others did not stop Yu Xiaogang from leaving. After arriving at the new Shrek Academy, everyone trained freely. And then there was the mimicry training. Yu Xiaojiang's influence on their training had become negligible. Ma Hongjun watched Yu Xiaojiang's embarrassment and immediately gave Zhao Zilong a thumbs up, saying, "Brother Long, well done. You did what I always wanted to do, but didn't dare." After all, Ma Hongjun had been dissatisfied with Yu Xiaojiang for a long time, but he had to endure it due to Yu Xiaojiang being friends with his teacher, who was also Tang San's teacher. Even though Ma Hongjun disliked Yu Xiaojiang, he had no choice but to put up with it. Dai Mubai and the others did not say much either, but Ning Rongrong expressed some reluctance, saying, "Zilong, are you leaving? Can't you stay?" Zhao Zilong was momentarily unsure how to respond. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, "I'm sorry, Rongrong. Although I really want to stay at Shrek Academy, the Soul Master competition is in a year, and the final reward seems to be soul bones, and not just one. I want to obtain those soul bones. Although in terms of talent, you are certainly higher than the Imperial Fighting Team, purely in terms of strength, the Imperial Fighting Team should be stronger." Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Dai Mubai and the others felt a bit displeased. Zhao Zilong continued, "Of course, this is just one aspect. The most important thing is that just thinking about Yu Xiaojiang, this waste, pretending to be a master in front of me all day, makes me feel disgusted. I really don't know how you can stand it." Listening to Zhao Zilong, the Shrek members felt a bit awkward. Although their attitude towards Yu Xiaojiang had changed drastically after learning he had no soul power, they still called him master out of respect for Tang San. As Yu Xiaojiang was still technically Tang San's teacher, and Tang San's talent was still strong, so they had to give him that respect. Dai Mubai also said helplessly, "Aren't we all in the same academy? We see each other all the time, and he is still Tang San's teacher after all." Zhao Zilong looked at Dai Mubai and the others and said, "Everyone, we should head back. The next time we meet, it should be at the Soul Master competition." Dai Mubai stepped forward and patted Zhao Zilong on the shoulder, saying, "Since you've already decided, then we'll see you on the competition stage." Zhao Zilong nodded and said, "Then we'll leave first. Iran, let's go." Chapter 88. Lovers become siblings after leaving. Meng Iran looked at Zhao Zilong with some doubts and asked, "Zilong, are you really not a twin martial soul?" If it were before, Meng Iran wouldn't have thought this way. But after seeing that Tang San was indeed a twin martial soul today, it made Meng Iran feel a bit uncomfortable. How could Tang San, whose talent was not as good as Zhao Zilong's, still be a twin martial soul? No. Hearing Zhao Zilong's denial again, Meng Iran changed the topic and did not continue to press on this question. Upon returning to the Tiando Royal Academy, Meng Tianheng and the members of the Imperial Fighting Team were surprisingly waiting at the school gate, making Zhao Zilong a bit puzzled. "You finally returned. Brother Zilong, I've been waiting for you for a long time," Meng Tianheng said with a serious expression. "Brother Tianheng, is there something you need?" Zhao Zilong looked at Meng Tianheng and also cast a questioning glance at the other members of the Imperial Fighting Team, jokingly saying, "Even though I applied to join the Imperial Fighting Team not long ago, you don't need to welcome me like this. It's making me a bit embarrassed." Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Sure Mo and the others smiled helplessly and stepped forward, clasping their fists, saying, "Brother Zilong, we do welcome you in Iran to join our Imperial Fighting Team. After all, we all acknowledge your strength, but this time we came to accompany Tianheng." "Oh." Zhao Zilong looked at Meng Tianheng. Meng Tianheng didn't beat around the bush and said, "Brother Zilong, I've already heard from Yanzi. Yinzi's martial soul has been severely affected by toxins, leading her to suffer from toxic backlash unconsciously. I also thank you for detoxifying for Senior Douluo. No need for that. And I have only detoxified a small part for Senior Douluo, Zhao Zilong said, spreading his hands and looking at Meng Tianheng with confusion. You don't mean to say that, right? What do you really want to say? Meng Tianheng, being straightforward, clasped his fists and said, not long ago. I heard Yinzi mention that Senior Douluo wants her to break up with me because of your life-saving grace to her. I'm very grateful for your kindness to Yinzi and Senior Douluo. However, matters of the heart involve two people. Now, because of you, Senior Douluo is asking Yinzi to break up with me, and I absolutely cannot agree to that. Moreover, Miss Meng Yuran is your girlfriend. So I ask you to clarify this with Senior Douluo and also to respect your feelings with Meng Yuran and not to have one foot in two boats. Meng Yuran felt a bit angry upon hearing this, although she had long known that Zhao Zilong was somewhat flirtatious. Having seen him flirting with Ning Rongrong back at Shrek Academy, Meng Yuran could only turn a blind eye. Now that it was so blatant, she naturally had to stand up for her rights and coldly said, what do you mean by one foot in two boats? Don't think too highly of your Douluo Yinzi. Besides, it was Douluo Yinzi who sought Zilong first, and now you're making it all Zilong's fault. Moreover, even if Douluo Yinzi wants to be Zilong's girlfriend, I wouldn't agree. Zhao Zilong's expression also soured, feeling quite irritated. He coldly said, what should I say about you? Although at first glance your words seem fine. Why do I feel so uncomfortable hearing them? It's as if Douluo Yinzi wanting to break up with you is all my fault. You're placing this big hat on me, and it's making me very unhappy. Moreover, do you really think the problem lies with me? Why were you able to be with Douluo Yinzi without opposition before? Why did Senior Douluo suddenly want Douluo Yinzi to break up with you after I appeared? You should know the reason. If I were a waste, even if I did detoxify for Senior Douluo would not trade her granddaughter's happiness for gratitude. Hearing this, Meng Tianheng's eyes twitched, and Zhao Zilong looked at Douluo Yinzi, initially thinking that asking Douluo Bo to persuade her would have some effect, but it ended up having the opposite effect, putting Zhao Zilong in an awkward position. Douluo Yinzi, aren't you going to say something? Just a few hours earlier, at Douluo Bo's residence, Douluo Bo was earnestly advising Douluo Yinzi, saying, Yinzi, hurry up and break up with Meng Tianheng. Don't hang around with that kid all day. Grandpa, didn't you say we wouldn't discuss my dating issues? Douluo Yin said unhappily as she listened to Douluo Bo. In the past, it didn't matter because those people's talents were not impressive to Grandpa. But this time is different. Douluo Bo came in front of Douluo Yin and said seriously, in terms of talent, Zhao Zilong is definitely much better than Yu Tianheng, and he's also a lifesaver for both of us. You won't be at a loss following him. Douluo Yin pouted and said, Grandpa, he already has Meng Yuran. Do you want me to be the one who breaks up someone else's relationship? Besides, Tianheng's talent isn't bad, and he is also from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. It's precisely because he is from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect that Grandpa wants you to stay away from him, Douluo Bo said with a somewhat meaningful look at Douluo Yin. Douluo Yin was taken aback upon hearing this. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is one of the top 3 sects, and how many people want to build a good relationship with them? Why does Douluo Bo seem to imply that she should stay away from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Grandpa, why is that? Douluo Bo, with his hands behind his back, walked to the window and said meaningfully, although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is one of the top 3 sects, there's only one title Douluo, Yu Yuan Jun within the sect. On this Douluo Continent, the strongest forces are the Spirit Hall and the 2 Great Empires, followed by the top 3 sections. Among the top 3 sects, Haotian sect has a deep cooperation with the Star Luo Empire, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect relies on the Heaven Do Empire. Only the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has not allied with any side. If any changes occur in the future, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect might. Hearing this, Douluo Yin immediately asked, Grandpa, are you saying that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect might encounter trouble in the future? How could that be? The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect is the 3rd strongest sect in the world. Douluo Bo couldn't be bothered to reason with Douluo anymore and directly said, all right, we won't concern ourselves with the future of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. In any case, I won't allow you to be with Yu Tianheng. The grandson-in-law I have my eye on is Zhao Zilong. If you want to get married in the future, you must marry him. Grandpa, how can you be so domineering? Douluo Yin felt even more wronged upon hearing this. Douluo Yin snorted coldly and turned away, saying, this matter is non-negotiable. You should quickly break up with Yu Tianheng. Back to the present, after hesitating for a moment, Douluo Yin spoke, Zilong, I really appreciate you very much, but we are not suitable for each other. I'm very grateful that you saved my grandfather, and I hope we can be friends. If you don't mind me, we could be like siblings." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zilong rolled his eyes, truly wishing that all lovers in the world could end up as siblings. Although Zhao Zilong had no feelings for Duge Yin, he was still heartbroken inside. He originally thought he could easily win over Duge Yin, just like he did with Meng Yiran back then, who almost threw herself at him after he showed his strong talents. But now, it seemed that in the face of Meng Yiran and Yu Tianheng's relationship, he ended up looking like a clown. It turned out that matters of the heart were not something that could be accomplished by one's own wishful thinking. Chapter 89. Zhao Zilong versus Yu Tianheng. Zhao Zilong looked at Meng Yiran, who was lowering her head in silence, completely unaware of what she was thinking at that moment. He felt he was too anxious, and with Duge Yin and Yu Tianheng blocking his way, it caught Zhao Zilong off guard. Looking at Yu Tianheng, his expression darkened. This time, he really suffered a huge loss. Not only did he fail to smoothly win over Duge Yin, but he also hurt Meng Yiran's feelings, making it a big trouble to explain things to her later. Thinking of this, Zhao Zilong felt a surge of unnamed anger rising within him. In his previous life, he was not a good person. He would use all means to possess what he wanted. Now that he couldn't get Duge Yin, he felt even more disgruntled. If he couldn't have Duge Yin, then Yu Tianheng shouldn't think he could have her either. Then he looked at Duge Yin and smiled, saying, "Actually, I have always regarded you, Sister Yin, as my sister. However, as a younger brother, I naturally have to protect my sister. As for Brother Tianheng, my brother-in-law, I'm a bit worried." He continued, "I think the reason why Duge Sr. wants you to break up with Brother Tianheng is that he feels Brother Tianheng can't protect you." Yu Tianheng clenched his fists. From Zhao Zilong's words, he understood the insinuation and coldly replied, "It seems that in the end, we will have to settle this with our fists." Zhao Zilong knew that Yu Tianheng was a very proud person. Seeing that Yu Tianheng took the bait, he stepped forward and spread his hands, saying, "I believe that if Brother Tianheng can prove your strength, then Duge Sr. will certainly be at ease handing Sister Yin over to you." "Let us go to the martial arts arena," Yu Tianheng said, not wanting to say more. Previously, he had considered giving Zhao Zilong some face because he thought Zhao Zilong was helping Duge Yin with the antidote. But since Zhao Zilong not only didn't he appreciate it, but also escalated the provocation, how could Yu Tianheng endure it? Tianheng Duge Yin was about to speak, but Yu Tianheng interrupted directly. "Enough, Yinzi. This matter must be resolved today, and Duge Sr.'s request for you to break up with me means he thinks Yu Tianheng, am not worthy of you. Let's end this today. Regardless of the outcome, I hope you can help Yinzi with the antidote." "Isn't this nonsense? I will definitely provide the antidote for Sister Yin. Otherwise, I wouldn't be involved in this matter," Zhao Zilong replied, feeling quite displeased and particularly repressed at the moment. The more he tried, the more he felt like the villain. It seemed that approaching others with a purposeful mindset would indeed backfire. Damn, Zhao Zilong cursed inwardly. Now, with everything going on, he really felt like he was caught in a dilemma, and his heart was filled with a surge of anger. As for why this anger suddenly arose, Zhao Zilong couldn't explain it himself. When they arrived at the martial arts arena, Yu Tianheng and Zhao Zilong stood on the stage. Below the stage, students from the Tiando Royal Academy had gathered, discussing among themselves. "Who is Yu Tianheng going to challenge? I don't recognize him. I've never seen him before. He is a student from our school. I heard he seems to be called Zhao Zilong, Meng Yiran's senior boyfriend. Is it true that he is Yiran's boyfriend?" At this moment, Meng Yiran, who was at the foot of the stage, felt very complicated inside. Although she believed that with Zhao Zilong's strength, even if Yu Tianheng was powerful, he shouldn't be Zhao Zilong's opponent, her heart was filled with bitterness. If Zhao Zilong wins, how will she face him then? Should she go congratulate him, or do something else? On the stage, Yu Tianheng looked at Zhao Zilong with an even colder gaze and said, "I know you like Yinzi too. If you lose, I won't allow you to get close to her anymore." Zhao Zilong scratched his ear. Things that can be solved with fists are not really a big deal. He replied, "From your tone, it sounds like you think you can beat me. Have you forgotten how you lost to me last time? This time is different from last time." After Yu Tianheng finished speaking, he summoned his martial soul, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, and 4 soul rings of yellow and purple emerged from beneath his feet. Yu Tianheng, martial soul blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, level 41 assault system soul master. Please give me your guidance. Zhao Zilong then summoned his martial soul, blue silvergrass, and said, "Zhao Zilong, martial soul, blue silvergrass, level 41 soul master." After speaking, 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black appeared beneath Zhao Zilong's feet. especially after seeing the fourth soul ring. Yu Qianheng looked in disbelief, and the students from the Tiando Royal Academy were also shocked. A 10,000-year soul ring? The fourth soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring? Yu Qianheng looked at Zhao Zilong with reluctance. Last time they met, Zhao Zilong's soul power was still inferior to his. How long has it been? He has already reached the level of a soul master, and the fourth soul ring is even a 10,000-year soul ring. Suddenly, the previously confident Yu Qianheng felt disappointed. How did he manage to get the fourth soul ring to be a 10,000-year soul ring? At this moment, Dugian also felt different emotions stirring inside her. Although she had long known that Zhao Zilong's talent was higher than Yu Qianheng's, she never expected that Zhao Zilong had also reached the rank of soul master and even broke conventions by obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring as his fourth. Looking at the incredulous gazes of the surrounding students, Meng Yiran, who had just felt somewhat uncomfortable, suddenly felt much better. Women generally have a sense of comparison, and seeing their looks gave Meng Yiran a strange sense of satisfaction. She originally thought that after reaching the rank of soul master, she could redeem her past shame. But she didn't expect Zhao Zilong to also reach the rank of soul master, and his fourth soul ring was a 10,000-year soul ring. This made Yu Qianheng feel a bit scared at heart, but how would Duguyan see him if he backed down before the fight? He coldly said, "So what if it's a 10,000-year soul ring? It's just a mere blue-silver grass martial soul." Yu Qianheng quickly calmed down because he had the experience from the last battle with Zhao Zilong. He knew that his martial soul was very restraining against blue-silver grass. The reason he lost last time was due to Zhao Zilong's special soul skill. This time, he just needed to be a bit more careful. Third soul skill, Thunder Fury. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded. Now, Yu Qianheng's body looked like a charger, with countless currents flashing around him, resembling spider legs crawling on the ground. The currents kept writhing, giving the illusion that the ground was continuously supplying energy to Yu Qianheng. Bamboo leaf sword rain. Countless blue-silver grass leaves stabbed forward like sharp swords. Thunderstrike. Before the blue-silver grass leaves got close, a powerful thunderstorm surged forward, knocking the blue-silver grass leaves away. However, now the blue-silver grass had some resistance to lightning, so even with Thunderstrike, some blue-silver grass leaves still penetrated through the lightning. This surprised Yu Qianheng. Clearly, last time he fought Zhao Zilong, those blue-silver grass leaves were easily defeated. Why had they changed this time? It seemed like blue-silver grass had developed some resistance to his lightning. But Yu Qianheng only wanted to defeat Zhao Zilong. Even if there was resistance, he still had to fight. Yu Qianheng knew that Zhao Zilong's special soul skill seemed to be a unique fist technique. As long as he got close, he would be at a disadvantage. However, Yu Qianheng's soul skills were mostly close combat. After all, he was an assault-type martial soul, not a control type that could fight at a mid-range. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Ripple Step. Zhao Zilong dodged, leaving an afterimage in place, causing the Thunder Dragon Claw's attack to pass through the afterimage and hit the ground, creating an explosion of electric light on the stage. Damn it, it's that strange step again. What kind of self-created soul skill is this? Yu Qianheng was quite troubled. Zhao Zilong's unique step allowed him to rapidly increase his speed in a short time. Even though he wasn't a speed-type soul master, he possessed speed comparable to that of a speed-type soul master. Wide-eye. At this moment, Zhao Zilong's eyes turned completely white and the world turned black and white, greatly widening his field of vision. He extended a hand and said, "All right, come on." This Yu Qianheng frowned slightly. However, due to his previous defeat, he didn't dare to underestimate Zhao Zilong at all. His arms transformed into dragon claws, and blue lightning began to form a lightning ball as he roared. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Gentle Fist. Zhao Zilong didn't retreat. He directly stepped forward and struck with a palm, colliding with Yu Qianheng's fist. With the baptism of the ice fire 2-I, Zhao Zilong's physical strength had increased significantly, allowing him to better support the use of gentle fist and acupoint striking. As their fists met, soul power flowed into Yu Qianheng's arm, causing the dragon claw form to collapse instantly, and the lightning on his arm was quickly dissipated by the soul power. The collision of their soul powers also forced both of them to retreat several steps. This lightning is still so domineering. Zhao Zilong looked at the electric light flashing on his palm. No matter how many times he faced it, he still felt a bit of trepidation against such an attack. Damn it! Yu Qianheng watched as Zhao Zilong's palm struck towards him. He had just unleashed his full power with Thunder Dragon Claw, hoping to see if he could counter Zhao Zilong's gentle fist head-on, but he still failed. The electric light on his body began to surge. and Zhao Zilong could only retreat in the face of such a large-scale energy attack. The two continued to clash, their fists and palms colliding. Having learned from his previous lesson, Yu Qianheng covered his hands with a large amount of lightning with each attack. Although Zhao Zilong's palm technique could dispel the lightning, Yu Qianheng also found that he would suffer some backlash from the lightning. With a ping, a point strike landed on Yu Qianheng's right forearm, causing him to feel instant numbness in his arm and a sense of weakness, as he couldn't even use his soul power. Thunderstrike. Watching Zhao Zilong's fist strike again, the lightning on Yu Qianheng exploded, forcing Zhao Zilong to retreat. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul is not only powerful, but does it also have so much soul power? Zhao Zilong teased, whispering, "Heartbreaking poison, bamboo leaf sword ring." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of poisonous blue silvergrass leaves flew past. With tremendous force, Yu Qianheng used his second soul skill again, and the powerful lightning struck down all the incoming blue silvergrass leaves. No, I'm still at a disadvantage in close combat. Yu Qianheng moved his arm slightly, feeling the numbness begin to fade, while inwardly he thought, once struck by his special fist technique, it seems like my soul power gets temporarily sealed. If I had been caught by him even once, I would have been defeated. Luckily, I was prepared. Otherwise, taking a few more hits would have certainly led to my loss. With these thoughts, Yu Qianheng decided to change his strategy. Since most of his soul skills required close proximity to be effective, and Zhao Zilong's special fist technique was a natural enemy in close combat, a bolt of lightning began to form into a roaring lightning dragon. The fourth soul skill, Blue Divine Dragon Rush. A lightning dragon, over a meter long and entirely made of electricity, vividly appeared behind Yu Qianheng, roaring and gathering lightning in its mouth. In the next moment, the lightning dragon lunged at Zhao Zilong. Although the dragon appeared small, it was indeed a powerful concentration of lightning. Even a slight touch could be fatal. Zhao Zilong used the ripple step to evade the first strike of the dragon, his palm filled with soul power, and struck at the dragon's abdomen. Ziz, ziz, ziz. The collision between his palm and the lightning dragon instantly released high-intensity electricity along Zhao Zilong's arm, causing him to feel numb all over and even take several steps back. Ziz, ziz, ziz. At that moment, electric sparks began to shimmer across Zhao Zilong's body. Although his attack had shattered the lightning dragon, it also backfired due to the released lightning. So numb, so painful, Zhao Zilong supported his right hand with his left, feeling as if he had hit the nerve at his elbow. Just a moment of contact left his right hand both numb and painful. Seeing this, Yu Qianheng smiled slightly, connecting his palm to the dragon's tail with a thread of lightning. He continuously output his soul power, and the abdomen of the previously damaged lightning dragon was now being restored. With a confident look, Yu Qianheng said to Zhao Zilong, "Your strength is impressive, but unfortunately, your martial soul is just blue silvergrass. Lightning naturally has a great restraining effect on plant-type martial souls. Moreover, my martial soul is the #1 beast martial soul in the world. You cannot defeat me." "Let's see about that." "Web binding," Zhao Zilong declared, no longer intending to engage in close combat, knowing that Yu Qianheng wouldn't dare to approach him. Since that was the case, they would compete with soul power. Soon, the web binding collided with the lightning dragon, the blue silvergrass binding the dragon, while the dragon's lightning was simultaneously destroying the blue silvergrass. Even though Zhao Zilong's blue silvergrass had gained some resistance to lightning because of the fourth soul skill, it was still quickly being destroyed when facing the #1 beast martial soul. The battle quickly turned into a contest between blue silvergrass and the lightning dragon, with the dragon clearly holding the upper hand, radiating dazzling blue light. The blue silvergrass was being destroyed continuously, but as a plant type, the greatest characteristic of blue silvergrass was its resilience. After being damaged, it could quickly regrow through soul power. Chapter 91. Exposure of External Soul Bone. This is a supplement from yesterday. The next update will be for today. At this moment, the students of the Tiando Royal Academy, watching from below, all held their breath. Yu Qianheng was undoubtedly the pride of their academy, and the seemingly insignificant Zhao Zilong, who was recognized as having the useless martial soul, blue silvergrass, turned out to be so powerful. This was truly shocking to them. No, his third spirit skill is just that, while mine is a fourth spirit skill. If we continue to compare spirit power like this, I will be the one at a disadvantage. Although his fist techniques somewhat restrain me in close combat to defeat him, I still need to engage in close quarters fighting. At this moment, Yu Qianheng saw that his Thunder Dragon was truly bound by Zhao Zilong's blue silvergrass. and he felt an immense sense of urgency. He couldn't understand why such a trivial blue silvergrass could actually block his Thunder Dragon. Most importantly, as a powerful attack-type spirit master, Yu Qianheng's physical strength was already very strong. If he gave up close combat and relied solely on his long-range attack methods, his combat effectiveness would be significantly reduced. On the other side, Zhao Zilong was the same. Although it seemed that his blue silvergrass was blocking Yu Qianheng's Thunder Dragon, the soul power consumed was no less than Yu Qianheng's, and in fact, he had expended even more soul power to block that Thunder Dragon. Even though the blue silvergrass now had lightning resistance, it was still difficult to deal with Yu Qianheng's Thunder Dragon. Sure enough, the gap between a top-tier martial soul and a mid-tier martial soul is still quite large. If my martial soul were the awakened blue silver emperor, even if it were not as good as the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, I definitely wouldn't be this passive. After this internal complaint, Zhao Zilong's gaze gradually became sharp as he looked at Yu Qianheng, who was controlling the Thunder Dragon from behind, secretly thinking, it seems that close combat is necessary. Even though blue silver grass has resistance to lightning, when it comes to martial souls, I am still at a disadvantage. At this moment, both of them had the same thought. Zhao Zilong was at a disadvantage because of his martial soul, while Yu Qianheng needed to get close to unleash the full power of his martial soul. After avoiding the web of restraints and the Thunder Dragon, the two began close combat again. Thunder Dragon Claw versus Soft Fist, bang. The attacks of both collided again. On the surface, the Thunder Dragon Claw appeared to have great power, while the Soft Fist seemed unremarkable. Yet the Soft Fist was able to repel the might of the Thunder Dragon Claw each time. After several rounds of combat, Zhao Zilong was at a slight disadvantage, as the Soft Fist would always suffer from the backlash of the lightning. However, it was evident that Yu Qianheng was consuming more soul power than Zhao Zilong. He asked, what kind of fist technique is that? Why is my soul power being neutralized by you? Soft Fist. Soft Fist? Yu Qianheng muttered in confusion. Zhao Zilong was not stingy and explained, the fists you use usually cause external injuries to your opponents. For example, a single punch can directly break bones. Such fists can be called steel fists. However, the Soft Fist is the opposite. When it strikes you, it leaves no marks on the surface of your body, but the force penetrates your body and causes internal injuries. The soul power is generated from within and released, and the Soft Fist can naturally disrupt the composition of your soul power, preventing it from forming soul skills. How can there be such a martial art? After hearing Zhao Zilong's explanation, Yu Qianheng's expression became even worse. No wonder every time he clashed palms with him, his dragon transformation would be undone. It was all because of this reason, which was simply too unfair. At this point, Zhao Zilong casually added a bit of humble bragging, but your soul power is too strong, and your martial soul is too domineering. Even my Soft Fist has some difficulty dealing with it. Upon hearing this, the corners of Yu Qianheng's mouth twitched a few times. As a proud blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, he struggled against a blue silver grass, which was recognized as a waste martial soul. And now Zhao Zilong said it was difficult to handle. Yu Qianheng didn't know how to refute him. At this moment, a smile appeared on Zhao Zilong's face, and the gloom in his heart was swept away by the battle with Yu Qianheng. The fight made Zhao Zilong feel a surge of blood and excitement as he said, Yu Qianheng, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, truly deserves to be the #1 beast martial soul. I have to admit that my previous victory over you had a lot to do with luck. It seems I underestimated you before, my apologies. However, this sounded particularly grating to Yu Qianheng's ears. A proud person like him engaged in this duel with Zhao Zilong to redeem his previous humiliation. He coldly replied, for what you said, it seems you still have some hidden cards. If you have any trump cards, go ahead and show them. All right. Saying this, Zhao Zilong charged towards Yu Qianheng again, who immediately became alert. But suddenly, the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, appeared behind Zhao Zilong, which startled Yu Qianheng greatly. However, at this moment, Zhao Zilong had already rushed in front of Yu Qianheng. The soul skill of 8 spider lances passively enhances and devours. Once the 8 spider lances are used, all attributes are boosted by 50%. With his fists as fast as lightning, Zhao Zilong struck with a Soft Fist, aiming for acupoints, and Yu Qianheng immediately covered himself with a lightning defense. But at that moment, the 8 spider lances behind Zhao Zilong suddenly slashed out, and a spray of blood erupted, causing Yu Qianheng to roll his eyes in pain. Subsequently, Zhao Zilong struck Yu Qianheng's chest with a palm, and with a loud boom, Yu Tianheng's body flew out like a cannonball. landing below the arena. Tianheng. Seeing this scene, Douluo Yin shouted. The students of the Tiando Royal Academy below the arena did not expect that everything would change so drastically. Just moments ago, Yu Qianheng and Zhao Zilong were exchanging blows on the arena, but in the blink of an eye, Yu Qianheng had lost. Tianheng, are you okay? Douluo Yin rushed to Yu Tianheng's side. At that moment, a long scar appeared on Yu Tianheng's chest, and the blood was a dark purple color. She immediately shouted, Lingling, come quickly to treat Tianheng. However, at that moment, Zhao Zilong also walked over, and Douluo Yin instinctively stepped in front of Yu Tianheng, becoming alert. Seeing Douluo Yin like this, Zhao Zilong felt a bit disappointed and pained inside. This woman was originally someone he intended to pursue, but now she was protecting Yu Tianheng. It seemed that his efforts to win over Douluo Yin had already failed before they even officially began. At that moment, he felt an indescribable sense of frustration seeing Douluo Yin shield Yu Tianheng. However, Zhao Zilong quickly recognized the reality. Feelings cannot be forced, or will only lead to adverse effects. Even someone like Bibi Dong, a heavenly beauty, had fallen for a worthless master. Since Douluo Yin cared for Yu Tianheng, why should he hang on to Douluo Yin? It would be better to draw a line and cut his losses early, while also comforting Meng Yiran, as providing her with security was key. Step aside, I'll help him detoxify, he said coldly. Hearing Zhao Zilong's indifferent words, Douluo Yin felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, the reason they fought was largely because of her. Although being pursued by two outstanding men made her feel a bit proud, it also made her sad. She didn't know how to face the two of them in the future. Soon, the 8 spider lances behind Zhao Zilong pierced Yu Tianheng's wound, slowly drawing out the poison. Zhao Zilong couldn't help but feel surprised, thinking that was close. After taking the Fire Phoenix's fruit and the star anise mysterious ice grass, the toxicity of the 8 spider lances has become even stronger than before. If I had waited a few more seconds, Yu Tianheng might really have been done for. Chapter 92. Shuqinghe. After detoxifying Yu Tianheng, and with Lingling's healing, Yu Tianheng quickly recovered. I didn't expect you to have an external spirit bone. Although Yu Tianheng had recovered, the blow to his heart was even greater. Zhao Zilong was several years younger than him, yet he had still lost to someone younger. This was definitely a gap in talent. Now, he was no match for Zhao Zilong, and it was likely he would struggle to catch up in the future. Soon, Yu Tianheng stood up and said, I lost. I'm leaving. You seem to have misunderstood something, Zhao Zilong said at this moment. I have nothing to do with Sister Yin. The reason Douluo Feng let Douluo Yin break up with you is not because of me, but entirely because of you. Hearing this, Yu Tianheng felt a surge of indignation and coldly snorted without responding. Zhao Zilong continued, even without me, if you encounter someone else in the future, Douluo Feng will still make Douluo Yin break up with you. Ultimately, it's your strength that doesn't match your identity as the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Moreover, I will treat her well, and I won't do anything to betray her. Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, both Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin's eyes lit up. Not only them, but Meng Yiran behind them also felt a sense of happiness, as if she had been coated in honey. Yu Tianheng, who had originally felt a lot of frustration, seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words. With some doubt, he looked at Zhao Zilong and asked, Brother Zilong, is what you said true? That's right. What I like is Yiran. I have always regarded Sister Yin as an older sister. Although I did feel a bit attracted to her at first sight, the most important person to me is still Yiran. Saying this, Zhao Zilong looked at Meng Yiran with deep affection. At this moment, Meng Yiran's face was also flushed, and the previous trust crisis had completely disappeared. Although their relationship had long been confirmed, Zhao Zilong's bold admission of their relationship in front of so many people made Meng Yiran feel very happy, shyly hugging Zhao Zilong's arm. Seeing Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran together, Yu Tianheng felt relieved, but also a bit awkward. It seemed he had misunderstood Zhao Zilong. At this time, Douluo Yin also felt a bit embarrassed and stepped forward to apologize, saying, I'm sorry, Zilong, I misunderstood you. I thought my grandfather was asking me to break up with Tianheng because you were instigating it. I'm really sorry. It's okay. But it was indeed because of me that this farce happened. Zhao Zilong generously forgave Douluo Yin. At this point, he had already let go. From Douluo Yin's reaction just now, Zhao Zilong understood that a forced relationship would not be sweet. Even if he really defeated Yu Tianheng with his strength, and Douluo Yin ended up with him because of Douluo Bo's marriage, there would always be a place for Yu Tianheng in Douluo Yin's heart. After all, both men and women find it hard to forget their first love. And Zhao Zilong didn't want to end up with Douluo Yin only to have her thinking about another man. It was better to let go early. And upon careful consideration, My initial goal was simply to obtain the fairy grass. So why provoke her? It would be better to find a good excuse for myself and let go openly. Looking at you, Tianheng, I began to pump him up. I believe that with your talent, Tianheng, as long as you are willing to work hard and prove to Senior Dogu that you have the strength to protect Sister Yan Yan and are a reliable person who can be entrusted for a lifetime, Senior Dogu will definitely let you be together. After all, you are the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and that identity cannot be changed. Yu Shenheng felt delighted upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, and, at the same time, he was filled with motivational inspiration. He immediately agreed. I understand now. Thank you, Zilong. Then he looked at Dogu Yin and said, I'm sorry, Yinzi. It was all because I was too lazy and arrogant, thinking that my talent was unmatched in the Heavendo Royal Academy, so I lost myself. Don't worry. From now on, I will train hard and prove myself to Senior Dogu. I am a man worthy of you. Looking at the two of them gazing affectionately at each other, Zhao Zilong also revealed a relieved smile. Damn it, since I played matchmaker, I really am magnanimous. I personally sent Dogu Yin off. Zhao Zilong secretly cursed inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. Watching the two of them like this made Zhao Zilong a bit uncomfortable, as he had genuinely intended to pursue Dogu Yin before. Now he just felt like he couldn't pursue her anymore, and chose to cut his losses. Otherwise, if he failed to win Dogu Yan's heart and lost Meng Yiran in the process, that would truly be losing both the beauty and the soldiers. Indeed, one should not be too greedy in life, especially when one's abilities are not strong enough. One really needs to be a bit more low-key. Yiran, let's go, Zhao Zilong said, pulling Meng Yiran's hand. Okay, Meng Yiran nodded, looking quite happy. However, just as Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran were about to leave, they suddenly noticed a young man dressed in luxurious attire walking towards them, followed by a large group of guards. As the young man approached, the surrounding students made way. Truly, heroes emerged from the youth. The young man stepped forward and revealed a refined and noble smile, saying, I have long heard from the 3 committee members that our Heavendo Royal Academy has produced a genius young man. Today, seeing you in person, you are indeed extraordinary. Zhao Zilong looked at this person and couldn't help but think, is this person Qianren Xue? May I ask who you are? Zhao Zilong slightly cupped his fists and asked the young man. The captain of the guards behind him immediately reprimanded. How audacious! This is His Highness the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe of the Heavendo Empire. Zhao Zilong felt a bit speechless. I just asked who he was. How is that audacious? Does it have to be so high profile? Although his status was indeed quite high. Oh, so it's His Highness the Crown Prince. I have met His Highness. A hint of surprise appeared in Zhao Zilong's eyes, and then he glanced at the crowd in the distance, where Xue Beng was clearly a bit flustered upon Xue Qinghe's arrival. Xue Qinghe looked at everyone with a gentle and refined demeanor, saying, Today, this prince has come to the Heavendo Royal Academy to take a look. I didn't expect to see our academy's 2 great geniuses clashing right away. It's truly a splendid soul battle. Yu Shenheng chuckled bitterly as he was on the losing side. The competition was indeed exciting, but it wasn't very glorious for him. Although he ultimately won the beauty, his pride was still a bit uncomfortable, especially since Xue Qinghe mentioned his defeat. He cupped his fists and asked, I wonder if His Highness has any guidance for us today? Not exactly guidance. After all, the Heavendo Royal Team is the facade of the Heavendo Empire. Now that 2 genius soul masters have joined the Heavendo Royal Team, it is naturally a good thing. Xue Qinghe smiled elegantly, then turned to Zhao Zilong and asked, Zilong, do you have some free time now? Can we chat? Zhao Zilong was a bit puzzled, but did not refuse Qianren Xue's invitation, agreeing, How could I dare to refuse your highness's invitation? Chapter 93. The inheritor of the Azura God soon, at Xue Qinghe's request, Zhao Zilong followed him to a guest courtyard. After they sat down, Xue Qinghe was very polite and personally poured Zhao Zilong a cup of tea, saying, I heard from the 3 committee members that Zilong is only 13 this year. Zhao Zilong nodded slightly, and Xue Qinghe praised. To reach the soul sect at the age of 13 is indeed rare. I fear there is no one on the entire Douluo Continent who can reach the soul sect at your age. Zilong, didn't you achieve it too? Zhao Zilong thought inwardly as he looked at Xue Qinghe, knowing that Qianren Xue had innate soul power of level 20. Her talent and cultivation was even more exaggerated than Tang San's. He cupped his fists and replied, Your Highness is overpraising me. Xue Qinghe smiled gently and corrected, Zilong, there is no need to call me Your Highness. I am much older than you. If you don't mind, you can just call me Brother Xue. Then, since that is the case, I shall respectfully comply. Zhao Zilong didn't think much of it. After all, Building a closer relationship with Qianren Shue was not a bad thing, or rather, Zhao Zilong had always wanted to get closer to her. After all, with the identity of the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire and the identity of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, she could be said to be influential in both the black and white worlds. Of course, this statement isn't entirely accurate. In any case, Qianren Shue could be considered the strongest ally on the Douluo Continent. Her grandfather was a level 99 limit Douluo. Her mother was the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and she herself was the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, as well as the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire. Holding on to this connection, people from the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire should not suppress him just because of his exceptional talent. Brother Xue Qinghe nodded with satisfaction and asked, "With such talent, may I ask who your teacher is?" Zhao Zilong felt a bit awkward in front of others. He could use the name of the Spirit Hall to bluff, but in front of Qianren Shue, he couldn't just make things up. He cupped his fists and said, "My teacher is just a recluse from the mountains, not worth mentioning." Seeing that Zhao Zilong was not inclined to answer, Qinghe did not press further and changed the topic, asking, "I wonder what your plans are for the future, Zilong." "I'm not sure for now. Let's talk about it after graduation." Zhao Zilong's response was somewhat evasive. Qinghe smiled gently and said, "To be honest, with your current soul power, Zilong, graduating is no problem at all. You have exceptional talent. Have you not thought about your future path?" Zhao Zilong, seeing that Qinghe was not letting him off the hook, could only explain the future. "I'm not quite sure at the moment. For now, I just want to focus on cultivating and increasing my soul power. If I had to say what my immediate goal is, I just want to participate in next year's Soul Master competition, and then I'll think about the rest later." Qianren Shue was not in a hurry. Although he wanted to recruit Zhao Zilong, he knew that Zhao Zilong was still too young. Achieving Soul Master at the age of 13 definitely made him a genius among geniuses. As far as Qianren Shue knew, in the Spirit Hall, Hulaina, who was taken as a disciple by that woman, only reached Soul Master at the age of 15, and her innate soul power was at level 9, which was extremely high. Qinghe then took out a token from his body and placed it on the table, saying, "This is the token of my Crown Prince Hall. If you ever need my help in the future, you can come directly to me with this token." Zhao Zilong looked at the token in his hand. In the original story, Qinghe also gave Tang San a similar token, but now Tang San's talent was far inferior to that in the original story. Could he still be valued by Qianren Shue? Zhao Zilong took the token and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you, Brother Xue." At this moment, Qinghe's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Zilong, I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep you." Hearing Qinghe's words, Zhao Zilong understood his meaning and clasped his fists, saying, "All right, then I'll take my leave." After Zhao Zilong left, Qinghe's expression immediately turned cold as he spoke to the air. The person has left. Soon, a noble and graceful figure walked out from another room, a woman with an almost perfect face, holding a dazzling golden scepter encrusted with gems. This person was none other than Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Qianren Shue looked at Bibi Dong, recalling how her mother had never liked her since childhood. After her father's death, Bibi Dong came to the Heaven Do Empire, pretending to be Qinghe, and this mother had never shown any concern for her. In her childhood, she often longed for her mother's love, but had never received it. Who exactly is Zhao Zilong? You seem quite interested in him. It's hard to imagine that someone like you would suddenly take an interest in a 13-year-old boy. At this moment, Bibi Dong stepped out, feeling extremely excited inside. As soon as the noble Zhao Zilong appeared, the long-dormant Rakshasa god mark on her body became hot. It was clear that Zhao Zilong was the target she needed to find for her sixth trial of a Rakshasa god, the future inheritor of Ashura god. Although she was very happy to have found the person she was looking for, Bibi Dong did not rush to complete her sixth trial. This was because the sixth trial had already clearly stated that there were 2 inheritors of the Ashura god, and Zhao Zilong was just one of them, meaning he only had a 50% chance of inheriting the Ashura god position. Therefore, Bibi Dong needed to take advantage of the sixth trial to find the other inheritor of Ashura god. After all, whether as a friend or an enemy in the future, she had to get ahead of him. Of course, if she could not find the other inheritor of the Ashura god within the limited time, then Bibi Dong would have no choice but to take Zhao Zilong as her disciple and work hard to train him to be able to inherit the Ashura god position, increasing his chances of inheriting from 50% to as close to 100% as possible. However, Bibi Dong would not tell anyone about this matter, as the inheritor of a divine position was indeed a significant secret. Gods are almost legendary beings in the Douluo Continent. However, Bibi Dong envied Zhao Zilong. It must be said that this world is truly cruel. Some people spend their entire lives and exert all their efforts only to be unable to obtain what they desire. While Zhao Zilong has already caught the attention of the Shura god during his youth, and his future path has long been planned out by the cultivation god. If she could cultivate a god, what a grand occasion that would be. Looking at Qian Renxue, who was disguised as Xue Qinghe, Bibi Dong felt a bit disgusted. Although she had changed her appearance, the sacred aura on her still made Bibi Dong uncomfortable. She coldly said, "It has nothing to do with you." After saying that, Bibi Dong turned and left. At this moment, Qian Renxue was not having it anymore. She suddenly ran over inexplicably and asked her to approach Zhao Zilong, then just said, "It's none of your business," and was about to leave. Although even if Bibi Dong didn't come, Qian Renxue still planned to contact Zhao Zilong. She was very curious about why Bibi Dong made a personal trip. However, more than curiosity, she felt anger at her mother's indifference. She asked, "Who exactly is Zhao Zilong that makes you come all this way?" Bibi Dong seemed to have not heard anything and vanished from the spot like a ghost. Seeing Bibi Dong leave, Qian Renxue became even angrier. Although she was not very clear about Bibi Dong's intentions, she knew that Zhao Zilong was indeed a genius. No matter what her plans were, she needed to win over this talent for herself. Chapter 94. Half a year later, as soon as Zhao Zilong returned, Ming Iran, looking like a curious baby, asked Zilong, "What did His Highness the Crown Prince say to you?" He said that if anything comes up, I can find him any time. Zhao Zilong casually replied, but there was some worry in his eyes. He had originally planned to get support from Douluo by getting close to Douluo Yin, but now it seemed that this plan was going to fall through. Wait, it's not that simple. In the original story, Tang San didn't pursue Douluo Yin either. But didn't he also become a close friend of Douluo? Zhao Zilong sighed inwardly. Anyway, as the saying goes, the boat will reach the bridge when it gets there. At least after helping Douluo and Douluo Yin detoxify, he could gain some goodwill from them, which wasn't too bad. A few days later, Douluo found Zhao Zilong again. Walking through the academy, Douluo spoke first. "Little monster, I heard from Yin that you're not planning to pursue her anymore. Well, it's better to give up. A forced relationship is not sweet, and Sister Yin has already fallen deeply in love with Yu Tianheng." Zhao Zilong sighed helplessly. Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Douluo felt regretful. Yesterday, Douluo Yin and Yu Tianheng had already come to see him. However, Douluo actually wanted to matchmake Zhao Zilong and Douluo Yin, as Yu Tianheng's talent really couldn't compare to Zhao Zilong's. However, Douluo also felt sorry for Douluo Yin. The fact that she came with Yu Tianheng yesterday indicated her awakening. Now seeing Zhao Zilong so decisively give up, Douluo actually felt relieved internally, as he didn't have to play the bad guy and force Yin to separate from the person she liked. Zhao Zilong smiled lightly and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's continue with the detoxification. After all, the poison in your body still needs a long time to be cleared." Douluo nodded and then teased, "Little monster, since you can't be my grandson-in-law, how about being my disciple instead?" Zhao Zilong rolled his eyes and replied, "I don't want to, but if you want me to become sworn brothers, I don't see a problem with that." Upon hearing this, Douluo was stunned for a few seconds before laughing heartily. "Interesting. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. You're a few years younger than Yin. If I really became your sworn brother, how would Yin see me?" Zhao Zilong felt a bit embarrassed and said, "I was just saying it casually. If it doesn't work, then forget it. As for being your disciple, no way. I don't want to preside over Douluo Yin and Yu Tianheng's wedding after you die. You little brat, I'm only 78 years old this year. How can you curse me to death?" Douluo retorted unhappily, "With my current health, living a few more decades is no problem." Zhao Zilong smiled lightly and said, "If you want to live longer, you should clear the poison from your body properly." Half a year later, at Shrek Academy, the Shrek 7 monsters were all preparing for the upcoming Soul Master competition. Finally reached level 34? At this moment, Tang San, sitting cross-legged in his room, opened his eyes and murmured, "With less than half a year until the Soul Master competition." Tang San looked at the blue-silver grass martial soul in his hand and felt that ever since he reached soul respect, or rather, since the regression of his soul power a year and a half ago, his cultivation had noticeably slowed down. The blue-silver grass was indeed a useless martial soul. If he continued to cultivate like this, his speed would probably slow down even more. Tang San couldn't help but frown, his desire to cultivate the Hao-Ian Hammer martial soul growing stronger. After all, he knew that his second martial soul was the strongest weapon martial soul in the world. Half a year ago, Tang San had learned some things from Titan and Bai He about the past, which made him increasingly resentful towards the Spear Hall. He finally understood why he had never seen his mother since childhood and why his father was hidden in the Holy Soul Village. It turned out that all of this was caused by the Spirit Hall. However, he also learned from Titan and Bai He that his father had killed the Pope of the Spirit Hall, which led to the closure of the Out.I sect. Nevertheless, Tang San didn't believe that his father was wrong. It was all because of the Spirit Hall. But Tang San was also very clear that with his current strength, he was far from being able to compete with the behemoth that was the Spirit Hall. He needed to speed up his cultivation and also try to pull in other forces, such as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the past 6 months, Tang San, through Ning Rongrong, finally met the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and he also promoted his hidden weapons, especially the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, which was greatly favored by Ning Fengji. This allowed Tang San to earn a considerable profit. "Xiao San, are you there?" At that moment, a voice from outside the door called out to him. Tang San immediately went to open the door and saw Xiao Wu, who was becoming more and more beautiful. He felt very happy in his heart. Over this time, Tang San gradually understood his feelings for Xiao Wu. After a chance confession, Xiao Wu gladly accepted, and since then, Tang San no longer regarded Xiao Wu simply as his sister. "Xiao Wu, is there something you need?" Tang San asked her. "Brother, I just heard from Fatty that Elder Titan and Elder White Crane have come. It seems they are looking for you," Xiao Wu said cautiously. Tang San nodded. He had always been a bit curious about Xiao Wu and asked, "Xiao Wu, may I ask you something?" "Go ahead," Xiao Wu replied. Tang San looked at her seriously and said, "Do you not like Elder Titan and Uncle Guan?" Because in the past few instances when Tang San wanted to take Xiao Wu to meet them, she never went. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face turned pale, and she hurriedly explained, "No, of course not. I just don't want to go, and they're both sold Douluos, which makes me a bit scared." Tang San became even more puzzled. He had always felt that Xiao Wu was hiding something from him. It was as if, growing up, he had never seen how Xiao Wu obtained her soul rings. It seemed that every time it was time for her to acquire a soul ring, she would coincidentally get a suitable one for herself. Once or twice could be considered coincidence, but it happening every time was simply unreasonable. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu seriously and said, "Xiao Wu, remember, no matter what happens, you are my sister, the person I love the most. Even if I die, I will protect you." Xiao Wu was very touched by this and gently nodded her head. Seeing that Xiao Wu still wouldn't say anything, Tang San decided not to ask further and said, "All right, I'm going to see Elder Titan and Uncle Guan now." Chapter 95 by Chun Xiang Soon. They arrived at the reception room. Besides Titan and White Crane, there were also Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, and a very beautiful girl. When Tang San saw the girl, he found her appearance to be stunning, only slightly less beautiful than Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. She also seemed to be a little younger than Xiao Wu and the others. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was trying to ingratiate himself with the girl, but she completely ignored him, her eyes filled with disdain and disgust towards him. "Third brother, you're here," Ma Hongjun exclaimed when he saw Tang San, waving his hand. "Grandpa Titan, Uncle," Tang San said, looking at the two with great respect, as both were powerful soul dual level experts. Titan stood up and laughed. "Haha, young master. I came here today specifically to tell you that the batch of hidden weapon parts you entrusted to me last time has all been crafted. You can check them now." Saying this, Titan took out a large pile of parts from his soul guide device. After glancing at them, Tang San nodded in satisfaction and said, "Thank you, Grandpa Titan." Titan laughed heartily, stroking his beard. "Ha ha ha, it's nothing. This is also considered business. I should thank you, young master. After all, our family specializes in forging, and having business come in is a joy for us." Then Titan turned to Bai He and said, "Old Bai, didn't you say you had something to discuss with the young master?" Tang San looked at Bai He and asked, "Uncle, what do you need me for?" Tang San found it quite strange, as the Min family's residence was quite a distance from Shrek Academy, so he wondered why they had suddenly come. "Let me introduce you first. Xiang, this is my cousin Tang San, whom I mentioned before." Bai He introduced Bai Chun Xiang to Tang San, and then said to him, "Xiao San, this is Bai Chun Xiang, my granddaughter, so she is your cousin, I suppose." Bai Chun Xiang glanced at Tang San, and since Tang San's appearance was rather ordinary, she said somewhat coldly, "Hello, cousin." At this moment, Ma Hongjun, who was nearby, was even more excited and said, "Bai Chun Xiang, so your name is Bai Chun Xiang? Can I call you Xiang? Bai Chun Xiang rolled her eyes, clearly not wanting to engage with Ma Hongjun. Tang San felt a bit awkward. He could sense Bai Chun Xiang's very cold tone. He spoke up, "Cousin, since this is our first meeting and I haven't prepared any gifts, let me give you this hidden weapon, Han Sha Xiying." Han Sha Xiying? Bai Chun Xiang looked at the hidden weapon Tang San handed over, her brows slightly furrowing as she asked, "Is this the same kind of hidden weapon as the Zhuge Divine Crossbow?" "That's right." Tang San nodded gently and explained, "However, while Han Sha Shi Ing is not as powerful as the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, it has a better size. Once launched, it will instantly shoot out 13 poison needles and poison mist. The launch method is the same as the previous Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Just press the button on top." Bai Qinxiang looked at the protruding part at the tail and realized it was the button. Excitedly, she nodded and said, "Thank you, cousin." Seeing Bai Qinxiang's attitude suddenly improve, Tang San felt quite pleased. After all, Han Sha Shi Ing was very expensive to make. Aside from Xiao Wu, he hadn't given it to anyone else in Shrek. At this moment, Bai spoke up. "Xiao San, I saw the Zhuge Divine Crossbow that you had Titan bring for us from the Minji clan before. It's really good and has strong power." Tang San smiled and explained, "As long as it helps Uncle, that's good. I heard from my teacher before that the Minji clan follows a pure agility path, with extremely fast speed but lacking in attack power. So I thought the Zhuge Divine Crossbow would be helpful for you. You have a good heart," Bai said, nodding gently. He continued, "Now Xiang Xiang is already 12 years old, and her soul power is at level 27. I've already talked to Dean Flandre about this, and Dean Flandre has agreed to let Xiang Xiang enroll. By then, you and Xiang Xiang will be classmates, so I hope you, as her cousin, can take good care of her." "Yes, Xiao San will definitely do that," Tang San nodded in response. Bai gently nodded and said, "Xiao San, can you take us to your room? I want to discuss something with you." "Okay, Uncle," Tang San nodded and gestured to invite Bai to his room. At this time, Titan also said to Tai Long, "Hurry and take Xiang Xiang to class. As her older brother, remember to protect her well, okay?" "I know, Grandpa. Even if you don't say it, I will protect Xiang Xiang," Tai Long said, scratching his head helplessly. "Xiang Xiang, let's go." "Yes. Xiang Xiang, let's go to class." Ma Hongjun also came over excitedly. Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Bai Qinxiang immediately became displeased and arrogantly said in a spoiled manner, "You can't just call me Xiang Xiang. You fat pig, are we that close? Just looking at your lewd face, I knew from the moment you walked in that you had no good intentions. Don't call me Xiang Xiang, or I'll make you regret it." Tai Long glanced at Ma Hongjun and calmly said, "All right, Xiang Xiang, let's go." After being confronted by Qinxiang, Ma Hongjun could only smile bitterly. As he watched the dejected Bai Qinxiang and Tai Long leave, he felt a pang in his heart. He used to mock Oscar, saying there was no such thing as love at first sight in this world. But now Ma Hongjun felt he had truly experienced it. From the moment he laid eyes on Bai Qinxiang, he seemed to have fallen hopelessly in love. Tang San brought Bai and Titan to his room, which was quite simple, consisting of just a bed and a table. After pouring them a glass of water and inviting them to sit down, he asked, "Uncle, is there something you want to discuss with me?" Bai looked at Tang San and asked, "I heard from the old gorilla that you sold that Zhuge Divine Crossbow to Ning Fengji for 150 gold soul coins. Is that true?" Tang San nodded lightly and then turned serious. The Minji clan, being pure agility soul masters, lacked offensive power. When Tang San gifted 5 Zhuge Divine Crossbows to the Minji clan, he had the intention of currying favor with them, as well as wanting to do business with them. "Yes, Uncle, if you also want the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, I can give you a better price." Bai chuckled bitterly and asked, "So what's your lowest price?" After thinking for a moment, Tang San replied, "How about 120 gold soul coins?" Bai's mouth twitched, let alone 120 gold soul coins. He couldn't even afford 100 for one. If it weren't for the aid from the other 3 major families over the years, the Minji clan would have long been unable to survive. Seeing Bai's expression, Tang San felt a bit helpless, then explained, "How about 115 gold soul coins? That's already the lowest I can go. Manufacturing the Zhuge Divine Crossbow requires first purchasing fine iron for refining. From 10 pounds of iron ore, you can only extract 1 pound of fine iron after refining. This fine iron also needs to be screened before forging, which requires both time and money. I had Grandpa Titan handle those 2 processes, and I did the assembly myself, so I obviously need to make some profit." Chapter 96. Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng Titan sighed and said, "Old White Bird, don't underestimate this Zhuge Divine Crossbow. It requires a lot of parts, and each part takes a long time to craft." White Crane sighed in response and said, "I know. With the financial resources of our Min family, even if we went bankrupt, we couldn't afford a few Zhuge Divine Crossbows." Tang San also bitterly smiled and remained silent, while White Crane continued, "So, this time I came with a good treasure." Titan immediately became interested and asked, "Treasure? Old White Bird, what other treasures do you have?" White Crane proudly replied, "Old Gorilla, although our Min family is poor, This thing is guaranteed to be something you've never seen before. Let me show you something new. Saying this, White Crane took out a box from the Soul Guide and slowly opened it, revealing a blood-red ginseng. Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. Upon seeing the treasure inside the box, Tang San's pupils contracted sharply. He never expected to encounter such a good thing in this Douluo Continent world. This was a divine product. Titan looked at the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, noticing that the surface of the ginseng had a layer of prominent bumps that formed a special pattern, resembling a five-clawed dragon soaring in the sky. He asked in confusion, "Old White Bird, what is this?" "Looks like you don't understand," White Crane said, stroking his beard as he introduced it. "This is called Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. It has the power of resurrection, but that's just an ordinary product. This Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng is a divine product." "Divine product? What is that?" Titan asked, looking bewildered. "A divine product is something that exists only in the heavens, almost non-existent in the mortal world. I traveled the entire Douluo Continent to obtain it." White Crane reminisced a bit and continued, "Back then, when we were still an affiliated clan of the out.I sect, the old sect master was seriously ill, and due to injuries from his youth, his health was not optimistic. The old goat diagnosed him and said that in the world, only this Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng could save the old sect master's life. So as the Min family, we naturally took on this task. However, when I found the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, I hadn't had the chance to give it to the old sect master before he passed away, and we were abandoned by the sect." As he said this, tears welled up in White Crane's eyes. Hearing this, Titan sighed and patted White Crane's shoulder, saying, "All right, Old White Bird, those are all things of the past." Tang San felt deeply moved as well. It seemed that back then, the single attribute four clans were loyal to the out.I sect, but were met with abandonment. No wonder they harbored resentment. However, at this moment, Tang San was even more interested in the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng in White Crane's hands. This was a divine product. If he hadn't encountered it, it would have been fine, but since he did today, he had to try to obtain it. "Let's talk about this ginseng of yours," Titan said, looking at the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng on the table. White Crane replied with a blank expression, "Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng." Titan crossed his arms and asked, "So, what effects does this Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng have? Since it's a divine product, it should be more powerful than ordinary ginseng, right? Isn't that obvious?" White Crane snorted coldly and said proudly, "After I got the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, I initially didn't know its specific effects. So I went to the old goat and borrowed a lot of books on rare herbs to read. I didn't expect that once I looked into it. I was truly shocked. This thing has incredible effects." "Oh, tell me about it." White Crane stroked his beard and introduced. "This Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng is an 8th grade divine herb. It not only has the power of resurrection, but also greatly enhances soul power and strengthens the physique when consumed. Not to mention, Xiao San is currently at level 34. If he consumes this Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng at the very least, he could increase his soul power by 4 or 5 levels. 4 or 5 levels? Are you kidding me? This isn't some kind of drug that forcibly excavates a soul master's potential, is it?" Titan said, suddenly skeptical. "Don't be ridiculous. This is a divine herb. Can it be compared to those garbage medicines?" White Crane was instantly furious and said, "Do you believe that if I took this to the old goat, he would be willing to exchange half of the wealth of the family for it?" Titan didn't argue any further. Since White Crane said so, it must be true. White Crane continued, "Not only that, but its medicinal effects can last until around level 60. During this period, the Soul Master's soul power cultivation will continuously absorb the medicinal power, accelerating the Soul Master's cultivation. Moreover, in the next 20 years, if one suffers severe injuries and reaches a near-death state, the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng will revive them, giving them one last breath and achieving the effect of resurrection. After revival, the soul power will break through again. Calling an invaluable treasure is not an exaggeration." Hearing White Crane say this, Titan couldn't help but gasp. Is that true? Is this thing really that powerful? At this moment, Tang San's heart was also bitter. The more he spoke, the more anxious he became. Originally, he thought he didn't recognize the value of the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng and wanted to acquire it at a low price. He didn't expect he to know everything and to acknowledge that the price of the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng was priceless. This meant that to obtain the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, a large sum of money would be required. Bai didn't respond and looked at Tang San, saying, "Xiao San, with your talent, if you can consume this Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, you will definitely surpass your father in the future and become the youngest title Douluo in history." Tang San thought to himself that there was no such thing as a free lunch, especially for something as precious as the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. He was clearly revealing the effects of the crystal blood dragon ginseng here to obtain something within the hidden weapons. Tang San clasped his fists and said, well, actually, I happened to read some information about the crystal blood dragon ginseng in a book, so I know its effects. If Uncle can give it to me, then whatever Uncle needs, I will do my best to fulfill it. Tang San was very straightforward. He did not hide his desire to obtain the crystal blood dragon ginseng. After all, encountering a celestial herb was an opportunity that must be seized. Pretending to refuse would only anger Bai He, which would be awkward. Hearing Tang San's words, Bai He smiled and said, Uncle will speak frankly. Are you willing to marry Xiang? If you are willing, I will give it to you right now. After all, Bai He could see that Tang San's potential was very great. He had already reached level 34 before the age of 14 and possessed dual martial souls. His future achievements would definitely surpass Tang Hao. Moreover, if Tang San became his granddaughter's husband, then it would only make sense for Tang San to provide his hidden weapons to the Min family. Upon hearing this, Tang San naturally felt displeased. He only had feelings for Xiao Wu, and no matter how tempting the crystal blood dragon ginseng was, he would never give up on Xiao Wu. He immediately refused, saying, I'm sorry, Uncle, but I already have someone I like. Chapter 97. Tang San absorbs the crystal blood dragon ginseng, listening to Tang San's straightforward refusal. He was taken aback and then sighed. It seemed that the last time, Tai Long was beaten by Tang San for stealing his girlfriend, which led to the involvement of Tai Nuo, Tai Tan, and several old fellows. He looked at Tang San and said, how about this? Xiao San, you know our Min family pursues extreme speed, but lacks attack power. Your Zhuge divine crossbow just happens to make up for our weakness in attack power. How about I trade this crystal blood dragon ginseng for the manufacturing blueprint of your Zhuge divine crossbow? After all, Bai He knew that the Zhuge divine crossbow was quite profitable. If they could obtain the manufacturing blueprint, it would not only enhance the Min family's attack power, but also allow them to make a fortune, ensuring that the Min family would not lack money in the future. Tang San fell silent for a moment and clasped his fists, saying, I'm sorry, Uncle Grandpa, but I can't agree to this condition. Bai He was stunned and immediately asked, why is that? Tang San replied, because this is something belonging to the sect. As a disciple of Tang's sect, I cannot sell the blueprints. Tang sect. Upon hearing this sect's name, both Bai He and Titan exchanged glances as they had never heard of it before. Tang San explained, this was given to me by several predecessors of the Tang sect many years ago. However, they have all passed away now. Currently, I am the only disciple of the Tang sect left on this Douluo Continent. I, Xiao San, have also vowed to re-establish a new Tang sect on Douluo Continent and spread its name throughout the entire continent. After all, Tang San couldn't say that the Tang sect was from his previous life, so he had to make up a lie. Hearing Tang San's words, Bai He and Titan were taken aback, and Tang San took the opportunity to say, of course, I also invite Uncle Grandpa and Grandpa Titan to join the Tang sect. If both of you join, you'll be elders of the Tang sect, and at that time, there will not only be the Zhuge divine crossbow, but also other powerful hidden weapons. Bai He and Titan were both bewildered by Tang San's sudden invitation. How did it turn into an invitation for them to help establish a sect? Titan seemed somewhat interested. He was a very loyal person, and Tang San indeed had great potential as a dual martial soul. In less than 20 years, he would definitely become a prominent figure on the Douluo Continent. He clasped his fists and said, Young master, you are so ambitious at such a young age. I admire you. Since you invite me to join the Tang sect today, I should not decline. However, because you are still young, it's not that I am being presumptuous, but as the leader of a sect, the responsibility is great. I cannot be certain if you can become a sect leader. Therefore, I hope to make a bet with you. If you can really achieve it, I will fully support you in establishing the Tang sect. If you cannot do it yet, then please work hard to cultivate. After you come of age and your strength has greatly increased, you can lead me to establish the sect. Hearing that Titan did not reject him, but instead proposed a bet to see if he was qualified to establish a sect, Tang San felt very pleased. After all, as a soul master of over 30 levels, if he could recruit a soul, Douluo, and the entire Strength Clan, it would greatly aid the initial establishment of the Tang sect. He clasped his fists and said, Grandpa Titan, please speak. Titan looked at Tang San seriously and said, Our bet will be at the Soul Master competition in half a year. The Soul Master competition? Tang San's expression grew more serious upon hearing this. Titan nodded and continued. That's right, the Soul Master competition in half a year gathers all the young talented Soul Masters of Douluo Continent. As long as you can lead Shrek Academy to achieve a top 5 finish in the finals, Then the Strength Clan will acknowledge you as the sect master of the Tang sect and fully support you in establishing the Tang sect. Okay. Tang San agreed without hesitation upon hearing this requirement. After all, even if Titan didn't say it, he would aim for a good ranking in the competition in half a year. Titan smiled and then looked at Bai, saying, "Oh Bai, what about you?" Bai hesitated for a long time, wondering how it suddenly turned into this. Initially, he wanted to recruit Tang San, but now it had turned into Tang San recruiting him, which truly caught him off guard. Tang San, due to his bet with Titan, is even more eager for the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. Because of his ambition, he wants to achieve a top 5 finish in the Soul Master Competition Finals in 6 months, which requires him to enhance his strength. Currently, the best way to strengthen himself is to consume the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng in front of him. He clasped his fists and said, "Uncle, why don't you mention some other conditions?" Bai frowned upon hearing this, and Titan began to persuade, saying, "I say, old white bird." The young master gave that fragrant girl a gift as soon as they met. "Aren't you going to show any acknowledgement when you see your great-grandson?" Instead, it was the young master who gifted you several Zhuge divine crossbows, which our family doesn't even have. Tang San felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, and said, "Then I will also give Grandpa Titan a few more hidden weapons." Titan laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha ha, young master need not take the old servant's words to heart. Although our family's defense is not as strong as the Yu family's, we are still very formidable, and we hardly need hidden weapons." At this moment, Bai furrowed his brows even tighter, and Titan said, "Moreover, the young master possesses a twin martial soul, and it's very likely he will surpass his father in the future. What are you hesitating for?" Bai complained, "You have to give me some time to think about it." After hesitating for a long time, Bai looked at Tang San and decided to invest in him, saying, "Xiao San, how about this? This Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng is a celestial grade item, and I can gift it to you. Uncle Grandpa can also agree to this. If you can lead Shrek Academy to a top 5 finish in the finals 6 months from now, our Min family will join your Tang sect. But you also know that our Min family lacks offensive power. Uncle Grandpa can rest assured. Xiao San understands that celestial grade items are precious. Regardless of whether Xiao San can achieve a top 5 finish in 6 months, he will give Uncle Grandpa 200 Zhuge divine crossbows as a return gift. If Xiao San can secure a top 5 finish, it will definitely be thanks to the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. At that time, Xiao San will also provide Uncle Grandpa with some hidden weapons from the Min family, such as the Sand-Shooting Shadow and the Flying Heavenly Claw." Hearing this, Bai felt much more at ease and pushed the box containing the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng towards Tang San, nodding and saying, "All right then, Xiao San, you can absorb this Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng." "Yes, Uncle Grandpa." Tang San looked on, feeling extremely excited as he finally obtained the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. Titan, watching from the side, couldn't help but complain, "Old white bird, you're really stingy. You only have a few walnuts and dates to your name, yet you're so miserly. The young master has innate full soul power and is a twin martial soul. How can his future achievements be lacking? Sigh, am I just too afraid of being poor?" White Crane let out a helpless bitter laugh. Tang San looked at Titan and White Crane seriously and said, "Grandpa Titan, Uncle, please rest assured. If the Tang sect can flourish in the future, I will definitely not forget the help you two have given me today." White Crane gently nodded and generously said, "All right, Little San, you should absorb the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng now. We'll protect you." "Yes." Chapter 98. Soulbone. Half an hour later, Tang San opened his eyes, feeling his soul power, and excitedly said, "Uncle Grandpa Titan, my soul power has increased by 5 levels. I am now a level 39 Soul Master. Congratulations, Little San." White Crane said with a smile, while stroking his beard. Titan reached out to touch Tang San's wrist, sensing his soul power, and exclaimed, "Old white bird, I didn't expect your celestial herb to be so powerful." The White Crane rolled its eyes and retorted, "Do you think I'm lying to you? Moreover, the medicinal effect of this celestial herb isn't over yet. It will continue until level 60, during which soul power cultivation will become much easier. Also in the future, in case of severe injury or near-death situations, you can get a chance at rebirth, further enhancing your soul power." "Thank you very much, Uncle," Tang San said gratefully, as he understood the efficacy of the celestial herb and knew its rarity. He was overjoyed, thinking, "Great. This means the cultivation speed of the blue-silver grass martial soul should see some improvement. Once my soul power reaches the Soul Emperor level, I can absorb the 10,000-year soul rings with the out.I hammer." With this thought, Tang San felt very excited. He had been troubled this morning by the slowing cultivation speed of the blue-silver grass, but didn't expect the issue to be resolved so quickly. Calculating it, he had leveled up once this morning and now had leveled up 5 more times, making it 6 levels in one day. This speed was simply dreamlike. Meanwhile, at the Eye of Ice and Fire, Zhao Zilong had spent most of the past 6 months training in that area, which significantly helped his soul power increase, especially since there were many herbs available there. Even though he couldn't use celestial herbs now, regular herbs were still quite good for assisting in cultivation. At this moment, Zhao Zilong whispered, "Have I finally leveled up?" Soon he opened his status panel. Name, Zhao Zilong. Age, 13. Martial Soul, Blue-Silver Emperor, Intermediate Martial Soul. Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, not awakened. Innate Soul Power, level 8. 5. Soul Power, level 44. Soul Rings. First Soul Ring 999 years. Second Soul Ring 999 years. Third Soul Ring 5,100 years. Fourth Soul Ring 10,500 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill, Bamboo Leaf Sword Rain. Soul Ring taken from Ghost Bamboo. Each bamboo leaf sharp as a knife. Second Soul Skill, Heartbreaking Poison. Soul Ring taken from Heartbreaking Grass. Makes blue-silver grass carry deadly poison. Third Soul Skill, Spider Web Binding. Soul Ring taken from Human Face Demon Spider. Can be used as a single target or area soul skill. Fourth Soul Skill, Explosion, taken from Thunder Demon Tree. An explosive soul skill. Special Abilities, Tang San Hidden Weapon Techniques. Tang San 100 Poisons. Link Bo Wei Bu Bayan. External Soul Bone. 8 Spider Spears. Soul Skill. Enhancement. Enhances all attributes by 50. Soul Skill. Devour. Devours opponent's soul power and fully replenishes its own soul power consumption, with added deadly poison, in addition to what was visible on the system panel. There were also some celestial herbs and a 10,000-year torso soul bone from a mandala snake stored in his soul guide. Who should this mandala snake torso bone go to? Should I give it to Meng Yiran or still to Dugu Yin? Zhao Zilong couldn't help but ponder, although he leaned more towards giving it to Meng Yiran. The mandala snake's torso bone was more suited for Dugu Yin, who possessed the phosphor snake martial soul. It was somewhat amusing. Half a year ago, Zhao Zilong had given up on Dugu Yin, but he still felt a bit regretful and had a lingering desire to pursue her. He had tried to find Dugu Yin a few times, but there was clearly some distance between them, and that distance was well maintained, leaving Zhao Zilong with no opportunity whatsoever. However, whether it was true that what you can't have always stirs your heart, it led Zhao Zilong to retreat to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Yet he still found himself thinking of Dugu Yin unconsciously. Even though he had decided to give the soul bone to Meng Yiran, he couldn't help but think of Dugu Yin. Quickly, Zhao Zilong dismissed that thought, saying to himself, No, Dugu Yin has clearly rejected me. Why would I give her the torso soul bone? Am I being foolish? Even if this soul bone matches her, isn't it better to give it to Meng Yiran? She's my woman. Little monster, still training? At that moment, Dugu Bo's voice came from behind Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong stood up and turned to look at Dugu Bo, saying, Old monster, why are you here so early today? Dugu Bo, with his hands behind his back, looked at Zhao Zilong and said, Not bad. Your soul power has already reached level 44. Your improvement is quite impressive. Zhao Zilong smiled lightly and teased. Mainly because this place is good, with so many herbs, plus your inner core has helped me a lot. I'm starting to think I don't want to return it to you. You little brat, you've gotten addicted to using my inner core. Dugu Bo scolded with a laugh, then took out a soul bone from his soul guide and said, Little monster, take this. You really want to find me a soul bone? Zhao Zilong said as he accepted the soul bone Dugu Bo handed over. Dugu Bo, with his hands behind his back, replied, Of course, this is what I promised you. This is a right arm bone from a 12,000-year wind demon wolf. It took me quite a bit of effort to obtain it, so I forget it. You should give it to Dugu Yin. Saying this, Zhao Zilong tossed the soul bone back to Dugu Bo. Little monster, you don't want it? Dugu Bo was momentarily taken aback as he looked at the soul bone Zhao Zilong threw back to him. Zhao Zilong smiled bitterly and hinted at a bit of teasing, saying, When I first asked you for a soul bone, I actually intended to give it to Dugu Yin myself. But unfortunately, she has always liked Yu Tianheng. I have never had a chance. Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Dugu Bo felt helpless, but knowing that Dugu Yin was now with Yu Tianheng, he couldn't bear to break them apart. Although Dugu Bo still believed that Yu Tianheng's talent was far inferior to Zhao Zilong's, he was helpless because Dugu Yin only liked Yu Tianheng. Moreover, Zhao Zilong indeed already has a girlfriend, and Dugu Bo, with his pride, is unwilling to let his granddaughter be a concubine. He gave the soul bone to Zhao Zilong again and said, Alas, little monster, although I really want to help you, matters of the heart sometimes cannot be forced. I hope you can let go. Take this. I've already found a soul bone for Yin Yin. and she has absorbed it. After some time, you can go and help her detoxify. Looking at the soul bone in his hand, this time Zhao Zilong did not refuse and accepted the soul bone. Although a 12,000-year soul bone is really not much, at least it is still a 10,000-year soul bone. Chapter 99. Before the Soul Master competition begins a few months later, the Soul Master competition was finally about to start. Now, Douluo Bo has already removed about 80 to 90% of the poison, and he is unwilling to eliminate all of it. As for Douluo Yen, since the poisoning was not deep to begin with, it has basically been completely cured over these past few months. At this moment, in the Tiando Royal Academy's Tiando classroom, Zhao Zilong and Meng Iran walked into the classroom where Yu Qianheng, Douluo Yen, and other main and substitute members of the royal fighting team were present. Zhao Zilong greeted them, saying, "You're all here." "You've come," Yu Qianheng replied, showing a smile at the corner of his mouth. Now, there's a certain gap in soul power between him and Zhao Zilong. And since Zhao Zilong is no longer pursuing Douluo Yen, Yu Qianheng naturally holds no hostility towards him. Sure, Mo laughed heartily. "Hey, Zilong, you really are a busy person. We hardly see you for a month. Isn't it because I've been busy all along?" Zhao Zilong smiled lightly in explanation, looking at the few unfamiliar faces behind him. Yu Qianheng stepped forward to introduce. "Let me introduce you. This is Mu Sheng, with the Martial Soul Purple Vine, a level 38 control system Soul Master." Yu Qianheng pointed to a green-haired young man around 20 years old. "This is Fan Mo, with a Martial Soul Lone Wolf, a level 37 assault system Soul Master." Fan Mo is also around 20 years old, but unlike Mu Sheng, this guy has very muscular build. Finally, there is a blue-haired beauty around 20, and this is He Miao, with the Martial Soul Rui Plate, a level 35 support system Soul Master. All three of them are our substitute team members this time. Fan Mo boldly came forward to greet Zhao Zilong, saying, "You must be Zhao Zilong. I'm Fan Mo. I've heard a lot about you. Please take care of me." Zhao Zilong nodded lightly in response. Meng Iran was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Why are there substitutes? Are we going directly to the finals?" Yu Qianheng, feeling a bit helpless, explained to Zhao Zilong and Meng Iran, "Originally, our royal fighting team could directly qualify for the finals, but not long ago, the three committee members suddenly ordered us to participate in the preliminary rounds and let the second team qualify for the finals. That's why several substitute members were specially assigned to us." Meng Iran nodded in understanding, saying, "Oh, I see. Actually, it's good for us to participate in the preliminary rounds. With our strength, we can definitely make it to the finals." Sure, Mo confidently added, "That's right. At that time, there will be two teams from our Tiando Royal Academy in the finals. How impressive." Yu Qianheng looked at Zhao Zilong and said, "Zilong, the three committee members considered that even though you joined the royal fighting team, your synergy with us still needs some improvement, so they hope that through the preliminary rounds, we can enhance our mutual understanding." "Yeah, that's a good idea. I think so too." Zhao Zilong nodded in agreement. The reason the three committee members made this decision was, of course, because Zhao Zilong had informed them in advance and also sought help from the Crown Prince, Shui Qinghe. With Shui Qinghe's assistance, this matter naturally progressed smoothly. Zhao Zilong's intention behind this was quite simple. It was somewhat targeted at Tang San. After all, if they qualified directly, they wouldn't have the chance to compete against Shrek Academy. Now that the Shrek 7 monsters no longer had the fairy grass, their strength was significantly weakened compared to the original story. Whether they could even make it through the preliminary rounds was questionable. So if they couldn't compete against the Shrek 7 monsters in the finals, it would be good to take the opportunity to deal with Tang San in the preliminary rounds. Previously, when Zhao Zilong was at Shrek Academy, he never had the chance to face Tang San for two reasons. First, there was no opportunity, and second, at that time, he wasn't fully confident that he could defeat Tang San. Even if he won, it wouldn't mean much, and he might even be disgusted by Yu Xiaogang for defeating Tang San. But now, it was different. Zhao Zilong and Tang San represented two academies, and Zhao Zilong naturally wanted to have a go at Tang San. Moreover, Zhao Zilong's soul power had now reached level 45. Without the fairy grass, and having been deprived of 2 levels of innate soul power, it was basically impossible for Tang San to reach the soul ancestor level in the Soul Master competition. At this time, it would be very likely for Zhao Zilong to take him down. Thinking of this, Zhao Zilong felt a bit excited. Seeing Zhao Zilong's reaction, which seemed quite happy, made Yu Qianheng feel puzzled, and he asked, "Zilong, do you have something to say?" "No," Zhao Zilong replied calmly, and then said seriously, "If I have to say something, it's that I want to meet Shrek. After all, I never had a real match with them when I was at Shrek Academy. Upon hearing the name Shrek, the others' eyes revealed a hint of fighting spirit, as their royal fighting team had previously been defeated by the Shrek team. Yufeng teased Zilong. Shrek Academy was at least your former teammates. Does this count as hitting your former teammates hard? As you said, they are former teammates. Once we're on the field, we are opponents. Zhao Zilong smiled lightly and teased back. Sure Mo, feeling a bit excited, said, great. We can have a good match with Shrek then. The rest of the royal fighting team also felt happy. Back then, the Shrek team had defeated them because of Zhao Zilong's extraordinary combat power. But now that Zhao Zilong had become their companion, it boosted the royal fighting team's confidence. However, they still thought about defeating the Shrek team to avenge their previous defeat. Soon, everyone sat down and chatted among themselves, sharing their soul power levels with each other. After a few months, Zhao Zilong's soul power had reached level 45, while Meng Yuran's soul power had reached level 42. Among the main team of the royal fighting team, everyone except Yi Lingling, whose soul power was currently at level 39, had reached the soul ancestor level. Meanwhile, Dugian had absorbed a soul bone, and with Zhao Zilong's help in detoxification, her soul power had now reached level 43, the highest after Zhao Zilong. They've all reached it. At this moment, Qin Ming walked in, looking at the dozen or so people seated in the classroom. Teacher Qin. Upon seeing Qin Ming's arrival, everyone perked up. Qin Ming nodded slightly and said this time, the Tiando Royal Academy will directly qualify the Royal Fighting Team's second team for the finals. However, I believe that with your strength, even without the direct qualification, you can still make it to the finals. Furthermore, the championship prize that the Wuhuan Temple has offered this time is 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. As your teacher, I hope you can bring glory to the Tiando Royal Academy and the Tiando Empire. Yes, Qin Ming nodded and then said, all right, let's get ready to depart. Chapter 100. Xiao Wu leaves the team. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the back mountain of Shrek Academy, Flander, Lu Erlong, and a few students came over, while Master Yu Xiaogang stood with his hands behind his back in a masterly pose, looking at the Shrek's 7 monsters before him. Kids, the preliminary rounds of the Soul Master competition will start in a few days, and I hope you can achieve good results. They would also join the Shrek team and go to the Tiando Empire for the preliminary rounds. They were all talented Soul Masters from the Blue Tyrant Academy, and without you, they would have been the main members. Please introduce yourselves. Soon, a girl about 18 or 19 stepped forward and introduced herself. My name is Jiang Zhu, and my martial soul is the Healing Staff, a level 35 Healing System Soul Master. Level 35 Assault System Soul Master, Huang Yuan, Martial Soul Bloodthirsty Lone Wolf. Level 35 Agility System Soul Master, Jing Ling, Martial Soul Skeleton. After Jing Ling and Huang Yuan finished introducing themselves, Tai Long stepped up, feeling a bit awkward. I don't need much introduction, right? We all know each other well. I can say my level. I'm now a level 38 Assault System Soul Master. Xiao Wu looked surprised and said, Tai Long, you've also reached level 38. My training speed is slow. It took me almost a year to reach level 38. Compared to San Xiao and Xiao Wu, I'm far behind. Tai Long felt quite awkward, knowing that Tang San had consumed fairy grass, but Xiao Wu hadn't consumed anything. When he first met Xiao Wu, she was level 34, and after a year, he had only leveled up 1 level while she had leveled up 4 levels. After all, about 10 months ago, Tai Long was already level 37, while Tang San was only level 32. Now, Tang San's soul power had reached level 41, and he was still only at level 38. Not only Tang San and Xiao Wu, but the others from Shrek also had great talent. If they were of the same age, he couldn't compare at all. Dai Mubai stepped forward and said, however, even so, your soul power is the highest among us. Except for me and Xiao San. Yu Xiaogang then stepped up and said, children, although your soul power has improved significantly over the past year, there is still some gap compared to some strong teams. The Soul Master competition is divided into preliminary rounds, knockout rounds, and finals. First, we have the preliminary rounds, which are team competitions in a single round-robin format. The teams with the highest winning points in each preliminary division will advance to the knockout rounds, while others will be eliminated. A total of 30 teams will qualify from the preliminary rounds, with 15 teams each from Tiando and Xinghua. In addition, the Spirit Hall, Tiando Empire, and Xinghua Empire can each directly send 1 team. We belong to the Tiando side, and it is currently unclear how many teams will participate in the competition. However, any officially registered academy can sign up to compete, so it is conservatively estimated that there will be at least over 100 teams. There are 3 preliminary divisions in total, and the top 5 teams from each division will advance, while the rest will be eliminated. However, if there is a tie in scores, for example, if the 5th and 6th places have the same score, then those two teams will have to compete in a team match, with the winner advancing. Therefore, if we want to advance from the preliminary rounds, we must at least secure a top 5 position. Hearing this, Tang San frowned and asked, "Teacher, do you know how strong these teams are?" Yu Xiaogang replied, "I'm not very clear on the specifics, but there are some well-established strong teams that are very formidable, such as the 5 Element Academy and the Plan Academy. Their teams probably each have at least one sole master-level student. Not only them, but the strength of other academies cannot be underestimated either. Academies that can participate in the Soul Master competition generally have some level of strength. Of course, we will do our best to gather more information for you to ensure that you can pass the preliminary rounds." At this moment, Ma Hongjun said, "Master, what about the promotion matches afterwards?" Yu Xiaogang turned around, looking mysterious, and said, "You don't need to think about the promotion matches right now. Also, among the teams in the preliminary rounds, there are some strong teams. After you pass the preliminary rounds, I will slowly explain the rules of the promotion matches to you." At this time, Xiao Wu felt a bit worried and asked, "Master, will there be many people watching the competition?" "That's for sure." Before Yu Xiaogang could answer, Ning Rongrong had already told Xiao Wu, "The Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, my father, and the Pope of the Spirit Hall will all be coming. After all, this is a Soul Master competition held once every 5 years. Oh, upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt a bit disappointed. She had already guessed the situation and started to have some second thoughts. If she went, she would definitely be discovered as a soul beast. In front of a soul Douluo, she might barely escape, but if a title Douluo appeared, it would truly be a dead end. "Xiao Wu, what's wrong?" Tang San noticed the disappointment in Xiao Wu's eyes and asked, "I'm Fina." Xiao Wu gently shook her head. Tang San always felt that Xiao Wu was hiding something from him, but Xiao Wu was unwilling to say anything, leaving Tang San anxious. After the disbandment, Xiao Wu decided to temporarily leave. She quickly left a letter for Tang San and then left Shrek Academy. She decided to stay away from Shrek Academy for a while and would return after the Soul Master competition ended. Otherwise, if she stayed at Shrek Academy, she would definitely be called to participate in the competition. Since Tang San had made quite a bit of money from selling the Zhuge God crossbow, and more than half of that money was with Xiao Wu. Now that she was in Heaven Do City, she naturally wouldn't treat herself poorly. She bought anything she liked without hesitation, completely embodying the demeanor of a little rich woman. Xiao Wu has also opened a room here, and it is said that there is a film crystal in Tiando City that can live stream the matches. Although Xiao Wu cannot cheer for Shrek Academy in person, she still plans to stay in Tiando City to watch the matches of Shrek Academy through the film crystal. However, due to the Spirit Master competition, Tiando City is not very peaceful. Just like now, Xiao Wu is on the streets of Tiando City, spending money so flamboyantly that she quickly attracts the attention of a few people. At this moment, a lewd figure at the corner is watching Xiao Wu and licking his lips, saying, "Oh my, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into this little girl here." Chapter 101. A gift for Xiao Wu, isn't this little bunny? Long time no see. Hearing this voice, Xiao Wu immediately turned around and saw Zhao Zilong and Meng Iran, saying, "Zilong, Iran, what are you two doing here?" After saying this, Xiao Wu felt a bit foolish. They must be here to participate in the competition. Isn't that obvious? "Both Iran and I are members of the Imperial Fighting Team," Zhao Zilong said, looking at Xiao Wu with some exasperation. Currently, Xiao Wu doesn't have a heartbroken red nor any means of concealment. As long as she doesn't want to die, she shouldn't be participating in the Spirit Master competition. However, Zhao Zilong didn't want to deliberately disrupt the plot, so he kindly prepared something for Xiao Wu that could conceal her presence. Should he give it to her now? After all, only if Xiao Wu participates in the Soul Arena matches could her identity be exposed. Only after she reveals her identity could Tang Hao be drawn out, allowing him to sign in for Tang Hao. Otherwise, Tang Hao would always be hiding in the shadows, making it impossible to sign in. As for Tang San, forget it. Signing in for Tang San would have to wait until he becomes the Tang Sect Master, which would probably be 5 years later. Meng Iran looked at Xiao Wu curiously and asked, "By the way, why are you here alone? What about Tang San and the others?" Xiao Wu felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. She had come out alone, so she immediately lied, saying, "Tang San and the others are in the hotel. I just came out by myself." Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Zilong's lips. Seeing Zhao Zilong smile, Xiao Wu felt a bit flustered and said then, "I'll be leaving now. Wait." At this moment, Zhao Zilong suddenly called out, "I have something I want to give you." Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, both Xiao Wu and Meng Iran were taken aback. Xiao Wu asked, "What is it?" Soon, Zhao Zilong took out a delicate box from his soul guide device and handed it to Xiao Wu. After Xiao Wu received it, she immediately opened the box and saw that inside was a flower that was the same color as the brocade box. When Xiao Wu picked up the flower, its color immediately began to change, blending in with the surrounding scenery as if it were merging with the environment. Xiao Wu looked at it with delight in her eyes and asked, "What is this?" At this moment, Meng Yiran looked at Zhao Zilong, who had given flowers to Xiao Wu, with a face full of jealousy. Zhao Zilong, however, did not pay attention to Meng Yiran's expression and explained, "This Dalenstone flower, also known as the color-changing flower, is a type of flower with extremely strong camouflage abilities. It could be considered the chameleon of the plant world. The most important point is that it has the ability to conceal the aura of soul beasts. Many small soul beasts, in order to avoid being preyed upon by large soul beasts, will dust themselves with its pollen." Hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Zhao Zilong continued, "If a soul beast wears this flower, the aura of the color-changing flower can mask the soul beast's aura. Even a titled Douluo would not be able to see through it." "Thank you, Zilong. I really like this flower. Thank you." Xiao Wu was very happy, not expecting that such a flower existed. With this, she could participate in the Soul Master competition. At this moment, Meng Yiran looked even more confused. It was just a flower, but Xiao Wu was so happy that she couldn't wait to return and hurriedly said, "By the way, I have to go back. Everyone is still waiting for me." After saying that, Xiao Wu turned around and ran off. She hadn't forgotten that Tang San had made a bet with Titan and his granduncle Bai He that as long as Shrek Academy could finish in the top 5 of the Soul Master competition, they would support Tang San in establishing Tang's sect. Xiao Wu had to go back to help. Watching Xiao Wu leave, Zhao Zilong felt somewhat uncomfortable, as if he had pushed Xiao Wu towards the execution platform. After all, if Xiao Wu participated in the Soul Master competition, it was very likely that her identity would be exposed. However, only by exposing herself could she draw out Tang Hao. Of course, now that Zhao Zilong had appeared, everything had changed, and whether Xiao Wu would expose herself like in the original story was uncertain. "Zilong, that flower you gave to Xiao Wu isn't a celestial herb, is it?" Meng Yiran felt somewhat displeased. She was already unhappy that Zhao Zilong gave flowers to Xiao Wu, and if it was a celestial herb, she would feel even worse. After all, Zhao Zilong had given her a celestial herb, which made her very happy, but she wanted that special treatment all to herself. Zhao Zilong did not hide anything and directly said, "No, that flower only has one effect, which is the camouflage effect. If it is destroyed, then that effect will disappear. Consuming the color-changing flower will not increase one's rank. At most, it can provide some chameleon-like abilities for a short period, but after a while, the effect will wear off." Meng Yiran continued to ask, "Then why did you give her that flower? You don't want to deceive that little girl, do you?" Zhao Zilong rolled his eyes and complained, "Have I become so despicable in your eyes? Giving her a flower is deceiving her?" "Umph." Meng Yiran snorted, looking at Zhao Zilong with suspicion, feeling somewhat inferior. After all, when one's man is too outstanding and one feels insecure, it is natural for Meng Yiran to let her imagination run wild. Zhao Zilong did not want to get entangled in this issue with Meng Yiran and quickly changed the subject, saying, "By the way, I have something I want to give you." "What is it?" Meng Yiran pouted in dissatisfaction, wanting to see what Zhao Zilong wanted to give her. If it was a more beautiful flower than the one he gave Xiao Wu, she could forgive him. Zhao Zilong leaned close to Meng Yiran's ear and whispered, "A 10,000-year soul bone." "What?" Meng Yiran was startled and immediately covered her mouth, then asked softly, "Zilong, do you really have a 10,000-year soul bone? Let's go back first. I'll show you when we get back." After hearing Zhao Zilong's words, the two quickly headed back to the inn. Meng Yiran couldn't wait any longer and anxiously said, "Zilong, hurry, take it out and let me see." Zhao Zilong was not stingy and took out the 10,000-year soul bone from his Rui 100 treasures bag, introducing, "This is the skeletal bone of the mandala snake, and it matches well with your martial soul, although its age is slightly lower, just a mere 10,000 years. Chapter 102. Meng Yiran absorbs the soul bone. Meng Yiran looked at the soul bone handed to her by Zhao Zilong. This was a soul bone. Even her grandfather only had one soul bone, and her grandmother didn't have a single one. Soul bones are rare and hard to come by, let alone a 10,000-year soul bone. Even a 1,000-year soul bone is extremely precious. This, Zilong, is this really for me?" Zhao Zilong smiled and stroked Meng Yiran's hair, saying, "You are my woman. Who else would I give it to? Hurry and absorb it. If you're lucky, you might even increase your soul power by a level." "Okay." Meng Yiran, hearing this, did not hold back. After all, this was a 10,000-year soul bone. She immediately took the soul bone from Zhao Zilong's hand and said to him, Zilong, please protect me while I absorb it. All right. On the other side, after receiving the color-changing flower, Xiao Wu was in a great mood. She was just about to head back to Shrek Academy when she suddenly remembered that the competition seemed to be starting soon. So the people from Shrek Academy must have already headed towards the Heaven-Do City. She thought it would be better to meet them directly at the competition venue. However, she was puzzled as to why he would give her the color-changing flower. At that moment, a thought crossed her mind, and she wondered, could it be that he discovered my identity? Impossible. How could he possibly know who I am? With this thought, Xiao Wu became even more confused and decided to ask about it. Damn it, what is this little girl up to? Has she discovered us? At that moment, a few people hiding in the shadows watched Xiao Wu run back and felt quite displeased. Soon, a lewd, middle-aged man shouted from behind, "All right, Bula, let's not make a fuss. We'll talk about it tonight. This is Heaven-Do City, not Soto City. If we cause trouble here, the enforcement team will be here in no time, especially with the Soul Master competition approaching. The guard forces in Heaven-Do City are even stronger." Got it, old goose. It turned out that this person was Bula, who had been beaten up by Xiao Wu in Soto City, and the other two were his companions, Ikao and Tianya. Xiao Wu was quite clever. After not finding Zhao Zilong, she directly went to the nearby most luxurious hotel and, sure enough, found members of the Royal Fighting Team there. You are from the Royal Fighting Team, right? I remember you, Yi Lingling from the Royal Fighting Team. Xiao Wu quickly turned to Yi Lingling and asked. Yi Lingling nodded gently, feeling that Xiao Wu looked very familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen her. As during the previous battle between the Shrek team and the Royal Fighting Team, everyone from Shrek was wearing masks. Xiao Wu then asked, "Is Zhao Zilong here?" "Little sister, you're looking for Zilong." Yufeng walked over with a strange smile and asked, "What is your relationship with Zilong? Can you tell your brother? Do you believe I'll beat you up?" Xiao Wu immediately burst out with profanity, placing her hands on her hips, and said, "My name is Xiao Wu. I'm from Shrek, and I've fought against your Royal Fighting Team before. Where is Zhao Zilong? Is he here or not?" Shrek? Hearing this name, Yufeng was surprised. Looking at Xiao Wu, who was only about 14 years old, he estimated that she was about the same age as Zhao Zilong. They were already surprised by the ages of Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran, thinking that even if Shrek's members were young, they should be around Meng Yiran's age, with Zhao Zilong being an exception. However, Xiao Wu's age was about the same as Zhao Zilong's. Could it be that all Shrek members are this young? But after the surprise, Yufeng also realized that Zhao Zilong, Meng Yiran, and Xiao Wu used to be classmates and said, "He's in room 303. You could go find him yourself." Xiao Wu didn't hesitate and directly went upstairs. At this moment, Meng Yiran had completely absorbed the soul bone. She stood up and excitedly approached Zhao Zilong, saying, "Zilong, I have finished absorbing the soul bone, and my soul power has now reached level 43. Congratulations, Yiran." Meng Yiran then somewhat proudly said, "Aren't you going to ask what my spirit bone skill is? It should be a speed-type spirit skill, right?" Zhao Zilong guessed. "Really, you guessed it right away." Meng Yiran looked at Zhao Zilong with a hint of resentment, and then introduced, "That's right. My spirit bone skill is called Gentle, which can increase speed by 30% for 5 minutes. Is it only 30%? Zhao Zilong felt a bit disappointed upon hearing that it was just a 30% increase. Generally, the spirit skills attached to spirit bones are quite powerful, just like Zhao Zilong's external spirit bone, which can enhance all attributes by 50% and also comes with poison. You don't seem very happy." Meng Yiran looked at Zhao Zilong, puzzled, thinking it was quite good. Zhao Zilong teasingly pulled Meng Yiran into his arms and said, "A little bit, I guess. After all, this is just a 10,000-year spirit bone. You're my wife, so I have to get you the best. I will definitely find a better spirit bone for you in the future." Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Meng Yiran felt sweet inside and rested her head on Zhao Zilong's shoulder, saying, "Zilong, you are so good to me." Zhao Zilong grinned broadly and said, "Of course, you're my woman. Come on, give me a kiss." Just at that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door, interrupting their sweet moment. Meng Yiran shyly stepped out of Zhao Zilong's embrace, walked over, and opened the door. Looking surprised at the person who came, "Xiao Wu, what are you doing here?" "Sister Yiran." Xiao Wu greeted Meng Yiran and then called out to Zhao Zilong inside. "Zhao Zilong, I have something I want to ask you. Can you come out for a moment?" "What is it?" Zhao Zilong felt a bit puzzled and looked at Xiao Wu, some thoughts beginning to form in his mind. Since she was here, he could find a way to replicate the hidden weapons that Tang San had given to Xiao Wu. "Come out with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Xiao Wu looked at Meng Yiran, knowing this was something that couldn't be said in front of her. Zhao Zilong smiled and said, "Just right. I also have something to find you for." At that moment, Meng Yiran became alert, Her previously joyful mood from absorbing the spirit bone vanished. Looking at the two of them, she felt there was something unclear about their relationship, and her inexplicable hostility towards Xiao Wu intensified. Zhao Zilong had previously inexplicably given Xiao Wu flowers, and ordinary boys giving flowers to girls usually signifies liking that girl. But Zhao Zilong giving flowers to Xiao Wu fell off. Thinking of the previous Dugian, Meng Yuran couldn't help but feel scared, worried that her excellent boyfriend, her excellent husband, might be taken away by another woman. With these thoughts, Meng Yuran looked at Xiao Wu with unfriendly eyes and questioned, "What do you want with him?" Chapter 103. Bringing the plot back on track, seeing Meng Yuran's sudden hostility, Xiao Wu was taken aback, but her curiosity still turned to Zhao Zilong, asking, "Zhao Zilong, can we talk alone?" Zilong is busy. Meng Yuran decisively refused, and her doubts grew stronger. Having learned from the previous experience with Dugian, Meng Yuran would not easily let another girl be alone with Zhao Zilong. After all, women have a strong possessive instinct and want to monopolize their boyfriends. Wait a minute. Zhao Zilong called out when he saw Meng Yuran refuse. This immediately displeased Meng Yuran, who looked at Zhao Zilong with a resentful expression. She was angry but couldn't vent it out at the moment, so she could only clench her delicate fists and glare at Zhao Zilong in frustration. Zhao Zilong was very straightforward, especially considering his somewhat ambiguous relationship with Dugian, which Meng Yuran still clung to. However, his relationship with Xiao Wu was very clean, so naturally, he had nothing to fear. Even though Meng Yuran had her doubts, over time, everything could be clarified. He asked Xiao Wu, "You must have quite a few hidden weapons, right? Can I borrow some to observe?" Hidden weapons? Xiao was a bit confused, and Meng Yuran was also puzzled, her vigilance slightly easing. Xiao Wu asked, "I remember Xiao San made some for you too, right? I only have a Zhuge crossbow, and after researching it for a long time, I still haven't figured it out, so I wanted to see the other hidden weapons." Zhao Zilong smiled gently and explained, "So, I want to borrow a few hidden weapons to take a look. You want to study these hidden weapons?" Xiao Wu laughed and said in a teaching tone, "Xiao San's hidden weapons are all designed to be non-disassemblable. Once you take them apart, they will be destroyed. Don't worry, I just want to take a look. I won't break them," Zhao Zilong said while stepping forward, trying to please her. After all, these hidden weapons could kill soul-level experts, even in the hands of ordinary people, making them powerful tools. "Xiao Wu, please, let me see them." Xiao Wu frowned slightly, but didn't act stingily. After all, Zhao Zilong had given her the color-changing flower before, and she was quite grateful. She took out the most difficult hidden weapon, the Hansa Shurying from the Soul Guide, and handed it to Zhao Zilong, saying, "This thing is called Hansa Shurying. It's also a mechanism-type hidden weapon, small in size and easy to carry, but the production cost and difficulty are much higher than the Zhuge crossbow." Zhao Zilong examined the Hansa Shurying, which is about the length of a bamboo stick, and asked, "Do you have any others? I remember there are sleeve arrows and back arrows, right? Can I see those too?" Xiao was a bit displeased and asked, "What do you want those for?" "Just let me take a look." Zhao Zilong pressed on, being a bit shameless. Xiao Wu huffed softly and then, with great generosity, took out the sleeve arrows and back arrows, saying in a somewhat condescending tone, "Here you go. If you want, you can have this sleeve arrow and back arrow along with the Hansa Shurying. I generally prefer using the Zhuge crossbow anyway. I don't like owing anyone favors." "Thank you, Xiao Wu," Zhao Zilong said as he accepted the items. Xiao Wu cautiously said, "Come here for a moment. I have something to ask you." Meng Yuran wouldn't give Xiao Wu and Zhao Zilong a chance to be alone, so she immediately stepped in and said, "Xiao Wu, it's getting late. Dinner is about to be ready. Let's eat first. We can talk while we eat, okay?" Xiao Wu hesitated upon hearing this, and Zhao Zilong had a rough idea of what Xiao Wu wanted to ask him. After all, suddenly giving her a color-changing flower might make her suspect whether he knew her identity. He said, "Just ask what you want to know." Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment and looked at Zhao Zilong, asking, "Zhao Zilong, why did you give me a color-changing flower?" Zhao Zilong teased, "If you don't want it, you can give it back to me." Once something is given away, it shouldn't be taken back," Xiao Wu retorted. "Besides, I've already given you the hidden weapon, so we're even now." Xiao Wu huffed. To her, the color-changing flower was the thing she wanted the most. A mere hidden weapon could be easily asked from Tang San again, since he had plenty. Zhao Zilong found it amusing and asked, "So, little rabbit, is that all you came here to ask me?" Xiao Wu glanced at Meng Yuran beside her. Although she really wanted to clarify the situation, she didn't dare to ask directly with Meng Yuran present. She hesitated and said, "Do you know, about me, some things about me?" After all, Xiao Wu didn't dare to be too direct and could only try to infer. Zhao Zilong felt helpless inside. He had given Xiao Wu the color-changing flower, hoping she would participate in the Soul Master competition, and ideally, reveal her soul beast identity as in the original story, which would trigger Bibidon's hunt and lead to Tang Hao's appearance. Only then could Zhao Zilong sign a contract with Tang Hao. Everything he did was just to ensure the plot continued to develop like in the original story. As for Xiao Wu's soul beast identity, Zhao Zilong wouldn't foolishly reveal it, as doing so would bring him no benefit and could cause trouble. He pretended to be clueless, saying, "What are you talking about?" Zhao Zilong could actually change the course of the plot now, but that wouldn't benefit him. Although when he first arrived in Douluo Continent, he did consider pursuing Xiao Wu because she was so beautiful and the female lead. However, Zhao Zilong understood more clearly that the bond between Xiao Wu and Tang San was truly unshakable. Moreover, at the beginning, Zhao Zilong was merely teasing Xiao Wu with a few words, yet he was inexplicably warned by Tang San with a glare. Xiao Wu could be considered a taboo for Tang San, and there was no need for Zhao Zilong to provoke Tang San's nerves. If he angered Tang San, it could lead to trouble. Zhao Zilong had never thought of becoming friends with Tang San. But once Tang San reached level 50 and found that he couldn't awaken the Blue-Silver Emperor, he might suspect Zhao Zilong. At that time, whether they were friends or foes would be up to Tang San's decision. In fact, Zhao Zilong had basically predicted that once he awakened the Blue-Silver Emperor, if Tang San discovered that it was he who had taken his Blue-Silver Emperor, it was unclear whether Tang San would regard Zhao Zilong as an enemy. However, it was very likely that Tang Hao would harbor murderous intent toward Zhao Zilong to ensure Tang San obtained the Blue-Silver Emperor. Nevertheless, in the short term, Zhao Zilong did not want to be enemies with Tang San. He was also not interested in the future grievances between Tang San and the Spirit Hall. However, only by becoming strong himself could he maneuver between the Spirit Hall and Tang San, and even become a pawn for both sides. In addition, Zhao Zilong initially wanted to pursue Xiao Wu not only because she was beautiful, but also because of another mindset. He was envious of Xiao Wu's soul rings and soul bones, hoping that she would sacrifice them to him, as she did for Tang San in the original work. However, upon reflection, the possibility of that happening was almost zero. The reasons Xiao Wu would sacrifice for Tang San were multifaceted, and their bond was stronger than gold. But Zhao Zilong and Xiao Wu had no feelings for each other. How could Xiao Wu possibly take the initiative to sacrifice, especially a soul sacrifice? Moreover, for Xiao Wu to sacrifice, there was a necessary prerequisite. She would only do so when she was cornered by the Spirit Hall. This situation would require a plethora of coincidences and accidents to occur. Zhao Zilong did not want to waste time and energy on this. After all, he had system tasks to complete. Why not follow the tasks issued by the system instead of seeking distant opportunities? Thus, Zhao Zilong currently had little interest in Xiao Wu. After all, aside from her identity as the female lead and her beauty, she did not have any powerful background or strength that Zhao Zilong found worth pursuing. He couldn't obtain her soul rings and soul bones, and if he truly made Xiao Wu his woman, it would only lead to trouble. It was better to avoid entanglements. Now, Zhao Zilong only wanted to complete his tasks according to the system, and he found it rare to care about anything else. Even if Xiao Wu did sacrifice to Tang San in the future, it was not something Zhao Zilong could influence at the moment. He just needed to do his own things well and try to maintain the original plot, not easily breaking it, so he could have the advantage of knowing the future trends. Chapter 104. Xiao Wu and Meng Yiran under surveillance. No, nothing. Xiao Wu ultimately gave up. After all, if Zhao Zilong didn't know, continuing to ask would only raise suspicion, especially with Meng Yiran still here. Fortunately, Xiao Wu decided not to ask anymore. Asking too much was pointless. Then I'll leave first. You guys chat slowly. With that, Xiao Wu turned and walked away. Meng Yiran listened to their conversation, feeling completely in the dark. She looked at Zhao Zilong and asked, "Zilong, what's going on? What are you two talking about?" "How would I know?" Zhao Zilong also didn't explain. During such times, playing dumb was sufficient. After all, Xiao Wu's words were ambiguous, and he teased, "Why don't you ask Xiao Wu for me? Her words have me completely confused. I have no idea what she is talking about." Meng Yiran huffed softly and reached out. "I also want to see this hidden weapon. You're interested too?" Zhao Zilong asked in confusion, but still handed the hidden weapon to Meng Yiran. Meng Yiran flipped the hidden weapon, but didn't find anything on it. Zhao Zilong, seeing Meng Yiran's routine inspection, couldn't help but feel annoyed and said, all right, what are you looking at?" "There's nothing. I just think this hidden weapon is quite good." Meng Yiran immediately revealed a bright smile. She didn't dare to say she was looking for any small notes on it. Zhao Zilong was somewhat speechless, while Meng Yiran's smile grew wider, acting like a good girlfriend. Zilong, I'm going out for a bit. What do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you. Anything's fine. Zhao Zilong placed the hidden weapon on the table, preparing to sketch it out. Okay. After Meng Yiran finished speaking, she turned around and left. Meng Yiran found Zhao Zilong and Xiao Wu's earlier conversation quite strange, and she knew she wouldn't get any answers by asking Zhao Zilong directly. Moreover, excessive questioning could backfire. Previously, when Meng Yiran had pressed Zhao Zilong about his relationship with Douluo, it resulted in Zhao Zilong hiding at the ice and fire duality I for over a month. Meng Yiran didn't want that kind of Cold War because she genuinely liked Zhao Zilong, so it would be better to ask Xiao Wu directly. Moreover, Meng Yiran has taken the celestial herb and integrated it with her soul bone, giving her great confidence in her strength. Meng Yiran has also decided to warn Xiao Wu, making sure that this little vixen doesn't come to seduce her man. After sending Meng Yiran away, Zhao Zilong quickly prepared paper and pen, whispering, "Byakugan." In the next moment, his eyes turned white, with veins appearing around them. At this point, Zhao Zilong's vision expanded dozens of times, and everything around him turned black and white, making it possible to clearly see the internal situation of the hidden sand shadow. Damn, this thing is really complicated. Zhao Zilong looked at the interior of the hidden sand shadow. Such a small object contained about 100 parts, including some gears with diameters of less than 5 millimeters. How on earth did Tang San make such a tiny thing? In a previous life on Blue Star, it would take dozens of factories to produce such a large number of parts of varying sizes and functions. How did Tang San manage to create them all by himself? Forget it, it doesn't matter. I'll draw it first. If I want to establish a force in the future, these hidden weapons could be a great asset. Zhao Zilong looked at the hidden sand shadow and quickly began to draw. As Zhao Zilong started to sketch the hidden sand shadow, he noticed something outside. With the Byakugan providing a 360-degree field of view and X-ray ability, he quickly noticed Xiao Wu and Meng Yiran leaving. But a few people sitting in the tea house outside immediately followed them. Who are they? Zhao Zilong frowned, turning his Byakugan towards the wall. The wall couldn't block his view due to the X-ray ability, and he soon saw the flow of soul power of those three people. This person is Wule? Zhao Zilong thought to himself. In the world of Byakugan, everything was black and white, with soul power appearing blue, making it difficult to distinguish faces. He calmly assessed. Their soul power is probably around level 48, while the other two have higher soul power, likely around level 53. 1 soul ancestor and 2 soul kings. Let's check it out. Zhao Zilong quickly stored the hidden weapon back into the soul guide device. After all, Xiao Wu had already given it to him, and there would be plenty of time to draw them later. Soon, Zhao Zilong followed behind and quickly arrived at the back of the three, whispering, "Damn it. It really is below." The other two must be Bu Li's companions. At this moment, Meng Yiran and Xiao Wu were walking in front, while Bu Lu and his companions were focused on them. Unexpectedly, 2 beauties have come, Bu Lu said with a lewd grin on his face. Yigao, stroking his chin, said, "Let's not rush. Wait until they get to a less crowded place before we act." The three silently followed behind Xiao Wu and Meng Yiran, initially intending to target Xiao Wu, but unexpectedly, another beautiful girl came out of the hotel. There really isn't anything going on. Xiao Wu, entangled by Meng Yiran, repeatedly explained, "I'm just here to thank Zhao Zilong for the flower he gave me, and I like Sange. That's really all there is to it." Meng Yiran, still somewhat suspicious, looked at Xiao Wu with lingering hostility and pressed, "But I always feel that the strange things you said to Zilong, what do they really mean?" Xiao Wu was at a loss for words. She wanted to ask Zhao Zilong if he knew her spirit beast identity, but she didn't dare to ask directly and could only infer from the side to see if Zhao Zilong was aware of her spirit beast identity. As a result, this unclear situation fell into Meng Yiran's hands and took on a different flavor, making her think that Xiao Wu was trying to seduce her boyfriend, which left Xiao Wu somewhat speechless. At this moment, Xiao Wu held up 3 fingers, looking as if she was swearing. "Those words really mean nothing. Yiran Jia. I swear to you that there is absolutely nothing between me and Zhao Zilong, and I think you and Zhao Zilong are a perfect match. Zhao Zilong loves you so much. I definitely won't appear in his sight again." "Really?" "Of course it's true." Xiao Wu nodded obediently, eager to shake off Meng Yiran to avoid further misunderstandings. Hearing Xiao Wu say this, Meng Yiran finally relaxed the tension in her heart, revealing a knowing smile. "Sorry. Xiao Wu, I've been under a lot of pressure lately. As an apology, let me treat you to something delicious." Xiao Wu thought for a moment and was about to respond when suddenly a cold laugh came from not far away. How about I treat the two little sisters to something delicious? Upon hearing this voice, both Xiao Wu and Meng Yiran became alert. They realized they had unknowingly walked into a deserted alley. What? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the lewd, middle-aged man approaching. Bu Li's eyes flashed with anger and killing intent as he said in a low voice, "Little girl, you still remember me. I was made to suffer greatly by you a year ago. You didn't expect it, did you? We meet again today." Chapter 105. Killing Bu Li's trio. This made both Xiao Wu and Meng Yiran alert because they both knew what kind of person Bu Li was. Meng Yiran sneered. Didn't you learn your lesson last time? You still want to seek death? Bu Li's eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. Stinky girl. So you were also involved last time? Last time, I hadn't even made a move when you were kicked down by Xiao Wu. Meng Yiran looked somewhat disdainful. And then 4 soul rings of yellow and purple appeared beneath her feet as she said coldly, "In any case, you're not a good person. So today I'll teach you a good lesson." Yiranjia, how did you already reach Soul Ancestor? Xiao Wu was shocked as she looked at her, remembering that Meng Yiran's soul power was lower than hers when they were at Shrek Academy. In just a year apart, Meng Yiran had reached Soul Ancestor while she was only at level 38. Well, due to some special opportunities, Meng Yiran casually explained. Opportunities? Xiao Wu suddenly thought of Tang San, recalling that Tang San had eaten the celestial herb given to him by his granduncle, which greatly boosted his soul power. Soul Ancestor? Seeing the 4 soul rings under Meng Yiran, Bu Li was astonished. He didn't expect that this little girl's soul power had actually reached the bottom of Soul Ancestor. Then, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, this time, I was well prepared. Brothers, come out. Soon, a short, lewd-looking man walked out from around the corner and stood next to Bu Li. Tianya, where's oldie? Bu Li was puzzled when he saw only Tianya come over. Tianya was also somewhat confused, but didn't think much of it. At this moment, he looked at Meng Yiran and Xiao Wu, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth, and with his short stature and sharp features, he embodied the word lewd perfectly. Looking at Meng Yiran and Xiao Wu with excited eyes, he said, I don't know, maybe he went to disperse the crowd. Bu Li, we need to act quickly. It would be bad if the enforcement team comes later, and these 2 beauties are truly stunning. I absolutely must take the first shot later. All right, I'll take that little girl, and you can have the other one. Unpleasantly, it also looked quite lewd. Upon seeing the lewd little man that appeared, Xiao Wu and Meng Yiran both panicked. Xiao Wu also began to show her 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, taking up a combat stance. But Bu Li licked his lips and leered, hee, 1 soul master and 1 soul sect, 2 little beauties. No matter what, you 2 won't be able to escape today. Saying this, Bu Li revealed 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, while Tianya also displayed his soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. Since he's a soul king? At this moment, Meng Yiran's pretty face turned somewhat grim. If it were just Bu Li, she wouldn't be afraid at all. But facing a soul king, even if his soul ring configuration was quite poor, it would definitely be difficult to deal with. However, at this time, there was no choice but to confront him head-on. She said, Xiao Wu, I'll hold him off for a bit. You hurry and run to find Zilong and the others, and have them come to save me. How can that be? Xiao Wu immediately protested upon hearing this. With a whoosh, a corpse fell from above, crashing to the ground with a bang. Then Zhao Zilong's voice appeared. So this guy's called Old Goose. Old Goose, seeing the suddenly appeared corpse of Gu Kao, with several large holes in its body, and not only that, but it looked as if all the blood had been drained. Completely a skin and bones figure, devoid of any vitality. Even Bu Li and Tian, you felt a sense of fear. Xiao Wu and Meng Yiran's eyes brightened, and they exclaimed in surprise, Zilong. In the next moment, Zhao Zilong jumped down from the roof, and Tianya and Bu Li both took half a step back in fear, questioning, did you kill Old Goose? Zhao Zilong looked at Bu Li and Tianya mockingly, disdainfully saying, he is a soul king, yet I took him down with a single blow. How pathetic. But, with such a trash soul ring configuration of 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, it really isn't much. Kid, who are you? At this moment, Tianya was both angry and shocked. He couldn't believe that this young boy had killed Gu Kao. Meng Yiran was very excited at this moment, feeling as if her Prince Charming had appeared, exclaiming, Zilong, how did you get here? After you 2 went out, I noticed the 3 of them sneaking behind you. Zhao Zilong explained, then looked at Bu Li and Gu Kao with even more mockery. I originally wanted to kill you directly, but considering there were 2 soul kings among you, if I acted rashly and failed, you would definitely go on to harm others. Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Tianya and Bu Li's expressions grew even uglier. Zhao Zilong scoffed. Speaking of which, this guy called Gukao used his martial soul to create a cloud of black smoke, driving away the surrounding crowd, wanting to capture Iran and Xiao Wu. But harming others ultimately harms oneself. Within this black smoke lies your grave. Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Meng Yiran's eyes sparkled with admiration. At this moment, Tianya grew even angrier. He knew Zhao Zilong wouldn't let them go, and Tianya had no choice but to fight desperately, coldly stating, "Since you killed Old Goose, I will make you pay for his life." Saying this, Tianya summoned his martial soul, which was unexpectedly a kitchen knife. Zhao Zilong smiled confidently. Although the opponent was a soul king, he was still absolutely sure he could defeat him. He said, "Iran, Xiao Wu, you two deal with Douluo. Leave him to me. All right, today, I'll let you see the power of my Dragon Slayer knife." ShotDead. Growling, fourth soul skill, Dragon Slayer slash. Zhao Zilong also wanted a quick resolution, as the black smoke would soon dissipate, and since they were in Heavendo City, if it took too long, the law enforcement team would come. He immediately summoned his 8 spider lances, whispering, third soul skill, web binding. A series of blue-silver grasses instantly entangled Tianya's Dragon Slayer knife, while simultaneously binding Tianya's body. For Zhao Zilong, as long as he could control him for a moment, it would be enough, he whispered. Explode. In the next second, the blue-silver grasses around Tianya exploded like bombs, and Tianya let out a tragic scream as flames instantly engulfed him. At this moment, Zhao Zilong had already appeared behind Tianya, and the 8 spider lances directly pierced into Tianya's body. Tianya let out another painful scream as his soul power and life force began to be absorbed little by the 8 spider lances. This was the second soul skill of the 8 spider lances, Devour, which could absorb the soul power and life force of soul masters to restore its own soul power and injuries. This soul king was really weak. Zhao Zilong couldn't help but complain. Although he was a soul king, with such strength, even if the soul rings were really terrible, the power of the soul skills used was not strong. Chapter 106, Protagonist Luck? After killing Tianya, Zhao Zilong was surprisingly delighted to find a left arm soul bone on Tianya's body. Zhao Zilong picked it up and whispered, "The age is probably around 6,000 years. In other words, it was the soul bone that exploded from his 5th soul ring. Zhao Zilong felt a bit excited inside. Didn't this mean he also had a protagonist halo? He could casually kill a trash soul king and get a soul bone. It seemed that his protagonist luck deprivation system could really deprive others of their luck. It unexpectedly allowed him to encounter such good fortune. Although Zhao Zilong's system had been basically paralyzed after issuing tasks, only responding when a task was triggered, he took a moment to mourn for Tang San again. The external soul bone and the celestial herb, all of which originally belonged to Tang San, had been intercepted by Zhao Zilong, even weakening Tang San's talent significantly. Now it seemed he inexplicably possessed luck similar to Tang San's, as if he had been possessed by the goddess of luck. At this moment, Zhao Zilong hoped that Tang San could rise up. Otherwise, if the protagonist went offline early, it would be quite boring without Tang San as a target. After feeling happy, Zhao Zilong secretly complained, "This soul bone is a bit disappointing, just a 6,000-year soul bone, too useless." Although the soul bone was indeed trash, Zhao Zilong still stored it back into his soul guide. On the other side, Douluo was extremely hated by Xiao Wu, and together with Meng Yiran, they directly launched a furious attack on Douluo. Soon, Douluo was seen at the cliff and was brutally killed. It only took about a minute. He was taken down just like that. He can't be that weak. Just now, I saw that Zhao Zilong's 4th soul ring was actually a black 10,000-year soul ring. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, saying, "Please spare my life. Young hero, spare my life. I won't dare again." Xiao Wu, looking at the begging Douluo, immediately showed an unhappy expression and said, "We can't easily let him go. This guy is very bad and doesn't know how many girls he has harmed." "I won't dare again. I really won't," Douluo continued to plead. "Just hand me over to the law enforcement team. I'm willing to go to prison for reflection." Zhao Zilong's eyes turned cold. He had no intention of letting this trash go. In the next second, his figure flashed, and the 8 spider lances behind him pierced directly into Douluo's heart. Douluo spat out a mouthful of blood, tilted his head, and died. Seeing Zhao Zilong kill Douluo directly, Meng Yiran and Xiao Wu didn't say anything either. After all, such a person is a disaster alive. At this moment, Meng Yiran spoke up, saying, "Zilong, Xiao Wu, we should hurry and leave. The law enforcement team will be here soon." Hearing Meng Yiran's words, Zhao Zilong and Xiao Wu didn't hesitate and quickly left. At this moment, Hidden in the shadows, a figure watched the three departing individuals. A wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This person exuded an aura of malevolence, stroking his beard and sneering. I didn't expect to find such a good treasure here. An external soul bone and a left arm soul bone. I really didn't think my luck would be this good. Encountering two soul bones at once. That school uniform seems to belong to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, right? However, for the sake of these two soul bones, I wouldn't hesitate to completely offend the Heavenly Do royal family. After speaking, the figure transformed into a cloud of black smoke and vanished. After Zhao Zilong and the others left, Xiao Wu immediately found an excuse to leave as well, as she certainly didn't want to be talked to by Meng Yiran later. At this moment, Xiao Wu took out the color-changing flower she had been holding and carefully cradled it in her hands. With this color-changing flower, I can just wait for third brother and the others on the competition stage tomorrow. At the same time, Xiao Wu secretly made up her mind to help third brother secure a top 5 finish in the finals and help him establish the Tang sect. One is left? At this moment, a shadow in the dark watched Xiao Wu leave, but he didn't care, as his target from the beginning had only been Zhao Zilong. At this moment, Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran were unaware of the danger and were heading back. However, as they walked, both Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran began to sense something was off. Meng Yiran spoke up. Zilong, are we lost? I feel like we passed through here just now. Zhao Zilong looked around at everything, observing the lively streets filled with laughter and people coming and going. In an instant, his black eyes turned white and everything around them changed. Unbeknownst to them, they had walked outside of Heavendo City with Meng Yiran. When did this happen? Zhao Zilong was shocked. He hadn't even realized when he had fallen under the illusion. Soon, he noticed that there was someone behind them with a soul power that was quite substantial, likely above level 70. In this environment, could it be Xinian? Zhao Zilong was astonished. Although he had this doubt in his heart, he was basically certain, as he saw that the person was wearing the uniform of teacher Tsang. Damn it, I didn't provoke you. Why are you coming to trouble me? Zhao Zilong dared not reveal that he had seen through Shinian's illusion. After all, Xinian was a 7-ring soul emperor, and the gap in soul power was enormous. Is this really a transfer of the protagonist's luck? That guy Xinian actually found me. Does he want me to take his soul bone? Zhao Zilong felt helpless. He didn't expect Xinian to find him. Zhao Zilong knew very well that Xinian had a head soul bone, and in the original story, Tang San was able to counterattack Xinian because of the super hidden weapon, the Yama tablet. To be honest, with such a difference in soul power, if Zhao Zilong wanted to counterattack, he could only rely on a sneak attack, and it had to be a one-hit kill. Soon, Zhao Zilong closed his white eyes, pretending not to notice what was happening around them, firmly holding on to Meng Yiran's small hand, which made Meng Yiran a bit confused. She looked at Zhao Zilong and whispered, "What's wrong? Zilong, follow me," Zhao Zilong said, appearing panicked as he pulled Meng Yiran and started running. Have they already noticed? Not far behind Zhao Zilong, Xinian watched as Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran began to sprint, a cold smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. In his environment, Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran could not see him. At this moment, Xinian was like an old cat playing with a mouse. Unfortunately, you noticed too late. You can no longer escape my illusion. At this moment, in the illusion, Meng Yiran looked around at the scene. The once bustling street was now deserted. She realized what was happening and shouted, "Is this an illusion? Who are you? Come out from the shadows." Hearing Meng Yiran's words, Xinian curled his lips into a cold smile. Now that they were far from Tiando City, he didn't care about being exposed anymore. From all directions came mocking laughter. Have you finally noticed something's wrong? 2 little ones. But unfortunately, it's too late. At that moment, Xinian's voice came from behind. Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran immediately turned around to see a middle-aged man with a pointed chin, a mustache, and narrow eyes, perfectly embodying a treacherous figure. Chapter 107. Killing Xinian, who are you? Meng Yiran said angrily. Xinian stroked his mustache and sneered. My name is Xinian. I am currently the vice president of Shanghai Academy and also the team leader. Upon hearing that it was indeed Xinian, Zhao Zilong's heart grew heavier, and he cupped his fists, saying, "I didn't expect the senior to come looking for us. What's your business? And this should be the environment created by you, right?" Xinian stroked his mustache and smiled oddly. I must say you two are truly geniuses, reaching soul sect at such a young age. However, at such a young age, to be so bloodthirsty, killing 3 people, pretty ruthless, huh? Meng Yiran was instantly enraged, glaring at Xinian and retorting, "Do you know what those 3 wanted to do to us?" Zhao Zilong understood what Xinian was thinking. He immediately took out the 6,000-year-old soul bone he had just obtained from his soul guide and said, "Senior, you want this soul bone, right? I can give it to you." "He kid, quite clever," Shernyen sneered, showing no interest in just a 1,000-year-old soul bone. He coldly stated, "I not only want the soul bone in your hand, but also the external soul bone on your back." Without further ado, Shernyen, who had come to kill and rob, activated his soul skill, and the scenery around them changed again. He grinned and said, "6 soul skill, nightmare." In an instant, Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran were trapped in the illusion, feeling the surrounding changes. They pretended to be in pain from the illusion, and the soul bone in their hands fell to the ground as they collapsed, feigning agony. However, as Zhao Zilong lay down, his eyes turned white. After all, the white-eyed look was too obvious and might alert Shernyen. "It's bad. Yiran's soul power is completely chaotic. I must quickly deal with Shernyen," Zhao Zilong thought while pretending to be in pain on the ground. Hearing Meng Yiran's screams, he was unsure what she saw in the illusion. But if he didn't quickly eliminate Shernyen, Meng Yiran might end up becoming an idiot. Shernyen looked at Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran rolling on the ground in pain and sneered, "Hee, interesting, very interesting. I love torturing geniuses like you. It gives me such a sense of accomplishment. But it's too bad. I can't see what you're experiencing in the illusion until I reach the title Douluo level." At that moment, Shernyen noticed the external soul bone on Zhao Zilong's back had been exposed due to the pain, and Meng Yiran also revealed her torso soul bone. Shernyen looked even more ecstatic, saying, "A torso bone, and it's a 10,000-year torso bone. What luck today. I've stumbled upon 3 soul bones at once." However, he murmured to himself that external soul bones were different from other soul bones. They were integrated with the body, and even death wouldn't allow them to be removed. He didn't know if this was true. Shernyen, confident in his environment, walked over to Zhao Zilong, completely unaware that his environment was useless against Zhao Zilong. Just as Shernyen confidently approached and bent down to pick up the soul bone, Zhao Zilong suddenly launched an attack. Soft Fist. A shockwave of soul power hit Shernyen's heart unexpectedly. Puffed. Blood spurted out as Shernyen felt a sharp pain in his heart, staring in shock at Zhao Zilong. He couldn't understand why Zhao Zilong wasn't controlled by his environment. Soft Fist Technique. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, second palm. Zhao Zilong gave Shernyen no chance to react. In close quarters, he used his strongest move. After 2 palm strikes, Shernyen staggered back a few steps. Zhao Zilong continued to attack. For palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of strikes echoed as his fingers, infused with soul power, hit Shernyen, producing sounds akin to bullets. The attacks grew faster, and Shernyen was pinned against a tree. 64 palms. The dual palms struck like lightning, continuously changing in attack. Once Shernyen was hit the first time, he had no power to resist. With the final strike, boom, the palm force pierced through Shernyen's body, creating a large hole in the tree behind him, which finally collapsed under the assault. Puffed. Shernyen spat out another mouthful of blood. With a thud, his body helplessly slid down the tree. Under the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, Shernyen's soul power and meridians were completely sealed. He now lacked the strength to move even a finger. After using this move, Zhao Zilong also started to feel a bit breathless. If it weren't for taking the 2 celestial herbs, star anise, xianbing grass, and fierce fire, apricot blossom, to strengthen his body, it would have been really difficult to execute the 64 palms. After all, this move causes serious damage to the hands. Although it is a soft fist technique, the attack is a blend of softness and hardness, and it consumes a massive amount of soul power. However, at this moment, Shernyen wanted to speak, but his injuries were too severe. The force of the soft fist had harmed his internal organs and over 80% of his meridians, making it nearly impossible for him to utter a word. "Are you curious why I can break your environment?" Zhao Zilong looked at the fallen Shernyen, and without him saying it, Zhao Zilong already knew what he wanted to ask. He quickly took out a dagger from his soul guide and coldly said, "Go to hell and ask." With a stab, the dagger pierced directly into his throat, and blood flowed continuously from Shernyen's mouth. He opened his mouth as if he had some last words, but his trachea had already been severed, and he could no longer speak. A few seconds later, he breathed his last. Chapter 108. Illusionary Wisdom Skull Soon. Zhao Zilong saw a skull spirit bone gradually appearing above Shernyen's head. At this moment, he heard a weak voice coming from behind him. Meng Yiran. Zhao Zilong immediately walked over and saw Meng Yiran lying on the ground, her eyes lifeless and looking extremely fatigued. He reached out to support her back and gently said, "Iran, are you okay? Zilong, are you alright?" "That's great," Meng Iran said weakly as she looked at Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong was unclear about what she had seen in the illusion, but he felt warmth in his heart at that moment. He gently patted her back and said, "Don't worry, I'm Fina. You rest for a bit. I'll take you back to find Lingling and let her help you heal." Meng Iran nodded lightly, her eyes very tired as she closed them again. Zhao Zilong understood that Meng Iran's condition was due to excessive mental strain, and healing mental injuries is indeed more troublesome than healing physical injuries. However, with Yi Lingling around, it shouldn't be a problem. Soon, Zhao Zilong walked over and pried off Shinian's skull spirit bone. Looking at this skull spirit bone in his hand, it seemed to be about 25,000 years old. A very good spirit bone. However, this spirit bone was of the mental type, which wasn't the best for Meng Iran. In the original story, Yu Xiaogang said that this skull spirit bone was very suitable for Ning Rongrong. Should he give it to her later? Although he had separated from Ning Rongrong, Zhao Zilong still wanted to pursue her, but he didn't want to join the 7-treasure glazed tile school. He would think about it later. Zhao Zilong quickly put the spirit bone back into the soul guide. Now he had 3 spirit bones. One was the right arm bone of the wind demon wolf given to him by Douluo Bo, which was 12,000 years old. The other was the left arm bone he just obtained from Tianya, which was 6,000 years old. And the last one was this 25,000-year-old illusionary wisdom skull from Shinian. Zhao Zilong walked over and picked up Meng Iran, heading back to Tianzhou City. At this moment in the Swan Hotel, the members of the royal fighting team were feeling a bit strange. It was already late at night, and Zhao Zilong and Meng Iran still hadn't returned. Qi Ming expressed some concern, saying, "Really, the competition is tomorrow, and yet they still haven't come back." Yu Feng speculated. "They probably went out to have some fun. The people from Shrek Academy came by today, so maybe they went to catch up with them. I certainly didn't go to catch up with them." Just then, the door was kicked open by Zhao Zilong, who was carrying Meng Iran. "What happened, Zilong?" Qi Ming felt a sense of foreboding as he saw Zhao Zilong carrying Meng Iran. Something did happen." Zhao Zilong nodded, placing Meng Iran on the sofa. He then said to Yi Lingling, "Lingling, please heal Iran. Her spirit has suffered quite a bit of damage." Yi Lingling didn't say anything, walking over to treat Meng Iran. Yu Tianheng approached Zhao Zilong and asked, "Zilong, what happened?" The others also turned their attention to Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong sighed a little and said, "I've encountered some unfortunate events, but it's all fine now, and I don't really want to talk about it." Hearing Zhao Zilong's nonchalant words, Qi Ming stepped forward and asserted his authority as a teacher, saying, "Zilong, what exactly happened? As your teacher, I have the obligation to know about these matters, especially since you are one of the main forces in this royal battle team. Now that she is injured, how can I explain this to Senior Gai Shilong Shi? I can't pretend to be unaware of the situation." Zhao Zilong, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "All right, but I hope that after you hear this, you can act as if nothing happened." At this moment, Yu Tianheng was not pleased and spoke up, "Zilong, are you treating us as outsiders? Just say it here. If it needs to be kept confidential, we will absolutely keep our mouths shut." Zhao Zilong nodded gently and said honestly, "To put it simply, we had bad luck and were targeted by a soul saint named Shinian, and we almost died outside." "Shinian?" Upon hearing this name, Qi Ming was somewhat shocked and asked, "Are you talking about the remnant dream Shinian, the teacher leading the team from Shanghua Academy this time?" Zhao Zilong nodded. "Yes, that's the one from Shanghua Academy." Qi Ming said seriously, "Why do you want to kill you?" Zhao Zilong shrugged and replied, "He's just a pervert. He trapped me and Iran in his illusion and told us he enjoys torturing and killing geniuses. What an outrageous thing." Qi Ming was furious upon hearing this, not expecting such a reason. However, he was also puzzled and looked at Zhao Zilong, asking, "So how did you escape? And you seem to be fine." Shinian's illusion is very powerful, and he is a soul saint level expert. It's said that even soul masters of the same level find it hard to deal with him. Zhao Zilong recounted the response he had prepared. "That's because of my teacher. After Shinian cast the illusion on me, my teacher came to rescue me. However, Shinian's illusion is indeed formidable. In just a short time, Iran's spirit was severely damaged." Qi Ming was immediately enraged, saying, "Damn it. He actually harmed a student from the Tianzhou Royal Academy. Remnant dream Shinian. This matter cannot be let go just like that." Zhao Zilong coughed twice and spoke, "Teacher Qin, I think we should not make a fuss about this and just act as if nothing happened." Duge Yin, hearing this, was somewhat displeased and angrily said, "How can that be? Since Shinian used such despicable means to injure Iran, no, He intended to kill both of you. He absolutely cannot be let go. He did indeed want to kill us, but unfortunately, the one who is now in trouble is him. In trouble? Dead? Shimo, surprised by Zhao Zilong's words, asked, "Did your teacher kill Xinyan?" Zhao Zilong nodded and said yes. Du Guyan was also quite curious because she had heard her grandfather mention that Zhao Zilong's background was not simple, which made her even more eager to ask, "Zilong, who exactly is your teacher? I heard from my grandfather that your teacher is a very powerful figure. Who is he really?" "Well, that's something I can't say," Zhao Zilong replied, pretending to be mysterious. "Some things are better left unsaid." Zhao Zilong looked at the members of the royal fighting team and clasped his fists, saying, "Everyone, please keep this matter confidential, as if nothing has happened." The others nodded in agreement. After all, this matter had nothing to do with them, and since Zhao Zilong didn't want them to talk about it, they would just pretend they didn't know. Chapter 109. The preliminary round begins soon. Yi Lingling's treatment was finished, and Meng Yiran had also woken up. "Are you okay?" Zhao Zilong asked with concern as he walked over. "I'm still feeling a bit of a headache," Meng Yiran said, gently massaging her temples with her delicate fingers to alleviate the pain. She looked at Zhao Zilong and asked, "Where's Shernyan?" "He has gone," Yi Ling interjected. Yiran just exhausted too much mental energy. "I've already healed her, but she'll need several days of rest to fully recover." Meng Yiran expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Ling." At that moment, Qinin also stepped forward and said, "All right, since Yiran has recovered, let's all go back and rest. The preliminary round is about to start." Before long, Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran returned to their room. Zhao Zilong yawned and lay down on the bed, saying, "I'm exhausted. Let's sleep." Meng Yiran walked over and asked, "Zilong, you killed Shernyan, didn't you? Why did you say it was your teacher who killed him?" Although Meng Yiran had suffered mental damage at the time, she clearly remembered that she hadn't seen Zhao Zilong's teacher and vaguely recalled that Zhao Zilong seemed to have saved her. Zhao Zilong frowned slightly. There was no need to deceive Meng Yiran, especially since she was right there at the time. He nodded gently and said, "That's right, I killed him. However, you mustn't spread this around, okay?" Zhao Zilong reminded her. Meng Yiran was initially surprised, but upon hearing the latter part, she was puzzled and asked, "Why?" "The reason I was able to kill Shernyan was largely due to luck, plus my white eyes greatly restrained his martial soul," Zhao Zilong explained, looking at Meng Yiran with a serious expression. "If people find out that a mere soul master like me can kill a soul sage, what will they think? They might become jealous. Human hearts are hard to read, and I don't want to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Moreover, saying it was my teacher who killed Shernyan will make them believe it more easily." Hearing Zhao Zilong's explanation, Meng Yiran nodded, somewhat understanding. Zhao Zilong then pulled Meng Yiran over and said with a smile, "All right, come on, let's go to sleep." The next day, the preliminary round of the Soul Master competition began. The host announced the teams entering the competition, among which the most eye-catching was naturally the Tiando Royal team. Especially this year, the Royal Fighting Team had even sent their second team directly to the finals, while leaving the main team to participate in the preliminary rounds. Following, there were the Blazing Fire Team, the Elephant Armor Team, the Heavenly Water Team, etc. However, what caught Zhao Zilong's attention was the Shrek team. "You all go ahead. I'll go greet the people from Shrek," Zhao Zilong said to Yu Tianheng and the others. Yu Tianheng and the others nodded and said, "All right, then you go quickly and come back soon." What is there to greet them about? Meng Yiran complained after hearing this. But she still followed Zhao Zilong toward Shrek Academy. At Shrek Academy, when Zhao Zilong walked over, he was the first to speak. "Dean, long time no see." "Ha ha. Zilong, it's been a while. I've heard that both of you are now the mainstays of the Royal Fighting Team." "Very impressive," Flinder responded with a smile. Looking at Zhao Zilong and Meng Yiran, Zhao Zilong then glanced at Tang San, who appeared somewhat cold. Tang San was aware that Zhao Zilong had previously insulted his teacher, Yu Xiaogang, which had already left him with a bad impression of Zhao Zilong, and now it had worsened even further. The others also seemed less enthusiastic than before. After all, everyone is now rivals, and during the preliminaries, they will still be enemies. At this moment, Ning Rongrong walked over and asked, "Zilong, isn't the Royal Fighting Team supposed to be directly promoted to the finals by the Heaven Do Empire? Shouldn't you and Yu Tianheng be part of the Royal Fighting Team?" "Yes," Zhao Zilong explained, "because I haven't teamed up with Tianheng and the others at the Royal Academy of Heaven Do for the past year. Our tacit understanding is a bit lacking, so I'm participating in the preliminaries to improve our teamwork. Of course, I also hope to have a chance to face you all." Flander, listening in, was displeased and said, "Oh, you brat. Are you intentionally targeting us? Zhao Zilong chuckled lightly and replied, how could that be? I just want to face more teams. By the way, isn't Xiao Wu here? Tang San explained. Xiao Wu has something to attend to and couldn't come to this competition. Meng Iran, who was nearby, was taken aback. They had seen Xiao Wu just yesterday. Zhao Zilong didn't say more, as he could tell that the people from Shrek Academy had become somewhat cold towards him. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. From now on, it was like parting ways. Even if they truly became enemies in the future, there would be no need to hold back. Well then, see you on the competition stage later. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San with a hint of coldness in his eyes and said, I didn't expect the royal fighting team to participate in the preliminaries this year. However, this is also an opportunity for you to defeat them. I hope that in this preliminaries, you could defeat the royal fighting team and achieve a good result. As he spoke, Yu Xiaogang advised Tang San, Xiao San, you and Zhao Zilong both have blue silvergrass, and now that you have consumed the celestial herb, I believe your strength can definitely defeat him. Tang San was also very confident, replying, don't worry, teacher, I will defeat him, and I will prove your theory right. Hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaogang felt very pleased. Tang San was his disciple and also proof that he was not a waste, affirming that his theory was absolutely correct. Yu Xiaogang reminded him, however, Xiao San, you still need to be a bit cautious. Although Zhao Zilong denies being a twin martial soul, according to my theory, he is definitely a twin martial soul. In the competition arena, Emperor Xia, Ning Fengji, and the head bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salis, sat in the main seats. Watching the dozens of teams entering from below, Emperor Shuya gave a speech. After finishing, the head bishop Salis decided today's team matchups by drawing lots. Ning Fengji looked at Zhao Zilong below and thought, is this the young man? Rongrong and Qinghe have mentioned him before. I should get a chance to interact with him. Your Majesty, I didn't expect the main team from the Tiando Royal Academy to appear in the preliminaries. Why not directly send this team to the finals? At this moment, the head bishop Salis, sitting next to him, said somewhat sarcastically. Emperor Xia stroked his beard and smiled well. This is the requirement of the 3 committee members of the Academy, and I have great confidence in the future talents of the Tiando Empire. Even without a direct entry, I believe they can definitely stand out among many strong teams and reach the finals to achieve victory. Salis, hearing this, continued with his sarcasm. Victory in the end? It seems your Majesty is very confident in the strength of the Tiando royal team this time. However, we at the Spear Hall have the strongest golden generation. To achieve victory, we must defeat them. Emperor Xia felt a bit displeased but maintained the demeanor expected of an emperor. He also knew about the golden generation, one of whom was even a disciple of the Pope, reaching the Soul King level at a young age. He turned to Ning Fengji and asked Ning Zhongzhu, among these 28 teams, do you have any team in particular that you are optimistic about? In Chapter 110, the first match, Xiangjia Academy, Ning Fengji smiled elegantly and said, I do have a team in mind, and this team previously defeated the royal fighting team. Perhaps they will become the dark horse in this Soul Master competition. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Emperor Shuya became interested and asked, oh, which team are you referring to? Ning Fengji smiled elegantly and then pretended to be mysterious. Well, by the time the preliminaries are over, your Majesty should know. Seeing Ning Fengji keeping it a secret, Emperor Shuya pressed for more details. Meanwhile, in the rest area of the Tiando Royal Academy, the draw results indicated that they would face Xiangjia Academy. Qin Ming placed the information about Xiangjia Academy on the table and said, these are the main members and substitutes of Xiangjia Academy. Most of the contestants are at the Soul Master level, with only 3 reaching the Soul Sect level. Their captain, Huyen Li, is the grandson of the sect Master Huyen Jun, with a soul power level of 43. Yu Qianheng also spoke seriously. I know about Huyen Li. His defense is extremely strong, even stronger than the defense of the Xuanwu turtle from Shimo. His attack power is also formidable, but his only weakness is his slow speed. I have fought him once before, and even I found it difficult to break through his defense. That doesn't mean you lost, right? Zhao Zilong teased. No, I won in the end, but it was a narrow victory. In our royal fighting team, if it were a one-on-one match, I'm afraid apart from you and me, the others would find it difficult to defeat him. Yu Qianheng replied seriously. Qin Ming listened and said seriously, but this is a team battle, and Xiangjia team's attacking methods are singular, mostly relying on defense. According to the style of the Xiangjia sect in previous competitions, they usually use the competition rules to gradually occupy the stage space and push their opponents off the stage. Zhao Zilong looked at the information above and said playfully, This main fighting team is entirely made up of Xiangjia sect members. And look at their names, they're quite interesting. Huyan Li, Huyan Ba, Huyan Shan, Huyan Shi, Huyan Qi, Huyan Gai, Huyan Shi. When combined, doesn't it mean strength that can lift mountains and a spirit that can overshadow the world? The Xiangjia sect is quite playful. Yu Qianheng and the others rolled their eyes, feeling a bit speechless, thinking how his focus was so different from theirs. Qin Ming looked at everyone seriously and said, "This opponent is very powerful. Although there are only 3 Soul Sect members, their defense is extremely strong. Therefore, I have decided that Tianheng will lead the team, with members Yan Zi, Zilong, Shimo, Yu Feng, and Aisiluo as the 7 main members to compete." Zhao Zilong looked a bit speechless. "Are we going all out from the start? Teacher Qin, didn't you say we should hide our strength before?" Qin Ming replied with his hands behind his back. "This also depends on the opponent's changes. Our royal fighting team has a total of 8 Soul Sect members, and as representatives of the Tiando Empire, the 3 committee members hope we can pass the preliminaries with a complete victory. Only then can we showcase the strength of our Tiando royal team. Therefore, regardless of the opponent, we will show whatever strength we have. The defense of the Xiangjia team is astonishing, and we cannot underestimate them. Still, you should rest for a few days. Once you recover, you can compete. And Lingling, the preliminaries and the advancement matches will take about 2 months. During this time, you should focus on cultivating your soul power and strive to reach the Soul Sect level before the finals. You must compete in the finals." "Yes, Teacher Qin." The 2 responded in unison. At this moment, Qin Ming looked at Zhao Zilong and said, "Zilong, I have some requirements for you as well." "Nanny?" Zhao Zilong was taken aback. Qin Ming said sternly, "During the preliminaries and the advancement matches, you are not allowed to use your external soul bones, nor your special eyes and soft fists. Keep these ultimate moves hidden until the finals." Qin Ming was very clear that Zhao Zilong's soft fist was extremely powerful. Although his martial soul was not a match for Yu Tianheng's, he could defeat Yu Tianheng without any resistance using the soft fist. Zhao Zilong agreed, "All right. I didn't plan to reveal all my ultimate moves in the preliminaries anyway." Qin Ming nodded lightly and finally looked at everyone, saying, "Although I believe that with your strength, advancing to the next round will not be a problem, I still want to remind you not to underestimate any opponent, especially you 2, Zilong and Tianheng." Yu Tianheng felt wronged and said, "Teacher Qin, how can I dare to underestimate anyone now?" After Yu Tianheng was defeated by Zhao Zilong, he began to work hard on his training and no longer dared to underestimate his opponents. "I am the same. I have always been low-key," Zhao Zilong also said. Hearing their words, Qin Ming smiled helplessly. After all, geniuses have their own pride, which cannot be changed by just one sentence. He said, "All right, you can come up with your own tactics." At this moment, Yu Tianheng looked at everyone and finally focused on Zhao Zilong, saying, "Zilong, do you have any thoughts or tactics? Can't we just go for a direct fight?" Zhao Zilong sneered dismissively and teased, "The so-called tactics are meant to be used when the opponent is of the same level or even stronger than us. The Elephant Armor team only has 3 soul ancestors. The rest are all soul masters, so it's basically easy to win as long as we know how to fight. However, to be honest, if I don't use soft punches, dealing with this kind of pure defensive soul master is quite exhausting for me. But I believe with all of you here, winning this match won't be difficult, especially since we have 4 more soul rings on the other side." Hearing Zhao Zilong's words, which seemed to say nothing, he said, "All right, Yanzi, we will all follow your command." Soon, it was time for the Tiando Royal Team versus the Elephant Armor Team. In this match, many spectators have gathered, as this is the Heaven Do Empire, and the Heaven Do Royal Academy is naturally the center of attention here. The next match is between the Heaven Do Royal Team and the Elephant Armor Team. First, let's welcome the Elephant Armor Team, the host announced loudly. The Elephant Armor Team's 7 main members entered the stage, immediately earning cheers from the crowd. The host continued, "Next, here comes our Heaven Do Royal Team. Please welcome them." The cheers grew even louder, and the audience was more excited, chanting Heaven Do Royal Team. The 2 teams quickly took to the arena, and the host announced, "All right, both teams are in position. Next, here are the martial souls and levels of both teams." Soon, the crystal panel displayed everyone's soul power and levels 1 by 1. Chapter 111. Battle against the Elephant Armor Academy first. The martial souls and levels of the Elephant Armor Team members were displayed. Captain Huyan Li, Martial Soul, Diamond Mammoth. Soul Power, Level 43. Vice Captain Huyan Ba, Martial Soul, Diamond Mammoth. Soul Power, Level 42. Member Huyan Shan, Martial Soul, Diamond Mammoth. Soul Power, Level 41. Member Huyan Shi, Martial Soul, Diamond Mammoth, Soul Power. Level 39. Member Huyin Chi, Martial Soul, Diamond Mammoth, Soul Power. Level 38. Member Huyin Gai, Martial Soul, Diamond Mammoth, Soul Power. Level 38. Member Huyin Shi, Martial Soul, Diamond Mammoth, Soul Power. Level 37. Then it was the Heaven Do Royal Academy's turn. Captain Yu Qianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning, Tyrannosaurus. Soul Power. Level 43. Vice Captain De Yen, Martial Soul, Emerald Phosphor Snake, Soul Power. Level 43. Member Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, Soul Power. Level 42. Member Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, Soul Power. Level 42. Member Yufeng, Martial Soul, Windchime Bird, Soul Power. Level 41. Member Aosluo, Martial Soul, Ghost Leopard, Soul Power. Level 41. Member Zhao Zilong, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Soul Power. Level 45. Seeing the levels of the Heaven Do Royal team members, the crowd cheered even more. In Soul Master tournaments, usually only Soul Respecters are the main force, and Soul Masters are quite rare. However, all members of the Heaven Do Royal Academy are actually Soul Masters, and there is even one at level 45. This young man named Zhao Zilong seems to be several years younger than Yu Qianheng and the others, yet his soul power is higher than theirs. At this moment, Emperor Shui couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at Zhao Zilong's level. Just then, the voice of Prince Shui Qinghe came from behind Emperor Shui. Indeed, Zhao Zilong is only 14 years old now. If he can continue to grow smoothly in the future, he will at least become a titled Douluo. Hearing this, Emperor Shui looked at Shui Qinghe and asked, "Qinghe, do you know this young man?" Shui Qinghe stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, "Father, teacher." The two nodded, and Shui Qinghe walked beside Emperor Shui, replying, "About 10 months ago, I met Zhao Zilong, and I've sought him out several times since." Emperor Shui nodded in agreement and said, "Qinghe, you should interact more with such young talents and build good relationships with him. Understand?" "Yes, father." Shui Qinghe nodded lightly, as he had been doing just that. Soon, the match began. At this point, almost all the teams had come to watch, as the Heaven Do Royal team, being the home team, was undoubtedly the most noteworthy opponent in this preliminary round of the Soul Master Tournament. The host quickly announced, "Both teams, please unleash your martial souls. The match will begin in 1 minute." The members of both the Heaven Do Royal team and the Elephant Armor team displayed their martial souls and soul rings. The martial souls of the Elephant Armor Academy were all the same.